The poor guy almost jumps out of his skin when a ferocious demonic beast suddenly charges out of nowhere, stopping right in his face. As the beast stares intensely at Xingyu, a powerful chanting spell suddenly echoes through the air. In the primal chaos before heaven and earth separated, I use my lifeblood to forge an alliance and summon the soul from nothingness. Blood is my oath. Words are my seal. Heed my command, blazing sky lion. The moment the incantation finishes, the terrifying demonic beast is instantly turned to ash. Realizing the beast has actually been defeated, Xingyu rubs his eyes, thinking it was all a crazy dream. But when he opens them again, the ruins of his destroyed home are still right there. However, instead of a monster, he is greeted by a beautiful young woman standing beside a massive, majestic lion. She introduces herself as Su Ruyan, the principal of the Azure Dragon Academy, and sincerely apologizes for causing him all this trouble. She promises that her academy will quickly clean up the damage and pay him a very generous amount of compensation for his loss. With a friendly smile, Su Ruyan hands Xingyu her business card before departing with several other Beastmasters. Xingyu watches his savior with deep admiration while forcing a bitter laugh. In this era, everyone dreams of becoming a legendary Beastmaster. How he wishes he could become a Beastmaster too. But he does not even have enough money to buy a beast, meaning he cannot enter the upcoming National Beastmaster Tournament and can protect absolutely no one. As Xingyu sits there, wallowing in his deep thoughts, a small dog suddenly appears out of nowhere and gently rests its tiny paw on his lap. The little creature then excitedly licks Xingyu across the face, catching him completely off guard. He asks if it sneaked in with the giant dragon. What kind of crazy beginning is this, a random husky falling right from the sky? Could this little dog actually be a beast? Suddenly, Xingyu remembers seeing a picture of this exact species in his school textbook. That's right, it is a Gale dog. Since its bloodline is low and it does not require spiritual energy, he might actually be able to raise it on his own. He is thrilled because having any beast means he can finally become a true Beastmaster himself. But with only 3 days left before the big National Beastmaster Tournament, is there even enough time to train? Despite his doubts, Xingyu decides to keep the Gale dog. However, early the very next morning, he carries it straight to a beast shop, telling the pup there is no future staying with him. Although those are his harsh words, deep down he just wants to give the dog to someone who can actually feed it properly. After all, the greedy little guy ate an entire week worth of his food in just one single night. Right then, the shop owner opens the door, spots Xingyu, and angrily barks at him for loitering so early. Xingyu just asks if the shop would be interested in taking this beast off his hands. The merchant takes one look at the Gale dog in Xingyu's arms, waves his hand dismissively, and shouts that nobody would ever waste their hard-earned money on such a low bloodline trash beast with absolutely zero evolution path. He barks at them to get lost, and hearing this, the sad little Gale dog whimpers and snuggles deeper into Xingyu's warm chest. If they do not want it, he will just keep it. But right as Xingyu says this, a strange system screen suddenly flashes open. It displays Gale Dog Level 1 Loyalty 59 Low Bloodline with a hidden bloodline of hell. Its standard quality and talent are listed as absolutely none. However, its hidden talent Hellfire can deal true armor-piercing damage directly to any enemy it fights. Standard evolution path is none. Hidden path, Gale Dog Hell Gale Wolf, Hell Netherworld Wolf, and God Hell Yama Wolf. Is he seeing things? A system interface. Xingyu rubs his eyes in disbelief, but when he opens them, the floating screen remains hovering right above the dog's head. A hidden path. What is that? A Gale dog is supposed to have absolutely no evolution path whatsoever. The shopkeeper suddenly grabs a broom to chase him away. Xingyu wonders if the owner is completely blind to the glowing screen, or if he is the only one who can see it. While Xingyu is still questioning his own sanity, a very familiar and highly annoying voice suddenly calls out from behind him. Hey, I thought you were skipping the national tournament because you did not even have a beast. Where did you find the cash to buy one? Suza, the wealthiest heir in Qingfeng City, and Xingyu's snobby classmate from Shangnan High School, struts over. He inspects the Gale dog with a mocking sneer, laughing that what Lina said must be true and that Xingyu has zero intention of ever applying to the prestigious Beastmaster Academy. Besides, even if you wanted to, you could never pass anyway, Xingyu asks him in utter confusion. Oh, you still do not know. Your girlfriend, actually, your ex-girlfriend Jiang Lina, left you to be with me a long time ago. Sujie brags just as a girl runs up, whining about where he went and how she could not find him. Lina tightly clings to his arm, acting incredibly sweet. Suja smirks, telling her he just ran into an old acquaintance of hers. Only then does Lina notice Xingyu's presence. forcing an awkward smile and claiming she has absolutely nothing to do with this loser anymore. In her mind, she curses her bad luck for getting caught gold digging, especially by someone holding a worthless Gale dog. What a pathetic cheapskate. Xingyu snaps back, telling Jianglina not to forget how he used to support her when she was dirt poor. He tells her to enjoy her wealthy sugar daddy, and reminds her that he was the one who dumped her before turning on his heel. Xingyu's fierce attitude instantly infuriates Su Zhe, who screams asking how dare he speak to them like that. He threatens to beat Xingyu to a pulp during the upcoming national tournament. Lina quickly comforts him, pleading not to waste time on a nobody. She sneers that since he only has a useless Gale dog, she made the right choice leaving him. Hearing this only fuels Xingyu's burning determination. Who says a Gale hound is trash? Just wait and see if this duo has a future or not. 3 days later, at Zilan Square, the unified national high-level beast taming competition is finally about to begin. The location is Qingfeng City. As the candidates enter and the exam officially begins, the crowd spots Xiao Xingyu and immediately starts whispering and pointing. That is, Xiao Xingyu. What is a guy like him doing at the National Beast Tamer trials? Doesn't he lack a beast entirely? Yeah, he has no money for one registered just 3 days ago and actually applied to Azure Dragon Academy. Azure Dragon Academy. Is this a joke? Isn't that the absolute top-tier school among the Big Four? Exactly. How does a piece of trash like him even dare? Ignoring the cruel whispers, Xingyu walks right up to the examiner's desk. Hello, teacher. I am here for the exam. Sitting there is Chen Kainian, the chief recruiter for Azure Dragon Academy. Lounging in his chair, Chen Kainian looks up at the sound of his name and stares at the boy, feeling quite puzzled. Is this really the only kid from the entire Qingfeng district who dared to apply to Azure Dragon Academy? Xiao Xingyu, you really have no idea how high the heavens are. Over the last 5 years, in Qingfeng City, only 8 candidates have ever dared to apply to Azure Dragon Academy, and not a single one got in. Yet you think you can just breeze through their gates. If you actually pass, I will kneel down and call you father. Facing Su Ze's arrogant insults, Xingyu remains perfectly calm and coldly replies, then you better start warming up your vocal cords to call me daddy. Turning back to the recruiter, he says, Teacher, I am ready to begin. Chen Kainian sighs and warns student, Xiao Xingyu, let me make one thing clear first. Azure Dragon Academy has an incredibly strict testing process. Because you did not choose any backup options, if you fail today, you will lose your chance to enter any other beast taming academy forever. Xingyu remains completely unfazed and replies, I understand, teacher. Let's do this. Finding no further reason to argue, Chen Kainian officially initiates the exam. First up is the soul power test. Chen Kainian points toward the glowing crystal ball on the desk, and Xingyu steps forward, placing his palm right on its surface. Your soul power is only 316. Hearing this, Su Zhe bursts out laughing, mocking that the boy cannot even reach the absolute baseline threshold for entering Azure Dragon Academy. The recruiter remains silent, but deep down he is incredibly disappointed, having hoped a rare genius had finally appeared. But just as he is about to call the next student, something completely unexpected happens. The numbers on the orb start spinning wildly, skyrocketing past 600, then 800, and finally slamming to a halt at a staggering 1028, leaving the entire room in absolute utter shock. You see, soul power directly determines the maximum quality of the beast a tamer can form a contract with. Normally, every single 100 points allows for 1 beast contract. Scoring over 1000 means this kid possesses the legendary potential to command 10 beasts as an elite 10-star master in the future. Over the past few decades, only a handful of people in the Dragon Kingdom have reached this height. A new prodigy is officially born. Snapping out of his daze, Chen Kainian loudly announces that candidate Xiao Xingyu has scored a whopping 1028 points. I recall the legendary genius girl Yi Ningxuang scoring only 1030 last year. To think you are this powerful, trailing right behind her record by a mere 2 points. Refusing to let go of his jealousy, Su Zhe sneers and tries to downplay the achievement. So what? There are 2 parts to this exam after all. Li Na chimes in, insisting that there is no way he can survive the upcoming beast bloodline quality test. Candidate Xiao Xingyu, please prepare for round 2. Before Chen Kainian can finish speaking, a panicked technician rushes over and whispers something directly into his ear. Sir, the testing machine had a brief glitch. His real score is actually 1032. Did this kid seriously just beat the genius Ye Ningxuang by 2 points? Chen Kainian pauses, processing the shocking news. Keep this glitch a secret for now, he instructs quietly. Yes, sir, the technician whispers before quickly hurrying away from the scene. With that settled, the second phase of the exam testing the bloodline quality of Xingyu's beast officially begins. Candidate Xiao Xingyu, summon your beast. Xingyu nods, taking a deep breath. Hey Feng, it is your turn to shine. The crowd holds its breath in anticipation, but the moment his beast emerges, absolute silence falls. It is just a basic Gale Hound. A Gale Hound. Isn't that the weakest, lowest grade trash beast in existence? Seriously, who in their right mind would contract with a useless common dog in this day and age? Aside from raw soul power, a beast's bloodline quality is the ultimate factor, limiting a beast tamer's future growth and power ceiling. And from the looks of it, Xiao Xingyu's beast has the worst possible bloodline. Just as Chen Kainian is about to fail, the boyish sharp voice cuts through the quiet room. Wait, look closely. That is definitely not a Gale Hound. Everyone knows Gale Hounds literally have 0 evolution paths. Right then, He Feng shifts from a cute dog into a massive, terrifying demonic beast. Above its head, a legendary panel appears displaying Hellfire Gale Wolf. Current growth stage level 1. Bloodline epic grade Hellhound. Innate talent Hellfire. Dual wind and fire attributes. Active skills include Hell Entanglement, Target Lock, Hell Howl, and Piercing Strike. Next evolution path completely unknown. A 2-star evolution. No one expected Xiao Xingyu to be such a powerhouse. Chen Kainian smiles with satisfaction and announces that candidate Xiao Xingyu has passed, welcoming him to Azure Dragon Academy. Hearing the results, Su Jie and Lina try to slip away, but Xingyu calls them out. Leaving without saying goodbye to your daddy. You brat. Don't get cocky. I'm not calling you that, what can you do? Suja talks big. But Heifeng gets the hint, stepping up to gently pin Suja's head to the ground. Ready to talk now. Suja hates it, but he has to call him daddy. Whoa, I don't have a son like you. Now Scram Xingyu recalls Heifeng and walks away, but as he passes by Lina, she shamelessly begs Xingyu, I've actually had deep feelings for you these past 2.5 years. Can we maybe? Sorry, I don't look back. Xingyu shuts her down and leaves. He must share the good news about Azure Dragon Academy with his sister. Xingyu excitedly pulls out his phone to call her. But the moment she picks up, he only hears a weak cry of his name, drowned out by chaotic screaming before the line goes completely dead. Sensing that something is terribly wrong, he sprints to find his sister. Meanwhile, a busy agricultural market on the outskirts of the city is being violently raided by a demonic beast. Ruoxu pulls a child behind a ruined wall, whispering gently to comfort them, "Don't be afraid." But right then, the beast appears behind the wall, glaring down at her with intense, hungry eyes. At that exact moment, Xingyu finally reaches the market. His heart pounds with sheer panic, wondering what on earth has happened. Where is his sister? Pushing through the fleeing crowd, he runs deep into the chaos, just in time to see the monster's sharp claws stabbing down at the wall. Right where his sister is hiding. Without a second thought, Xingyu and Heifeng charge forward. Suddenly, a system notification pops up: Infernal Gale Wolf. Heifeng can use the skills Infernal Roar and Infernal Bind. Do you wish to activate them? Absolutely yes. Heifeng used Infernal Bind and Infernal Roar. But instead of attacking, Heifeng doesn't move a single inch. He just turns around and stares blankly at Xingyu. With the monster closing in on his sister, time is running out. In this critical moment, Xingyu suddenly remembers the beast tamer who rescued him last time. Back then, when they broke through the window, the Azure Dragon Academy tamer seemed to chant some kind of incantation. Fine, let's give it a shot. At the dawn of chaos, when heaven and earth lament, I use my lifeblood to form a pact and summon spirits from the void. Blood. As the vessel soul, as the sigil, obey my command. As the words leave Xingyu's mouth, Heifeng's Infernal Roar skill is instantly unleashed. The blast completely obliterates the demonic beast on the spot, leaving even Xingyu completely shocked by its sheer power. It's dead. Is this the true power of a tamed beast? Suddenly remembering his beloved sister, he snaps back to reality and rushes over to check on her. Sister, are you all right? Seeing her completely unharmed, he lets out a massive sigh of relief. I got here too late, thank goodness you're safe. Xingyu, how did you? Sister, I got accepted into Azure Dragon Academy. I'm going to be a beast tamer now. Oh, and this is my contracted beast Heifeng, an Infernal Gale Wolf. Afterward, Xingyu and Ruoshu inspect the dead beast and discover a glowing beast core. This is a primary grade beast core with a poison attribute. Acquisition condition obtained after defeating a mutated beast. Effects: enhances the beast's poison attack. Gives attack power +5. and experience points +10. Without hesitation, Xingyu tosses it straight to Heifeng. It might only be a primary poison core, but hey, even the smallest scrap of meat counts when it comes to helping Heifeng evolve. Later that night, Ruo Shu quietly watches over Xingyu while he is fast asleep. Confirming that the dragon mark on his back is still intact, she makes a call. The Dragon Cloud Forbidden Curse is still there. The seal of the Star Soul Dragon King hasn't loosened at all, so how did Xiao Xingyu still form a contract? Isn't this theoretically impossible? The voice on the other end replies. It seems fate has other plans. Keep a close eye on him. Yes, I understand. I will watch over him. Time flies, and the day finally arrives for Xingyu to head off to academy. A huge crowd from the market gathers to see Xingyu off. They don't just pack him food, they even pool their savings together to help cover his expenses at the academy. Please don't worry everyone, I'll come back and visit during my school breaks. With that, he and his sister board the train. A few hours later, the intercom crackles. Attention passengers, a beast is on the tracks ahead. Expect some turbulence. Shortly after, another broadcast follows. Attention passengers, we have safely cleared the danger zone. The train is now running normally. But before Xingyu, Ruo Shu, and the rest of the passengers can even breathe a sigh of relief, a massive boom rocks the train violently, followed by a frantic alarm. Attention passengers, 7 three-eyed giant ape beasts have appeared on the tracks ahead. Please secure your personal safety and your belongings immediately. Heavy dents begin warping the ceiling under massive pressure, and suddenly, the roof of the carriage is ripped completely off. A demonic beast suddenly appears, sending passengers fleeing in absolute panic. Xingyu quickly drags Ruoxue to the furthest corner, warning her to stay hidden right here and not to make a sound. Ruoxu asks him what he is doing, but Xingyu does not answer, marching straight toward the giant beast. Just as the beast strikes at Xingyu, a golden-furred fox leaps out of nowhere, slamming its tail right into the monster's face and completely ruining its attack. Hey, idiot, don't just stand there staring. Get back if you want to stay alive. A fierce red-haired girl steps in front of Xingyu to shield him, commanding her golden fox. Xiao Xiao use Thunder Flash. Together, Beast and Master charge forward to take down the raging monster. Name Three-Tailed Thunder Fox. Level Transcendent Tier 3. Bloodline Thunder Fox Lineage. Quality Epic. Attributes Lightning and Wind. Evolution paths 4-tailed then 9-tailed. Hidden evolutions include Shadow, Thunder, Fox, Crimson Spark Fox, and Red Lotus Lightning Fox. Skill 3-tailed Thunder Burst. It sweeps all 3 tails to deal lightning damage and stun enemies for 1 second. Thunder Flash is a teleportation skill that allows instant closing of distances, dodging attacks while striking enemies with lightning. Seeing Xiao Xiao's stats, Xingyu cannot help but celebrate silently. That spear, and the 3-tailed Thunder Fox. Isn't she Qin Yanran, the daughter of the Tianchong Guild president? They are saved. As the 3-eyed giant ape goes berserk, Xingyu quickly urges everyone to evacuate the train car. But then he notices something off. 3-eyed giant apes hunt in packs, so why is there only one? Right on cue, 2 more apes leap out, sneaking up behind Qin Yanran. While she is busy with the first one, they prepare to ambush her. Luckily, Xingyu summons Haifeng just in time, using Abyssal Binding to trap the entire pack and saving her from disaster. I didn't expect you to be a beast tamer too, thank you so much, Qin Yanran says gratefully. Xingyu replies that anyone would have done the same. Still, he looks at Xiao Xiao with doubt, staring closely at the floating status screen above her head. Status: mentally suppressed and lethargic. Diagnosis: post-traumatic stress disorder. Treatment: soaks soul-soothing flowers in hot water combined with a lightning catalyst and a dissolved water-type beast core. Has she been getting overly excited during battles lately? And after combat, is she completely drained and trying to hurt herself? Qin Yanran gasps. How did you know that? There is no way he can let her know that he can literally see her beast's hidden stats. Keeping that to himself, Xingyu explains that she is suffering from battle-induced trauma. I read about this in a beast pathology handbook. This species is prone to it. No wonder Xiao Xiao hasn't smiled lately, she is actually sick. Thank you so much. I will treat her as soon as I get home. Qin Yanran slaps Xingyu's back so hard he almost flies forward. Then, tossing an arm over his shoulder like they are old pals, she loudly declares that he is officially her new little brother from now on. She has no idea that Ruoxue is standing nearby, glaring daggers at her with absolute jealousy. Ruoxu marches over immediately, grabbing one of Xingyu's arms and holding it tight. With a sweet smile, she announces that he is not anyone else's little brother, because he is hers. Qin Yanran narrows her eyes and steps closer, grabbing Xing Wu's other arm with a smirk. Is that so? Well, from now on, he is also my little brother. My little brother, no mine. Refusing to back down, the two girls start playing tug-of-war with his poor arms. Xing Wu cries internally, begging them to stop before they literally tear him in half. A few hours later at the Azure Dragon Academy Central Square, an instructor holds a microphone, smiling at the neatly lined-up students. He announces, "Welcome to Azure Dragon Academy new students. Please wait patiently for our principal to arrive." Standing in line, Xing Wu sighs in relief. After finally escaping Sister Qin, he is glad to have made it here in one piece. Suddenly, a massive roar echoes through the sky as a giant beast carrying a woman swoops down toward the plaza. It is the purple flame lion, that is Principal Su Ruyan herself. Hearing the crowd shout, Xing Wu gapes in shock. Isn't she the legendary woman who defeated the shadow demonic dragon? Who knew she was the principal of Azure Dragon Academy, right? Then Su Ruyan guides her purple flame lion to a smooth landing. The male instructor rushes over, handing her the microphone and asking her to share a few words with the freshmen. Su Ruyan nods, taking the microphone as she looks over the new students with a serious expression. Congratulations on making it into Azure Dragon Academy. But let me make one thing clear. No matter your background inside this academy, everyone must follow my rules. Especially rule number 8. The new students whisper among themselves in confusion. Have you ever heard of rule number 8? What is so special about it? Which one is that? Su Ruyan continues. Rule number 8 states that if a conflict arises regardless of who is right, it must be resolved in the arena. The loser apologizes to the winner. Hearing this, the freshmen's faces grow pale. Xing Wu realizes that while rule number 8 sounds harsh, it actually keeps wealthy kids from bullying the weak. Even ordinary students can fight for justice with their own fists. 2 hours later, inside Zhao Xingyu's classroom, the new students were taking turns introducing themselves. When it was finally Xingyu's turn, the moment he introduced himself, a classmate named Wu Shengyu suddenly leaped out of his seat, pointed right at him, and screamed in pure excitement. "You are actually Xiao Xingyu. I never expected to be in the same class as you. Are you the monster whose spiritual energy is almost equal to Senior Yaning Shuang?" Meanwhile, Chen Kanian growled from the podium, "Sit down immediately. Class is starting." Hearing this, Wu Shengyu quickly sat back down, turned to Xingyu at the next desk and whispered with a grin, "Big brother Xiao, I'm backing you from now on." Chen Kanian cleared his throat and barked, "Shut your mouth right now." Next, he wrote a line on the blackboard, turned back to the students and announced, "Listen up everyone. From today on, I, Chen Kanian, will be your homeroom teacher. I hope you all study hard here at the Azure Dragon Academy. Turn to Chapter 1 of your Beast Taming Encyclopedia. We will cover the basic theoretical knowledge of beast taming first. A beast's power depends on 2 main factors. First is the beast's current level. The known developmental stages from lowest to highest are infant, mature, complete, transcendent, and finally beast king. The second factor is the actual bloodline quality of your beast. According to current records, the bloodline of a spirit beast is ranked from low to high. The higher the bloodline quality, the stronger the spirit beast becomes, allowing it to easily suppress weaker species. Furthermore, their elemental attributes can trigger absolute counter effects. For instance, the 5 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth counter each other. Metal beats wood, wood beats earth, earth beats water, water beats fire, and fire beats metal. Aside from these basic elements, there are advanced variations like wind and lightning attributes. I will not list every single one. And so the lecture continued smoothly. While the other students listened intently, Xingyu was fast asleep, face down on his desk. Outraged, Chen Kanian hurled a piece of chalk right at his head and roared, "Xiao Xingyu, stand up right now." Xingyu groggily stood up, completely half asleep. Chen Kanian barked, "Unbelievable, you actually dare to sleep during my lecture. Tell me, what is the weakness of the demonic sky lizard? If you cannot answer, pack your things and get out." Xingyu calmly replied, "The poison sac located right beneath its underbelly." Getting annoyed, Chen Kanian pressed further. "Then where does the frost crocodile usually live?" Xingyu answered, "Frostfall Lake in southern Long Country, and Cold Abyss Waterfall, beneath the Kunlun Mountains." The other students gasped, staring at him in utter shock. Even Chen Kanian was stunned. Wanting to push him, he threw out an even harder question. "If you encounter a heaven-ripping demonic tiger in the wild, how do you handle it?" Xingyu replied, "I would put my ID card in my mouth, find some shade under a tree, and lie perfectly still." Dumbfounded, Chen Kanian asked why. The rest of the class stared at him with intense curiosity as well. Xingyu smiled and explained, because the heaven-ripping demonic tiger is a mutated Beast King class monster. Only 6-star beast tamers or higher stand a chance against it. As for weak apprentice tamers like us, running into one in the wild basically means certain and absolute death. So keeping my ID card in my mouth makes it easier for my family to identify my corpse. And lying in the shade prevents my body from rotting too quickly. Chen Kainian suddenly slammed his hand on the desk and yelled, "For that answer, I am giving you a perfect score." Xiao, Xingyu? Those questions were from the very end of our textbook. How on earth did you? Before he could finish, Xingyu pulled out 3 textbooks, smiling as he revealed he had already mastered the entire curriculum. The other students immediately groaned. Come on, how are we supposed to compete with that? What kind of crazy genius is he? Chen Kainian cleared his throat. Do some self-study, everyone. Xiao Xingyu, step outside for a moment. A moment later outside the classroom, Xingyu said, Teacher Chen, I am really sorry for sleeping in class. I promise I will never do it again. Chen Kainian replied, that is not the issue. You finished the entire theoretical course within just half a lecture. Xingyu grinned. It is all because you are such a great teacher, sir. Chen Kainian snapped back. You brat, cut the flattery. Since you have already mastered the basics, it is time to study something deeper. He pulled out a card and patted Xingyu's shoulder, saying, This is the Azure Dragon Academy Library Pass. With this, you can access the Azure Dragon Library anytime you want and borrow any book entirely for free. Now go. I honestly have nothing left to teach you. A bit later inside the Azure Dragon Library, Xingyu was peacefully reading in a quiet corner when Wang Yan suddenly barged in with his goons shouting, The library is mine today. Every single guy here pack up and get lost right now. Knowing he was the son of Vice Principal Wang Dongsheng, none of the male students dared to object and quickly scurried out of the library. Next, Wang Yan wore a creepy grin as he looked at the girls and said, As for you ladies, stay and read with me, okay? Terrified, the girls begged, Young Master Wang, please let us go. Just then, the only male student who hadn't left, Xingyu chucked his heavy book directly at Wang Yan's head, muttering way too loud. Fuming with rage, Wang Yan roared. Who did that? One of his lackeys pointed at Xingyu, yelling, Young Master Wang. It was that insolent punk. Xingyu calmly stepped in front of a frightened girl, stared at Wang Yan, and said, Bullying girls, how pathetic. Wang Yan snarled, Who are you trying to play the hero here? A kind female student warns Xingyu to leave, quickly explaining that his opponent is Vice Principal Wang Dongsheng's son, a powerhouse they cannot afford to provoke. Hearing this, Xingyu mocks him, saying that having a vice principal for a dad completely explains his incredibly arrogant attitude. Wang Yan does not even get angry. Lifting his chin arrogantly, he demands that Xingyu kneel down and beg for forgiveness immediately. In your dreams, Xingyu barks, suddenly delivering a devastating kick right between Wang Yan's legs, leaving him rolling on the ground in pure agony. His panicked lackeys quickly ask if their boss is all right. Trembling in pain, Wang Yan points a finger at Xingyu, furiously shouting that he has no idea who he just crossed and will never walk out of this library in one piece. He vows to show him who actually rules this Azure Dragon Academy. Right at that exact moment, Su Ruyan enters the library alongside Chen Kainian and another male student. They happen to overhear Wang Yan's boastful words. Su Ruyan speaks up, mocking that she had absolutely no idea this Azure Dragon Academy was ruled by someone like him. Startled, Wang Yan wonders how Principal Su found out so quickly. Stepping right in front of him, Su Ruyan speaks with a cold, dark expression on her face. She tells Wang Yan that she already knows everything. Since they have a conflict, she demands they settle it according to the Academy's rule number 8. The news spreads like wildfire across the entire Academy, and excited students immediately drag each other along to witness the upcoming showdown. Hurry up, let's go. Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan are fighting in the arena. We have to go watch. But Wang Yan's beast is the legendary Tier 6 Clawed Void Leopard. Can Xiao Xingyu actually stand a chance against that? No way, my brother Xiao is an absolutely invincible existence. A moment later, at the arena square, Chen Kainian watches from the spectator stand silently, hoping Xiao Xingyu won't disappoint him. Down on the stage, the referee shouts for both competitors to enter the arena immediately. Hearing this, both Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan step onto the stage and shake hands. Wang Yan sneers, promising Xiao Xingyu that he will learn the harsh consequences of crossing him, to which Xingyu simply smiles and asks, Is that so? Then, I will be waiting for your apology, Xingyu replies. The referee calls the official start of the match, and Wang Yan instantly casts his summoning spell. Come forth, Binyan. A second later, the majestic beast appears right beside Wang Yan. Xingyu holds off on summoning, using his system to inspect the beast's stats. It is a level 1 infant stage, 6-clawed void leopard, with a legendary bloodline and dual ice wind elements. Its talent is Mystic Ice, which inflicts freezing damage with every attack while slowing the enemy's movement and attack speed by 30%. It also possesses Ice Burst, launching homing ice spheres that explode to cause massive area damage once locked onto a target. Instantly, the ice blades explode to form a large area attack. Its loyalty is 72. Xingyu notes its dual attribute nature, and with a serious expression, whispers that it is finally time for his own beast to step up. Heifeng A. Second later, the majestic beast materializes right in front of everyone's eyes. Wu Shengyu shouts in amazement at how cool Brother Xiao's beast looks, while the student beside him agrees that in terms of pure appearance, the Void Leopard is completely outclassed. Up in the VIP stand, Su Ruyan looks at Heifeng, lost in deep thought. She wonders why she has never seen Xiao Xingyu's beast before noting it looks like an evolved Tempest Hound. But the Tempest Hound is widely known as a trash-tier beast with 0 evolutionary path, so how did Xingyu manage this? Down in the arena, hearing everyone praise Xingyu's beast makes Wang Yan burn with even more jealousy, muttering that he will easily crush this crowd-pleasing show-off in no time. With that, Wang Yan immediately commands Bingyan to unleash its frost-tearing claws, launching a fierce attack toward Heifeng. Seeing this, Xingyu orders Heifeng to use serpentine footwork to dodge the strike, while rapidly closing the distance to Bingyan. However, just as Heifeng gets close and prepares to strike, Bingyan proves to be much faster. The beast quickly circles to Heifeng's flank, slashing its sharp claws deep into Heifeng's back and forcing the injured wolf to retreat in agonizing pain. Up in the stands, Chen Kanian frowns, noting that Xingyu's Hellfire Tempest Wolf is a dual wind fire type, while the Void Leopard is a dual ice wind type, making this natural elemental disadvantage an incredibly tough hurdle to overcome. Back in the arena, Bingyan presses its advantage, unleashing a non-stop flurry of claw strikes that forces Heifeng into a purely defensive retreat. Wang Yan screams that he will completely cripple Xingyu's beast, commanding Bingyan to unleash its Frost Blast right now. Obeying the command, Bingyan halts its pursuit and spits out a massive ice sphere that strikes Heifeng, directly exploding and instantly freezing the wolf inside a gigantic block of solid ice. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughs hysterically, mocking that it won't be long before Xingyu's beast freezes to death inside that icy prison. Up in the stands, all eyes are locked onto Xingyu, everyone waiting in suspense to see how he will react. Down on the stage, Xingyu simply smiles, telling Heifeng to use Shadow Meld. To everyone's absolute shock, Heifeng instantly dissolves into a cloud of black mist, completely vanishing from inside the giant block of ice. Up in the stands, Chen Kanian and Su Ruyan both frown in pure shock, realizing Heifeng possesses a dark element, meaning this beast actually wields 3 distinct attributes. In the arena, Wang Yan looks around in utter confusion, muttering about where the beast went. He has absolutely no idea that right behind him, a dark shadow is rapidly gliding across the ground toward his position. Watching this unfold from the VIP stands, Chen Kanian and Su Ruyan finally understand, realizing that turning into a shadow is exactly how Heifeng effortlessly escaped being frozen solid. Right at that moment, Heifeng leaps out from the shadow behind Wang Yan to launch a surprise attack. Luckily for him, Bing Yan rushes in just in time to protect its master, successfully driving Heifeng back to Xingyu. Xingyu scoffs, declaring that it is time to show him their true power. Heifeng Silent Claw. Instantly, the shadow beast vanishes and suddenly reappears right next to Bing Yan, unleashing a rapid barrage of claw strikes that leaves Bing Yan crying out in pure agony. Bing Yan counterattack. I ordered you to counter, Wang Yan screams in a complete panic. But it is totally useless since Silent Claw is a dark attribute skill, inflicting a continuous silence effect for 3 seconds upon impact. Taking advantage of this golden opportunity, Xingyu immediately commands Heifeng to use Hell Roar to strike. Everyone watches as Bing Yan is blown backward and passes out completely defeated. With that, the battle is over. The referee walks over to Xingyu, raising his hand high to declare him the official winner. The stands erupt as excited students leap to their feet, chanting Xingyu's name, while a defeated Wang Yan drops to his knees, muttering that this is impossible. Xingyu walks up to his fallen opponent and simply says, "You lost." Su Ruyan steps onto the stage, telling Wang Yan to apologize according to the rules and end this foolish farce. Wang Yan bows his head, silences himself, then finally grits his teeth and apologizes to Xiao Xingyu. He storms off the arena, secretly swearing to himself that Xiao Xingyu will eventually pay a heavy price for this. Turning to Xingyu with a smile, Su Ruyan praises his performance, mentioning that he is only the second student who has ever managed to truly impress her. She adds that she is highly looking forward to his performance in the freshman ranking tournament in 3 days. Xingyu scratches his head, sheepishly thanking the principal for her kind words. But then he asks who the first person was, and Su Ruyan seriously replies that it was a genius girl with over 1,000 spiritual energy points. Her name is Ye Shuangning. Xingyu immediately recalls hearing about this legendary girl during his entrance exam. At that moment, Su Ruyan pulls out a ring and hands it to Xingyu with a smile, acknowledging his great talent. She tells him to take this spatial ring as his reward, leaving Xingyu completely stunned at the mention of it. These rings are high-tech storage devices used to hold vast amounts of supplies, making it incredibly easy to carry food potions and other essentials. Realizing this spatial ring can store almost anything, Xingyu quickly accepts the gift with a smile, politely stating that he would be honored to receive such a generous reward. After thanking the principal, Xingyu quickly rushes out of the academy, worried that Ruoxu has been waiting anxiously at home for him. However, just as he reaches the gates, he accidentally bumps straight into a young girl named Shi Meng. Anxiously, Xingyu asks if she is all right, and a slightly dazed Shi Meng replies that she is fine. Crouching down, Xingyu gently pats her head, telling the little girl to be more careful next time and head home safely. But as he turns to leave, Shi Meng suddenly grabs his leg and begs him to take her in, crying that she has nowhere else to go. Back at their apartment, Ruoxue is shocked to see Xingyu bringing a strange little girl home immediately, pinching his ear and scolding him on their very first day in Longyin City. "How dare you kidnap a child, Xingyu?" Xingyu desperately begs his sister to let him explain, but a furious Ruoxue snaps back, demanding to know what there could possibly be left to explain. Since the child is already sitting in their home, a few minutes later the truth finally comes out. It turns out Shi Meng ran away because she suffers from a phobia of magical beasts, making it impossible to become a tamer, which led to constant bullying from her family. Xingyu brought her back, hoping his sister could cure her fear, while Shi Meng clings to Ruoshu, crying and begging for help. Begging not to be sent back, Shi Meng melts Ruoxue's heart, forcing her to smile weakly and agree to let the little girl stay. However, Ruoxue suddenly warns Xingyu with absolute seriousness that he must never under any circumstances get involved with any woman from the Yi family. The next day, at Qinglong Academy, Xingyu stands in line for the physical evaluation, but his mind is completely consumed by Ruoxue's bizarre warning from the night before. "Avoid the Ye family, why did she suddenly bring that up?" Overhearing him mumble, Wu Shengyu quickly leans in and whispers, asking him what he means by staying away from the Ye family. He then mentions that teacher Chen plans to assign combat roles today, wondering aloud what those roles actually entail. He eagerly asks which role his storm butterfly is best suited for, but Chen Kainian suddenly points a finger at him with an annoyed glare, warning Wu Shengyu to stop whispering during class. Scared, the boy quickly returns to his spot and apologizes. With order restored, Chen Kainian looks seriously at the students gathered before him. He announces that they will summon their beasts one by one, based on student ID numbers, to undergo testing and determine their final combat roles. One by one, the students step forward to be tested, with Chen Kainian immediately calling out the results, starting with Song Hu. With his beast's insane defense, his role as the tank, while Wu Shengyu's Tempest Butterfly excels in wide-area water attacks, acting as the mage. Next up is Xiao Xingyu. Hearing his name, Xingyu immediately steps forward to take his turn. Chen Kainian looks at him and announces the first test is attack power, telling Xiao Xingyu to begin whenever he is ready. With that, Xiao Xingyu summons Black Wind and orders it to unleash its Hell's Howl skill directly on the testing machine. The machine instantly displays a triple critical hit with a score of 6,371, leaving the other students completely shocked. A triple critical is insane, since most can't even trigger a 1.5 times critical boost. Staring at the test screen, Chen Kainian silently notes that normally the ultimate attack of an initial form beast only ranges between 500 to 1,500 points. He never expected the Hell Tempest Wolf to land a triple critical and easily blast past 2,000. Xingyu says that with the attack test finished, he seems built for the assassin role, so the other tests are unnecessary. Before he can finish, Chen Kainian cuts him off, secretly wanting to see just how far Xiao Xingyu's ultimate potential can actually go. Left with no choice, Xingyu obediently proceeds to complete the remaining testing categories. During the long-range test, Xingyu orders Black Wind to cast Hellfire, shocking Wu Shengyu, who exclaims that the range must easily be at least 800 meters. "You might as well become our marksman brother Xiao." In the defense test, Wu Shengyu gasps in awe as Black Wind successfully blocks an attack from Chen Canian's own extraordinary tier ice-armored war turtle. Calling his classmate Absolute Peak, Xingyu then initiates the control test by ordering Black Wind to cast Hell's Bind. Wu Shengyu then eagerly suggests that Brother Xiao become a mage instead, while during the buff test, Chen Canian monitors the tablet data before speaking up. Based on the data analysis, any friendly beast that comes within 10 meters of the Hell Tempest Wolf will have its battle desire boosted by 30% plus 10% attack and 10% movement speed. Curiously, Wu Shengyu asks their teacher what Xiao Xingyu's actual battlefield role is supposed to be. Since he can play any role, it is incredibly hard to choose, leaving him speechless at how insanely overpowered his classmate is. Raising a finger, Chen Canian tells the class that besides these 5 standard roles, there is one ultimate position that fits Xiao Xingyu perfectly. That position is the all-rounder, a sudden revelation that leaves the entire class completely stunned. Hearing this, Wu Shengyu asks his teacher what exactly an all-rounder means. Chen Canian explains that if a tamer's beasts excel in absolutely every single battlefield role, that tamer earns the title of an all-rounder. He then smiles and adds that Xiao Xingyu is the only all-rounder in their class, making the young man swell with pride under everyone's admiring gazes. They shower him with non-stop praise, wondering how Brother Xiao is so talented. Flustered by their non-stop compliments and worshipping gazes, Xingyu can only shyly wave it off, claiming it is nothing special. Chen Canian suddenly warns them not to celebrate too early, as all-rounders are exceptionally rare, but definitely not non-existent. While they lack full data on this year's freshmen for now, they only know of Xiao Xingyu being one. But he goes on to mention that the second-year all-rounders are Ye Shuangning and Han Tianjun. As for the third-year all-rounders, they are Murong, Qing Yang, and Li Xiancheng, prompting Chen Canian to encourage his students to keep striving. Reminding them to keep working hard, the class finally ends, and Xingyu takes a quiet walk down the street. He notes that he needs to buy some high-grade beast supplements to prepare for the freshman ranking tournament when suddenly a group of thugs blocks his path. Demanding to know where the kid is running, Xingyu frowns and asks who they are. They mock him aggressively, calling him a fool for not recognizing their feared Black Tiger Guild. Pointing right at him, Wang Yan tells guild leader Lei to stop wasting his breath and just break one of his legs to stop his arrogance. The leader quickly agrees to young Master Wang's demand, leading the hostile crowd as they close in on Xingyu for offending their boss. Mocking his bad luck, they strike surprising Xingyu slightly. Spotting their star badges, Xingyu realizes guild leader Lei's men are all 3- and 4-star tamers, angrily calling them out for shamelessly bullying a simple 1-star tamer like him. Wang Yan sneers back, proudly admitting he is abusing his power and daring the boy to do anything about it. Guild leader Lei tells his boss to remain calm, promising to handle him quickly. With a loud shout, he summons his beast, and the majestic Thunder Tiger appears, its massive white body crackling with fierce purple lightning. Ordering it to attack, the furious Thunder Tiger charges straight at Xingyu with full force. In a flash, Xingyu summons Black Wind, who leaps forward with glowing red eyes and instantly bites down on the Thunder Tiger's neck. Within seconds, guild leader Lei's formidable beast is pinned helplessly to the ground by Black Wind. Staring in pure disbelief, he realizes young Master Wang never warned him that this kid's beast was so ridiculously overpowered. Guild leader Lei is panicking. He is supposed to be a mature-level beast tamer, so how is this kid going toe-to-toe with his extraordinary Thunder Tiger? He sneers at Xingyu. Let's see if a weak 1-star brat like you is stronger, or if my Black Tiger Guild, packed with 3- and 4-star elites, is the one to rule. Right on cue, Lei's men step up and summon their beasts all at once. 3 massive ferocious beasts materialize instantly, growling and baring their fangs at Xingyu and He Feng. Suddenly, a sharp woman's voice cuts in. Let's see just how tough this Black Tiger Guild of yours really is. This sudden arrival catches guild leader Lei and his entire squad completely off guard, freezing them in shock. Standing protectively in front of Xingyu, the girl puts her hands on her hips and proudly asks if her Kangchong Guild is superior. Surprised Xingyu and He Feng turn to look at the newcomers. Recognizing Yanren leading the charge, he happily calls out to Sister Qin. The Black Tiger thugs realize they are completely surrounded on all sides, sending them into a panic as they scream that they are trapped. Stammering in disbelief, he mutters the name. Lei knows all too well that Kangchong is the second strongest guild in Longyan City, and even the top-ranked Jufeng guild would never dare to pick a fight with them. Instantly switching to coward mode, he squeaks out a polite greeting asking what brings Miss Qin to this area. She casually throws her arm around Xingyu's shoulder, smiling warmly, while wondering aloud what exactly Guild Leader Lei was planning to do to her dear little brother. Guild Leader Lei's jaw drops. Wait, isn't she supposed to be the only child of President Qin? Before he can finish, Yanran cuts him off, declaring that Xiao Xingyu is her officially recognized beloved adoptive brother. She glares at him and delivers a cold warning. Anyone who bullies him is picking a fight with Qin Yanran herself. Guild leader Lei shuts his mouth instantly, his face painted with pure defeat. Yanran unleashes an intimidating pressure, adding that messing with him means declaring war on the entire Kangchong guild. Lei quickly forces a fake smile and sucks up to her, claiming this whole thing is just a massive misunderstanding. He immediately points his finger directly at Wang Yan, blaming the kid for hiring them to cause trouble for her brother. Outed like that, Wang Yan trembles in pure terror, raising his hands in surrender. He stutters out an excuse, claiming he never meant to cross Xiao Xingyu. Yanran completely ignores his pleas, turning her cold gaze over to guild leader Lei and telling him he already knows how to handle this. Sweating bullets, the leader nods eagerly in agreement. Lei immediately barks orders to his men, demanding they teach the kid a lesson for daring to offend young Master Xiao. Getting absolutely thrashed, Wang Yan cries out in confusion, asking why they are beating him up when he was the client. Back at the Kangchong Guild, a worried Yanran asks Xingyu how he even got mixed up with those thugs. Xingyu casually sighs, explaining he was just out buying some nutrient solutions for his beast, when his luck suddenly turned sour. Hearing this, she perks up with sudden interest. She tells him to come to her, since her guild actually makes those nutrients. She promises that from now on, whenever he needs any beast nutrients, she will supply them for free. Xingyu is absolutely speechless at her incredible generosity, realizing just how wealthy and powerful she is, as the sole daughter of the guild leader. Smiling, she then takes him inside to give him a grand tour. This massive area is the training facility of the Kangchong Guild. It features the highest-end equipment and machinery, designed to help beasts master combat skills and level up their battle performance much faster. Moving to another section, Yanran explains that this is the recreation zone where tired beast tamers can unwind after intense missions. It is loaded with luxury amenities like saunas and golf. Next, she brings him to another area and points out the conference room on the top floor, explaining it is where they hold important tactical meetings to plan specific combat operations for major missions. Next up is their medical wing, fully loaded with high-tech equipment and a massive stockpile of healing herbs. Most importantly, she proudly adds that the beast doctors working in their medical bay are highly skilled, offering the most advanced care and technical treatments for any beast that gets hurt on the job. Hearing this, Xingyu gets an idea. A beast doctor, huh? He immediately grabs Yanran by the hand and eagerly asks if he can join the Kangchong Guild to work as one of their beast doctors. She looks at him with a hesitant expression, but before they can finish talking, a stern voice cuts them off. Absolutely not. This is Lu Yu, the strict vice president of the Kangchong Guild. With a sarcastic smirk, she questions his identity and wonders why a random kid is even standing here. She scoffs, asking how someone of his age and lack of experience could possibly qualify. She is definitely not amused. Yanran immediately recognizes that sharp, demanding voice. She quickly tries to explain that he is the young genius who helped her tame the giant three-eyed ape on the train back then, and that he is her officially recognized adoptive brother. Suddenly, a panicked guild member bursts through the door, shouting to Vice President Lu that several critically injured beasts have just arrived at the medical bay. The staff member panics because of the severe shortage of healers. Trying to keep him calm, Lu Yue tells him to immediately mobilize people from their other branch offices. She turns to Yanran, telling her to request backup from other guilds, but the staff member cuts her off in a panic. He gasps that there is no time. The beasts are bleeding out rapidly and will not make it much longer. Hearing this, Xingwu stepped forward and spoke up. Let me do it. Vice President Liu Time waits for no one. Meanwhile, at the Kangchong Guild, Bi Qing lay on a stretcher as two doctors desperately rushed him into the operating room. As they pushed the stretcher, they ordered the nurse to quickly fetch blood bags since the Bai Qing Kuangao on table 3 was bleeding out. Sensing the beast's body starting to mutate, its panicked master frantically shouted for everyone to get out of the way. With too much blood lost, Bai Qing lay completely motionless as its breathing weakened, leaving the doctors standing around in a state of sheer panic. "Doctor, please save my beast." The guild members were in total chaos, shouting to stop the massive bleeding before it was too late. The clamps are useless, and their potions are failing. There is simply no way to stop the bleeding. One doctor shook his head in absolute despair. Normal medical methods just were not working here. Xingwu kept a close eye on the situation, his gaze turning incredibly serious and deeply analytical. On the high-tech operating table, Biqing groaned in agony, while the system interface popped up to display the beast's vital data. Name Biqing Kuang Ao. Level rank 3 extraordinary. Loyalty 92. Bloodline elite. But those vital signs were dropping fast. It was a puncture wound caused by a Demon King tier beast, the Wasp King's toxic needle. A thick green mucus was blocking regeneration, keeping the wound wide open. The doctors analyzed the massive tear in Bai Qing's flesh, confirming it was indeed caused by that toxic Wasp King needle. This glowing green slime was a highly specialized toxin designed to prevent the beast's flesh from closing up. Suddenly Xingwu turned to the desperate owner with absolute confidence. "I can stop the bleeding for your beast. The question is, do you trust me?" Placing a trembling hand on Bai Qing, the owner begged. "At this point, I have no choice but to trust you. Please save my beast, I beg of you." Xingwu quickly laid out his cure. He needed 1 crushed heavenly spirit herb and some purple star flowers. Grind them into 20 backup doses, add an extraordinary tier poison magic crystal, and boil the mixture for exactly 5 minutes. The doctors gasped in pure horror, staring at him in absolute disbelief. "Are you insane? Every single ingredient you just listed is highly toxic. Doing this would be like pouring actual acid straight into the beast's open wounds." But even facing their backlash, Xingwu did not flinch. He stood his ground firmly. "Apply the medicine right now. If we miss this critical window, your Bai Qing Kuang Ao is dead." Terrified, the beast's owner screamed at the doctors, "Stop standing around like idiots and go prepare it." Realizing they had no other choice, the doctors scrambled to brew it. 5 minutes later, one returned with a vial of glowing green liquid. "Here is the medicine." Without wasting a second, Xingwu expertly snapped on a pair of black surgical gloves. Taking the bottle, he carefully uncapped it and began applying the mixture to the beast's deep, gaping wound, where green toxic slime was still oozing out in heavy streams. The moment the medicine touched the flesh, the beast let out an agonizing roar, shocking both Xingwu and the owner. Suddenly, someone gasped in absolute shock. "Look, the bleeding, it stopped." Sure enough, only a few stray drops of green fluid remained. As Bai Qing finally drifted off to sleep from exhaustion, his owner threw his arms around him in tears. "Mao Chu, you made it, buddy. Thank goodness." Meanwhile, across the room, Xingwu folded his hands with a confident smile. "Well, Vice President Liu did my little performance. Meet your standards." Deeply impressed by what she had just witnessed, she extended her hand. "Your performance went far beyond my wildest expectations. Please forgive my earlier skepticism. Now let me formally invite you to join the Kangchong Guild as our highly valued chief alchemist. I would be absolutely honored." Grinning from ear to ear, Xingwu shook her hand to seal their brand new partnership. Cut to Xingwu's house, where Ning Shui was currently interrogating him. "So you're telling me you're late because you signed a contract as their chief alchemist?" Nervously, he nodded. "Yeah, sis, that's exactly why." She crossed her arms, turning away with a pout. "I guess now that you have a fancy new foster sister, you've completely forgotten about your real one." Xingwu waved his hands frantically. "No way, sis, that's not true at all." Breaking the tension, little Shimeng popped her head out. "Brother Xingwu, what's a chief alchemist? Can you eat it?" Xingwu chuckled gently, explaining to the little kid. "Not quite, but being their alchemist means your big bro gets paid a massive salary." He cheered happily, "And that means I'm treating everyone to an absolute feast this weekend." Ximeng jumped up and down in excitement. Yay, feast time. Meanwhile, over in Wang Yan's room, the guy was completely bedridden, his broken left leg suspended in a heavy plaster cast. Wang Yan shrieked in absolute fury. "Xiao Xingwu, I will make you pay for this." Standing nearby, Wang Chang crossed his arms, looking down at his useless son. Tears streaming down his face, Wang Yan whimpered like a baby. "Dad, you have to get revenge for me." His father scolded him coldly. "As the son of Wang Kang, you managed to lose a duel to some random nobody from a backwater town. You didn't just embarrass yourself, you dragged our entire family name through the dirt." Wang Yan could only wipe his face and sob uncontrollably. "Please stop yelling at me, Dad. I just don't get how that trash Xiao Xingwu managed to contract a legendary triple element beast anyway." Lin Kang sat down next to Wang Yan, gritting his teeth. He warned him that with the powerful Kangchong Guild backing that kid, any hope of saving face was completely gone. He nodded slowly. The Kangchong Guild was indeed a massive force their Wang family simply could not afford to mess with. But if Xiao Xingyu met with an unfortunate accident during the Yin Yin Mountain trial and died to magical beasts, wouldn't they be completely blameless? Lin Kang flashed a sinister smile, adjusting his glasses like a man who had already secured absolute victory. Yinnan Mountain was absolutely beautiful today, with bright sunlight filtering through the vibrant green canopy. With instructors keeping watch over the students, Lin Kang announced in a booming voice that today was the official freshman trial at Yinnan Mountain. This highly anticipated trial was going to be broadcast live across all major social media platforms. Holding up his microphone, Lin Kang pointed to the students, explaining that those bracelets on their wrists would track their beast kills and stream their battles in real time. He then explained the grading system, starting with hunting 1 to 10 magical beasts. That gets a C grade. 11 to 30 earns a B, while 31 to 50 lands an A grade. Pointing to the high-tech holographic scoreboard, Lin Kang continued explaining that taking down 51 to 80 beasts would guarantee an S rank, and 80 or more secures an S+ rank. Just then, Ruoyan chimed in to remind him. Vice Principal Wang, before the trial begins, shouldn't we announce the all-round geniuses among this year's freshmen? The crowd immediately started whispering, recalling that last year's top performer at Yinnan Mountain was the legendary Ye Ningxuang. Facing the crowd, Lin Kang announced that based on their initial assessments, there were exactly 3 all-rounders in this new batch. First was Murong Yangshuo from Class 1, a tall guy sporting long platinum blonde hair, radiating absolute confidence that was none other than Murong Yangshuo of the prestigious Murong family. Lin Kang continued his announcement. Next to him, Murong Xingxin from Class 1 gasped in shock, realizing their class had 2 genius all-rounders. This beautiful pink-haired girl was Murong Xingxin, the young miss of the Murong clan. The final genius to be announced was Xiao Xingyu from Class 3. While almost everyone was shocked by this revelation, Xingyu, the man of the hour, was completely lost in thought about the prestigious Murong family. The Dragon Kingdom had 4 legendary beast-taming clans, Yeli Murong and Shangguan. Could they really be related to that elite Murong family? These 4 major clans ruled different territories, each represented by a unique sacred beast. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Qinglong Academy broadcast station. The instructors gathered around the table, their eyes fixed on the screen behind Yang Shu, as he began his serious introduction. Welcome to the live stream, everyone. I am your host for today's trial, Yang Shu. The camera quickly panned over to focus on Ruoyan. She asked Vice Principal Wang, how many magical beasts do you think Xiao Xingyu will manage to hunt down? Lin Kang replied coldly, stating that guessing 50 beasts was already giving the boy way too much credit. Kai Nian looked thoughtful as he argued back, saying that with a talent like his, the kid would easily bag at least 80 beasts. Ruoyan rested her chin in her hand, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She confidently teased, what if you are both wrong? I believe he will shatter Ye Ningxuang's record. Let's wait for a miracle. Outside, the weather was absolutely perfect for some intense outdoor training. Yang Shu announced that the students were now heading out in order as the camera quickly shifted focus. The freshmen were actively warming up, clearly putting 100% of their energy into this competition. Yang Shu's voice filled with hype and excitement. The trial had officially begun. Just 20 minutes later, he reported that in under half an hour, Wan Lin from Class 2 had successfully slain a short-tailed bear. His total beast count easily broke past 10, leaving Ruoyan frowning in worry for Xingyu. The screen flashed images of massive defeated beasts, alongside cheering commentary congratulating Sun Tianhao from Class 5, as his total beast hunt count easily surpassed 20. Suddenly, Yang Shu shouted in absolute disbelief. This was truly insane, as the trial had only been underway for a single hour. Murong Yangshuo from Class 1 had already taken down 43 beasts, causing the live stream chat to absolutely explode with excitement. He is truly the pride of the Murong clan. Young Master Murong is amazing. I seriously want to marry him. This was wild. Is the Murong family really that overpowered? Yangshu hyped up Yangshuo with every ounce of energy he had. Murong Yangshuo's Baimeng Griffon was indeed the only psychic-type beast participating in this entire trial. Its spatial penetration ability did not just close the distance to target beasts instantly, but every single attack it launched also carried a devastating armor-piercing effect. The screen immediately showed Bai Meng gripping the Lu snake tightly in its powerful jaws. Its eyes gleamed with razor-sharp intensity as Yang Shu continued his steady commentary. Although the silver Liu snake possessed incredible healing abilities, it was completely countered by the Baimeng griffin, leading to a brutal end that was hard to watch. The beast began tearing the snake apart, but Yang Shuo quickly stopped it, telling Xiaobai not to torture his prey. Gently touching the defeated snake, he ordered Baimeng to simply extract its beast core and leave it at that. With the scoreboard updating constantly, Xinxin was actually holding the top spot as the only girl in the top 3, followed closely by Yang Shuo and Xingyu. The live broadcast cuts to a shot of her battling a massive magic beast. Host Yang Shu introduces the next fighter, saying, "After watching Murong Yangshu's epic show, let's check out Murong Xinxin." Murong Xinxin's companion is the bone-winged bat beast, a legendary bloodline creature. It also happens to be the single undead-type beast participating in this entire training trial. A true undead-type player here. The giant beast in front of her lets out a fierce roar, preparing for a fight to the death. Yang Shu explains that the bloodthirsty Mad Lion is a second-grade beast possessing an epic-tier bloodline. Its physical attacks carry a 5 times critical damage multiplier. However, running into the bone-winged bat means its luck has officially run out. Meanwhile, the chat goes wild with roses. Fans scream, "Fly high, Lady Murong Xinxin is the best, we will support you forever." Her raw talent might even surpass her older brother Murong Yangshuo. Yang Shu pumps up the crowd, screaming that if Murong Xinxin successfully hunts this bloodthirsty Mad Lion, her total monster count will reach 51. Elsewhere, Murong Yangshuo looks at the leaderboard, thinking to himself with immense pride that his little sister is guaranteed to take first place in this trial. Suddenly, he is shocked to see someone making a massive comeback and overtaking his sister. Rewinding to 1 minute earlier, right in the heat of battle, Xinxin watches with a worried but determined expression as her loyal beast launches a massive strike. Her beast unleashes a dazzling yet lethal stream of vibrant purple energy. Watching this, Xinxin flashes a victorious smile, thinking she has safely secured another kill. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu lets out a loud shout, startling her. Black wind tear it to pieces. Just as her bat swoops down on the target with its fangs bared, Xiao Xingyu suddenly lunges in at the very last second. The magic beast takes a heavy hit, blood spraying from its chest, to everyone's sheer shock. Meanwhile, a cheerful voice echoes, "Snatched it right from under you." Over at Yinnam Mountain, Xiao Xingyu and Xinxin stand face to face with the carcass of the slain bloodthirsty Mad Lion lying between them. Grinning from atop Black Wind, he cheerfully tells Xinxin, "Hey classmate Murong, thanks so much for gifting me this sweet kill." She acts calm, but inside she is screaming, "I want to punch him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Meanwhile, the scoreboard begins to shift. Yang Shu shouts excitedly, "Folks, what a dramatic turn of events. This guy is absolutely ruthless and calculated. No matter how careful Murong Xinxin is, she cannot outsmart a trickster like Xiao Xingyu." He steals her prey and surges straight to first place. But suddenly, another giant beast appears near Xiao Xingyu. The situation shifts as a 3-eyed demon ant charges out of nowhere. He quickly takes a combat stance while Yang Shu keeps up his running commentary. Host Yang Shu shouts, "Even through the screen, I can feel their burning desire to win." Xinxin refuses to back down, her eyes blazing with absolute determination. Who will claim the kill on this 3-eyed demon ant? Sitting atop Black Wind, Xiao Xingyu immediately orders an attack. Black Wind Hellbind commands Xiao Xingyu as Yang Zhu details every move live. Xiao Xingyu strikes first, though the armor of this 3-eyed demon ant is notoriously thick and hard. Black Wind breathes a stream of fire that binds the ant like ropes. The hellfire of the Hades Gale Wolf completely ignores defense, dealing direct damage. Xiao Xingyu carefully times his next move, quickly barking out another command. Ordering Black Wind to finish it, a raging blaze is fired at the ant. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swiftly deflects the intense flames. Murong Xinxin makes her move. Her bone-winged bat unleashes sound waves, completely disrupting the Hades Gale Wolf's finishing strike. Xinxin commands a swift finishing blow, and her beast's Stormbone Spirit Icefire instantly vaporizes the giant ant. As the ant disintegrates, a massive crystal is left behind. She reaches down, picking up the glowing gemstone from the blood-stained ground. Approaching her with a pout, Xiao Xingyu groans, "Wow, classmate Murong, I didn't realize you held such a grudge. This payback makes the race incredibly tight." Host Yang Shu exclaims. Folks, things just got a whole lot more interesting. Right now, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinxin are dead even, tied for first place. With less than 1 hour left on the clock, who will secure the ultimate crown? Let's wait and see. Soon after, Xiao Xingyu spots another target in the wild. Get ready, Black Wind. But before he can even launch an attack, the beast is instantly obliterated. Xinxin has struck again. Murong Xingxin confronts Xiao Xingyu head-on, snatching yet another kill right from under his nose. Frustrated by the constant thievery, he glares at the freshly fallen beast. It seems that wherever Xiao Xingyu goes, Murong Xingxin is right behind him to hijack his prey. Her total kill count now reaches 89. Yang Shu explains. 30 minutes have passed, and Murong Xingxin has firmly secured first place, simply by repeatedly poaching Xiao Xingyu's targets. Only now does Xiao Xingyu begin to feel a pang of regret. Classmate Murong, I know I was wrong to steal your prey, but do you really have to hunt me down like this? However, his words do nothing to cool her rage. Letting out a cold huff, she ignores him. Meanwhile, the host asks the audience, can Murong Xingxin widen her lead, or will Xiao Xingyu make a comeback? Let's find out. On screen, the camera zooms in closely on Xingxin's extremely dark, irritated expression. Xingyu finally speaks up to challenge her, warning Murong that he won't be holding back anymore, and she should be careful. That confident smirk is caught perfectly on camera. It seems Xiao Xingyu was actually holding back earlier, but now with less than half an hour remaining, the real race begins. Can Xiao Xingyu actually make a comeback and reclaim first place? Riding Black Wind, he searches for more beasts while Xingxin shadows his every move. Neither of them is willing to yield even an inch. As the minutes tick away, the number of beasts they take down completely shatters all previous records. Their fierce neck-and-neck chase becomes the absolute highlight of the entire broadcast. Xingyu easily wipes out low-altitude beasts, feeling incredibly smug about his flying advantage. He is confident that she cannot compete with him, while he flies high above. Xingxin tries to steal his prey, but ends up missing several targets instead. Frustrated on her flying beast, she loudly yells that he is a complete jerk. Xingyu fires back with complete confidence, telling Murong that with less than 30 seconds left, she has absolutely no chance of winning. Xingxin can only shout that he is a jerk, while Yang Shu already places his bets on Xingyu winning. Barring any major surprises, first place is practically guaranteed for Xiao Xingyu. Still, hearing her constant petty insults leaves him feeling pretty indignant. He asks if her vocabulary is really that limited, but suddenly a magic beast radiating an incredibly intense energy appears nearby. Hiding behind a massive boulder, the creature had been watching them for a while. It suddenly lets out a roar and charges straight at him. Yang Shu is completely shocked by this sudden turn of events, wondering how a level 3 complete form magic beast could even be here. Realizing the danger, Xingyu quickly leaps onto Black Wind, but the beast is already closing the distance with terrifying speed and raw power. His eyes widen in pure terror. Unable to dodge the overwhelming shockwave, both he and Black Wind are sent falling down the steep cliff. Xingxin watches in absolute horror and screams his name. Rushing to the edge, she sees him desperately clinging to a branch, while Black Wind holds onto his leg. She orders her beast to distract the monster, while she scrambles to find a way to pull him up. She yells for him to take her hand. Hanging precariously over the abyss, Xingyu suddenly spots the scheming Wang Yan lurking far below. It is Wang Yan again. Unfortunately, the weak branch cannot support their combined weight and snaps in an instant. Xingxin watches him plunge into the abyss, screaming his name in absolute despair. Back at the broadcasting station, the atmosphere turns incredibly tense. Kai Nian slams his fist on the table, completely losing his composure. He demands to personally go rescue his student, but Director Ru Yan calmly tells him to take a deep breath. She reassures him that both of those kids are her students too, and as director, she won't let anything bad happen to them. They leave to take action, with Kai Nian announcing that he will immediately order security to launch the emergency rescue protocol. Meanwhile, Lin Kang sits quietly, looking highly satisfied with his scheme. He scoffs at the so-called genius, gloating that a simple trick was all it took to send the brat to his grave. Sometime later, deep within the valley, below the cliff, harsh sunlight filters through the canopy as Xingyu slowly opens his eyes, feeling immense pain throughout his entire body. Wondering if he is still alive, the image of Wang Yan's wicked smile back on the cliff instantly flashes through his mind. Piecing the clues together, he realizes Wang Yan was behind this entire trap and vows not to let him get away with it. Suddenly realizing Black Wind is nowhere to be seen, he frantically calls out for his loyal companion. Realizing he actually landed right on top of his beast, he gently caresses it, feeling deeply guilty that the creature used its own body to cushion his fall. As the beast whines in pain, Xingyu remembers his training as an alchemist and quickly grabs his emergency medicine. Uncapping the vial, he gently administers the potion, promising his companion that the pain will fade away very soon. To make matters worse, the sky suddenly turns dark as heavy storm clouds roll in, unleashing a massive downpour that leaves him feeling completely helpless. With the rain pouring down, he recalls Black Wind to let it rest before heading out to search for shelter. After wandering for a while, he luckily finds a spacious cave. Staring out at the relentless storm, he can only wonder when the weather will finally clear up. With no way to communicate with anyone, he worries about how anxious his sister must be right now. Remembering how desperately Xing Xin tried to reach out and save him, he cannot help but worry about her current situation. Suddenly, the distinct sound of a snapping twig echoes from the darkness. He instantly tenses up, realizing he is not alone. Turning around, a hand suddenly lunges from the dark and grabs him tightly by the throat. Lulu glares at him with pure hatred, declaring that since a mere human has seen her face, she has no choice but to eliminate him. As her grip tightens, he desperately activates his unique appraisal ability. Instantly, all of her hidden information is displayed right before his eyes. Title: Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Rank: Level 1 Beast Emperor. Bloodline: Mythical Nine-Tailed Fox. And her first talent is the legendary Eyes of Calamity. Once she activates this ocular power, she can completely petrify any opponent who possesses a lower level than her. Her second talent is Nine-Tailed Fox Transformation, burning the enemy's soul with a terrifying psychic strike. She possesses beast-kin telekinetic and fire attributes, though her loyalty is currently at 0. Her hidden evolution paths are incredible: Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, 10-Tailed Heavenly Fox, and 10-Tailed Dragon Fox. He suddenly realizes her true identity. She is actually a mythical beast-kin monster, the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Dailu is completely shocked that he found out, demanding to know how a mere human recognized her true form. Unable to speak, he desperately tries to use his mind to convince her. He admits, "Even if I did recognize you, I cannot defeat you. Against a Beast Emperor-class monster, he stands absolutely no chance." But Dailu has no intention of letting him live, muttering that she cannot allow him to survive any longer. Xiao Xingyu struggles and coughs, begging her to wait. Gasping for air, he forces out a warning: she was injured by a purebred dragon and will die in less than 30 minutes. Hearing this, she is utterly stunned by how much he knows, demanding to know how. But right then, the agonizing pain from her wound suddenly flares up, making her wince. Coughing up blood, she falters. He instantly seizes the moment of her distraction. This is his golden opportunity. Xiao Xingyu rapidly channels his own energy. The blinding flash of magic completely disorients Dailu, leaving her temporarily unable. While she is still disoriented, he quickly takes several steps back to establish a safe distance between them. Rubbing his sore neck, Xiao Xingyu smirks and adds, "If I already knew you were the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, how could I not know about a minor detail like this?" As Dailu coughs up blood, he scans her physical condition. Her status shows she is critically injured and will die in 30 minutes. The diagnosis reveals she was struck by a purebred dragon. The draconic energy is invading her body, rupturing her heart, and throwing her vital energy into complete chaos. Even Xiao Xingyu is caught off guard by this shocking information. He has no idea why a purebred dragon, supposedly extinct for 300 years, has suddenly reappeared, but his priority now is to calm her down. Without hesitating, he firmly tells her, "I can save you." Weakened by her severe wounds, Dailu is still highly reluctant to trust him. She scoffs, "You are just a one-star beast tamer. Can you really cure me?" He nods. She secretly knows her injuries are too fatal to survive. "My wounds were caused by a purebred dragon, you know. Even the most elite human beast-taming doctors would struggle to treat this." Yet Xiao Xingyu maintains an absolutely confident and reassuring expression. He assures her it is easy, but he is already planning his escape route, stating, "I do not want to cure you, only for you to kill me." To guarantee his safety, Xiao Xingyu proposes a strict condition: "You must sign a blood contract with me." Outside, the heavy rain shows no signs of stopping, mirroring the escalating tension inside. Enraged by his audacity, Dailu violently unleashes her inner power. She spits out in pure anger, calling him a wicked brat for expecting an empress to submit as his pet. Xiao Xingyu visibly struggles against her bursting purple energy. Frowning, he simply confirms it. This drives Dailu into a wild fury, her crimson eyes glaring directly at him with pure hatred. "You are digging your own grave," she warns before lunging forward. Her body erupts with a violent force, as if she is about to tear him to pieces. With her hand clamped tightly around his throat, Xiao Xingyu chokes out, "Killing me is easy, but if I die, you will not survive either." Dailu is consumed by bitter resentment, glaring at him. She wonders if she truly has no choice but to submit to a lowly human. Suddenly, a massive internal shockwave hits her, causing her mind to spin and leaving her temporarily dazed. Her knees buckle under the strain. Xiao Xingyu coldly warns her, "The destructive dragon force has already penetrated deep into your heart. If we do not sign the blood contract immediately, it will be too late." Yet Dailu's pride fiercely resists yielding. She tells herself she cannot die here, remembering the vital mission entrusted to her by her sister. Slowly, she releases her iron grip on his neck, leaving dark purple bruises behind. Realizing she is out of options, Dailu finally accepts his terms. "I agree to sign the contract with you," she says, "so from this moment on." Xiao Xingyu immediately bites his finger with a serious look, initiating the blood contract. A single drop of fresh blood wells up on his fingertip as he calmly proceeds with the sealing process. He proudly declares, "You are now the bound beast of Xiao Xingyu." Pressing his bloodied finger gently to her forehead, a dazzling star-shaped magic crest immediately explodes between them, sealing the pact. Dailu marvels at this contract, but immediately reminds him of his medical promise. "So your name is Xiao Xingyu. Tell me, can you finally begin treating this empress now?" Xiao Xingyu calmly replies that of course will, since she is his beast now and he must protect her. But she blushes, stammering, "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Dailu blushes intensely at his sudden action. With an incredibly serious expression, he holds up a sharp dagger and explains that to cure her, he must draw his own heart blood. As he speaks, he plunges the dagger straight into his chest, his face contorting in immense pain. Xiao Xingyu points to the fresh cut on his left chest and says, "Hurry up and drink." Dailu turns completely red at his shocking request, stammering, "What are you talking about? How is this possible? How could this empress ever do such a thing?" Ignoring her intense embarrassment, Xiao Xingyu explains that his heart blood will protect her damaged pathways. Hearing this, her mind completely plunges into total chaos. "I do not care anymore," she mutters shyly, as she leans closer. Dailu begins drinking his concentrated heart blood, feeling it soothe her failing vital pathways. Her face is filled with pure satisfaction, as her thoughts swirl, surrounded by a sudden surge of mystic power. Once Dailu is healed, Xingyu gently tells her that her wounds are no longer critical and asks if she can finally reveal her name. Reminding her that he is now her master, her expression finally softens and she proudly introduces herself as Dailu. She hesitates before continuing, demanding that if he truly claims to be her master, he must explain one thing. Dailu's expression darkens instantly as she questions him about how he knew her injury was caused by the dragon's power. Xingyu anticipates her question, realizing Dailu is connected to the extinct dragon tribe, as her true nature is clearly anything but ordinary. Believing she might actually understand his current situation, he lets out a sigh and decides to stop hiding the truth. He explains that 2 months ago dragon blood entered his eye, and right then Xingyu's eyes glow a vibrant golden orange. He continues explaining that a simple thought allows him to see a data panel displaying all information about tame beasts. Then he deduces that her specific wounds were also revealed through this exact data panel, visible only to his eyes. Dailu is completely blown away by his explanation, realizing his description matches the legendary demon god's eye from ancient myths. Lost in thought, she recalls that the demon god's eye reveals all beast stats, meaning Xiao Xingyu mistook it for a game system. Yet only generations of the Dragon Clan's demon gods could inherit this, while Xiao Xingyu is clearly just an ordinary human. Dailu finds it impossible to believe that a mere human possesses the demon god's eye, wondering who Xiao Xingyu truly is. Seeing her remain silent for so long, Xingyu finally speaks up and asks why she quieted down. Though deeply worried, Dailu quickly calms herself, accepting the fact that he is currently her official master anyway. If it really is the demon god's eye, it actually benefits her. Gently sitting on a nearby boulder, Dailu tells Xingyu he got lucky. Crossing her arms, she explains that the dragon blood likely mutated his eye into the legendary demon god's eye. Surprised, Xingyu asks if the demon god's eye isn't just some high-tech system. She glares at him, telling him to stop daydreaming about systems, since he is definitely not an isekai protagonist. Telling him to lay off the fantasy novels, she explains the data screen is just his eye's power manifest. Xingyu strokes his chin, wondering why he can hear a voice speaking to him if it is just a visual power. He recalls previously hearing a mysterious voice urging him to pick something up to awaken his beast's bloodline and completely transform it. Thinking back, the first time was after the Dark Demon Dragon attack, when the voice guided him to a hidden crystal. It told him the awakening crystal would evolve, Heifeng, and the same voice spoke again during the Azure Dragon Academy trial. He fed Heifeng the awakening crystal, vividly remembering the moment his loyal beast clamped down hard on the glowing stone. The surrounding air turned crimson, wrapping around the beast, and to his shock, it actually evolved into the Hell Tempest Wolf. Both crucial breakthroughs at the Azure Dragon Academy happened right after hearing that mysterious guide. Xingyu remains lost in deep thought, left wondering when that voice will finally speak to him again. Just outside, a lurking demon beast watches the cave, bearing its razor-sharp fangs in patient anticipation of the hunt. Suddenly, it lunges straight at the pair with a deafening roar, but Dalu reacts, instantly grabbing Xingyu's collar to pull him back. Calling him a fool, she warns him to stop daydreaming as torrential rain pours outside, signaling a brutal fight is ahead. The monster's overwhelming presence surges outward, fully enveloped in a blinding crimson-red aura of pure rage. Xingyu recognizes it instantly as the lava lion tiger beast, the exact monster that had sent him plummeting down the cliff. He thought they had safely escaped this relentless creature, but it tracked them down instantly, pouncing to attack both of them. Xingyu and Dalu barely dodged the devastating strike, leaving him pinned against the cave wall by its sheer crushing pressure. Just as it seems like game over, the lava lion tiger beast is suddenly engulfed by a swirl of brilliant purple light. It howls in pure agony, taking Xingyu completely by surprise. His eyes widen in shock as he watches the beast get torn apart by magic. It turns out the blast came from Dalu, who stands with absolute confidence as she faces down the roaring creature. Declaring that even injured, she is not someone a mere beast can provoke, she prepares her counterattack. Unfazed by Dalu's overwhelming aura, the monster growls fiercely and lunges forward to strike with its razor-sharp claws. Their clash is absolutely terrifying, shattering the surroundings and plunging the entire cavern into pure chaos. Although she blocks the heavy blow, she clearly struggles, furious that a mere beast dares to disrespect her royal status. Unleashing her wrath, Dalu immediately channels her massive spiritual power to execute a devastating psychic assault, simultaneously activating her deadly Eye of Heavenly Destruction skill. Instantly, a massive menacing eye appears, glaring down at the beast and instantly turning it to stone before it shatters into pieces. Seeing the lava lion tiger beast finally destroyed, Xingyu sighs in relief, muttering that they are safe, though he himself is not feeling so good. After that, Xingyu's vision begins to fade, and he hears her calling his name right before completely blacking out. Deep within Xiao Xingyu's sea of consciousness, a colossal dragon stretching 100 meters long appears before him, declaring that he has finally awakened and calling him the demon god's eye. Staring at the massive, terrifying creature in front of him, a stunned Xingyu hesitatingly asks who on earth is speaking to him. That is when he realizes he is actually sitting on a giant black dragon, even though he was just in that cave with Dalu. He demands to know who this is and where they are, but the dragon simply asks if he has already forgotten him. The dragon points out that his beast evolved thanks to its guidance, and Xingyu finally realizes exactly who this black dragon is. It turns out that guiding voice helping him find the bloodline awakening crystal belonged to this dragon, who now begins explaining his true identity. The dragon claims he was awakened by bloodline power, but has no idea who he is, making Xingyu recall a past memory. He wonders if that bloodline power refers to the dragon blood from back then, but before he can ask, the entity makes an offer. The dragon promises to help him achieve ultimate glory, but Xingyu finds it ridiculous that someone who does not even know their own identity could help him. He summons a system interface right in front of the boy, pointing out that Xingyu is already well aware of his abilities. The screen displays details for the Gale Hound, showing its rank at level 1, and its loyalty standing at 59%. It reveals a low-grade bloodline, a hidden bloodline, a hell bloodline, and an epic quality. With no base talent, its hidden talent, Hellfire, deals true damage, while completely bypassing defense, mapping an evolutionary path from Gale Hound to Hell Gale Wolf. It can evolve to Hell Nether Wolf or Hell Yama Wolf. Xingyu finally puts the pieces together, realizing the interface he mistook for a system was actually this dragon's doing all along. The entity explains he can analyze any beast's data, and Xingyu only needs to summon him using his consciousness for him to appear. He promises that following his lead guarantees an outstanding future, though the boy remains skeptical, wondering what the catch is and what he actually wants. The dragon suggests it might be to recover his memories, prompting Xingyu to ask why he only showed up now after letting him assume it was a system. He explains that as the boy's strength grows, their connection stabilizes, allowing them to communicate properly through their shared consciousness. Now that he is contracted with two beasts, the time has come. Though Xingyu, looking around the vast void, cannot help but ask where they are. He wonders how he ended up here, and the dragon explains this is his sea of consciousness, where their minds are linked. He took the opportunity to visit while the boy was unconscious, leaving Xingyu surprised before the dragon tells him it is time to wake up. Unsure if they will ever meet again, the boy asks when they will next be able to speak. Giving a vague response, the entity claims he is always with him, and when Xingyu finally opens his eyes, he realizes he is no longer in that cave. He wonders why he is suddenly in a hospital bed when he was just inside the cavern. Kai Nian and Ru Yan are already waiting at the door, and seeing him awake they anxiously ask Xiao Xingyu if he is alright. Apologizing for worrying Director Su, and teacher Chen Xingyu sits up questioning how he got here since he remembers being inside the cave at the cliff's bottom. He trails off as Ru Yan explains. She reveals that the rescue team found him unconscious near the entrance, her expression turning dead serious as she presses him about what happened inside. Oddly enough, the rescuers found the dead body of the lava lion tiger right outside the cave. It was less than 100 meters from where he lay, prompting her to ask if he knows anything, which makes him sweat as he claims he was totally blacked out. He adds, asking if she honestly suspects a one-star beast tamer, like him who barely survived, could actually slay a high-level monster like that. Hearing his defensive answer, she hesitates, starting to wonder if she is indeed just overthinking the whole situation. Reassuring the boy, Ru Yan promises that the academy will conduct a thorough investigation into this incident to give him a clear, satisfying explanation. Forcing a polite smile, he reassures her of his trust, before Kai Nian chimes in with some praise of his own. Furthermore, their performance in the Mount Yan'an trials earned both him and Murong Xingxin an S+ rank, officially breaking the academy record, so he should focus on resting up for the freshman tournament this weekend. With those words, the two depart, leaving him alone in the quiet hospital room only for a glowing figure to instantly materialize before him. It is Dalu, and he jokes that he was wondering where she ran off to, only to find she hid inside his beast crest. She immediately scolds him, pointing out that he pushed himself too hard, letting her consume his heart blood, which caused him to pass out from exhaustion. Recalling the cave incident, her face turns grim with frustration. Since the rescue squad arrived, she explains she did not want to be spotted by humans and decided to hide away. Frowning, Dalu asks if his fall from the cliff was truly just a random accident, as those two claimed, prompting a slow, sarcastic smirk to spread across his face. An accident? No way. Xingwu knew exactly who was behind this dirty trick. Remembering Wang Yan's smug, provoking face and angry, Xingwu swore that he would absolutely not let him off this time. Over at the Wang family study, Lin Kang sat calmly drinking tea and reading. But that peace was shattered when Wang Yan suddenly burst in, looking absolutely terrified. Shaking, he held up his phone, gasping that something terrible had happened. Unpleased by his son's panic, Lin Kang slowly set his teacup down. Scolding his lack of composure, the father frowned. But Wang Yan frantically insisted that things had gone horribly wrong. He shoved his phone forward, blurted out that Xiao Xingwu was still alive and breathing. Terrified, Wang Yan warned his father that since their murder attempt failed, Xingwu would definitely come back for revenge, especially with the powerful Kangqiang Guild backing him. Lin Chang adjusted his glasses and scoffed, revenge. How could a freak accident on Mount Yan'an possibly be linked to them? Wang Yan stammered in fear, but Lin Kang cut him off, pointing out that even if Xingwu suspected them, he had zero proof. Fear gripped Wang Yan as he frantically asked his father what their next move should be. Lin Kang walked over to a nearby cabinet and began searching through it. Since they had already crossed the line, there was no going back. Lin Kang's face darkened menacingly. After holding a small box, Lin Kang tossed it right into Wang Yan's hands, coldly ordering him to finish the job once and for all. Meanwhile, night had fallen over the residential apartments, with flickering window lights casting a warm glow across the building. Xingwu was relaxing on his bed when his phone rang, showing a call from old Wu. The moment he answered, Xingyu burst into tears of joy, praising the heavens that his brother was alive and had actually taken first place at Mount Yan'an. He confessed he was a total fanboy, now completely beyond help. He swore that if he ever caught the bastard behind the trap, he would walk them like a dog. Xingwu couldn't help but smile, touched by his friend's concern. Before Xingwu could even speak, Shengyu kept rambling. Apparently, the freshman ranking tournament had been delayed just for him, and Shengyu hoped their epic friendship would last forever. Xingwu quickly cut him off. Realizing what his friend was talking about, he asked if this was all because of that cave incident. Shengyu eagerly explained over the phone, asking if Xingwu knew that his sudden disappearance had actually gone viral, trending everywhere. The academy had launched an emergency rescue mission, putting all classes and even the freshman ranking tournament on hold to find him. Shengyu kept going, unable to hide his excitement. The freshman ranking tournament was a massive annual event at Qinglong Academy where new students drew lots to determine who they would battle. They would filter down to the top 8 and then crown the final top 3 champions. It was a high-stakes battle that would decide their entire future, packed with tension. Shengyu made sure to warn him. He urged Xingwu not to be late. Xingwu gave a brief nod and hung up, telling him to get some sleep. Staring at his dark phone screen, he pondered deeply about the upcoming freshman ranking tournament. A top rank meant securing the academy's special attention and highly coveted training resources. From what he knew, a beast master had to supply spiritual energy for their beasts to use skills. Higher-level beasts demanded immense amounts of energy. He remembered how Lulu had completely drained his spiritual energy last time, leaving him utterly exhausted. With the Academy's premium resources, he could definitely boost his spiritual energy capacity much faster. Determined to never get drained like that again, he closed his eyes and wondered if he should ask his inner source of power. Lost in deep thought, he eventually drifted off into a deep sleep. Inside his sea of consciousness, Xingwu found himself floating in a dark, ominous void, surrounded by glowing red eyes staring right at him. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of light erupted behind him, blocking his path. Xingwu gasped in horror at the massive, furious red eye of the demon god looming right in front of him. Staring down at him, the entity spoke in a bone-chilling voice, asking if he was looking for a shortcut. Xingwu laughed sheepishly and scratched his head, pointing out that since he had a god on his side, he might as well use it. The massive eye sighed, agreeing to help on one condition. Xingwu had to help retrieve its lost memories in exchange for full support. Sighing with relief, Xingwu confidently accepted the deal, declaring that he always kept his word and that they would successfully help each other out. The demon god explained that meditating for so long just to speak in this space was highly inefficient. Since doing this was highly dangerous, it had designed a custom system interface, complete with status checks, diagnostics, and a shop perfectly modeled after human video games. Suddenly, a glowing status screen filled with detailed stats materialized right before his eyes. The ancient entity explained that while Xingwu could easily buy crucial items from the shop, he was forbidden from slacking off on finding those lost memories. To keep him completely focused, the system would issue random quests, and only by successfully completing them would he earn points and other valuable rewards to boost his strength. Staring at the shop screen in front of him, Xingyu could not contain his excitement. It was the perfect motivation to keep grinding. Driven by pure excitement, Xingyu browsed the items in the system shop and did not hesitate to immediately purchase the Dragon Soul Elixir. Right after that, a brand new notification appeared before him. This Dragon Soul Elixir could instantly boost the owner's spiritual energy by a massive tenfold, but once those 5 golden minutes passed, a severe backlash would kick in, plunging the user into a weakened state. Seeing him buy it, the demon god's eye spoke from inside his sea of consciousness. This Dragon Soul Elixir is definitely what you need, but the drawback is massive. You must use it with extreme caution. This one is a gift, but in the future you must fight for what you want yourself. The entity continued, his glowing red eye locked onto Xingyu, telling him that chanting Beast Taming Void Shatterer in his mind would summon the system. Beast Taming Void Shatterer, holy weapons obey. I must rest now, so do not come looking for me unless it is an absolute emergency. Hearing those words, Xingyu nodded respectfully and replied that he would not disturb his rest any longer before bidding him farewell. The demon god's eye chuckled, his voice sounding both challenging and trustful as he asked if Xingyu would disappoint him. Once Xingyu left, the demon god's eye watched his retreating figure, a deep and unreadable gaze, reflecting countless secrets that could not be put into words. The next morning at the family apartment, the sun was already high, casting warm golden rays through the windows to fill the cozy space. A loud voice rang out, saying he was heading to school. Xingyu ran out the door and turned back to look at the two, seeing him off. Ningxu watched him with a worried expression, loudly shouting for him to take it easy since he had just recovered. Standing right beside her, Xing also gently reminded him to stay safe and take care of himself. Smiling, he told them to go back inside. As he walked, Xingyu wondered if old Wu still remembered him, especially since the freshman ranking tournament was happening today. While walking past a utility pole, Xingyu noticed a strange flyer plastered on it. A second later, he froze and took a closer look at the bizarre notice. Tearing it off, his voice hardened as he questioned what it was. He was stunned to find it was a wanted poster featuring Lulu, identifying her as the Beast Emperor Tier 9-tailed demon fox. Xingyu quickly ducked into an empty, secluded alley, where he angrily pinned Lulu up against the wall. Xingyu did not hold back and interrogated her, his voice more serious than ever, as he accused Lulu of lying, waving the wanted poster right in front of her face. You are wanted by the royal family, so why did you not tell me? Sighing, Lulu avoided his sharp gaze and muttered that she never intended to hide it, blaming him for never asking about her past. Scowling in sheer anger, Xingyu pointed directly at the poster and snarled, stating that she was a high-profile criminal wanted by the Empress herself. Why would she not proactively tell him about such a huge secret? Lulu simply shrugged and met his gaze with total indifference, asking what difference it would make. She challenged him, saying that if he regretted signing their blood contract, he could just turn her in and collect the massive bounty. Letting out a helpless sigh, he could only lower his voice to negotiate with her. He reminded her that since he was now her beast master, he expected total transparency. Witnessing his unexpected patience, Lulu was taken aback and felt a sudden wave of regret. She hesitated for a moment, but after a brief silence, Lulu spoke up to clear the awkward tension lingering between them. Nodding in agreement, her gaze suddenly grew heavy and dark as she began to speak with absolute gravity. She explained that the Empress Shangwan Lan placed that astronomical bounty on her head solely because of the artifact currently in her possession. Raising her hand, she revealed a glowing purple crystal sphere resting gently in her open palm. Staring intensely at the beautiful and mesmerizing purple crystal, a strange sensation welled up inside Xingyu as he questioned what this artifact actually was. Lulu quickly explained that it was one of the supreme treasures belonging to the Dragon Clan. Her voice became incredibly deep and majestic as she named it the Dragon Tears, while the crystal sphere in her hand emitted a blindingly mysterious glow. The purebred Dragon Clan possesses 3 supreme treasures: the Reverse Scale Sword, the Dragon King Whisker, and the Dragon Tears. The first 2 are deadly divine weapons capable of unleashing absolute destruction in battle. Lulu calmly continued her explanation. As for the Dragon Tears, it has 0 offensive capabilities, yet it is forged from the condensed tears of 10,000 purebred giant dragons. She added that activating its full potential allows the user to reverse time and space. Hearing this, Xingyu stood frozen with his jaw completely dropped. Gasping in disbelief, he questioned, returning to the past as he took a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts, wearing a highly pensive expression. He noted that the Dragon Clan supposedly went extinct 300 years ago, yet dragons had suddenly started showing up again in recent times. His face darkened instantly as he stared directly at her, his voice dropping to an icy, serious tone. He demanded to know the actual truth behind the legendary war from 3 centuries ago, making her feel quite cornered and visibly hesitant to answer. She stammered about her lack of knowledge, but before she could finish, someone suddenly shouted Xiao Xingyu's name, causing her to instantly vanish into his badge. Xingyu turned around to see Murong Yangshuo and Murong Xingxin approaching. Yangshuo greeted him warmly, asking what a crazy coincidence it was for them to meet there. Yangshuo looked down and sighed, admitting he thought his sister was seeing things. You survived that disaster, but you better be careful not to actually die next time. His words sounded harsh and cold, but Xinxin saw right through him. She wondered why he spoke so harshly when he clearly cared about him. Meanwhile, Yangshuo scowled, turning his frustration directly onto Xingyu. Because you fell off that cliff, my sister felt so guilty she wouldn't even eat. No matter how much Yangshuo coaxed her, Xinxin simply refused. He would beg her to eat, but she would just hide under her blanket shouting, "No way." He went on explaining that the moment she saw the news of his safety on television, she eagerly ate several bowls of rice that night. Before Yangshuo could even finish his sentence, Xingxin quickly covered his mouth, telling Xingyu to be careful next time so she would not lose her appetite again. Xingyu chuckled, deeply touched that they were so worried about him. I get it. I won't make my friend Murong worry anymore. The freshman ranking tournament is about to start. Let's head inside together. Hearing this, Yang Shuo was not pleased. He coldly pulled Xingxin's hand away from his mouth, his voice dropping. We are not close enough to walk together. Plus, you stole my sister's prey during the Mount Yinan trial. I still have a bone to pick with you. With that, Yang Shuo pulled Xingxin toward the school, leaving a totally baffled Xingyu standing all alone. He watched them walk away, a look of utter confusion on his face. Why did they even bother coming over to talk to him? Arriving at Azure Dragon Academy, the atmosphere was absolutely electric. Brilliant fireworks exploded across the sky, turning the entire courtyard into a lively festive celebration. The massive hall buzzed with energy as the host announced enthusiastically, on behalf of the entire academy, a very warm morning to everyone. He then solemnly declared, the that the highly anticipated annual freshman ranking tournament was about to begin, and all new students had to draw lots to determine their official match order. Hearing this, the students lined up one by one at the wooden drawing box. But over in a corner of the hall, Wang Yan spotted Xingyu, his face instantly twisting with deep, bitter resentment. "Xiao Xingyu. So you actually made it back in one piece." His gaze turned razor-sharp, burning, with pure, unadulterated hatred. Wang Yan recalled the strange beast-carved box his father had handed him, silently swearing that this time he would crush Xingyu so hard he would never recover. The host's voice echoed through the hall. "Will the next student please step forward to draw?" Hearing his name called, Wang Yan confidently swaggered forward, immediately drawing quiet whispers and murmurs from the crowd of students around him. Someone muttered, "Isn't that the son of Vice Principal Wang?" Another replied, "Yeah, that's him. He uses his dad's power to harass girls in the library." The whispers about him kept spreading through the crowd. Didn't he get totally humiliated and beaten to a pulp by Xiao Xingyu on stage last time? As Wang Yan reached into the drawing box, he heard the nasty rumors swirling behind his back. Fuming with rage, his expression twisted into an ugly, furious scowl. Someone else chimed in. "Seriously, that guy is nothing but an absolute embarrassment to our Azure Dragon Academy." Wang Yan's face darkened completely. He squeezed the paper slip tightly in his fist, a sinister grin creeping onto his face. "Xiao Xingyu. For the humiliation you caused me." The writing on the drawn paper read, "Round 1, Match 7. Xingyu versus Wang Yan." This was his ultimate chance for payback. Wang Yan laughed maliciously to himself. "Today I will pay you back 100 times over." The bracket flashed on the screen, sending a shockwave of excitement through the crowd. "Am I seeing this right? Wang Yan is fighting Xingyu? Oh my god, talk about crazy luck. They really are destined enemies." Recalling the rigged slip placed on top of the drawing box, Wang Yan smirked with confidence. "Father, don't worry. I absolutely will not fail your expectations." Swaggering over arrogantly, Wang Yan pointed directly at Xingyu's face and sneered, "Xiao Xingyu, just wait until we are on that stage." Gritting his teeth with absolute fury, his eyes glared as if he wanted to tear Xingyu apart. "I am going to personally destroy your beast." Xingyu simply looked back with pure contempt. "Oh really? I'll be waiting to see you try." With those words exchanged, they both stepped onto the combat stage. Standing face to face, the fierce aura between them flared up as a strong gust of wind swept across. Xingyu stepped forward with calm, steady strides, his eyes completely filled with confidence. Up in the stands, young Shuo asked curiously, "Sister, why do you keep staring so hard at Xiao Xingyu?" Xinshin didn't answer right away, instead asking him in return, "Brother, can you actually feel it?" Yang Shuo was completely puzzled, not understanding what she was trying to get at. Seeing his confusion, Xinshin calmly explained her thoughts. Ever since Xiao Xingyu was rescued after falling off that cliff, his overall presence has grown immensely stronger. At that moment, Ruyan felt the exact same thing. She quietly wondered to herself, "Xiao Xingyu, what on earth did you experience in just these few short days?" Back on the battlefield, the referee Yangshu raised his battle flag high and projected his voice. First match of round 1, Xingyu versus Wang Yan. He excitedly slashed the flag downward to signal the start of the battle, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Begin." The second the referee's signal rang out, Wang Yan instantly threw himself into a defensive stance and leaped backward. At the same time, Xingwu quickly leaped aside, taking a defensive stance to maintain a safe distance from his rival. With pure determination burning in his eyes, Xingwu roared as he summoned his beast He Feng, who instantly prepared to strike. Desperate to crush Xingwu, Wang Yan unleashed his own beast. Out stepped Bing Yan, a terrifying jaguar, covered in a chilling coat of frost. The massive screen flashed their stats. He Feng the Hellgale Wolf is a level 1 base form with an epic bloodline. His passive Hellfire bypasses all armor to deal direct damage, utilizing wind and fire elements. On the other side, Bing Yan is a level 1 Void-Tearing Leopard with a legendary bloodline. His skill, Mysterious Deep Freeze, adds freezing damage to every strike, cutting the enemy's movement and attack speed by 30% utilizing ice and wind elements. Yang Shu explained to the crowd that the giant screen displayed the official beast data retrieved directly from the scanners. "Let's look closer with the crowd." Suddenly, Shin's face darkened. It seemed she noticed something highly unusual about He Feng. This energy felt completely off. The digital screen clearly listed He Feng the Hellgale Wolf as a mere level 1 beast with an epic grade bloodline. Shin grew suspicious. The beast standing before her simply couldn't be at such a low level. Given the raw aura radiating from this Hellgale wolf, its true rank had to be far beyond level 1. Yet, on second thought, those scanners never made mistakes. Hei Feng's official level was indeed registered as base level 1. Resting her hand on her chin, Xin puzzled over the mystery, unable to make sense of it. It was too bizarre, unless she realized the truth. Was Xingwu intentionally holding back his wolf's level, planning to use this very tournament to trigger a massive mid-fight breakthrough? Back in the arena, Bing Yan charged forward relentlessly, baring its razor-sharp fangs to tear Hei Feng apart. Using his insane agility, Hei Feng easily slipped past the incoming strike, leaping away to create some space. Refusing to relent, Bing Yan unleashed its signature skill, Shattering Frost, launching a massive chunk of ice directly from its jaws at Hei Feng. Eerie shadows began to rise, summoned by Hei Feng's power. Blocking the attack with Shadow Sneak, the massive ice block shattered into dust midair, but Bing Yan's skill still unleashed a freezing blast that swept across the entire arena and the stands. Everyone in the crowd found themselves shivering as the freezing shockwave from that blast washed over the entire stadium. The spectators shivered as they watched, teeth chattering. Meanwhile, those dark shadows slowly began to fade away. Following that icy blast from Bing Yan, Hei Feng had completely vanished without leaving a single trace. But what Bing Yan never expected was for Hei Feng to appear directly behind, its eyes glowing blood red. Unleashing a devastating hellish roar, the ground shattered as Bing Yan was blasted high into the air. Watching the fierce jaguar flail helplessly in midair was honestly a pretty hilarious sight. Down below, the audience broke into a nervous sweat. The atmosphere in the stadium had suddenly turned suffocatingly hot. Even wrapped in a heavy coat in this blistering volcanic heat, the commentator kept reporting the action live. You and I are watching an absolute roller coaster of a duel. First, it was freezing cold, and now it just keeps getting hotter. A glowing crest appeared on the back of Xing Wu's hand as he activated a dark demonic claw technique, the Silent Claws. You have to respect the commentator's dedication to his job. Meanwhile, Xing Wu dominated the arena, showcasing a masterclass in dark attribute combat skills. A sinister, eerie shadow materialized right behind Hei Feng, unleashing an overwhelming aura that completely suffocated the opponent. Hei Feng delivered a friendly little slap to Bing Yan, but honestly that looked incredibly painful. The crowd immediately began mocking the beast, pointing out that getting hit completely interrupted its skill activation. Haha, look at that pathetic display. Truly like master like beast, both of them are utterly foolish. Fuming with rage, Wang Yan barked, Xing Wu, do you really think I'll trip over the same hurdle twice? He signaled Bing Yan to finish the job. But will it actually work this time? Receiving its master's command, the jaguar opened its jaws, revealing a glowing blue pearl inside. Without any hesitation, Bing Yan crushed the pearl. Instantly, its entire body began to undergo a violent transformation. Shards of ice erupted from its flesh out of nowhere while its razor fangs began growing at an absolutely terrifying speed. Its claws sharpened as its leg muscles surged with incredible power. Bing Yan had completely transformed in both size and appearance, its eyes turning wild and vicious. In an instant, the beast's power skyrocketed to a whole new level. With a deafening roar, massive chunks of thick ice materialized around its body, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. A look of confusion flashed across Xing Wu's face as he wondered how did his opponent suddenly get this strong. He immediately activated his special ability to uncover the truth behind this sudden surge. Activating the Eye of the Demon God, Xing Wu focused on Bing Yan to uncover the truth. He spotted a sinister red mist of banned stimulants swirling around it. Don't tell me he used forbidden drugs for a temporary boost. Furious, Xing Wu immediately called Wang Yan out. Wang Yan, did you seriously force your own beast to take illegal drugs just to beat me? Instead of denying it, he sneered. Mind your own business. Before Xing Wu could respond, Wang Yan ordered Bing Yan to attack. He barked Bing Yan Ice Blade Storm. Now insanely powered up, the beast charged forward, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp ice shards directly at Hei Feng. Hei Feng stood frozen, unable to fight back repeatedly, getting hit by sharp ice shards that caused minor scratches. Xiao Xingyu watched in deep worry, continuously cheering his beast on to fire up its fighting spirit. Hang in there, Hei Feng. Meanwhile, Wang Yan arrogantly bragged about his guaranteed victory. Ah, it is not over yet. He commanded Bing Yan to launch another devastating attack. Bing Yan, shattering ice dagger. It gathered countless tiny ice shards, merging them into a massive frozen block that loomed over Hei Feng. The floating, frozen block grew larger than ever, hovering ominously right above Hei Feng. Once the massive ice structure reached its maximum size, Bing Yan hurled the colossal attack straight at He Feng. Trapped by the razor-sharp ice, He Feng was completely pinned down, unable to budge. The entire crowd gasped in disbelief at this turn of events. Oh my god, how did that six-clawed void leopard suddenly get so powerful? It is over. Xiao Xingyu is completely overwhelmed and about to lose the match. Full of arrogance, Wang Yan started mocking Xiao Xingyu, yelling that he only let him win their last duel, but this time, he is witnessing his true supreme power. Up in the stands, Lin Kang discussed Wang Yan with Ru Yan. Principal Su, my son Yan's talent is not inferior to Xiao Xingyu, right? But Ru Yan ignored his boasting, keeping her eyes glued to the match. Her face was tense with irritation, her eyes filled with anger. She knew a six-clawed void leopard could not power up so instantly without underhanded tricks, silently calling them a pair of foolish, cheating cowards. Back in the arena, He Feng was in a dire situation. The referee noted that Xiao Xingyu's current standing looked incredibly grim. At this rate, the Hell Tempest Wolf would not just lose but suffer permanent injuries. Frigid Winter Tail Strike. Watching the chaotic turn of events, Yang Shu wondered if the match was already decided or if Xiao Xingyu could still make a comeback. Everyone watching Xiao Xingyu's battle felt a wave of anxiety, their hearts pounding in suspense for his next move. Facing his overconfident opponent, Xiao Xingyu smirked, thinking his enemy must be joking if they thought the 100 beasts He Feng hunted on Yinnan Mountain were weaklings. Raising his hand toward Wang Yan, he immediately ordered He Feng to prepare for a counterattack. He Feng! Xiao Xingyu roared, Inferno Lotus. Instantly, He Feng broke free from the ice, a blazing lotus of fire erupting beneath its paws. Sensing the sudden shift in momentum, Wang Yan panicked and screamed at Bing Yan to run away as fast as possible. He Feng closed the distance, radiating an unbelievably intense wave of searing heat. Fleeing was utterly useless for Bing Yan. Standing firm in the open arena, He Feng lowered its head, drew a deep breath, and let raging flames build up inside its jaws. In the next second, He Feng unleashed a massive, incredibly powerful lotus of blazing fire. Kai Nian seemed highly impressed by this dramatic turn. He muttered in awe, a fire attribute combat skill, Inferno Lotus. Ru Yan was equally stunned, noting that unleashing a high-level skill meant only for fully matured beasts proved he had a brilliant future ahead. Lin Kang was completely blindsided, realizing that with such a terrifying growth rate he absolutely could not let this boy live. He Feng's blazing lotus chased Bing Yan relentlessly across the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, your eyes are not deceiving you. Xiao Xingyu just unleashed a combat skill exclusive to fully matured fire beasts. With a massive burning lotus hovering right above Bing Yan, the referee continued his amazed commentary. This Hell Tempest Wolf is still in its larval stage, yet it has bypassed all limits to master a high-level skill. Yang Shu declared confidently that Xiao Xingyu would soon surpass Ye Shuning, as Xiao Xingyu poured all his power into the final blow, Inferno Lotus. As the referee yelled, it was clear he might become the #1 genius of Azure Dragon Academy. He Feng's strike instantly overpowered Bing Yan, engulfing it in flames. Following that fatal blow, thick clouds of dust and smoke blanketed the entire arena. As the fire faded, the silhouette of a defeated Bing Yan lying motionless on the ground emerged with Xiao Xingyu standing victorious beside it. The entire crowd fell dead silent, completely stunned by that final shockwave. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the official call. Breaking the tense silence, Yang Shu shouted with absolute excitement, announcing the ultimate winner. Xiao Xingyu. He pointed directly at him while announcing the victor as a look of deep satisfaction washed over the boy's face. His classmates erupted in cheers, amazed by his absolute monster of a beast and the terrifying power of that Inferno Lotus. Suddenly, the giant digital screen flickered to life, prompting the crowd to shout, "Look at the screen. The Hell Tempest Wolf's data has completely changed." He Feng's stats updated, showing it had advanced from level 1 straight to level 3 in a single match. Wang Yan collapsed in absolute despair, shocked by this defeat. Yang Shu gasped, shouting that Xiao Xingyu had just set an unprecedented academy record. He continued declaring that in Azure Dragon Academy's history of freshman rankings, this was the first miracle of a beast leveling up twice mid-combat. And the creator of this miracle is Xiao Xingyu. Hearing this, he and He Feng grinned with satisfaction. On the arena floor, Bing Yan lay defeated under Wang Yan's helpless gaze, while He Feng roared in pure excitement. It quickly dashed toward Xingyu. He smiled with pride and patted its head, saying, "He Feng, you did awesome." Xingyu recalled how He Feng had hunted dozens of demonic beasts on Yinnan Mountain before being attacked by the lava lion tiger, surviving a true life and death ordeal. Hei Feng had reached its breakthrough limit, its fierce combat expression flashing across its face once again. This time, he relied on the six-clawed leopard's ice-attributed skills to suppress Hei Feng, forcing it to undergo a miraculous rebirth. Lost in thought, Xingyu suddenly noticed a heated argument up in the stands. It was Ruoyan's voice demanding everything requires concrete evidence. Where is the proof? He frowned with unease, wondering what kind of scheme Lin Chang was pulling now. He will to check. The older man, seemingly furious, on behalf of his son, shouted the competition rules clearly state to stop in time. Now that the six-clawed leopard is dead on the stage, isn't this proof enough? The instructors around them grew increasingly furious. Director, even though Xiao Xingyu is a rare talent, his ruthless methods mean he cannot be kept here. Exactly. If Xiao Xingyu's character is this flawed, he must be expelled from the academy immediately. Director, you must not shield him. Ruoyan calmed them, promising that the academy would investigate thoroughly and provide a clear explanation. However, she shot a warning glare toward Lin Kang, making it clear that before the truth was revealed, anyone framing her student would face her wrath. Ruoyan ordered the staff bring the six-clawed leopard's corpse here and summon the beast doctors to conduct a proper autopsy immediately. A short while later, the beast doctors began conducting a meticulous examination on Bing Yan's lifeless body. Various scanning devices were placed over the corpse. Ruoyan then stepped forward, asking the doctor, "Well, did you find anything unusual?" One doctor answered her. "Director, the massive internal bleeding in its organs was likely caused by the Hellfire Lotus." This unexpected answer caught Ruoyan completely off guard. Nearby, Lin Kang smirked, thinking how lucky he was to have bribed the academy's beast doctor, fully expecting her to take this precise step. He turned to smugly question Ruoyan. "Did the director hear that? Even the doctor says so." Xingyu interrupted, raising his voice. "Vice Principal Wang, would a real killer strike so openly before everyone?" He quickly explained. "Besides, my Hei Feng's Hellfire Lotus is an attack that burns the soul itself, while this six-clawed leopard clearly died from massive internal bleeding in its organs." The instructors began to murmur, "That's true. There was no reason for him to do it right in front of everyone." Demanding a direct answer, Xingyu pressed. "So, doctor, are you absolutely sure about your diagnosis?" The doctor's face turned pale. About that," Xingyu leaned in close, whispering, "I suggest you don't throw away your entire career as a beast doctor for some petty bribe. Think carefully before you speak." The doctor panicked, looking toward Vice Principal Wang. "What should I do? Am I exposed?" Xingyu turned toward the instructors and pleaded with conviction. "Director, this is crucial. I request a full blood test on the six-clawed leopard before making any decisions." Ruoyan barked, "Do it now." 5 minutes passed. The doctors continued to work on Bing Yan's body, while a dazed Wang Yan stood frozen beside them. The lead doctor hesitantly addressed Ruoyan. "Director, the leopard's cause of death is actually..." Ruoyan snapped impatiently. "Why are you stuttering? Spit it out." The doctor, his voice still filled with disbelief, pointed at the report. "It died from a berserk pill." Hearing the doctor's final verdict, Wang Yan lost his mind. "You quack. Stop framing me." He then dropped to his knees, begging Ruoyan. "Director, please believe me, I would never feed Bing Yan a berserk pill." The doctor continued his analysis. "Director, here are the test results confirming the six-clawed leopard definitely ingested a berserk pill. Once consumed, the beast enters a berserk state, skyrocketing its power, but it also triggers a fatal backlash." Ruoyan grabbed the report, glaring furiously down at Wang Yan. "The evidence is undeniable. Do you still dare to deny it?" He stammered. I, before turning to Lin Kang, "Dad, save me. Please save me." The instructors whispered. How could the vice principal's son be so cruel? Who would have thought he'd drug his own beast like that? What a heartless kid to pull such a dirty trick. Feeling pity for his son, Lin Kang humbled himself before Ruoyan. "Director, could you please give my son one more chance?" She replied coldly. "Vice Principal Wang, do not forget your position here. You are not just a father, but also the vice principal of our Azure Dragon Academy. If you prioritize personal feelings over academy rules, you can get out along with your son." Seeing that Ruoyan showed zero mercy, Lin Kang realized that if this continued, he would be dragged down with him. He announced loudly, "Wang Yan violated school rules by giving his beast a berserk pill and is hereby expelled." These words struck Wang Yan like lightning as he stared at Lin Kang in sheer disbelief. "Dad, even you want to expel me?" Lin Kang whispered, in a voice only the two of them could hear. The use of the berserk pill is an indisputable fact, forcing them to compromise. Still, the father vows he will absolutely get revenge for his son. The two put on a touching display of fatherly love. Guards throw this shameless fraud right out of the academy. As Wang Yan screams, the scene shifts to the campus courtyard, where the students chatter excitedly about the final results. Word spreads that the top 8 list is finally up on the bulletin board. The elite freshman lineup features Murong Xingxin Xiao Xingyu Murong Yangshuo Zhao Tianming, Fan Ruizhou Xiu Sun Wanpeng, and Lin and Zuo. Whispering right in front of the Murong sibling students label Xiao Xingyu as the most formidable rival in this freshman batch. Exactly, this guy has zero background or backing, yet he easily secured a spot straight into the top 8. After seeing Xiao Xingyu absolute crush, Wang Yan's subsequent opponents forfeited. Yang Shuo tries to comfort a frustrated Xin. He tells his sister that since Xiao Xingyu stole her prey back at Yinan Mountain, he will personally crush him tomorrow to get sweet revenge. Xin stares intensely at the name Xiao Xingyu on the board. She wants to defeat him herself. Meanwhile, Sheng Yu excitedly runs over to tell Xingyu the great news about making the top 8. Out of breath, Xingyu casually asks if making the top 8 is really worth getting this worked up over. Sheng Yu insists on a celebration, unaware of an enraged Wang Sheng watching them from behind. Gritting his teeth, the man warns Xingyu not to celebrate early. Meanwhile, Xingyu's home is completely trashed. He sneers, wondering if the kid will still smile at home. Earlier, Wang Yan begged his father with a promise. Begging not to be expelled, the son offered to steal Xingyu's gear. But his father just called him an absolute fool. He commands his son to leave quietly, explaining that some sacrifices are simply necessary. Walking home, Xingyu happily reflects on his recent victories. After Old Wu dragged him out for late-night celebrations, Xingyu finally returns only to freeze in absolute horror at the sight. With the door smashed open, Xingyu rushes inside, screaming for his sister, finding a tearful Meng Meng waiting for him. Sobbing, the little girl explains that a masked kidnapper took Ningzhua and left a mysterious ransom note behind. She hugs him tightly. Shocked and deeply worried, Xingyu gently pats her head to comfort her. Reassuring the little girl, he opens the note. It reads, "If you ever want to see your sister alive, come to Yin Yin Mountain." Under the dark night sky, a deeply worried Xingyu rushes to Yin Yin Mountain with incredible speed. As he runs, rage boils within him. Whoever dared touch his sister is going to pay a heavy price. Reaching the coordinates, he spots Ning Shuwei seemingly asleep under a massive tree with no one else around. Suddenly, a cloaked figure steps out from the shadows, claiming she is merely asleep. Xingyu furiously demands her immediate release. The stranger asks if he is curious, but Xingyu already knows. He reasons that only Wang Yan holds such a grudge, yet lacks the courage. Therefore, this kidnapper must be his father. Wang Sheng removes his hood with a sinister smirk, praising his sharpness. Staring at him with twisted admiration, he boasts that if Xingyu were his son, he would be the nation's top beast tamer. His expression turns ice cold, as he declares that since Xingyu harmed his real son, he must be eliminated permanently. Instantly, the villain summons his combat beast. Calling upon the rock demon giant bear, a massive beast king-class monster, the proud summoner boasts of its legendary status. It has absolute crowd control immunity, allowing it to unleash devastating attacks without ever being interrupted. A mere one-star beast tamer versus a legendary beast king class. The roaring beast bares its fangs as Wang Sheng declares Xingyu's life ends right here. Smiling confidently, Xingyu warns the vice principal that he is in for a massive disappointment. The man mockingly asks if his wolf will be the bear's snack, but Xingyu reveals a shocking secret. Xingyu summons his second beast Lulu as ominous dark clouds suddenly gather and block out the entire night sky. Sensing an overwhelming pressure, a pair of cute fox ears twitches lazily as she asks why she was summoned. It is a gorgeous fox spirit whining sleepily about being disturbed from her peaceful rest once again. Demanding compensation, she yawns as Xingyu coldly orders her to obliterate the massive rock bear in front of them. Lulu asks if she can sleep again right after handling the bear. Xingyu promises she can sleep as much as she wants, forcing a panicked Wang Sheng to prepare a desperate strike. Without hesitation, he ordered his beast to launch a surprise attack on Xingyu. The sparks from the attack momentarily startled Delu, but once she composed herself, she shot at a freezing glare. While Lin Kang's beast raised its hammer to crush her, Dalu calmly unleashed her skill, the Eye of Calamity. In less than a single second, his massive beast turned completely to stone frozen solid. Lin Kang pointed a trembling finger at Dalu, stammering that she was the legendary nine-tailed demon fox, a wanted beast emperor on the state wanted list. Dalu acted entirely unfazed, simply staring at him as Lin Kang barked out threats, warning Xiao Xingyu that his newly contracted beast was actually the nation's most wanted criminal. Before he could finish his threat, Xingyu smiled slyly, saying, "Vice Principal Wang, if I summon the nine-tailed demon fox in front of you, then it means I have no intention of letting you leave this mountain alive." Infuriated, Lin Kang roared back, "You brat. The massive gap between 1 star and 6 stars is not easily bridged by one beast, and Lin Kang is a 6-star tamer." He cast a spell to shatter the stone casing around his beast's head, allowing the creature to use its own raw strength to break free. Once the stone fully shattered, the anger brewing inside Lin Kang's beast completely boiled over. It roared, eyes ablaze with destructive fury. Sensing the impending danger, Xingyu immediately issued an order to Dalu. "Lulu, take down this bear, and I will buy you some delicious food with my prize ticket." Suddenly, a tense silence fell. Over the desolate mountain forest, only their heavy breathing remained until Lin Kang finally broke the silence. He laughed, mocking Xingyu that while the nine-tailed fox is powerful, no amount of strength could change one simple fact. He was still just a measly 1-star beast tamer. With a sneer, a violent purple flame erupted around Lin Kang. "Next, I will show you the absolute gulf between 1-star and 6-star rank." Lin Kang's beast unleashed its power, tearing up the forest floor and sending chunks of earth flying everywhere. Growling with rage, it gripped a weapon barely a fraction of its massive size, yet leaking an overwhelming murderous aura. The beast let out a massive roar that echoed across the deserted South Yin Mountain, spreading far into the distance. Suddenly, a thick fog rolled in, completely blanketing the area. Seeing this, Xingyu realized things were taking a turn for the worse. His expression darkened as he watched the scene unfold. This heavy, suffocating mist was a manifestation of pure dark attribute energy. As Lin Kang's beast went into a frenzy, Xingyu quickly deduced that a dark attribute beast like this required human or beast blood to sustain itself. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces fell into place for Xingyu. 5 years ago, low-level beasts in Longyin City started mysteriously disappearing. So it was his doing all along. Smirking as he pushed up his glasses, a sinister skull mark began to glow on Lin Kang's right cheek. In a wicked voice, he sneered that dying by the jaws of his blue demon giant bear was a great honor. Xingyu gasped in shock. That mark belonged to the notorious Red Skull Guild, an outlaw guild specializing in training dark attribute tamers. It was feared as an extreme heretical organization of pure savages. The Red Skull Guild was one of the 5 major dark guilds, yet Xingyu calmly faced him. If the world found out that the vice principal of Qinglong Academy was secretly a member, how would it end? Showing no fear, Lin Kang retorted that since his secret was out, he would make sure Xingyu died on this mountain. Hearing this, Dalu turned to warn Xingyu that his current low spiritual energy meant she could not cast any combat skills. He reassured her confidently, stating that he never fought battles unless he was 100% sure of victory. With those words, Xingyu immediately swallowed a dragon spirit pill, then bowed his head as he exhaled a breath rich with spiritual energy. Gradually, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted throughout his body, forcing a roar of power from his lungs. Seeing this, Lin Kang ordered his beast to attack, laughing that on this exact day next year he would burn incense at Xingyu's grave. The dragon spirit pill completely dissolved into his system, unleashing an icy cold current that sent shivers straight to his core. He called out to Lulu, who immediately charged forward under his spiritual protection to execute his command. Meanwhile, Lin Kang's beast lunged forward, with dark energy swirling around its weapon, targeting both Xingyu and Dalu in a fury. In this critical split second, Xingyu shouted, "Bloodthirsty pupil." Instantly, a massive demonic figure with glowing eyes emerged, revealing Dalu's true form as the legendary 9-tailed demon fox. Letting out a deafening howl into the sky, she summoned a massive ominous eye that suddenly opened in the heavens above. The eye immediately locked onto its target, aiming straight for the bear's heart. Oblivious to the danger, Lin Kang's beast charged forward. The moment the giant eye locked on it, unleashed a devastating beam of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy surges right through the opponent, completely bypassing their final layer of armor, as if it were nothing. Worse still, it pierces straight through Lin Kang's body, making him scream in absolute agony. Struggling in pain, Lin Kang screams that he refuses to accept this, cursing the Dark Guild. Then flames erupt, burning him to death. Up on the Yinon cliff, Xingyu and Dalu watch the entire scene unfold. His body suddenly sways. Could this be the severe backlash of taking the dragon spirit pill? Dizziness hits Xingyu instantly, and he can only faintly hear Dalu calling out his name in the distance. "Master," she kneels beside him in a panic, begging him not to sleep. Dalu slaps Xiao Xingyu, yelling at him to wake up right this instant. Suddenly approaching footsteps echo nearby. With her incredibly sharp hearing, Dalu catches the sound instantly. She turns around to demand who is there, but a hand suddenly clamps down, grabbing her tightly by the throat. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashes down, illuminating the face of the mysterious person standing right in front of her. On the desolate Yin Yin cliff, Ning Xue lifts Dalu into the air by her throat. Terrified by her overwhelming pressure, Dalu watches as Ning Xue coldly whispers nine-tailed demon fox. Frowning, Ning Xue remarks that she did not expect a Beast Emperor-class magical beast to form a contract with her younger brother. Hearing those words, Dalu's eyes widen in sheer shock as she gasps, "Is that dragon power?" Staring at Ning Xue's cold expression and the massive spiritual energy erupting from her body, Dalu is left completely frozen. She has never seen dragon power surge like this before, filling her with deep confusion. Isn't this woman actually Xiao Xingyu's biological older sister? Why does she possess such immense dragon power, and who is she really? Before Dalu can finish her sentence, she is instantly silenced. Shh. With an emotionless yet mysterious expression, Ning Xue calmly replies that there is no need for Dalu to know her true identity. With that, she tosses Dalu aside and turns her attention back to Xingyu, speaking in a calm manner. Ning Xue walks over and kneels beside the unconscious boy. Gazing down at him with concern, she softly adds that she is simply his older sister. She gently places her hand near his chest, channeling her own spiritual energy to heal and stabilize Xingyu's condition. As she focuses on healing him, Dalu cautiously approaches and asks in a worried, hesitant tone if he is going to be all right. While continuing her treatment, Ning Xue explains that he likely took a pill to temporarily boost his power and is now suffering the backlash. Once she finishes, Ning Xue calmly assures her that Xingyu is out of danger and will fully recover after 3 days of rest. Dalu lets Xingyu rest against her, sighing in relief that he is safe. With her task complete, Ning Xue stands up and walks directly to the edge of the cliff as a powerful wave of spiritual energy begins to swirl around her. Surprised, Dalu cries out to ask what she is doing, but before she can finish, Ning Xue's eyes suddenly widen. Strange mystical musical notes begin to drift from her mouth, echoing with an incredibly eerie yet captivating melody. Ning Xue unleashes her powerful skill, Dragon's Whisper, sending countless beautiful sound waves rippling through the air and deep into the silent surrounding forest. The melody sweeps down toward the raging forest fire burning beneath the steep cliff. Everywhere the notes touch, the scorched earth instantly restores to its original state, leaving Dalu stunned to recognize the legendary Dragon's Whisper. She is well aware that this is a unique skill, exclusive to purebred dragons, allowing them to restore any damaged thing in the world by humming a special melody. Ning Xue uses her incredible power to completely wipe out any evidence of the brutal battlefield from tonight. Showing a few dragon scales on her cheek, she smiles proudly and declares that every trace of tonight's battle has been erased. Aside from the two of them and Xingyu, absolutely no one will ever know what happened here tonight. Dalu is no fool, knowing that among the purebred dragons, only a single one possesses these platinum-silver scales. Looking at Ning Xue's darkening expression, she realizes this dragon is named Chaos. Instantly, Ning Xue releases the terrifying, suffocating pressure of a majestic silver dragon. She warns that she might ignore Dalu's status as a wanted criminal by the Dragon Empress, but since a blood contract exists, betrayal is not an option. She threatens her with intense, murderous intent. "Serve my brother well, and I will leave you alone. Otherwise," she points a finger directly at Dalu, "I will cut off all 9 of your tails right this instant." "Got it." Terrified, Dalu quickly nods in agreement as Ning Xue glares back with a dark, menacing expression. "Furthermore, do not dare tell Xingyu anything about my true identity." Later in a hospital room, Xingyu wakes up to see the two standing nearby. Sister and the dean too. Relieved, Ning Xue slumps beside his bed, crying out that she was incredibly worried and is so glad he is finally awake. Smiling helplessly, he gasps that she is squeezing too tight. Then Xingyu suddenly asks Sister, "What happened that night?" Startled, Ning Xue stares intensely at him, before calmly making up a story about what took place. "That night when I woke up, I found myself on Yinan Mountain. You were unconscious right next to me, drenched in sweat. I had no idea what happened, so I carried you down the mountain to the hospital." Hearing this, Xingyu is quietly relieved. It seems his sister noticed nothing unusual, meaning Lulu must have cleaned up the battlefield perfectly. Ruoyan walks over to break down the latest ranking tournament updates. She tells Xiao Xingyu that sleeping for 3 days made him miss the freshman tournament, semifinals, and finals. Thinking of the two famous top-tier champions and their massive reputation, she breaks down the tournament results for Xingyu. Morong Xingxin and Morong Yangshuo took first and second, meaning he essentially forfeited his spot in the entire competition. Ruoyan fakes a smile to offer some comfort, but Xingyu instantly sees right through her and cuts her off. He anxiously asks Dean Su why she is not suspicious of him showing up at Mount Yinan, his face tense with worry. Inside the hospital room, Ruoxu and Xingyu wait in tense silence for Ruoyan's response. Pondering for a moment, she lets out a heavy sigh before getting straight to the point. Vice Dean Wang went missing 3 days ago. Xingyu panics, fearing their secret is finally out, while Ruoxu glares at Ruoyan with a cold, murderous look in her eyes. If Ruoyan dares to threaten Xingyu, Ruoxu is fully prepared to strike and eliminate her on the spot. Ruoyan breaks the silence, stating she will keep investigating because she believes he is innocent. She adds that it's high time the Azure Dragon Academy gets a new vice dean, leaving Xingyu utterly shocked. Xingyu wonders if the dean is choosing to protect him as she sits beside Ruoxu to chat. She explains that besides visiting him, she came to discuss the Supernova tournament, leaving the young man highly curious about this event. Ruoyan explains that the Supernova tournament is a massive event co-hosted by 4 major beast academies: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Each of the 4 elite academies will send their top 3 freshmen to compete. The competitors are all legendary young prodigies, and Ruoyan notes that the absolute #1 genius of their own Azure Dragon Academy is none other than Ye Shuangning. Yet in last year's Supernova tournament, she was defeated by Li Mucheng from White Tiger Academy, only taking second place. Ruoyan confidently places this massive responsibility squarely on Xingyu's shoulders. She hopes he will step up as one of their key representatives to lead the Azure Dragon Academy and reclaim their lost glory. She urges him to accept, pointing out that this is his ultimate chance to make up for missing the freshman ranking tournament. Xingyu calmly asks the dean what the actual entry requirements for the Supernova tournament are. She immediately explains that there are only 2 simple requirements to join. First, competitors must have at least 2 beasts. Second, they must be a 2-star tamer. Ruoyan pats his shoulder with deep trust. Since the tournament starts next month, she is absolutely confident he will easily meet these requirements before then. Xingyu is deeply touched by how much Dean Su supports him, remembering how she always helped him. He resolves to give this battle everything. He refuses to let her down, especially since he is eager to test the strength of the White Tiger champion who beat Ye Shuangning. Pating his chest with absolute confidence, he proudly promises to bring home that championship title. Later that same night, he prepares to venture deep into Mount Yinan. He remembers that every single competitor in last year's Supernova tournament commanded at least 2 beasts. He starts plotting his strategy, realizing that, while he technically owns 2 beasts, there is a catch. Dalu is currently a wanted national fugitive, meaning summoning her to fight in public is completely out of the question. Worse yet, Heifeng is still just a level 3 Hellwind Wolf, which is way too weak for an elite tournament like this. Stopping at an open clearing, he decides tonight is the night to evolve Heifeng. He summons the beast, who emerges with a thunderous roar from a burst of crimson flames. Suddenly, his ring glows brightly, releasing a flurry of vibrant colored upgrade materials into the air. Xingyu smirks, incredibly glad he planned ahead for this exact moment. Right after being discharged from the hospital, he used his hard-earned Beast Doctor salary from the Sky Guild to buy fire attribute nutrient potions and essential evolution materials. Additionally, he had gathered rare loot from previous battles, combining them with his hard-won rewards from both the freshman ranking matches and his dangerous Mount Yinan trials. Staring at the massive pile of treasures, he boasts that this hoard is more than enough for Heifeng to evolve. Ordering Heifeng to devour them, the wolf immediately opens its jaws and vacuums up every single item. As it digests the materials, its body undergoes a wild transformation, erupting into blazing flames, while Xingyu cheers his loyal partner on. Dalu stands by as Xingyu warns her about the high risk of energy overload, asking her to guard them during the process. She quickly nods just as Heifeng's eyes grow wild, and its breath turns incredibly violent. Telling Heifeng to stay calm, Dalu quickly casts a magical barrier to hold back the thrashing beast. Being violently knocked down by the intense pressure, he can clearly feel the excruciating pain ripping through Heifeng right now. Xingwu struggled to sit up and summoned his beast-taming system from the void. As the glowing screen appeared, he immediately commanded it to check how much time was left for Heifeng to complete his evolution. The system rapidly updated, with notifications showing the evolution progress, bar climbing to 30%, then 58%. then hitting 73% and quickly ticking up to 79%. The system continued to show the progress bar, ticking up to 87%, then 90%, 92%, and finally reaching 99%. The screen froze at 99%, making Xingwu panic that the evolution had failed. But just then, Heifeng's powerful paw stepped out of the blazing purple flames. The transformation was officially complete. Xingwu shouted with pure joy, celebrating that Heifeng had successfully evolved. Heifeng's brand new stat screen popped up, revealing his new form as the Netherworld Hellwolf, a level 1 adult stage beast with a Hell bloodline. Boasting an epic bloodline, his first talent Hellfire dealt true damage to enemies by completely ignoring their defensive armor. His second talent, Demonic Power, boosted both attack and defense, converting 50% of all damage dealt to enemies into his own health. His attributes now spanned across fire, wind, darkness, and demonic elements. His skills included Hellish Entanglement, Hellish Roar, Shadow Stealth, Silent Claw, and Judgment Blade. Even Dalu was utterly shocked by the sight, exclaiming that he had actually awakened the rare demonic attribute. She marveled at Xingwu's incredible talent, realizing this kid was a truly unique beast tamer. Meanwhile, he excitedly hugged Heifeng, celebrating that his partner had grown so much stronger. Dalu then asked him how he planned to handle contracting with his next beast companion. As he began to seriously consider his options, the scene shifted to Yanren, who immediately offered to help after learning about his situation. She pointed out that he could not possibly enter the upcoming Supernova tournament without securing another beast. She insisted on taking him to buy one, making him shyly thank her for being so incredibly generous. Yanran cheerfully brushed it off, telling him that as her little brother, his business was her business, and a single beast was no big deal. She generously brought him to a shop to choose whatever he wanted, where the owner San Niang warmly welcomed them. San Niang eagerly greeted Miss Qin, asking if she was looking for lightning attribute nutrition potions or lightning beast cores today. Yanran explained that her brother needed to contract a brand new beast for his major tournament happening next month. She asked for recommendations, and the owner quickly assured her that she would handle it. San Niang immediately led Xingwu over, offering to personally introduce some of her best beasts to him. First up was a spider-type beast called the Red Evil-Eyed Spider, which possessed attack power far exceeding others of its rank. She then showed him some tiger beasts, and a highly agile extreme shadow purple-striped cat that excelled in landing critical strikes. But just as San Niang went to show another one, Yanran suddenly interrupted her. Yanran directly demanded premium options, telling her to bypass the cheap common beasts and only show off their highest quality inventory. She promised to pay for it all. Understanding the assignment, San Niang smiled and opened a private VIP room, promising to let the young master choose from their absolute best treasures. They stepped inside the premium vault, and she eagerly asked him what he thought. She guided him around, showing him a mountain-cleaving pangolin and pointing out how exceptionally balanced and impressive its overall combat stats were. She also highlighted the devastating burn damage and lethal poison of the three-eyed overlord snake. The Frostbone Eagle possessed a legendary bloodline and was top tier in every category. Xingwu remained hesitant because none of them had a hidden bloodline. Yanran asked if he disliked them, while San Niang eagerly offered to find more options for him. She wondered why he was still unsatisfied with such elite beasts, asking what exactly he was looking for. She told him to just state his requirements so she could source them, when a voice outside suddenly announced a new shipment. A sketchy-looking giant carrying a cage entered, boasting about his fresh batch, which turned out to be two little girls locked inside. Xingwu immediately recognized them as spirit-type beasts, questioning why she would even stock them since they were widely considered to be completely useless in battle. He asked San Niang why she had even ordered them. Yanran quickly pulled him aside and whispered that while these spirits could not be sold as combat beasts, wealthy buyers would happily purchase them as high-end luxury pets. He quickly realized they were only meant to satisfy the whims of rich and powerful people. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he detected a unique surge of hidden energy. Scanning little Freya, her screen showed her as a level 1 initial stage, water elemental sprite with a low-grade bloodline, 0 talents and water attributes. Her skills were non-existent, but her hidden bloodline was the mythical angel bloodline. He was stunned to find a hidden bloodline in a simple elemental spirit, prompting Yanran to call out and ask why he was suddenly zoning out. Snapping out of it, he excitedly told Yanran he wanted to buy her, which prompted San Niang to ask a rather suggestive question. "Little senior brother, are you not shocked and totally confused? Xingyu, you cannot be joking, right?" He angrily defends himself, asking what they are thinking, explaining he wants her as his beast. Secretly, he is thrilled because she has angel blood. After leaving the shop, Xingyu brings Freya back to Mount Yin Nan. He opens the cage door and gently lifts her out. Telling her not to be afraid, he feeds the little one a healing pill promising her wounds will recover soon. Freya eats it and quickly recovers her spirits, instantly lifting. That is when Xingyu extends his index finger, asking if she wants to sign a contract and become his beast. Freya hesitates and thinks it over shyly, recalling the incredibly gentle way Xingyu had just treated her. Finally, Freya grabs his finger in agreement, making him ask with pure excitement if she is really agreeing. He then makes a small cut on his fingertip, letting a drop of blood flow down. Freya absorbs the blood with a soft smile, accepting him as her teammate. The contract is successful, forming their sacred bond deep within Mount Yin Nan. Xingyu happily asks if signing this blood contract means she has finally accepted him as her master. He gently touches her, realizing that beasts definitely grow much closer to their masters after signing a blood contract. Remembering something important, Xingyu summons a small, glowing crystal stone directly from the palm of his hand. Explaining it is a crushed bloodline awakening crystal, he tells her. Eating it will trigger her evolution. Freya cautiously approaches and touches the glowing fragment with her tiny hands. She picks it up and eats it, puffing her adorable cheeks as she chews. Suddenly, her face turns pale as she senses something is wrong, dropping the remaining crystal fragment from her hand. Freya writhes in pain, feeling like thousands of electric sparks are piercing through her body as she hugs herself tightly. Knowing this is the critical moment of her evolution, Xingyu can only cheer her on, hoping she endures the pain. He urges her to hang in there. The energy fluctuations surge violently, unleashing a blinding light that pierces the sky and releases an incredibly heavy pressure. Sensing danger, Dalu immediately appears to shield him, anxiously asking her master what is happening and if he is all right. Casting defensive magic around him, with a highly alert expression, she watches the area until Xingyu reassures her that he is fine. A massive vortex of light envelopes Freya. The surrounding air trembles violently as her evolution finally reaches its absolute peak of transformation. Suddenly, from the center of the blinding vortex, a beautiful young girl emerges, spreading her pure white angel wings wide amidst a brilliant shimmering halo of holy light. The transformation is finally complete. Freya stands there with stunning golden hair flowing down her majestic aura, radiating an absolute sense of untouchable power. The system screen pops up, and Xingyu gasps as he sees her hidden bloodline has activated, revealing her new form as the Holy Light Angel Beast. Tier 1, the Angel Bloodline. Mythical quality, boasting the Holy Light Guardian talent, which dispels enemy debuffs and grants holy shields to allies. She holds angel and holy light attributes with her Holy Light Cross/slash skill, dealing triple critical damage to their enemies. The attack also stacks protective holy light shields for herself and her allies. Her flowing light sword array lets her flap her wings to unleash feather-like energy swords, dealing massive area damage. Her evolution path goes from Holy Light Angel Beast to 4-winged, 6-winged Archangel, and finally Archangel Saintess. He steps closer and softly wonders if she will eventually evolve into a 12-winged Seraph once he becomes a 9-star Beastmaster. Realizing they have not officially chosen a name for her, yet Xingyu decides it is time to name his partner. Since she was originally a water element spirit before her bloodline woke up, he decides on the name Freya. He names her based on mythology, a fitting title that beautifully represents her original nature as a water spirit. Descending to the ground in front of Xingyu and Dalu, Freya kneels on one knee to respectfully bow to her master. Looking directly at her with a bright smile, he promises that they will fight side by side from now on. Dalu points out that he is now one step closer to the supernova competition, and he readily agrees with her. Xingyu flashes a confident smile that hides immense determination, declaring that his very next target is becoming a 2-star Beastmaster. Meanwhile, inside the faculty office, a furious hand suddenly slams onto the desk with intense anger. Upon hearing Xingyu explain his ambitious next goal, Kai Nian is absolutely fuming, completely unable to believe his ears. Demanding to know if he really wants to test for a 2-star rank, the teacher watches him awkwardly scratch his head. Confirming his urgency before the supernova event begins, Xingyu insists he must pass the exam, leaving a deeply worried Kai Nian frowning. He wonders why these kids are growing so fast, especially since the Murong siblings also passed their exams just 3 days ago. Word is that Xiao Xingyu's Black Wind has already evolved into a first-stage adult form. Could he actually be ready to pass the tough 2-star Beast Tamer exam? Calming down a bit, Chen Kanian finally spoke. Alright, if your spiritual power score meets the standards, I will officially let you take the 2-star Beast Tamer assessment. Immediately, Xingyu happily snatched the spiritual power measuring device from his hand and cheered, "You better keep that promise, Teacher Chen." The surrounding teachers got excited too. "We have heard about Xiao Xingyu's incredible talent for a while, so let us see what you can do." As the numbers slowly ticked upward to display his rapidly rising spiritual power, the measuring meter finally stopped at an insane 2,583. The surrounding teachers were completely blown away by this result. 2,583. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Chen Canyon fell deep into thought. Normally, when a beast breaks through and evolves, the tamer's spiritual energy rises along with it. But looking at past data, a 2-star beast tamer's spiritual energy score is usually only between 2,000 and 3,000. He praised the boy, saying the genius students I guided before had some pretty amazing talent. Even when their beasts reached the adult stage, their spiritual scores were only around 1,500. This kid is incredible, passing 2,500. So does that mean you are letting me take the 2-star Beast Tamer assessment? Xingyu asked excitedly. Thank you, Teacher Chen. He quickly headed to Blood Mist Ravine, the location of his upcoming test. The deep dark canyon lay in the middle of nowhere as his helicopter flew over the mountains. Xingyu pulled open the helicopter door to look down, standing tall and calmly staring at the vast gorge below. "So this is the exam site," Xingyu muttered, tapping his earpiece gently as Ruoyan's voice came through. "You have arrived at the entrance of Blood Mist Ravine. The 2-star Beast Tamer assessment is about to begin, so get ready." Chen Kainian chimed in with a serious warning. The number of magical beasts inside Blood Mist Ravine is absolutely massive. If you run into a situation you cannot handle, do not be stubborn. Send out a distress signal immediately. Poised at the edge of the helicopter door and ready for the challenge, Xingyu took a deep breath and said, "All right, I am ready." From the monitoring room, Dean Chen Kainian and Ruoyan guided him, saying, "As long as you can make it from this entrance to the exit safely, you will pass. The 2-star Beast Tamer assessment officially starts right now. We wish you the best of luck." With those words, Xingyu leaped straight out of the helicopter, plunging down toward the massive bottomless canyon, stretching out far below him. Back in the monitoring room, the instructor updated Ruoyan on the situation. Dean Xiao Xingyu has officially entered Blood Mist Ravine. His tone grew heavy as he envisioned the dark, dangerous trials ahead. To get through this ravine, he must first fight off the vicious iron-jawed giant crocodiles. He continued explaining that he would then have to escape the Blood Demon Spider clan, lurking inside the demon cave. But with several of those spiders having already evolved to stage 3 forms, can Xiao Xingyu actually handle a threat like that? To make matters worse, last night's heavy rain has stirred up a lot of dangerous beasts in the Qishui swamp. Both of them remain deeply concerned about the deadly dangers of Blood Mist Ravine, visualizing a silent, lifeless wasteland waiting to swallow him whole. Deep in the swamp, sensing that some outside creature was intruding upon their territory, a massive crocodile looked up to the sky. Xingyu landed right inside the monster's nesting zone, freezing in shock at the pack of fierce crocodiles snapping at his heels. The iron-jawed giant crocodile. His system screen immediately popped up, identifying the monster as a 3rd-stage primary form. Elite bloodline quality with a super strong bite force talent. Fatal toxin poison attribute. Skills include Death Roll, tearing at weak spots while spinning violently, and Acid Spit, which sprays red burning venom to weaken enemy defense deep from its throat to inflict burning slowness and massive defense reductions. As the entire crocodile pack completely surrounded him, Chen Kainian said with deep concern, "These iron-jawed giant crocodiles are all primary stage beasts. Xiao Xingyu should be fine. As long as he summons his underworld hell wolf, he should be completely safe, right?" Meanwhile, Xingyu showed absolutely no fear. Instead, he called out loud for Freya, and the glowing crest on his hand flashed brilliantly. A brilliant golden radiance instantly enveloped him, leaving the swarming beasts completely blinded and unable to react. Answering Xingyu's powerful summoning call, Freya materialized majestically, with glowing angel feathers floating around her as she fully spread her magnificent wings. Chen Kainian stared in complete disbelief at the sight, unable to hold back his shock. He did not summon Black Wind. Beside him, Ruoyan was also left completely speechless, muttering, "Is that really Xiao Xingyu's second contracted beast?" Meanwhile, the young tamer prepared to battle the swarm of predators. Freya cast her Holy Protection Light skill on him, wrapping his entire body in a gentle defensive barrier of pure light. Chen Kanyan was stunned, having never imagined that the boy's second beast would be this incredibly rare. Din Xiao Xingyu is seriously abnormal. He actually contracted an angel-type beast with a mythical bloodline. He turned to Ruoyan and asked in sheer confusion, Longyan City hasn't seen an angel-type beast in ages, so where on earth did this kid obtain such a legendary creature? She recalled hearing that 2 days ago Xiao Xingyu had bought a water elemental sprite at the beast taming shop. Could that be the one he was referring to? Kai Nian was shocked, claiming it was impossible. Water elemental sprites have very low bloodlines, whereas the Holy Light Angel beast is a purebred angel. Ruoyan wore a thoughtful expression as she spoke up to remind him. Old Chen, do not forget in the beginning, the Hell Netherwolf was also just a low bloodline Galehound. He turned his eyes back to the monitoring screen and softly remarked that Xiao Xingyu always turned the impossible into reality. This was a true beast tamer. Over at the Redwater Swamp, the two were still battling the crocodiles when Xingyu called out to Freya. With that, the little one unleashed her next move, the Holy Light Cross Slash. A massive glowing cross descended, instantly wiping out dozens of crocodiles. Kai Nian could not help but sigh with admiration from the control room. A single blow, just one strike to slay the iron-mouthed giant crocodiles. Bloodline suppression, indeed. A beast of the angelic bloodline, its mythical rank truly lives up to its name. Having wiped out the crocodile pack, Xingyu focused on his next target. Walking up to the little one, he asked Freya to carry him across. Right as he finished speaking, a gentle hand wrapped tightly around his waist. Before Xingyu could process her intentions, Freya suddenly scooped him up and soared straight into the sky. Flustered by her sudden action, he stammered, asking Freya what she was doing. Completely ignoring her master, she held him close and flew swiftly across the swamp. Utterly embarrassed, he pleaded for her to put him down, feeling that this was way too humiliating. Who would have thought that such a strong guy could blush like a schoolgirl? He covered his face in shame while Freya maintained a deadpan expression. Upon reaching their destination, she set him down. Before them lay a dark fissure, oozing an incredibly dense, ominous energy. He could not help but remark on how thick the demonic aura was. Suddenly, thousands of tiny spiders poured out from the rift, multiplying exponentially. The sticky webbing quickly spread and thickened with their arrival. This current situation was proving to be no better than the previous challenge. Xingyu cautiously called out to warn her. He told Freya to be careful. Not backing down, she raised her sword with both hands, carving a giant glowing cross that erupted with blinding fiery light. It seemed the thick webbing was hindering Freya from executing her skill, as the sticky threads wrapped tightly around her glowing blade. But it was not over yet, as Freya's attack finally unleashed its true power. Two massive intersecting slashes clashed, unleashing a wave of absolute devastation. Even Xingyu was completely taken aback by this. Suddenly, a colossal spider emerged, radiating a menacing dark aura. Crimson webbing shot out from the crevice, growing thicker by the second. The beast roared in pure fury, looking as though it wanted to tear them apart and swallow them both alive. The system panel popped up once again to display its details. It was named the Blood Demon Spider, classified as a Stage 3 mature beast, with an elite bloodline possessing extreme resilience. Immune to fire and water, impervious to blades, poison type. Its skill web prison creates a massive web to trap the full enemy inside, until they suffocate to death. After reading through its status, Xingyu frowned in deep thought. Staring back at him were dozens of pairs of cruel glowing eyes. They were pack-hunting creatures, and the number of these spiders inside this cavern had to be at least 20. Before Xingyu could even react, a spider let out a screech and lunged directly at him. From the observation room, Kai Nian and Ruoyan watched their every move with absolute focus. This Holy Light Angel was merely in its infant stage, yet it could bridge the rank gap and deal damage to a mature blood demon spider. Back to the chaotic battlefront, the monstrous spider launched a fierce, relentless assault straight at Xingyu. Forced to dodge, his beast-taming crest flashed brightly as he softly called out for Heifeng. Instantaneously, the beast materialized at his side, its overwhelming aura filling the entire area. Both Freya and Heifeng immediately shielded Xingyu, locking into their combat stances and prepared to strike. Ruoyan suddenly chimed in with a warning, urging Xiao Xingyu not to get greedy, as passing the exam meant reaching the goal, not hunting monsters. Xingyu let out a subtle smile and quickly issued a command to his loyal partner. Heifeng Hell Howl. Right after Heifeng unleashed the terrifying roar, the blood demon spiders sensed the mortal danger heading their way. They retaliated in unison, shooting thick webs toward Heifeng. Surrounded by the dense spiderweb matrix, He Feng became momentarily disoriented. Seizing this golden opportunity, one of the spiders exploited the opening and spat a thick line of web at him. The sticky web hit its target, perfectly wrapping around He Feng's hind leg and pinning him firmly to the ground. Caught in a disadvantageous position, the beast could not fight back, roaring in sheer frustration. Seizing the moment, the spider army began spamming webs to completely restrain him. Xingyu immediately recognized the danger and wasted no time commanding Freya to back He Feng up. Freya cast Holy Light Guardian on He Feng. Spinning around, He Feng unleashed his Hell Black Lotus. Without hesitation, Freya fired off her support skill. Her attack fused with He Feng's, forming a massive protective barrier that completely neutralized the onslaught of the blood demon spiders. The protective tornado keeps growing stronger, sweeping straight toward the spider army. In no time, those pesky blood demon spiders are completely wiped out. Letting his guard down, Xingyu scoffs next to Black Wind. "Ha, blood spiders, is that really all you got? There is no time to rest." Right beneath where Xingyu and Black Wind are standing, the earth begins to shake violently, making him realize something massive is coming. What is this insane aura? Suddenly, the front wall explodes, sending massive debris flying straight at the three of them. Before Xingyu has any time to react, a massive, terrifying silhouette begins to emerge from the dust and crumbling ruins right in front of him. Xingyu gasps in absolute shock at the monstrous creature. This thing has the terrifying aura of a fully evolved magic beast. The system panel pops up, revealing its name as the Demon-Eyed Pit Spider. It is a fully evolved first-tier bloodline of Star Shadow quality. Its first talent is extreme resilience, making its spider body completely immune to fire, water, and sharp blades. Talent 2 is burrowing, backed by psychic attributes. Suddenly, Kanian's voice rings out over the comms, warning Xingyu. "Xiao Xingyu, you need to run now. Yesterday's storm triggered this evolution, and you stand absolutely zero chance against it." Stunned by Kanian's warning, Xingyu is completely bewildered and asks, "Run? But Mr. Chen, if I run, what happens to my exam?" Knowing Xingyu is in mortal danger, Kanian yells, "You can just take it next time. If you survive, you can easily pass later." But Xingyu refuses to back down, firing back in frustration that waiting until the next exam is just a huge waste of time. He is passing this 2-star exam, even if he has to slay a god. Sensing their master's sheer resolve, Black Wind and Freya launch a massive coordinated strike at the demon-eyed pit spider. Yet even after taking the blast head-on, the beast remains completely unscathed. Even though Xingyu realizes how incredibly dangerous the situation has become, Kanian warns him, "Do not do anything reckless. I am coming to rescue you right this second." Dalu also desperately begs him to stop. "Just give up, he is right. You cannot be this reckless because with your current strength, you cannot defeat a beast like this." But Xingyu's expression only hardens with absolute determination. He smirks, thinking, "Ha, now this is getting interesting." Speechless at his sheer arrogance, Dalu can only stare in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xingyu tightly clenches his fists, ready for a fight. He remains absolutely determined to pass this 2-star beast tamer exam no matter the cost. He wants to conquer this monster and push his limits to the absolute edge. Watching him, Dalu screams, "You are a complete lunatic." Facing the colossal monster, Xingyu does not back down. He quickly commands Black Wind, "Sneak behind it and unleash your silent claw." Instantly, Black Wind fades into the shadows, preparing for a deadly surprise attack. But the spider does not waste a single second, firing toxic webbing directly at Xingyu. He quickly commands Freya, "Get over here and protect me." Black Wind strikes. The shadow beast suddenly teleports right behind the giant spider's back, ready to tear it apart. He lands a heavy blow on its back, but the spider quickly senses him and whips around to retaliate with a brutal counterattack. The sheer force of the counter sends Black Wind crashing backward. Watching in horror, Xingyu screams out his partner's name. Black Wind crashes right into Xingyu and Freya. All three of them absorb the massive impact, slamming hard into the stone wall behind them. Despite the brutal hit, their fighting spirit is still burning bright. Meanwhile, the giant spider lets out a terrifying mocking screech. But Xingyu does not look worried at all. He gives the monster a giant thumbs down, mocking it is that's supposed to be a laugh. "You might have a human face, but do not get cocky just yet." His taunts completely push the massive spider over the edge. Enraged, the beast spits a barrage of toxic silk. Xingyu quickly leaps onto Black Wind's back, carefully analyzing his options. Black Wind, that silk is highly toxic, keep moving. But using its massive size, the giant spider quickly closes in on them. Looking back at the monster, he realizes they cannot just run forever. He has to find a weakness and fast. Suddenly, he notices something highly unusual. Why on earth is the giant spider's health bar slowly but surely ticking down? The spider keeps attacking relentlessly, completely ignoring the wound on its back that is constantly bleeding. From Black Wind's back, Xingyu notices that though the wound is shallow, the toxic silk it is spitting is losing its dark color. Could its remaining health be directly tied to its silk production? Since Black Wind took heavy damage and can no longer run, Xingyu quickly calls out to Freya, explaining that they cannot rely on his speed anymore. Freya, teleport us out of here. Freya grabs Xingyu off Black Wind's back and flies high into the air, allowing all of them to narrowly dodge the spider's strike. Now absolutely certain his theory is correct, he grins, as the spider's health bar drops even lower after using its skills. Ha! I finally figured out your weakness, you ugly bug. Xingyu then gives Black Wind a hilarious command ordering him to literally spit on the spider to disgust it. Heifeng growled back, completely in sync with his master. With that, he immediately spat saliva at the Earth Blood Demon Eye Spider, successfully driving the monstrous beast absolutely insane. The furious spider instantly fired 4 streams of toxic silk to target all 3 of them. Xingyu reacted instantly, ordering Heifu to strike randomly with Shadow Stealth, while Heifeng swiftly activated a movement skill to dodge the deadly incoming webs. Watching the chaotic battle unfold from above, Xingyu became more certain of his theory by the second. He realized that firing those massive toxic webs heavily depleted the giant spider's own vital life force. He reasoned that the moment the beast shoots its final thread, its life force will completely burn out like an empty lamp. He shouted a new strategy to Heifeng, telling him to stop fighting head-on and just focus on annoying the beast. With an understanding growl, Heifeng kept darting around the spider, completely confusing the monster so it could not aim its attacks. As soon as the spider unleashed another toxic blast, Heifeng launched himself high into the air to dodge. Unfortunately, a stray thread snagged Heifeng's back leg, violently slamming him down from the sky onto the hard ground. Barely taking any damage, Heifeng used his incredible agility to break free from the sticky, constricting web in seconds. Sensing the perfect moment had finally arrived, Xingyu ordered Heifeng and Freya to unleash a devastating combined attack. He told Heifeng to unleash his demonic power, while Freya cast Guardian Holy Light to purge all his negative status effects. Watching from their helicopter, Yin spotted Xingyu's group and anxiously asked Ruyan if they should finally step in and help. Ruyan calmly replied that they should wait, seeing that he had already devised a plan. Still feeling uneasy, Kanyan voiced his worries, wondering if Xiao Xingyu could really survive this brutal encounter alone. 7 agonizing hours flew by, and the trio was still desperately pouring everything they had into fighting the giant spider. Exhausted and clutching his chest while panting heavily, Xingyu's mind never stopped calculating his next move. That wretched spider had lost 90% of its health, and its deadly silk was rapidly losing color. Buffed by demon power and guardian holy light, Heifeng was unstoppable, meaning the spider's defeat was only a matter of time. Lost in thought, a strange realization hit him. Why would a living creature with a strong survival instinct keep fighting, despite losing so much blood? Why did it refuse to retreat? Was it driven by pure, unadulterated hatred? Yet it never strayed far from that cave entrance. Could there be some rare treasure hidden inside? Suddenly, the giant spider fired an enormous wave of toxic silk speeding toward them. This was the ultimate make-or-break moment of the entire battle. Xingyu ordered Heifeng to strike back. With a deafening hell scream, the beast unleashed his full power to repel the attack. Seeing victory within his grasp, he confidently shouted that the monster was finally running out of its deadly webs. This was their golden opportunity. He ordered Heifeng to deliver the final blow, prompting his beast to summon the devastating Hellfire Lotus. Taking 2 consecutive direct hits from Heifeng, the monster seemed completely done for. But with its remaining life force, it made a desperate final stand, launching its entire power straight at Xingyu and his companions. Heifeng and Freya instantly jumped forward to shield their master. He sharply ordered them to ignore his safety, telling them to switch to full offense and end this fight once and for all. Obeying the command, Heifeng soared into the sky to charge his Hellfire Lotus, preparing to drop his absolute strongest attack. With 0 chance to defend, the giant spider took the full brunt of the blast and crashed violently into the distance. Finally able to catch his breath, he collapsed to the ground with a sigh of relief, celebrating their hard-fought victory. He warmly praised his loyal companions, telling both Heifeng and Freya that they had done an absolutely magnificent job. With the spider vanquished, he eagerly led his team deep into the dark cave to uncover the secrets hidden inside. Beckoning Heifeng and Freya forward, he felt confident that rare treasures were waiting for them as they stepped into the abyss. Suddenly, Director Su's frantic voice echoed urgently, warning Zhao Xingyu to run away immediately. Still dreaming of the treasures inside, he asked in confusion, pointing out that the Earth Blood Demon Eye Spider was already dead. Director Su cut him off with chilling gravity, explaining that even a dead Demon Eye Spider can temporarily keep moving. Startled and overcome with sudden dread, he spun around as fast as he could to check on the fallen beast. Demanding to know what she meant, he turned to witness a terrifying sight that completely defied all his expectations. The spider that he had just supposedly slain was now towering, right behind him, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Channeling its very last breath, the horrific creature let out a monstrous roar that shook the entire cave. Running toward the exit alongside Freya, he felt absolute panic wash over him upon seeing that the massive spider had blocked their only way out. As the deep cuts on its body tore open, the giant monster shrieked in absolute agony. Xingwu urgently commands Freya to quickly retreat back inside his beast-taming metal, a familiar order that instantly triggers memories of the promises he once made to her. "I want you to be my beast. Do not worry, I will never hurt you." Without hesitation, Freya flies straight toward the magic beast, as Xingwu cries out in sheer panic. "Freya, come back." At lightning speed, she charges straight at the demon beast, and a blinding flash of light strikes it directly. Freya strikes with such devastating force that the beast is sent sliding way back out of the cave entrance. She instantly flings it into the air. The demon beast screeches in agonizing pain before exploding violently right before Freya's eyes. Xingwu rushes up from behind, completely shocked, and asks, "Did you just awaken a brand new skill on your own?" Excited like a little kid, he leaps forward and hugs Freya tightly. "Freya, you are amazing." His sheer enthusiasm leaves her feeling a bit helpless. The two head back inside the cave to investigate. "Found it. This is exactly what the demonic-eyed cave spider died protecting." Xingwu points inside and asks, "Lulu, do you know what seed this is?" "This is the precursor to the sky fox vine, an ancient blooded plant-type beast." He picks up the seed, his face lighting up with joy. An ancient beast, this could easily be of illusory god quality. With such a powerful bloodline growing, it will be insanely difficult. "Lulu, do you have any idea how to cultivate this seed?" Lulu ponders for a moment. "I remember. The growing conditions are extremely complex, and it apparently requires frost phoenix tailgrass, ghost firefly nectar plus fertilizer made from divine beasts." Hearing her answer, Xingwu lets out a heavy sigh. How is a single seed harder to please than a spoiled rich heiress? Lowering his voice, he tries to negotiate. "Lulu, you are literally an imperial-class demon beast and a magical weapon hated by the Dragon Kingdom Empress herself. A big shot, like you must know quite a few divine beasts, right?" Lulu snaps, "Do you expect me to go pick up poop?" Xingwu grins mischievously. "I am not asking you to beg them." She cuts him off. Begging is out of the question. Just then, a loud noise echoes from outside the cave, prompting Xingwu to quickly step out and investigate. A helicopter appears overhead as someone yells from inside. "Xiao Xingwu, are you all right?" "Dean Su, I am fine." 2 weeks pass in a flash, and the streets of Four Spirit City are now packed with massive crowds. Loud cheers and chants echo all around Xingwu, making him realize that a national-scale tournament is truly on a whole different level of excitement. "Oh, looks like the great genius." Xiao arrived early. It turns out to be the Murong siblings walking up to meet him. Xingwu greets them. "Hey, brother Yang Shuo. Lu Jin, long time no see, you have gotten even more beautiful." Yang Shuo spits out his drink in shock and furiously demands of Xingwu, "You brat, what did you just call my sister?" He casually replies, "Lu Jin. Writing Murong Shinshin is way too tedious, so I just gave her a nickname." Enraged Yang Shuo crushes his can and screams, "Writing? When on earth have you been writing my sister's name? And what is with this childish and incredibly vulgar nickname like Lu Jin? I will beat you to death today." Murong Shinshin reaches out to stop her brother, telling him to sit down instantly, calming Yang Shuo's furious rage. "Fine." Xingwu approaches Shinshin to check in. "Hey, Lu Jin, how have you been? How is your beast leveling progress coming along?" She smiles and says, "My first beast has already evolved to its second stage mature form, and my second beast awakened the lightning attribute." Yang Shuo is completely frozen in shock. His sister actually initiated a chat with another guy, and even accepted that ridiculous nickname. Clutching his head with tears streaming down, he realizes girls grow up so fast and sisters hold serious grudges. He remembers when he used her childhood nickname once, and she ignored him for days. Yet somehow, Xiao Xingwu calling her that is totally fine. This is just pure favoritism. Yang Shuo looks up to the sky and laments dramatically. Heavens, the world has gone mad. Cats and mice are buddies now. My sister has a crush and always takes an outsider's side. They both stare at him blankly. What is wrong with your brother? Xin sighs, just ignore him. Xingwu then asks, by the way, who is our opponent today? No idea, the draw results are not out yet. Suddenly a familiar voice interrupts them. Actually, the matchups are already set. Everyone turns around and gasps in unison at the newcomer. Dean Su Ruyan strictly commands that their first opponent is White Tiger Academy. No matter what happens, they must absolutely dominate them in the solo matches today and crush them completely. A mocking voice suddenly echoes from behind. Why is Dean Su so incredibly furious today? The newcomer is Qingyu, who sneers. Are you that terrified of losing to my White Tiger Academy? Ruyan glares back coldly at her. Shouldn't Dinju return to her own bench? What exactly are you doing lurking around our Azure Dragon Academy territory? If you want to watch, can't you just use your phone? She retorts. I came to personally inspect your supposed new trump card. Word is his fully evolved beast put up a hell of a fight, and he can control hell and angel attribute beasts simultaneously, just like that man. Ruyan snaps back coldly. You will have to see it to believe it. I admit he has some skill, but he is just the next Ye Ning Chang, simply getting lucky this time. Do you truly believe your student is that strong? Sensing the rising tension, Yang Shu steps in to mediate Dean's. Please watch your image. Xingwu sits nearby, quietly sizing up Shu Qingyu. Rumor has it she and Dean Su are lifelong rivals, constantly trying to outdo each other in everything from academic achievements to family status. Neither woman would back down, but as tensions flare, Kainian suddenly arrives with big news. The Empress has finally arrived. Qingyu sneers, threatening to send Azure Dragon Academy packing, but Ruyan just calmly brushes it off, telling her she cannot wait to see them try. Fueled by anger, she orders Xiao Xingwu, Murong Yangshuo, and Murong Xinxin to join her in welcoming the legendary Empress. The sky gate above slowly parts, casting down a blindingly brilliant light as a colorful, glowing cloud emerges, concealing a massive figure within. As the cloud floats closer, the shadow of a colossal beast appears with a highly majestic figure standing proudly on its head. The crowd erupts into wild cheers, yelling that the Empress has finally arrived, celebrating her as the most beautiful and powerful woman in the Dragon Empire. This is Shangguan Lin, the mighty Empress of the Dragon Empire, riding atop a fierce, imposing white qilin. Exuding both beauty and absolute power, Shangguan Lin gazes down at the crowd below with cold, incredibly sharp eyes. Xingwu watches in absolute awe, wondering if this truly is the absolute strongest beastmaster in the entire Dragon Empire. Her presence is absolutely terrifying as her mount lands, and stepping down, both master and beast radiate an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Xingwu quickly notices the gleaming badge she wears. He is stunned to see her 11-star badge, a beast emperor towering above 10-star masters, realizing the gap between them is way more than just a few stars. At that moment, his special eyes scan her beast, identifying it as the 7-colored Holy Qilin, possessing a terrifying Stage 3 god-slaying bloodline. Despite its pure Qilin bloodline, details on its creation-grade quality, talent, attributes, loyalty, and skills are completely hidden. Xingwu nods, realizing the gap is indeed too massive for his demon god's eye to scan, before smugly turning to ask Lulu a question. He asks how Lulu survived being wanted by the Empress, teasingly wondering if she is just incredibly lucky to have met him. He boasts she would have died countless times without him, prompting Lulu to sigh and admit that while he is annoying, he is right. Curious, Xingwu asks if the 7-colored Holy Qilin is the only beast the Empress has under her command. Lulu confirms she has even stronger beasts, just as Xingwu suddenly senses a dense, pure dragon aura swirling around the Empress. He is totally shocked to detect pure, undiluted dragon power. He questions Lulu about how the Empress could possess a pure dragon, since that entire race supposedly went extinct hundreds of years ago. Lulu shrugs, admitting she does not know, explaining that according to ancient history, only purebred dragons, phoenixes, and qilins carry the legendary creation-grade bloodline. In terms of raw power, dragons were supreme, followed by phoenixes and qilins, yet the dragons were somehow the ones wiped out. Lulu also wonders how the Empress could have ever found a pure dragon if they were truly driven to total extinction. Not to mention the Dragon Tear, one of their 3 legendary treasures, proving the ancient dragon war was far from simple. Before they can dig deeper, the Empress looks down and coldly commands the tournament to finally begin. Ruyan arrives to announce that Xingwu is up first based on the draw, and he confidently promises her a guaranteed victory. Yang Shuo mockingly tells him not to worry if he loses the individual round, sneering that they can always carry him. Xing Wu steps onto the arena as the announcer's voice booms out. Representing White Tiger Academy on the right is Lin Tianxi, the powerful son of saber-toothed guild leader Lin Xiang, as a muscular figure steps forward. On the left is Azure Dragon Academy's rising genius Xiao Xingwu, and as the match begins, he visually appears to be at a serious disadvantage. He immediately summons his beast, shouting for He Feng to appear, who instantly lets out a terrifying deafening roar. His opponent summons a colossal python, commanding the sand burial scarlet python to slide forward and join the battle. Watching from the stands, Shinshin worries that the sand attribute python has a massive elemental advantage over the fire attribute He Feng. Yang Shuo explains that in same-level duel's elemental advantage is actually far more critical than raw bloodline suppression. This looks bad for Xing Wu as his opponent wastes no time ordering his python to launch a sandblade tornado. The beast whips up a massive sandstorm heading straight for Xing Wu and He Feng, forcing him to quickly counter. He orders He Feng to unleash Hell's Roar, unleashing a powerful beam of purple energy from its mouth. The massive attacks collide head-on, but the elemental counter allows his opponent to completely overpower He Feng's attack, leaving the beast injured, bleeding, and forced to retreat in a state of visible pain. His opponent smugly boasts that elemental suppression is absolute, telling Xing Wu he stands zero chance of winning. He mockingly offers to go easy if Xing Wu surrenders right now, but Xing Wu simply responds with a completely unrelated question. Asking if the weather is a bit damp today, Xing Wu raises his hand, saying the battle is just getting started after a quick warm-up. He confidently claims he only needs 2 more moves, leaving his opponent utterly confused as Xing Wu prepares to strike. Obeying Xiao Xingyu's command, He Feng unleashes Hell's Roar into the sky, unleashing a massive blast of dark energy upwards. The Empress's maid wonders if he is trying to melt the sand, but He Feng's underworld flames simply are not hot enough. But the Empress disagrees. Curious, the maid asks what on earth he is planning. Watching the battle play out, the Empress smiles with amusement, realizing he wants to use her rainbow clouds. Tianxi watches in utter disbelief as He Feng blasts the sky, all his previous smug confidence evaporating in an instant. What on earth is Xiao Xingyu planning? But before he can think, rain suddenly begins to drizzle from above. Confused, Tianxi mutters about the rain, before suddenly realizing the hidden genius behind Xingyu's combat strategy and ordering his beast to counterattack. Fearing the worst, Tianxi desperately orders his python to stop him, but Xingyu simply smiles, knowing it is already too late. By the time Tianxi realizes what is happening, his wet sand is ruined, leaving him cursing his own slow reaction. With the sand completely soaked, his python cannot execute either its sand dragon fist or quicksand burial. Having completely neutralized his opponent's elemental advantage, Xingyu finally gives He Feng the order to strike with his Hellfire Lotus. Soaring high into the sky, He Feng unleashes a devastating blast directly at Tianxi's python, leaving the defenseless beast to take the massive hit full force. He Feng's brutal Hellfire Lotus leaves the Crimson Python severely injured, sealing an absolute victory for Xingyu and his Shadow Wolf. As the python finally collapses, the referee announces the match's winner, highly praising Xingyu's brilliant tactical genius. He did it, Xiao Xingyu actually pulled it off. Just 2 brilliant moves were enough to completely turn the tide. Now, both Tianxi and his python lie unconscious on the ground after He Feng's devastating final strike. Even the referee is utterly amazed, admitting that creating an artificial rainstorm mid-battle was a genius play. The Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, who watched the duel from the start, finally breaks her silence to praise his sharp tactical mind and impeccable timing. Her loyal maid quickly reports that Xiao Xingyu's background has been thoroughly investigated with 0 issues found, leaving the Empress highly satisfied. In that case, the Empress commands her maid to hand him this year's very first invitation to the prestigious Emperor Soul training camp. The maid is shocked to see a commoner get the first invite, but she respectfully bows and accepts the order. Back down in the stands, Murong Shuo eagerly praises Xingyu the moment he walks over. He praises him for ending the match so quickly, while Shinshin happily claps beside him, cheering for an amazing fight. Xingyu grins, clearly thrilled with his massive victory, confidently declaring that there is absolutely no way he would ever lose. Principal Su stands up and cheers loudly, promising to reward Xiao Xingyu handsomely the moment they return to the academy. Waving casually at Ruyun, Xingyu chuckles and reminds Principal Su not to forget about that promised reward. Suddenly, Dalao speaks in his mind, sensing the presence of phoenix tailgrass nearby, prompting a confused Xingyu to wonder if that legendary herb actually grows here instead of the border. Does it grow in Four Spirits City? Xinshin softly asks if he is staying to watch the next match, but Xingyu makes a quick excuse about his battle being over and needing to run to the restroom. Hearing his hasty excuse, her face instantly falls with deep disappointment. Realizing the next match is his sister's, Murong Shuo loses his temper. "Hey Brad, what did you just say to my little sister?" Quickly trying to comfort her, Xingyu promises that she will definitely win and that he will be cheering her on in spirit, awkwardly rubbing his head as he speaks. He apologizes, explaining that he truly has urgent business and cannot watch the match right now. Turning her face away, Xingxin softly tells him that he must hang out with her once the tournament is over. Xingyu immediately bolts as fast as he can, shouting a quick goodbye while the referee's booming voice echoes once again. For the second match, General Murong's daughter Murong Xinshin from Azure Dragon Academy faces off against Zhou Ye from White Tiger Academy, son of the City Lord. Meanwhile, back in Four Spirits City, a massive crowd has gathered around the bustling Tangyue Pavilion, cheering and shouting warm congratulations. City Lord Zhou, protecting our borders day and night must be incredibly exhausting. Welcome home, City Lord. Please accept these fresh organic eggs straight from my own backyard chickens. Nearby, another group continues to shower him with endless praise, calling him the hero of Four Spirits City and a true legend of the Dragon Kingdom. Squeezing through the dense crowd, Xingyu marvels to himself at the sheer number of people gathered to welcome the returning army. As the City Lord marches in proudly with his beast, a stats screen pops up. Name: War Giant Rhino Emperor. Rank Level 2 Beast Emperor. Bloodline: War Giant Rhino. Bloodline grade Mythical rank. Innate talent: War Roar. A terrifying battle cry that boosts troop morale, enhances both attack and defense, and shatters enemy armor. Attribute: Psychic type. Combat power: Colossal Crushing. Loyalty: Level 150. Xingyu's jaw dropped in shock as he quietly called out to Dalu. Look at that Dalu, an 8-star beast tamer and an Emperor tier beast. Plus, its loyalty is over 100. Just how many life or death battles have they survived? Dalu's tone suddenly turned serious. She explained that the War Behemoth clan was highly aggressive and had a feud with her Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Only Zhou Xiang, who guarded the western border of the Dragon Kingdom, could be this city lord. Xingyu realized something wasn't Zhou Ye's father currently fighting Murong Xinshin. Dalu immediately began formulating a plan. Phoenix Tail Herb grows near the western Ligu Glacial River, a dangerous monster territory. Since he guards that area, he definitely has some on him. Go rob his bag quickly. Xingyu could only offer a wry smile. Lulu, you make it sound so easy, robbing an 8-star beast tamer, but mid-sentence he suddenly noticed something very unusual. He watched the Emperor Rhino closely and noticed its distinct limp. Could the mighty beast be sick? Its entire body, even the corners of its eyes, was crawling with tiny bugs. Seeing his golden opportunity, Xingyu shouted out directly to the general. City Lord Zhou Xiang, is your war giant Emperor Rhino injured? I can cure it. The shout instantly caught Zhou Xiang's attention. He looked back with a stern expression and asked how the young man could tell his beast was sick. Studying Xingyu, he noticed the Qinglong Academy uniform. The kid was his son's age, so how could he possibly know medicine? Handing over his badge, Xingyu introduced himself as a special apothecary from the Sky Guild, asking if the beast was constantly lethargic. Does it break out in red spots and get skin ulcers whenever it rains? Zhou Xiang was both shocked and suspicious. Every single detail was completely accurate. He admitted he had returned specifically to treat his beast, but offered a blunt apology. I still cannot trust you just yet. Can you explain why it fell ill, and if it matches other doctors' diagnoses? Xingyu smiled confidently and replied that it was simple. Plucking a bug from the Emperor Rhino, he explained that these sand mites were the exact root cause of the illness. Zhou Xiang observed the young man, impressed that he actually possessed real knowledge. He admitted he had hired countless famous doctors over the years, yet none could completely eradicate the sand mites from his war giant Emperor Rhino. If the boy was volunteering, did he truly have a cure? Hearing this, a sly grin spread across Xingyu's face. He suggested moving to a private spot to discuss the herbs he would need. The city lord immediately agreed to the young man's request. Let's head to my villa. Just name the herbs you need. Once cured, I will gladly grant you any favor you ask. Standing opposite Zhou Xiang, Xingyu could hardly believe his luck at landing such an incredible opportunity. Not only would he secure the Phoenix Tail Herb, but he would also gain an incredibly powerful ally. Cut to the Zhou estate. Standing before a massive medicine cabinet, Xingyu carefully weighed out 15 grams of Luo Yin flower, 20 grams of Tianju grass, and 25 grams of Fuhuo herb. Adding his secret family formula, he began brewing the purple spirit essence. Once the brew was finished, Xingyu carefully instructed the city lord, explaining that this purple spirit essence was specifically made to eradicate sand mites. Have him drink the liquid and apply the residue externally. It acts incredibly fast, with zero side effects. If you are still concerned, you can always find someone else to test it first. Showing his trust, he replied calmly, saying he never doubted those he chose to trust and decided to administer it himself. Sitting beside the Emperor Rhino, he gently brought the vial to its mouth and stroked its head, telling it to drink up. The medicine worked like magic. The beast fell into a peaceful slumber almost instantly, as the sand mites began crawling out of its body one by one. He was completely amazed by the medicine's rapid effects. His loyal beast had not slept this peacefully in a very long time. This medicine is absolutely miraculous. He could not help but marvel at Xingyu's incredible talent. Young brother. No, divine Dr. Xiao. But before the general could finish, Xingyu quickly chimed in, saying he knew exactly what was on his mind. The sand mites on your beast will be entirely wiped out, and I can even provide you with the recipe. That way you can treat your soldiers' beasts when you return to Huangyan City. Deeply grateful Zhou Xiang thanked him warmly before asking about his fee. What would you like as payment? Xingyu stated his request, asking for phoenix tail, herb, and ghost firefly flower. To Zhou Xiang, this was barely a challenge. Phoenix tail herb is not particularly expensive, and while ghost firefly flower is rare, it is certainly not impossible to acquire. He added that these two items would be more than enough. Extremely grateful, he invited the young doctor to stay for dinner, eager to share a drink and chat further with someone he found so agreeable. Xingyu awkwardly scratched his head at the invitation, admitting that, to be honest, he had actually snuck out on his own. By now, Lei Lang has probably already finished sparring with my teammates. Hearing about the match, Cheng Gong blurted out that even he knew about the bitter feud between the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Academy directors. He immediately offered to join them. And besides, he also wanted to pay his respects to the Empress. All right, you and I are back at the arena, where the referee is calling the intense clash between Xinxin and Zhou Ye. This matchup is getting wilder by the second. The fierce duel between Zhou Ye and Murong Xingxin had already dragged on for a whole hour, with absolutely no winner in sight. Up in the stands, the crowd was cheering wildly. Xingyu stood right below, barely able to believe his own eyes. Are they still going? Xinxin and Zhou Ye were still locked in battle. Zhou Ye wore a smug smirk, looking down on Xinxin with total contempt. Hey Murong, you are clearly losing this fight. Why bother struggling so hard to stay on your feet? Besides, you have been totally distracted since the very start. What are you even looking at? Xinxin completely ignored Zhou Ye's arrogant, mocking words. She anxiously thought, why is Xingyu not back yet? If he sees me lose this, it is going to be so incredibly embarrassing. She told herself, no way, I absolutely have to win this and show him. Suddenly Xingyu shouted from behind. Xinxin, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Can your spiritual energy even hold out? Hearing this, Xinxin turned around to look at him. Xingyu quickly activated his god eyes to evaluate the battlefield. It was clear that both Xinxin and Zhou Ye were in terrible shape. Their spiritual energy was on the very verge of running dry, which was both good and bad news for both fighters. He decided to inspect their beast attributes right away. Xingyu focused his gaze on Xinxin's summoned beast. Was this actually the very first beast she had ever contracted? It seemed she had brought out her absolute trump card. This girl's stubborn, competitive nature was honestly pretty adorable. The stat window popped up, showing the name Snow Soul Demon Hunter, second stage adult form with a mythic quality bloodline. Its first talent, I granted incredible vision to spot blind spots and enemy weaknesses. Its second talent was the extreme frost storm. When hit by an attack, frost ripples would erupt to trigger a protective shield. It had flying and ice attributes with an impressive loyalty rating of 99. Xingyu then checked out Zhou Ye's beast, completely caught off guard by its highly unusual abilities. 12 shadow clones, no wonder they fought for so long. Check this out with me. The wolf is a second stage adult form. With a mythic quality bloodline, its first talent, Wolf Head, could significantly reduce frontal damage. Its second talent, Shadow Clone Pupil Art, consumed mental energy to generate up to 12 shadow clones. These clones could deal real damage, though losing them drained more mental strength. It had psychic attributes and a loyalty of 87. Xinxin roared her command, winter is coming. Ice shards immediately rained down, shooting straight toward the evil-eyed gray wolf. Zhou Ye countered instantly, ordering his beast to trigger its shadow clone pupil art to easily dodge Xingxin's offensive strike. The wolf effortlessly slipped past all of her ice shards. It kept marching forward, letting out a menacing, challenging growl. Sensing danger closing in, the Snow Soul Demon Hunter quickly soared high into the air to maintain a safe distance. Even so, it still took a heavy hit from the wolf. Onlookers commented that this skill was completely unfair. How can anyone tell the clones from the real body? Xingyu frowned, thinking to himself that it was indeed possible. Staring intently at Xingyu decided to take a huge gamble, slipping quietly right behind her back. He covered his mouth and began coughing loudly, desperately, trying to hint at something. Cough, cough, cough. Xingxin immediately caught the signal, turning her eyes toward the sound with a look of deep suspicion. Meanwhile, Xingyu was still pretending to clutch his chest, coughing away dramatically. Xingxin began to piece together his actual intention. What on earth is he doing? Is this some kind of secret signal? Right behind her now, Zhou Ye's wolf was gearing up for another devastating strike. She focused her mind and carefully scanned the pack of illusions, finally pinpointing the real body of the beast. Unlike the fake clones, the real wolf still had the distinct heavy breathing of an actual living beast in combat. Spotting the enemy's critical opening, Xingxin immediately commanded her beast to strike back. The Snow Soul Demon Hunter launched its counterattack. No longer untouchable like in the previous rounds, Zhou Ye's wolf took a direct massive hit from Xingxin's Snow Soul Demon Hunter. Zhou Ye grimaced and gasped. How is this possible? Refusing to believe his eyes, he desperately tried to calm himself down. No, she must have just guessed. The wolf shifted its clones, but Xingxin accurately landed another hit on the real beast. After taking two devastating fatal blows in a row, Zhou Ye's beast was completely unable to fight any longer. The referee shouted the final decision, declaring the match over. The undisputed winner of this intense battle was Murong Xingxin. This victory secured a score of 2-0 for the Azure Dragon Academy. Once the announcement was made, a beaming Xingxin walked back toward her older brother, and Xingyu. Yang Shuo praised her, saying she was indeed the absolute best. Xingyu clapped as well, offering his warm congratulations. Xingxin threw herself directly into Xingyu's arms, happily saying thank you so much. Xingyu smiled and said it was nothing. But Yang Shuo cut in, shouting, "Hey!" He trembled, watching the intimate behavior between the two right in front of him. "Sister, what are you doing?" "Xiao Xingyu, what did you do to her?" Yang Shuo pointed right at Xingyu's face, absolutely losing his mind with threats. "Get your hands off her. Touch my sister again, and trust me, I will beat you to death." Xingyu smiled awkwardly, claiming he was merely giving Xingxin a friendly warning. The scene shifts to Zhou Ye, whose previous arena arrogance had completely melted into pure dread. "Principal, I lost," he stammered, which only made Xingyu boil with even more fury. Standing right in front of the three top students from her prestigious academy, she snapped her cigarette in pure rage, leaving both Zhou Ye and Tianzi completely terrified. Xingyu screamed in a frenzy. "Strategy meeting tonight. No one sleeps until we have a solid plan. You will train until you drop." They all immediately yelled back in unison. Standing next to the Empress, Chenggong noted that his son's fighting skills clearly still needed major improvement. General Murong's daughter is incredibly sharp. Spotting that crucial weakness at the perfect moment proves she is indeed a prized prodigy of the Azure Dragon Academy. The Empress remained completely expressionless, telling him to stop playing dumb. She only noticed because she was tipped off. The one who warned her was that divine Dr. Xiao you praised so highly. Caught red-handed, Chenggong immediately fell to his knees to beg for mercy. "Your Majesty, please do not blame them. Just give those kids one more chance." Completely ignoring the trembling Chenggong, she calmly announced that Zhou Ye, Murong Xingxin, and Xiao Xingyu had all done incredibly well. Therefore, she would personally hand them invitation letters to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Finally, letting out a breath of relief, Chenggong smiled and bowed, thanking the Empress. Shifting back to Xingyu and the Murong siblings, Xingyu smiled and asked Yang Shuo where they should go. Since Principal Su wanted to treat everyone to barbecue, any recommendations on where to eat? Irritated Yang Shu snapped, "Get lost. Who said you could call me brother?" Just then, an event official approached to deliver letters to Xingxin and Xingyu. Letters for Xingyu and Murong. Xingxin. Your brilliant performances in the arena have been recognized by the Empress herself. These are your invitations to the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Take them. Accepting the letter, Xingyu immediately turned to ask Yang Shuo about it. "Hey Yang Shuo, what exactly is this Imperial Soul Training Camp?" Yang Shuo explained that the camp was a special program created by the Empress for the 4 major academies, and she would personally serve as their main instructor. Surprised, Xingyu asked if everyone who graduated from there ended up becoming elite top-tier pillars of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yang Shuo crossed his arms, confirming she taught them directly. Realizing the danger, Xingyu broke out into cold sweats. He worried that while being near the Empress had massive benefits, he and Lulu had a blood contract. If she found out, he was dead. Suddenly, Xinshin quietly approached his side. She gently placed her hand on his worried face, catching him completely off guard. Gently, Xinshin snapped him out of it, saying, "Stop spacing out. Didn't you say we were going for barbecue? We can worry about the future later." Xingyu sighed and agreed. Soon they arrived at a spot where juicy marinated meats were sizzling over hot charcoal. Xingyu, Xinshin, and Yang Shuo all sat down together, eagerly digging into delicious grilled skewers. Mouth full of food, Xingyu asked Yang Shuo a question. "Hey Yang Shuo, you two are from the elite noble families. Since when do you eat at street stalls?" Yang Shuo shrugged, saying noble blood doesn't mean they don't eat normal food. From street barbecue to spicy hot pot and snacks, they love it all. Far more polite than the boys, Xingshin delicately covered her mouth, while chewing silently, glancing between her brother and Xingyu. Xingyu suddenly remembered little Shimeng back home, specifically the first time she saw fried dough sticks, and asked him with wide confused eyes what they were. Xingyu had been completely shocked. "Wait, you've seriously never even heard of fried dough sticks?" Laughing, Xingyu admitted he assumed all noble families lived in the same bubble. Sitting beside him, Xinshin simply sighed in response to his silly story. Noticing her reaction, Xingyu checked in on her. "What is it?" she muttered, sounding completely exhausted. "Nothing, you are just incredibly annoying." Teasing her, he joked, "Is it that time of the month? Hey, I am a doctor. Let me check you out." Yang Shuo instantly spat his food out in shock, while a terrifying murderous aura erupted around Xinshin. Yang Shuo screamed, aiming his chopstick directly at Xingyu like a weapon. "Xiao Xingyu, I am going to end you." Xingyu immediately recoiled. "Hey, relax, I will drink 3 penalty shots to apologize." Crushing his beer, Yang Shuo roared right back. "Penalty my foot. This light beer basically tastes like water. That is not a real punishment." Smiling confidently, Xingyu called the waiter over. "Boss, bring out the strongest liquor you have." The owner readily replied, "Coming right up." Moments later, the waiter dropped a whole crate of heavy liquor onto the table. Glaring, Yang Shuo issued a challenge. "Xiao Xingyu, let's settle this. I am going to drink you under the table tonight, or else I am taking your last name." After challenging Xingwu to a drinking duel, Yang Shuo ends up outside the bar, barfing his guts out. Blah. A perfectly sober Xiao Xingwu asks, "Yang Shuo, are you alright? Can you drink more?" Yang Shuo can barely stand yet. He still mumbles, "I can still go. I'm warning you, treat my sister right when you marry her, or this brother-in-law will wreck you." Xingwu just laughs in amusement. "Lu Jin, your brother is wasted. He just approved of me as his brother-in-law." Meanwhile, Yang Shuo keeps gagging right next to him. Suddenly, a blushing Lu Jin asks Xingwu, "My brother kind of ruined the vibe today. Could we go hang out together some other day?" Xingwu scratches his cheek in embarrassment. He awkwardly reschedules, saying tomorrow is a team match, so they should go the day after. Splat on the ground, a totally wasted Yang Shuo whines like a spoiled kid, "No way, I want to go too." Later that night, after returning home, Xingwu holds a seed in his hand, murmuring, "Well, the phoenix grass is secured, and the ghost fire flower should be arriving very soon." Staring at the glowing rare seed in his hand, Xingwu sighs. "All I need now is dung from a god beast class, emperor beast, but how on earth do I get that?" Racking his brain gets him nowhere, so he just shrugs it off. Whatever, he will figure it out later. Time for some sleep. During the dead of night, the mark on Xingwu's hand glows mysteriously. The next morning, the sun is already high in the sky. While Xingwu is still fast asleep, a woman's hand presses against his face, shaking him repeatedly to wake him up. Xiao Xingwu. Xiao Xingwu, wake up. Groggily opening his eyes, Xingwu asks in a sleepy voice, "Huh, Lulu." Seeing Lulu standing right there in the flesh, he bolts awake screaming, "Holy crap." Springing up instantly, Xingwu shoves Lulu flat against the opposite wall. "Why did you come out on your own? Did the Empress's men spot you?" Lulu casually replies, "Nope, I just slipped out to gather some info. There is something really important going on." Hearing that, Xingwu finally relaxes and sighs. "All right, then you scared the life out of me." He pats his chest to calm his racing heart. Lulu gives him a highly judgmental look, pointing out, "Calming yourself down is fine, but stop squeezing my chest." Xingwu instantly pulls his hand back, waving frantically to explain. Sorry, total accident. He sits down on a lounge chair, leaning back as his tone turns dead serious. You sneaked out of my beast-taming crest. So what exactly did you find out? Lulu explains Grand Admiral Murong Jin, of the Dragon Kingdom, captured the Calamity Ghost Python Medusa. She knows way too much. From what I know about the Dragon Kingdom, they are definitely going to execute her under the full moon in 3 days. Xingwu questions her. Murong Jin isn't that Lu Jin's father. But what does any of this have to do with you? That is when Lulu finally opens up about their past connection. Medusa and I go way back. She is my friend, and she is a god-beast class demon beast. Xingwu is stunned. As expected of the Dragon Kingdom's Grand Admiral actually managing to capture a god-beast class monster. Then it hits him. Wait a second, are you planning to rescue her? At this, Lulu starts using Medusa's secrets as leverage. She holds a massive secret regarding Empress Shangguan Lin of the Dragon Kingdom and her involvement in the legendary dragon-slaying war. Master, will you please help me? Xingwu rejects the idea immediately. No way, I wouldn't go even if you killed me. Even if you call me master. He begins analyzing the layout of the prison holding Medusa. That place is a heavily guarded underground fortress beneath Navy headquarters. There are literally thousands of high-level beastmasters patrolling and guarding that prison. Xingwu continues pointing out that Navy headquarters is guarded by Grand Admiral Murong Jin, a 9-star beastmaster who commands a beast carrying the legendary sea god's blood. He concludes, just the two of us breaking into a prison, that is a suicide mission. Lulu looks visibly disappointed. Lifting Lulu's chin, he says firmly, I am not throwing my life away, and you aren't either. Remember, you signed a blood contract with me. You must obey. Just as they are arguing and I watch the system throw a massive curveball at Xingwu. A quest notification pops up on the system screen. It displays a special mission commanding him to infiltrate the Navy prison to rescue Medusa, who holds the secrets of the Empress and the dragon-slaying war. The success reward is a purebred dragon egg containing pure dragon blood, plus 10,000 tokens. The failure penalty is severe. The Empress will discover Lulu's whereabouts and his identity as her master. Xingwu loses it and snaps. This absolute garbage system rarely gives quests, yet it wants me to go on a suicide run. Damn it, what a nightmare. He forces himself to calm down. If his identity gets exposed, his sister will definitely be dragged into this mess too. It seems he has no choice but to accept. In the end, Xingwu decides to take the gamble and tries to look on the bright side. If he successfully completes this, he won't just get the rewards, he might even get a shot at contracting the god beast Medusa. Plus, Medusa's dung can nourish his heavenly soul altar beast. Screw it, time to risk it all. Changing his mind, Xingwu acts completely nonchalant and says, Lulu, you are my contracted beast, which makes you family. I want to help you unconditionally. I've made up my mind, we are busting Medusa out of prison together. Hearing this, an overjoyed Lulu cheers. Thank you, Master. The system screen flashes, showing her loyalty rating has jumped up to 90%. Xingyu's phone suddenly beeped with a brand new notification. It was the Navy's official news report regarding Medusa's public execution. Shocking, Navy headquarters announced that in 3 days they will publicly execute Medusa right on Icefire Island. In a massive naval operation, Admiral Murong Jin of the Dragon Kingdom successfully captured a highly dangerous legendary beast god-tier magical beast. Capturing the Calamity Python Medusa showcased the absolute power of the Dragon Kingdom's navy, but Xingyu wondered why they chose this specific time exactly 3 days from now. Lulu explained that because of the Divine Python clan's unique bloodline, beheading the serpent on a full moon night is the only way to harvest a perfect beast core. If they executed her on any other day, the precious beast core would be incomplete. Xingyu felt overwhelmed. A mere 2-star beast tamer attempting to break into the heavily guarded Navy headquarters to rescue a prisoner. It sounded completely impossible. He told Lulu to return to her beast crest while he spent the next few days preparing. Though worried, Lulu could only put her trust in Xingyu, telling him that she was counting on him. Xingyu replied that he had to finish today's match first. The scene shifted to the arena's center, surrounded by rising smoke and intense lava. Below lay a boiling bright red lava pool bubbling with heat. Xingyu and Yang Shuo stood ready at the edge of the dangerous battlefield. He stared in disgust. The water in the lake looked exactly like bubbling blood, making him feel sick. Why choose such a place? Yang Shuo explained that rumor had it during the Great Dragon War. A giant dragon fell into this very Dragon Fall Lake. Its fresh blood stained the entire lake, keeping the water looking like boiling magma year-round. But that was just a rumor, without any real proof. Xing Yu used his divine eyes to investigate. This team battle was intense, where losers paid a heavy price. He wanted to see what lay below. Peering deep down to the lakebed, he spotted a strange, mysterious glow. Xing Yu felt a powerful, distinct energy. This mysterious force belonged to the Dragon Clan. It was dragon power. Dragon bones lay beneath. Xing Yu pondered. If his beast could absorb those dragon bones down there, it would definitely evolve. But how could he retrieve them from the lava? Seeing him dazed, the Morong siblings quickly shook him out of it, warning him that the match was starting and he needed to focus. Get serious, they warned, because countless people nationwide are watching this live. With numerous helicopters circling high above, the commentators welcomed the vast audience tuning in to watch this epic team match of the Supernova competition. Countless live broadcast cameras around the arena were pointed directly at them. Back at Xing Yu's home, the television blared with the commentator's excited voice, pitting the Azure Dragon Academy against White Tiger Academy with 6 highly gifted competitors. Which side would emerge victorious? Shi Meng cheered happily, telling Ning Shui that Xing Yu would absolutely win this matchup. Ning Shui warned Meng Meng to drink less cola to avoid getting cavities. Back at the arena, the atmosphere was absolutely electric. The crowd roared, cheering for both teams. Xing Yu pumped himself up, remembering Lulu was right, he had to show his sister his true strength. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Black Wind, who appeared with a ferocious roar. Baring its razor-sharp teeth, Black Wind stood behind Xing Yu, awaiting his command. Yang Shuo and Xing Xin immediately summoned their beasts, the Thunderstorm Lion and Bone-Winged Bat, while their opponents sneered, claiming they were done with late-night training. They declared victory was theirs today as their beasts. The Sand Burial Crimson Python and Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf emerged onto the field, a massive snake and a wolf. Xing Yu noticed the sly look on the other opponent's face, growing highly suspicious about why he hadn't summoned his beast yet. Taking advantage of their incomplete lineup, Yang Shuo launched a preemptive strike, ordering his Thunderstorm Lion to charge straight ahead. The opponent didn't even flinch, but suddenly a dark shadow shot out rapidly from his side. Xing Yu shouted a warning to Yang Shuo, who quickly sensed the danger himself and gasped in shock. Yang Shuo watched in horror as a dark shadow flashed past his lion beast, leaving massive bloody slashes in its wake. The creature landed resembling a demonic monkey shrouded in toxic gas. The lion struggled to its feet, showing off its powerful, battle-scarred body. It roared, ready to tear its opponent apart. Xinxian screamed in absolute terror, identifying it as the Shadow Ninja Ape. Yang Shuo grew anxious, realizing this beast could instantly teleport multiple times within a set range. This opponent was going to be a real nightmare. Seizing the momentum, the other 2 opponents unleashed their skills as the Sand Burial Crimson Python spat out a massive swirling sandstorm tornado. The Evil-Eyed Grey Wolf activated its Shadow Clone Ocular skill, instantly splitting into 3 identical wolves, making it impossible to spot the real one. The tornado surged toward the Morong siblings. They quickly debated, asking Shinner if she could see through it since she had experience fighting this type of wolf. Could she hit it? Last time the wolf was exhausted from a long fight, which was why she succeeded. But now, with the blinding sandstorm blocking her vision, she couldn't pinpoint the real body. Zhou Ye ordered his evil-eyed Grey Wolf to focus its attacks on the Netherworld Hell Wolf first. Left fighting entirely alone, Black Wind sustained several deep, painful wounds, which immediately triggered Xing Yu's hot-headed fury. Hei Feng keeps his cool, breaking right through the sandstorm. Hearing his master's order, he charges at blinding speed, slamming his body straight into the eye of the tornado. Through sheer determination, Hei Feng struggles to break the vortex, letting out fierce non-stop roars that echo across the battlefield. Suddenly, the Shadow Ape Ninja unleashes its Cyclone Shurikens. 3 razor-sharp darts fly straight into the vortex, sinking deep into Hei Feng, and making him scream out in pure agony. Xiao Xingyu screams Hei Feng shadow form. Immediately, the beast creates a shadow pit and dives right in to evade the deadly darts. Xinxian asks, in concern, Xiao Xingyu, are you okay? But he calmly reassures her, I'm fine, I already anticipated this exact scenario. Yang Shuo furiously calls out their opponents, ganging up solely on Xiao Xingyu. That's unbelievably cheap and cowardly. Xinxian agrees, warning, they are deliberately targeting Xiao Xingyu. We mustn't let them have their way. Yang Shuo quickly signals Bai Meng. The Thunderstorm Lion Beast unleashes heavenly thunder to dispel the clones of the demonic-eyed Grey Wolf. With swift basic attacks, the lion beast easily causes the wolf's clones to fade and completely disappear. Infuriated, the opponent has the shadow ape ninja throw more cyclone shurikens, but Shinshin screams, "Oh no, you don't, bone-winged bat beast, protect the hell nether wolf." Shinshin's beast rushes forward to block the strike, but the black-clothed opponent smirks. It's completely useless. You can't keep that hell nether wolf safe forever. Under our combined assault, Xiao Xingyu will undoubtedly be the very first one knocked out. Acting like they aren't even talking about him, Xingyu indifferently replies, "Oh really?" He turns and gives the order. Heifeng unleashes his demonic power. He stands tall, radiating a chilling aura of spiritual energy from his body. Locking eyes with Heifeng's sharp glare, the black-clothed man gasps. What, completely healed already? Xingyu just looks at them with supreme confidence. The fight has only just begun. As Heifeng stands proud on stage, the commentator goes wild. Dear spectators, behold the insane healing effect of demonic energy. Every single wound on the hell nether wolf has healed completely, bringing him right back to full health. The black-clothed opponent grows highly suspicious, reasoning that all three of them had focused their fire solely on this wolf. If it were any other beast, it would have collapsed long ago. This healing speed is just way too ridiculous. But just as he notices his own beast behaving strangely, he stammers out in confusion. Look at that, the python that was full of bloodlust just moments ago is now shrinking back, cowering in fear. He panics, realizing his beasts are terrified. Could demonic energy actually inflict mental pressure too? Heifeng gathers his might. Firing the Hellfire Lotus, he throws his head back, spewing out a colossal torrent of fire. Yang Shuo stares in utter disbelief at this sight. To think a single beast skill could simultaneously combine 4 different attributes: fire, wind shadow, and demonic power. This Hellfire Lotus is truly an absolute trump card of unmatched destruction. Heifeng unleashes the roaring flame from his jaws, blasting it toward the enemy. The buzz-cut guy frantically commands Scarlet Sand Python extinguish it with Sandstorm Dragon Fist. His beast then conjures yet another massive tornado. This whirlwind is so incredibly huge that it practically sucks in everything around them. The tornado sails straight into the blaze. Suddenly, the fire flares up violently, completely devouring the giant vortex. The buzz-cut guy is completely frozen in shock, muttering, "How is this possible? Sand clearly has the advantage over fire, haha." Elemental counters. When faced with such an absolute gap in raw stats, elemental counters are nothing but a joke. Xingyu then orders Heifeng, "Blow it up." Instantly, the blazing fire explodes with an earth-shattering boom, completely shattering the tornado without leaving a single trace. The shockwave covers everything in blinding dust as the camera flies backward amidst terrified screams of awe. Blinding smoke completely covers the battlefield while flames continue to crackle inside the haze. Emerging from the debris, the python appears heavily scratched all over, with tears welling up in its eyes. The other 2 beasts fared no better looking, completely battered with their armor and clothes ripped to shreds. Meanwhile, Shinshin stares at Xingyu in disbelief, thinking to herself, "So yesterday Xiao Xingyu really wasn't even using his full power." He scoffs at his opponents. "Is this really all you elite students from White Tiger Academy have to offer? At this rate, I can take down all 3 of you by myself." The buzz-cut guy curses, "Damn it," but the black-clothed man calmly stops him. "Don't let your anger blind you. Stick to the plan and go all out now." They strike silently as the python charges with Sand Blade Dragon Fist. The black-clothed man's beast leaps up, hurling a furious barrage of shurikens straight forward. Refusing to back down, the demonic-eyed gray wolf also lunges forward with razor-sharp claws. Heifeng is suddenly trapped in a truly deadly situation. 3 enemy beasts are unleashing deadly attacks from 3 different directions at once. The buzz-cut guy grins, completely confident in their victory. "Even with demonic power, you won't survive an attack of this scale, is that so?" Xingyu chuckles softly, remaining utterly calm as if nothing is wrong. In a flash, a blinding light suddenly erupts, brightly illuminating the entire arena. Rocks and debris fly everywhere. Looming behind the thick dust is the shadow of a gargantuan creature, making the buzz-cut guy turn pale. What is this? Behind that dust is a colossal Heifeng wearing armor forged entirely of fire. The black-clothed opponent realizes what's happening, gathering flames into a suit of armor. This is the Blazing Sun armor combat skill, which only transcendent tier fire-type beasts can ever master. The buzz-cut guy asks blankly, "What on earth is that?" The black-clothed man explains that the solar flare armor can withstand continuous explosive strikes, while simultaneously converting that incoming impact into armor energy. This battle technique truly tests the beast's comprehension and the tamer's spiritual energy reserves. But how does Zhao Xingyu know this technique? He casually breaks their days, asking why they're standing around doing nothing. Did they seriously not notice anything weird? As the opponents look around in confusion, they realize the Murong siblings' beasts have completely vanished. The black-clothed tamer looks up in sheer panic, realizing the threat is coming from above. Meanwhile, their oblivious beasts are still growling with fake confidence. The shadow ninja ape senses the danger, but it's way too late as Shinshin's beast drops down, completely pinning it to the ground. Her beast immediately takes flight, unleashing a massive blast of concentrated energy directly from its mouth onto the target. Furious, the black-clothed tamer clenches his fists in anger. Since the shadow ninja ape is too weak and about to get knocked out, he has no choice but to summon his second beast. No hesitation. He shouts, "Rock Giant, go save the shadow ninja ape, come out." But little did he know everything was already anticipated by Xingyu. Xingyu commands, finally forcing the opponent's fourth beast into the open. As Freya sees the giant stone fist coming down, she prepares to block it with giant force fist. With a swift flick of her weapon, Freya conjures a transparent barrier, effortlessly stopping the opponent's devastating punch in its tracks. The black-clothed tamer stutters, remembering that legendary creature from the books. It looks like the Holy Light Angel beast. But how on earth can an infant-stage beast easily block my fully matured rock giant like that? Xingyu gives them a cold warning, stating his beast is far stronger than they could ever imagine. The battle rages on, with intense fury, as waves of heat from the rising lava plunge the arena into absolute chaos. Yang Heng's beast is suddenly dropped straight into the boiling pool of lava by Xin Xin's skeletal winged bat. The referee instantly announces that the first beast eliminated from the arena is none other than the shadow ninja ape. It's a real shame, as Yang Heng was completely blocked from saving his beast due to Xiao Xingyu's interference. Xingyu stands tall and proud, alongside his two incredibly powerful beasts, as an absolute mountain of pressure radiates from them. He instructs his partner Black Wind, "Sit tight for the next clash. I'm going to let Freya steal the show this time." The beast nods in silent agreement. Meanwhile, Yang Heng seethes at the sheer arrogance, calling him completely out of his mind. How dare a weak infant-stage creature think it can challenge our fully matured beasts? With that, Tianzi commands his beast to charge forward, shouting for the Crimson Sand Python to teach the reckless Xiao Xingyu a painful lesson. Right beside him, Freya flashes with a brilliant light and vanishes into thin air. Xingyu chuckles inwardly, knowing the enemy has gravely underestimated her power. By the time Yang Heng realizes something is off, it is already too late. He screams in total panic, "Rock Giant, quickly protect the Crimson Sand Python!" But there is no time, as Freya instantly teleports right before Tianzi's beast. Her speed is so terrifyingly fast that her body turns invisible, leaving behind only faint afterimages in the air. Out of nowhere, Freya delivers a devastating straight kick directly to the massive serpent, launching it dozens of meters away. Tianqi's beast fails to react and takes the full brunt of the attack, while the rock giant struggles to catch its flying teammate. Nobody expected her kick to pack such insane force, forcing even the mighty rock giant to stumble back several steps upon impact. The clash happens way too quickly, leaving the entire camera crew completely unable to track the action. What on earth just happened? The director screams for a replay, but even on screen it's still just a massive blur. Let me try to slow it down 1,000 times. That might work. Beside them, Yang Shuo's eyes go wide as he asks Xiao Xingyu what technique this is. A kick at the speed of light. He grins proudly, explaining that Freya self-learned this skill and named it the Flash of Light. Zhou Ye frowns, shocked by her strength. That beast is insane, even the rock giant could barely withstand her attack. What should we do next, Yang Heng? The other boy simply furrows his brow, confessing he has absolutely no idea. Standing on the opposite side of the arena, Xingyu points a finger directly at them and shouts, "Hey Yang Heng, have your beasts ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Yang Shuo's lip twitches in disbelief. The disrespect is unreal. This line is absolutely going down as the best flex of the entire year. They try to keep their composure, telling their team that a broken speed of light kick like that definitely cannot be used repeatedly in one battle. We still have 2 beasts left, which means there is still a chance. Yang Heng admits his miscalculation, promising to go all out to support them now. Zhou Ye immediately summons his companion, shouting for the battle drum rhino to make its entrance. Instantly, a massive blue rhino materializes on the battlefield, its entire body wrapped in a dense dark blue energy aura. Tianqi is also fired up, his tamer badge shining brightly, as he yells that he refuses to lose a second time, summoning the raging thunder tiger. Answering the call, the majestic beast leaps onto the field, ready to fight. Not to be outdone, Xinqian calls out to her brother as they prepare to make their own move. Yang Shuo replies, telling him not to worry, since he would never let him fight alone. Xingwu immediately commands Freya to target the smallest ash fox and kick it straight down. Upon receiving the order, she immediately charges toward them, while Yang Heng yells out that he won't let them have their way. The rock giant suddenly looms. Meanwhile, the Murong siblings continue to fight off the enemy beast's relentless attacks, shouting at the top of their lungs to block them. Freya goes head-to-head with Tianqi's beast, delivering a lightning-fast kick straight to its stomach before it can even react. The beasts pair up one by one, clashing in fierce duels. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo's Thunder Tempest Lion struggles to defend against the towering rock giant's brutal attacks. Zhou Ye's battle drum, Shiyou, also takes heavy damage from the devastating lightning-infused strikes of his beast. Zhou Ye, Yang Heng, and Tianzi are quickly exhausted, gasping heavily for breath as their spiritual energy rapidly depletes. Realizing things are looking bad, he admits his spiritual energy is almost gone, though Xiao Xingwu still seems to have plenty of it left. Tianqi quickly adds that he is at his limit too, with only enough energy left for one final beast skill. Yang Heng rallies them, urging everyone to use their ultimate skill for one last chance to turn the tables. Xingwu quickly notices their sudden hesitation and warns the Murong siblings that since the enemy is low on energy, they will definitely unleash everything in one final strike. They want a comeback. He calls out to Lu Jin and Yang Shuo, urging them to unleash their strongest ultimate skill for this final round. He orders his rock giant to gigantify, causing its body to expand instantly and become much more durable. Tianzi yells for his sand burial red python to use endless yellow sands, wrapping the rock giant in glowing green energy and swirling sand. Zhou Ye also commands his evil-eyed gray wolf to cast an illusion conjuring dozens of replica giants across the field. With a smirk, Xingwu calls out to Lu Jin and Yang Shuo, while Xinqian nods, completely understanding his plan. With a shout, the enemy orders the attack, sending dozens of illusionary rock giants rushing to surround He Feng. They target the beast together, raining down massive fists like sledgehammers crashing into the hard ground. Under their devastating onslaught, a thick cloud of dust erupts, completely blinding everyone on the field. Suddenly, a loud howl echoes through the air, forcing Yang Heng to look up toward the sky. There flies Xingqian's bone-winged bat beast, alongside the Thunder Tempest Lion holding He Feng high above the ground. It immediately prepares its next attack, gathering immense magical energy to form a swirling yellow and red vortex. Xingwu cannot hide his confident smirk as he looks up and commands He Feng to deliver the final blow, bringing this intense battle to its ultimate climax. Xingqian yells, ordering her bone-winged bat beast to transfer its undead flames. Yang Shuo also loudly commands his Thunder Tempest Lion to channel all its devastating lightning power straight into the Hell Nether Wolf. With that, both beasts transfer their immense elemental powers directly to He Feng. As He Feng absorbs both massive energies, the magical vortex grows larger and more violent, unleashing a combined elemental storm that engulfs the entire arena and traps all their opponents inside. With enough energy accumulated for the skill, He Feng immediately unleashes its full power. A blazing torrent of fire erupts from its mouth. The fire surges forward like a fierce dragon, tracing a blazing trail across the sky as it crashes directly into the gathered enemy beasts. Upon impact, a massive explosion devastates the arena, sending heavy dust and shattered rocks flying in all directions like a violent meteor shower. The terrifying power of this skill blasts the countless rock giants away, shattering their bodies into thousands of stone fragments of all sizes. The entire arena trembles violently under the sheer force of the massive explosion. Even the surrounding water thrashes wildly, as if shuddering from the impact of that combined attack. After a long, tense moment, everything finally quiets down as the lingering wind sweeps away, the thick dust slowly revealing the ruined arena. The giant illusions have completely vanished, leaving only the real original body lying there unconscious. Things are just as bad on the other side, where the evil-eyed gray wolf lies, completely knocked out. Covered in deep wounds, the sand burial red python suffers the exact same fate as the others. Yang Heng, Zhou Ye, and Tianqi collapse onto the ground in absolute defeat, deep regret filling their faces as they accept their loss, while the referee's voice finally echoes. The match is officially over, and the winner is Azure Dragon Academy. Xingwu spins Xingqian around in pure joy, shouting to Lu Jin that they won, while she softly smiles back. Yang Shuo cannot stand the sight quickly, stepping in to protect his sister, while telling Xiao Xingwu to stop flirting right in front of the camera. While he was still riding high on his big victory, a familiar voice called out to Xiao Xingyu. It was Yang Hang and his crew coming over to praise him, admitting that Xiao Xingyu was truly powerful, and that their loss the day before was completely fair. This time we are completely defeated. He offered a shy smile, politely thanking them for the compliments, but his attention was quickly pulled toward a nearby conversation that sounded incredibly familiar. Well, Principal Su, congratulations, Principal Zhu sneered, bragging that their school only gained national attention because her White Tiger Academy served as the perfect stepping stone. The sight of the two principals smiling while shaking hands immediately caught his eye. He sighed helplessly. The two principals were at it again, with Qingyu throwing subtle mocking jabs at her rival. Principal Su, you better keep a close eye on your student because next year, Xiao Xingyu might just join my academy instead. Ruyan was not about to back down, firing back confidently. You think you can steal my student, as if you have what it takes. With that, she waved Xingyu over, calling him over. The moment he stepped close, she suddenly grabbed him and pulled him in tight. Xingyu had no idea what she was planning until he realized his face was pressed right against her chest. Talk about one lucky main character. She looked triumphantly at Qingyu, boasting that since she saved his life, he would always choose her side. Flustered, he whispered for Principal Su to stop reminding her they were still live on camera. She casually dismissed it as the scene cut over to Ru Shu's apartment, where the live broadcast of Xingyu and the principals was playing on television. Furious at the sight, Ruok Shui accidentally snapped the TV remote in half with her bare hands. Calling her a cheap home wrecker, she startled Shi Meng, who was sitting right next to her half to death. As night fell, the streetlights and windows of the city flickered to life, painting the busy streets in a warm, vibrant glow. Amidst the bustling crowds, the trio made their way home with a completely wasted Xingyu, claiming he could still keep drinking. He invited Yang Shuo for another round, leaving his friend wondering how the guy who drank so well yesterday was suddenly this wasted. He got completely hammered after just a few drinks tonight, prompting Ruo Shou to suggest that maybe cocktails were simply his weak spot. Once they tucked him into bed, the Murong siblings decided to head home and let him sleep off the alcohol in peace. The bedroom door clicked shut as their footsteps faded away. Once he knew the coast was clear, Xingyu opened his eyes to check his surroundings. The beast-taming crest on his hand suddenly flared with light as he called forth his companion. Calling for Lulu to join him for a trip to Falling Dragon Lake, she materialized instantly, highly skeptical, since he was supposed to be completely wasted. Wondering where they were heading in the dead of night, he explained that he finally found a way to save Medusa. Lulu stared at him in utter disbelief, her eyes widening as she asked if he was actually serious. He explained that to pull off a prison break she needed to evolve. She had been stuck at Tier 3 Beast Emperor for far too long with lingering dragon energy holding her back. What if he could secure a purebred dragon bone for her? She looked at him completely baffled. Where would he even find a purebred dragon bone, and what would they even do with it? He just smiled confidently at her. By absorbing it, she could fuse with pure dragon blood, trigger her evolution, and ascend into a legendary nine-tailed dragon fox. Lulu chuckled softly, asking if he was actually being serious or just playing dumb. No beast of any race, even a beast emperor, can ever fuse with pure dragon blood. No matter how precious that bone is, it remains just a bone. His expression turned dead serious as he locked eyes with her, asking what if he actually had a way to make it happen. Dumbfounded by his wild claim, she forced a laugh, asking if he actually expected her to become a dragon fox. It sounded like a total joke. Yet despite her skepticism, Lulu couldn't help but hesitate, wondering if there was actually a sliver of hope in his plan. Outside, a torrential downpour washed over the deserted city streets, with only the dim amber glow of the towering skyscrapers cutting through the dark. Over at Falling Dragon Lake, the storm raged on as Xingyu and Lulu made their way along the treacherous rocky shoreline. He noted that the heavy storm was perfect for hiding their tracks. He instructed Lulu to shield him with her foxfire and follow his directions underwater. Agreeing instantly, she wrapped her tail around him and plunged straight into the depths, leaving him gasping for her to slow down. Following his guidance, the two of them quickly reached the depths of the eerie blood-red waters. Lulu questioned where the dragon bone actually was, prompting him to point left and urge her to dive even deeper. Navigating the murky depths proved difficult, but he kept guiding her to adjust their course, estimating the bottom was still about 200 to 300 meters away. As they neared the lake bed, she finally spotted something through the darkness and excitedly signaled to him that she found it. Before them lay a massive, awe-inspiring skeleton. Stunned by the sheer size of the beast resting on the lakebed, they swam toward it with everything they had. She stared in absolute awe, completely overwhelmed by the sight. Xingyu interrupts, explaining that this is the heart-protecting bone, the smallest, densest, and hardest bone in a dragon's entire body. She asks in shock, "You actually know about this? Are you seriously only 18 years old?" Suddenly, his ring begins to glow, and his expression turns serious as a massive wave of golden light erupts from the ring, completely enveloping the dragon bones. As the massive skeleton shrinks and gets sucked into the ring, Xingyu quickly tells Lulu they need to head straight to the suburban forest for the fusion once they land. Fewer people means it is safer despite the wild beasts, he says, and Lulu quickly nods in agreement. Cut to a dark cave nestled deep inside the forest while a gentle rain continues to fall outside. Inside, Lulu is busy wringing out her wet tails, asking how he plans to use the dragon bone to evolve her into a nine-tailed dragon fox. He pulls out a glowing red stone and hands it to her, telling her not to rush, because he has a special treasure. Staring at the glowing red stone in her hand, she asks, in complete disbelief, if this treasure is actually the real deal. Wondering where he found it, as the stone continues to glow, she watches him toss her another spirit pill, playfully asking who the master is. Xingyu tells her to mind her business, handing over a heart-protecting pill to help boost her chances of a successful evolution. Xingyu silently realizes he can never reveal to her that he bought these rare items directly from the system shop. If he did, she would probably think he was completely crazy. Suddenly, his expression turns dead serious. He calls out to Lulu, warning her that this evolution is extremely risky, and failing the dragon blood fusion will result in a severe backlash. Grabbing his hand, she asks if he is actually worried, reminding him of his ultimate dream to become the strongest beast tamer in the world. And yet here you are hesitating right now. Lulu then speaks with absolute determination. Ever since I followed you to Dragonfall Lake, I knew the risks. To save Medusa, to escape the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, and to finally live openly under the sun, I must become powerful. This is a gamble I have to take. Xingyu smiles, placing a hand over his chest, as he admits he was being too indecisive, telling her to prepare for the fusion. With that, he activates his glowing ring, while Lulu transforms into her massive fox form, fully prepared to begin the intense fusion process. Xingyu releases the massive skeleton from his ring, directing it straight toward her. As the skeleton expands back to its original massive size, he commands Lulu to absorb the bones, the red stone, and the heart-protecting pill, all at once. Opening her jaws, she swallows everything in an instant and immediately focuses all her energy on absorbing the power. Seconds later, her body begins to tremble violently as she loses control, overwhelmed by an agonizing heat burning within her. Driven by the intense pain, she charges straight out of the cave, sprinting forward and crashing through the thick trees in her path. She violently clears a path while Xingyu desperately chases after her, trying his best to keep her calm. Hang in there, Lulu. The blood fusion crystal is taking effect. I know you can pull through this. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks as a colossal shockwave of raw energy erupts, completely blocking him from taking another step forward. Looking down at the glowing lights of the city below, her expression twists with pure, unadulterated hatred. A giant digital screen displays the image of Guan Lin, the powerful empress of the Dragon Kingdom, the very enemy she vows to destroy. Her pupils contract as a violent wave of long-suppressed rage surges inside her head, threatening to boil over. Sensing her unstable state, Xingyu rushes forward to stop her from losing control, urging her to suppress her wild instincts because it isn't time for revenge yet. Remember what you just said. If you lose control right now, absolutely everything we worked for will be completely wasted. She softly whispers the word, master, her gaze locking onto Xingyu as the only person capable of bringing her back to sanity. Hang on, Lulu. We will grow stronger together, we will get our revenge, and I will make sure you can live freely under the sun. I promise to stay by your side forever. Out of nowhere, she screams for him to run. With an angry echoing roar, she unleashes a powerful gust of wind that blasts him backward, leaving him completely unhurt, but deeply worried about her current condition. Did the fusion fail? As he calls out to her, the massive beast form dissolves, revealing the slender figure of a human girl instead. She gasps for air in sheer exhaustion, her beautiful face now looking completely worn out. Realizing that the upgrade is finally complete, Xingyu can't help but celebrate, shouting in relief that she actually succeeded. Suddenly, she lunges at him, catching him completely off guard as she pins him to the ground and sits right on top of him, leaving him staring up in absolute confusion. Panting heavily, she calls him an absolute jerk, demanding to know why he had to phrase his promises like a marriage proposal. She leans in extremely close to his face, leaving him completely flustered and stammering. He tries to explain himself, but Lulu looks at him on the verge of tears, saying she still wants more. As the scene shifts to a breathtaking mountain landscape bathed in the early morning sunrise, Xingyu quietly reflects to himself, February 20th, 2020 sunny day. Xingyu wasn't just some random guy, but in this life he knew he could never become a grand archmage by age 30 anymore. His thoughts literally sounded like a dramatic diary entry. Slouching on a rock, he looked completely exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Drowning in depressing thoughts, he blamed himself thinking about how incredibly stupid he had been. He knew dragon blood could boost a beast tamer's power, but he completely forgot 4 crucial words. Dragons are inherently lustful. As a mere human, how could he possibly overpower the 9-tailed dragon fox? And why didn't he summon another beast to stop her? Because even if they all teamed up, they were no match for Lulu. But if anyone asked why he couldn't control himself, it was probably just human nature. This situation was way more ridiculous than doing something stupid while completely drunk. As Xingyu sat lost in his exhausted thoughts, a pale, slender hand suddenly reached out toward him from nowhere. It was Lulu grabbing him by the throat, calling Zhao Xingyu a shameless scoundrel. Xingyu yelled back that he was the real victim here. Hearing that, she immediately let go, silently cursing herself for failing to maintain her own self-control. Going back now meant becoming a total laughingstock. Rubbing his sore neck, Xingyu suddenly pulled a cloak out of his spatial ring. He handed it to her, telling her to put it on. Since being naked wasn't exactly ideal, Lulu smirked playfully. She laughed, mocking that since he had already seen and done everything, trying to act like a polite gentleman now was just pure hypocrisy. Xingyu could only helplessly wrap the cloak around her shoulders, saying that since they were both adults, if she got pregnant on the first try, he would take full responsibility for the little fox. His dead serious expression caught Lulu completely off guard, leaving her startled. Flustered, she hurled a rock at him and screamed at him to get lost, sending Xingyu running for his life. Stopping nearby, he rubbed his head and stared at his phone with a goofy grin. Xingyu excitedly held up his phone, telling Lulu that despite their little accident, he still wanted to congratulate her on successfully completing her breakthrough and evolving. On the screen was her own reflection. Seeing her new unfamiliar appearance, she couldn't help but gasp in pure shock. She wondered if those were dragon horns on her head, while Xingyu, his eyes turning unusual, confirmed that they indeed were. Lulu happily inspected her body, completely amazed to find that all of her previous wounds had fully healed. Right before Xingyu's eyes, the system displayed Lulu's detailed status screen. Her name was 9-tailed Dragon Fox. Her rank was level 1 Divine Beast, possessing the mythical 9-tailed bloodline, purebred dragon origin, and creation tier bloodline. Her first talent was the Eye of Misfortune, which allowed her to petrify any lower-level enemy with just a single glance. Her second talent, 9-tailed Fox Fire, burns the enemy's soul with terrifying mental damage. Third talent, Dragon Strength, grants permanent crowd control immunity. Her spells cannot be interrupted, rendering her completely immune to all enemy control skills while simultaneously inflicting massive physical and mental damage upon them. Her fourth talent, Dragon Soul, automatically activates when she takes heavy damage, blocking deadly strikes from Dragon Fox Beastkin Psychic and Fire Element attributes. Loyalty rating 88%. Skills include Tailed Beast Bomb, Bloodthirsty Eye Rage, 9 Tails Heaven Burn, Divine Dragon Tail, and Dragon Breath. Evolution path ends at 10-tailed Dragon Fox. Hobbies: eating wild bamboo shoots and oversleeping. Xingyu gave her a big thumbs up in admiration, declaring that Lulu was the first beast in the entire world to successfully fuse pure dragon blood. That was incredibly lucky. She scowled, wondering if this was some kind of pregnancy mood swing. She threatened to fight Xiao Xingyu to the death if he kept talking nonsense. Cutting to a room, Xingyu researched a heavily guarded prison on his phone. If they wanted to rescue her, they had to reach Ice Island in 2 days, while his school's finals were in 6 days. Leaving them with only one single shot at success. If they failed, they would have to fend for themselves, abandon Medusa, and flee the academy before raising suspicion. Xingyu then turned to Lulu, asking if she had any objections. Lulu remained deep in thought, tapping her chin as she questioned how a mere 2-star beast tamer like him planned to pull this off. With barely 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual energy, how could he match a 9-star beast tamer? He simply brushed it off with a casual smile. He had his ways, but he needed a Dragon Soul elixir, which for certain reasons he had to brew himself this time. Conveniently, since Lulu now possessed purebred dragon blood, he asked her to spare a little bit of her blood later. Without a single moment of hesitation, she sliced her own finger with a blade just to help Xingyu, offering her blood freely and promising to support him to the end. Shocked by her sudden action, he panicked and yelled for her to stop. She let her blood drip into a glass vial for him, ignoring the steady flow. Worried sick Xingyu grabbed her hand and put her bleeding finger into his mouth to stop the flow, gently scolding her for hurting herself so carelessly. His sudden care touched Lulu's heart, sending a deep blush spreading rapidly across her cheeks. But completely ruining this romantic moment, a sudden notification buzzed on Xingyu's phone. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Xingyu raises his phone, completely missing Dalu blushing like crazy right next to him. It is a text from Lu Jin. She wants Xingyu to meet at the night market gate at 7 p.m. because her brother wants BBQ. Night falls quickly, and Yang Shuo is already waiting. Seeing him arrive, Yang Shuo waves and yells, "Xiao Xingyu over here." Xingyu asks why they are so early. Yang Shuo just sighs with a completely exhausted and defeated face. Sigh, blame my little sister. Standing right there, Xin Xin looks beautiful in her dress, shyly complaining about his lateness. You took way too long. As both guys stare, Xingyu awkwardly apologizes, quickly inventing a fake excuse on the spot. Sorry, stayed up late gaming and overslept. Xingyu then turns to her with a question. Hey Lu Jin, can you do me a quick favor? Only he gets to call her that. Blushing, she softly asks what he needs, and he gets straight to the point. He explains he needs rare, expensive herbs that he cannot afford. Without even hesitating, she immediately agrees. Sure, I will help you. Overjoyed by her quick response, Xingyu yells out. Lu Jin, you are the best. I love you to death. Yang Shuo coughs loudly, interrupting. Hey Xiao Xingyu, I am still standing right here. Xin Xin drops a clear hint to her brother, saying she and Xingyu are buying herbs first. Yang Shuo gets the message, claiming he suddenly has work and must skip their BBQ plans tonight. Before leaving, the protective older brother coldly gestures for Xingyu to step aside for a private chat. He puts his arm around Xingyu, whispering a dark warning. If Xingyu dares to pull any funny business with his sister, there will be hell to pay. While I am gone, keep your distance. Clumsy hands or accidental touching is one thing, but do not cross the line. But if you dare take her to a hotel room, don't blame me for destroying you. Xingyu casually replies that he does not have those desires yet, then bids him farewell, as if nothing happened. Yang Shuo leaves, telling them to have fun. Xin Xin quickly reminds her brother not to return to the hotel too late tonight. They head to a traditional pharmacy, where her sweet voice echoes inside, telling him she is giving him all these herbs for free. Hearing this, Xingyu's eyes light up with pure joy. Xingyu thanks Lu Jin for spending so much money on him. To repay her kindness, he promises to research customized medicine specifically tailored to boost her beast's power. She giggles, saying she will wait and see. But then she hesitates, looking up to ask if he notices anything different. Xingyu asks what she means. Seeing her hopeful face, he wonders if she wants him to praise her beautiful dress and makeup today. So he decides to play dumb and tease her. He acts clueless, telling her he feels absolutely nothing. Hearing this, Xing Xin's high hopes instantly plummet into deep disappointment. Staring at his back as he walks off, she sighs. Really, suddenly a black cat with glowing yellow eyes leaps out from the darkness. Startled by the sudden shadow, she trips and falls. Xingyu instantly panics, shouting her name out loud. Sitting on the cold ground, she insists she is fine, just startled. Xingyu kneels beside her to check, asking if she sprained her ankle. He calls her careless, but she sadly mutters that she has sprained it over 20 times since childhood, so she is used to it. He turns around, presenting his back. Lu Jin, the ground is too slippery. Stop trying to walk, and let me carry you back. She waves her hands, insisting she can walk. Meanwhile, that black cat sits in the corner, calmly licking its paw, while watching the drama unfold. Xingyu snaps back, telling her to stop arguing and climb onto his back immediately. Unable to take a single step, she finally gives in and lets him carry her piggyback style. Feeling her chest pressed closely against his back, the atmosphere between the two of them instantly shifts, turning incredibly tense and awkward. She softly calls his name and he asks what is wrong. She looks up at the sky, uttering a sentence that completely ruins the romantic mood. I think it is raining. Xingyu looks up, confirming the bad news. He runs like crazy through the downpour. As the rain gets worse, she gasps, asking if he is an ostrich with that insane speed. He snaps back that if they do not sprint, they will get soaked. Soon they reach the hotel while the rain continues to pour outside. Back in their room, they let out a massive sigh of relief. Xingyu dries his hair, glad to be back. But when he looks at her, his eyes widen. Her wet dress is clinging tightly to her skin, revealing far too much. He quickly throws a towel over her head, telling her to dry off because her dress is soaked. He asks if she needs help changing. Snatching the towel, she blushes and insists she can manage perfectly fine on her own. He offers to massage her ankle. She prepares to call him a pervert, but before she can even speak, he is already kneeling before her. Watching him carefully massage her injured foot, she suddenly finds herself completely at a loss for words. As he examines her, he asks if her very first ankle injury was caused by a magic beast. She gasps in total shock. How did you know? Xingyu quietly thought it was thanks to his demon god's eye, but he simply replied, well, I am a doctor after all. If I can cure beasts, I can cure people. Hearing this, Xingxin started reminiscing about what had happened in her past. She shared that when she was 5 years old, she went out to sea with her father and they hit a massive tsunami. Their navy ship was swarmed by water-type beasts. She accidentally fell overboard, almost ending up inside the jaws of a black gold armored chariot. Her father saved her, losing his arm in the process. Xingxin added softly that compared to what her dad sacrificed, her sprained ankle was nothing at all. Xingyu thought, what a twist of fate. In one day, he would have to break into Navy headquarters. With a clash against General Murong looming, he wondered if his actions would bring trouble to Lu Jin's family. Getting up, he advised her to rest. Lu Jin tried to limit your movement so you can fully heal before the big finals. I should get going, he said. Xingxin nodded, but reluctant to let him leave, she suddenly grabbed Xingyu's hand to stop him. Startled, Xingyu turned around with a blushing face and asked, is there something else? Blushing, Xingxin shyly asked him to help her to the bathroom since she could barely walk, and Xingyu agreed. Behind the fogged-up glass door, her silhouette swayed as Xingxin fully relaxed under the comforting warmth of the hot shower. As the warm water cascaded down her body, it created a thick steam. Outside, the rain showed no signs of stopping, pouring even harder. Stepping out of the bathroom after her shower, Xingxin wondered to herself, was I being way too obvious just now? Yang Shuo had slipped in unnoticed. Sitting on the bed with a glass in hand, he asked without looking back, little sister, how is your leg? Xingxin gasped in surprise. Yang Shuo hesitated for a second before explaining that Xiao Xingyu called him over because he had to leave early. He then cautioned her, I know you have feelings for him, but you are being too reckless. You must handle your heart with more care. Do you understand? Feeling slightly disappointed, Xingxin still obediently nodded to Yang Shuo. I got it, she said. Meanwhile, a highly motivated Xingyu summoned Dalu, calling out, Lulu, come out and help me brew some medicine. Appearing with a playful smirk, she teased. Why didn't you stay with that girl? Flustered, he snapped. I did this for you, so quiet down. I need you to control the flames. We must refine at least 2 complete dragon spirit pills to boost our chances of saving Medusa. Failing to pry any gossip out of him, Dalu pouted, you really have no sense of humor. All through the night, the two worked tirelessly. He mixed the raw ingredients while Dalu focused her spiritual fire to brew the pills. By dawn, while the rain still poured outside, the pills were finally finished. Xingyu's dark sleep-deprived eyes lit up as he held the 2 dragon spirit pills. Success. Exhausted, he decided to rest and left instructions for Dalu. Lulu, I am taking a nap. We leave when I wake up. But as he went to lie down, Dalu stopped him. Confused, he looked at her only for Dalu to smile warmly and say, thank you, my master. After a quick nap, Xingyu woke up fully refreshed. Standing in front of the mirror, he smiled, ready to go. It was time to embark on a highly dangerous life-or-death mission. Dalu looked at him with deep concern. Master, maybe you shouldn't go. You are under no obligation to risk your life for your beast. With my beast god form, I should be able to make a safe retreat alone. Hearing this, Xingyu flicked her forehead. Stop acting foolishly. Like I said, you are not just my beast. You are my family. No matter how this journey ends, I am with you all the way. Dalu was genuinely touched by his unwavering resolve. The master then added candidly, don't get all emotional on me. I am not doing this entirely for you anyway. She then chimed in with a practical question, right? What excuse are you going to give the academy while we are gone? Xingyu shrugged. I told them my sister misses me and I need to visit. Dinsu approved my 3-day leave. Talk about a laid-back academy. The scene shifts to the training hall at Azure Dragon Academy, where Yang Shuo's voice echoes. Xiao Xingyu took some time off to go home, so he won't be training for a few days, he tells a quiet Xinchen. Yang Shuo cast a knowing glance and asked, where are you going? Xinchen turned and mumbled, I am not feeling well today. I will skip training and head back. Yang Shuo agreed. In that case, head back first, little sister. He silently wondered what on earth did she and Xiao Xingyu talk about yesterday. Why does she look so incredibly downcast? Watching the Murong siblings walk away, Kai Ren sighed in frustration. Everyone is skipping practice today. Does no one even care to ask for their instructor's permission? Over at Bailam Beach, the sun was slowly sinking behind the distant mountains. Xingyu and Dalu stood by the shore, gazing toward Icefire Island directly across from them. Pointing toward their destination, he explained, Lulu, going straight from Bailam Beach is the absolute fastest way to reach Icefire Island. Since it is this close, you can easily swim across, right? She rolled her eyes and replied, I am a fox, not a shark. Getting soaked for too long makes me miserable. Scratching his head, Xingyu asked, then what do you suggest? Dalu raises her hands, bursting with energy, as she begins to cast her skill. Look closely now. Then to Xingyu's absolute shock, her single palm strike sends the ocean water surging wildly. Poor fish swimming by are instantly launched into the air. Xingyu quickly warns her, Lulu, dial back the power. The ocean turbulence is dragging all the sea beasts right to us, but she smugly replies, that's exactly the effect I wanted. Having locked onto her target, Dalu raises her hand to strike, yelling gotcha. She binds it with heavy chains and drags it up from the deep. It is a massive fish, covered in sharp horns from head to tail. Xingyu is stunned. It's the Lava Tiger Whale King, a Tier 1 Beast King-class monster. Pretty strong, but unfortunately for it, it met Dalu. After being bound by countless chains, it finally subdues. Xingyu and Dalu quickly leap onto its head, and she gives the order to set off. Take us to Icefire Island. The poor beast can only comply in silence. Still worried, Dalu asks her master, Master, are you nervous at all? Sitting cross-legged on the fish's back, Xingyu replies, if I said I wasn't nervous, wouldn't that sound like a lie? She playfully teases that there's still time to back out. He just sprawls out, murmuring that regret has never been his style. Lulu, it's a long way to Icefire Island, so wake me when we arrive. Dalu gazes at him warmly, softly whispering Xiao Xingyu's name. Too lazy to open his eyes, he asks what's on her mind. But Dalu only smiles gently, saying it is nothing at all. Inside her heart, she makes a vow promising to use her entire life to protect Xiao Xingyu no matter what. Cut to Icefire Island, a place that perfectly lives up to its name. Fire and ice coexist here at this naval headquarters base. A man sits reading a newspaper report about his own 2 children. It seems Shuer and Shiner are finally on the right track. This is Grand General Murong Jin. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto Xingyu, standing right beside them. Jin cannot help but praise the boy. The kid's talent is incredible. Walking in the land, General remarks, if you care so much, why not take leave and visit Four Spirit City? Startled, Jin asks, Old Bai, what are you doing here? Bai Yu explains that executing Medusa is a major deal, and since the Empress was uneasy, she sent him to provide backup. Hearing this, Jin asks with concern if the Empress doesn't trust his ability to handle things. He warns him not to be careless, as the mainland is highly unstable. Eastern enemy states are sneaking around and getting intercepted. The southern nations are also in chaos, crawling with runaway criminals. Worse, the Yan Ming faction definitely won't give up Medusa so easily. Puffy a cloud of smoke, Jin thoughtfully asks Bai Yu if those enemies have realized he is here. He lets out a loud laugh, but suddenly, Bai Yu's expression turns deadly serious. Once they realize there are 2 Grand Generals on this island, can they even leave alive? This is Land Grand General Bai Yu. His terrifying presence instantly scares the 2 guards out of their wits, making them dizzy and weak in the knees. Jin reminds him that these are loyal subordinates, so he should lay off the pressure. Besides, time is running out. Time for the execution. A titanium containment chamber, lowers opening to reveal Medusa heavily bound in chains being dragged to the scaffold. Under the bright moonlight, she is forced to kneel before the guillotine awaiting her death sentence. From above, Bai Yu bellows that she committed heinous crimes and surviving, until today is purely a mercy granted by the Empress herself. Suddenly, she opens her eyes and looks straight at him calmly, asking if her crimes are truly that terrible. Her profile appears Calamity Demon Python Medusa, a beast-human class. She sneers mockingly, how laughable. If I am evil, then what about Shangguan Land's deep, dark, unspeakable dirty secrets? Having slipped onto Icefire Island, Dalu whispers to Xingyu, 2 Grand Generals are personally supervising Medusa's execution. How do we fight? Xingyu replies that they should wait a bit longer for an opening. He squints upward, wondering in deep thought, is there someone else here? Elsewhere, massive waves begin to crash and roar against the shore, growing more violent by the second. His expression tense, Jin draws his powerful dragon fang cleaver. Raindrops pelt down like bullets as Jin's two subordinates strain to pull up the heavy lever. After a brutal struggle, they finally manage to hoist it. Watching the lever raise, Medusa's eyes burn as she mockingly shouts a provocation. Shangguan Lan, did you think my death would bury your unspeakable dirty secrets, forever beneath the ocean depths? Despite being wrapped in heavy chains, Medusa unleashes her energy and roars. One day, the sins you committed 200 years ago will be dragged to light. Instantly, Jin's subordinates are hit by her spiritual shockwave, their faces twisting in pure pain. The guards nearby fare no better, desperately clutching the chains as their faces turn completely pale. Her dark spiritual energy suffocates everyone nearby, and he is no exception, realizing things are about to get ugly. Whatever is coming, it is here. Medusa unleashed her terrifying spiritual energy instantly, trapping the last remaining minion in its grasp. He was completely controlled by now, his terrified face showing total helplessness with no way out. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the land general burst onto the scene, his booming voice echoing across the entire area. Don't breathe the miasma. Baiyu channeled his spiritual power to take control, unleashing a massive tornado and sprouting countless branches. Medusa could only watch in silence as the entire world shook around her. At that exact moment, the land general's massive energy lunged forward, sweeping up everyone present on the battlefield. Of course, Baiyu didn't spare Medusa, binding her with a thick layer of thorny branches that made her cry out in pain. Baiyu smiled slyly and mocked her, saying that Medusa was indeed impressive for still trying to cast illusions, even in such a desperate situation. Staring at his disgusting face, she brought up the past, asking Baiyu if he had already forgotten the massacre of the Bai family. Out of the 5 great families, only yours was wiped out. Yet, as their descendant, you serve Shangguan Lan. Do you have no shame before your own ancestors? Her words struck a nerve. Baiyu's face went dead cold as he snapped that she was meddling way too much. The members of the Yan Ming faction finally arrived, and Rongjin's subordinates immediately rushed to report the situation. The execution ground's power supply box is right here. Once the power goes out, we make our move instantly. Suddenly, guards cornered them, yelling at them to put their hands up or get shot. Sensing the extreme danger, one of them shouted that they had been spotted and needed to detonate the explosives immediately. He didn't hesitate and pressed the trigger. A massive explosion ripped through the air, followed by a deafening, ear-piercing shockwave. The blast completely destroyed a massive section of the area, lighting up the dark night sky. Seizing the chaotic opportunity, the Yan Ming warriors launched their assault. Every member summoned their own formidable beast, and their combined roars filled the air with absolute chaos. Seeing this, Baiyu ordered everyone to stay calm, initiate the defense protocol, and lock down the entire island, so not even a fly could escape. Brimming with intense aura, Rongjin coldly ordered them to proceed with the execution, believing they would leave once Medusa was dead. Xingyu grew anxious, shouting for Lulu to move. Hearing his command, she leaped forward, yelling that she had it covered. Getting into position, she whipped her massive tail, sending Rongjin's men flying before they could even react. With lightning speed, Lulu grabbed Medusa and dashed straight up the cliff. The cliff loomed over 100 meters high, yet she scaled it effortlessly as if gravity didn't even exist. Catching a glimpse of her shadow, Rongjin noticed a striking feature and asked in utter disbelief if she was the nine-tailed fox. Meanwhile, Medusa remained bound as they fled. Medusa looked at Lulu, wanting to ask why she was saving her, but Lulu cut her off, telling her to stay quiet until they safely escaped. Still reeling from shock, Rongjin began to channel his massive spiritual energy, muttering the name of the legendary nine-tailed fox. Your wanted posters are plastered all over the Dragon Kingdom. I never expected you to have the nerve to walk right into my trap. He decided he would send them both to the afterlife. But before he could strike, a dark figure landed with a loud crash, looking just like Madara Uchiha. A massive section of Icefire Island lit up with roaring flames, beautifully highlighting the intense clash between these two powerful factions. This sudden massive commotion immediately drew everyone's attention. Baiyu looked over and quickly told Rongjin to wait and look. Standing proudly on the cliff was a figure in a black cloak with Lulu and Medusa right behind him. Looking closely, it was actually Xingyu, wearing a dark cloak that made him look exactly like a member of the Yan Ming faction. Baiyu felt suspicious. Few in the Yan Ming faction possessed such an overwhelming aura, prompting him to ask if the stranger was indeed one of them. Xingyu spoke with piercing deep eyes and an icy cold voice. You have no right to know my identity. I am only here to take this little snake. Anyone who gets in my way will die. The two girls stood side by side watching the show, both having their own thoughts as Lulu silently praised his impressive acting skills. Medusa, however, was skeptical, doubting someone with such low spiritual power. How did this two-star Beastmaster dare stand before them? Below, the Yanming members couldn't see clearly, only spotting a black cloak fluttering in the wind. They wondered who he was, and someone immediately answered. Wondering if he was an ally, they decided to help anyway. Meanwhile, Rongjin muttered impatiently under his breath. He warned the cloaked figure that whether he belonged to Yanming or not, trespassing at the customs headquarters meant his absolute destruction. In stark contrast to his anger, Baiyu actually looked forward to a good show. Capturing the cloaked stranger alive would yield a massive reward. Hearing this, Xingyu simply smirked, feeling thoroughly amused by their threats. His spiritual energy suddenly erupted with intense fury, and even Medusa standing nearby could feel his raw power mysteriously surge by 10 times its original limit. Looking down at the crowd below, Xingyu quietly warned Lulu that his body could only hold out for 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, his life would be entirely in her hands, to which she calmly nodded in agreement. Unleashing his full power, Rongjin commanded his men to charge. Obeying instantly, the warriors and their summoned beasts lunged forward with fierce determination toward Xingyu's position. Together with their fierce beasts, they aggressively closed in, trapping Xingyu's group right at the edge of the deep abyss. Showing zero fear, Xingwu barks the order to Lulu to strike. Stepping forward, she tells him to look after Medusa. With her instructions to Xingwu out of the way, Lulu gets dead serious as her expression hardens. Right then, Lulu throws her head back and roars, unleashing a massive torrent of spiritual energy from within her body. Suddenly, a violent lightning bolt crashes down directly onto the enemy forces, with a deafening boom unleashing an overwhelming pressure that completely suffocates them. They can only utter muffled groans as even their own bonded beasts start foaming at the mouth and stumbling around weakly. Even the Yanming troops end up foaming at the mouth, crying out, "Kama-san, why are we getting hit too?" Struggling to stand, he grunts, "You idiot, this proves they really are on the Yanming side." Witnessing Lulu's absolute terror of a performance, Rongjin guesses that this fox must have unlocked a massive evolution breakthrough. Baiyu is completely paralyzed, with shock whispering about dragon scales, horns, claws, and eyes, a legendary power that vanished 200 years ago. Rongjin quickly warns old Bai that this kid is far too dangerous to let leave Ice and Fire Island alive, making Baiyu clench his fists in sheer rage. He snaps back that he already knows that, and the moment the words leave his mouth, the earth beneath everyone begins to rupture. Xingwu watches the cliffs crumble in absolute horror, sensing a massive, terrifying presence shifting right beneath their feet. In a flash, a colossal plant-like beast emerges from the ground, looking incredibly massive and absolutely ferocious. Caught completely off guard, Xingwu and his companions find themselves standing directly over its giant maw, packed with razor-sharp teeth. Without giving them a single second to react, the beast snaps its jaws open and swallows the entire group whole. They plunge straight down its slimy crimson throat as a sickening wet gulp echoes outward, sending cold shivers down the spines of everyone watching from the outside. Rongjin's subordinates stand frozen, recognizing this god-tier botanical beast as the dreaded cursed demon Flower King. Another soldier gasps in awe, saying that seeing an ancient blooded plant-type beast in person is truly a breathtaking sight. He praises General Baiyu as the ultimate master of plant beasts, taking out the intruders in a single move. Meanwhile, Xingwu and his crew land hard inside the beast's stomach. He pushes himself up, ignoring the thick slime covering his body. Xingwu glances back at Lulu, demanding to know where they ended up, but a frowning Medusa cuts in to answer instead. She warns that they are trapped deep inside the cursed demon Flower King. Suddenly, a swarming pack of ravenous monsters emerges out of nowhere to surround them. Medusa watches in sheer horror as the beasts block every exit, while Xingwu's eyes suddenly ignite with a fierce crimson glow. Quickly scanning their grim situation, Xingwu watches as Lulu conjures a brilliant purple barrier of spiritual energy to protect the entire trio. All of a sudden, his eyes lock onto a specific spot deep within the dark stomach walls. Pointing directly at the wall, Xingwu commands Lulu to unleash her dragon breath right at that weak spot on the right. Obeying instantly, Lulu channels a roaring energy-infused dragon avatar directly toward the weak point Xingwu pointed out. Outside, Baiyu's beast suddenly balloons with 3 massive bulges. Rongjin asks nervously if everything is okay since 6 minutes have already passed, but Baiyu merely scoffs. He declares that anyone swallowed by the cursed demon Flower King faces an excruciating death, their flesh and bones dissolving into soup. No matter how talented that dragon fox is, surviving is simply impossible. Before he can even finish his sentence, the giant plant beast suddenly detonates into bloody chunks, tearing into 3 pieces as Lulu bursts out from the wreckage with a deafening roar. A panicked Baiyu stammers, utterly unable to comprehend how a mere fox could breach the stomach of his ultimate beast. That is just ridiculous, Rong Jin mutters, equally terrified by the legendary destructive power of the dragon flame. Even an ancient plant beast, like the cursed demon Flower King, stands 0 chance against the searing heat of dragon flames. He demands answers, shouting that they have been warring with the Yanming faction for over 100 years. He notes that despite possessing such godly strength, Xingwu is nowhere on the top 10 wanted list, demanding to know who he is. Perched triumphantly on Lulu's head, Xingwu simply sneers, as Rong Jin's tone turns dark and threatening. He warns that if they refuse to talk, they will be thrown straight into the deep-sea prison for a brutal interrogation. Without wasting a second, Rong Jin summons a colossal fish beast, which erupts from the ocean depths in a massive splash. Xingwu watches in complete surprise, not expecting the old man to call out his main beast so quickly, which immediately unleashes a devastating sonic wave directly toward them. The blast surges toward them, but Lulu reacts in a split second, raising a protective barrier to block the strike. Breaking into a cold sweat, Xingwu mutters under his breath about how terrifyingly destructive that attack really is. As the giant fish fires a relentless barrage of sonic waves, Lulu finally snaps, launching a fierce counterattack by breathing a torrent of blazing fire directly at it. The 2 massive attacks collide in midair, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that rocks the entire sky. With time running out, Xingyu quickly warns Lulu that they cannot afford to fight, as the potion's effect will wear off in just over 3 minutes. Terrified by his warning, Lulu instantly pivots to flee, screaming that they need to run right away. Realizing their plan, Baiyu sneers, launching his myriad vine bind to stop them dead in their tracks. Instantly, Baiyu's vines wrap tightly around Lulu, completely paralyzing her. He growls menacingly that even though his cursed flower demon king was injured by the intense heat of the Long Yan flames, plant-type beasts naturally do not feel any pain, meaning they made a terrible miscalculation. Sensing the growing danger, Xingyu realizes they are completely surrounded by a pincer attack from all sides. They are in deep trouble now as the vines squeeze Lulu even tighter. Underneath the water, Viathan glares with rage, roaring as its lethal trident shoots up through the air, heading straight toward the helpless Lulu. Xingyu yells for Lulu to stop struggling, disable her dragon force, and drop her defensive barrier, prompting her to look up in shock. She wonders why, but he just waves his hand, telling her to trust him right as the vines and the trident strike together. Baiyu stares at the battlefield, completely baffled by their actions. Why did this fox stop fighting back and even drop her defensive shield? Taking a drag of his cigarette, Rong Jin calmly asserts that no enemy can survive Viathan's devastating sea god's trident, just as a bright light suddenly flashes through the heavy smoke. Baffled, Baiyu gasps that the kid is still alive, and suddenly a majestic purple dragon soul erupts from the light, soaring into the sky. A shocked Rong Jin mutters, "A dragon? No, wait, that is a dragon's soul." Gritting his teeth in anger, he demands to know who this kid really is, while a confused Lulu wonders how she is still alive. Xingyu explains that this is her innate dragon soul, which automatically blocks fatal attacks, making it the perfect counter to Viathan and the cursed demon king. Lulu pouts at his explanation, teasing that he is way too calm. The system screen displays the stats of the 9-tailed dragon fox. She is a first-stage god beast boasting 9-tailed fox and purebred dragon bloodlines, creation bloodline, and her first talent, the Eye of Misfortune. Once this eye technique is activated, a single glance can instantly petrify any enemy of a lower level than her. Her second talent, 9-tails fox fire, burns the opponent's soul with a terrifying mental strike. Her third talent, Dragon Force, grants permanent crowd control immunity. She cannot be interrupted while casting, ignores all enemy crowd control, and inflicts massive physical and mental damage upon her targets. Her fourth talent is Dragon Soul, which automatically triggers upon taking fatal damage to block the death blow. Her attributes are Dragon, Fox, Beastman, Psychic, and Fire type. Her loyalty is 88%. Her skills are Tailed Beast Bomb, Bloodthirsty Red Eye, 9-tails, Sky Burning Wrath, Divine Dragon Tail Whip, and Dragon's Breath. Her path to becoming a 10-tailed dragon fox remains unknown. Grimacing in exhaustion, Xingyu warns that his spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and in 1 minute, he might fall unconscious or worse, so they must retreat immediately. Lulu turns and suggests splitting up, but Baiyu grits his teeth and cold-bloodedly orders his beast to kill them both. As 2 vines suddenly burst from the ground, she raises her claws, shattering the earth while screaming for them to get back. A surge of energy erupts into the sky as Xingyu wide-eyed screams bloodthirsty red eye, triggering a sudden swirling purple vortex. Right in the center, a massive eye slowly materializes as a tense Rong Jin stands frozen in shock. We represent the honor of the Dragon Country's navy and the millions of citizens behind us, so we absolutely cannot let them escape Icefire Island. Summoning the sea god's trident once more, Viathan understands the command and whips its tail beneath the water. A massive trident suddenly materializes and shoots straight into the sky, clashing against the powerful energy beam launched by the glowing purple eye. The two opposing forces collide in a blinding explosion, forcing a roaring Viathan to shield its eyes from the flash. A deafening blast suddenly erupts, the violent shockwave knocking Xingyu off his feet as thick dark smoke completely blankets the sky. The two commanders stand frozen, staring at the empty space before Rong Jin spits out his cigarette, growling that they let them escape. Frowning, Bai Yu sighs in disbelief, wondering if this is the true power of a dragon's soul since they couldn't stop it. Refusing to accept this, he roars that this is the Navy headquarters, not some playground they can just enter and leave as they please. Warships quickly line up across the water as the naval troops receive orders to search the entire sea. Suddenly, an unexpected barrage rains down, shaking the entire area as the radio behind them crackles to life. A voice panics, reporting a surprise attack by the Southern Island Alliance, leaving Rong Jin completely shocked. He is informed that ship number 1 is taking on water, but another soldier quickly chimes in to calm him down with an update. They assure him that the enemy is no match for them, but then another report warns that ship number 7's turbine is destroyed. General, our third ship is under attack, but don't worry too much. Meanwhile, the alarm systems on the other side kept screaming, General, our flagship has been destroyed. Hearing this, the old general tightly gripped his radio. Rong Jin immediately barked out orders, calling off the hunt for the cloaked figure to rush reinforcements to the sea. Meanwhile, Lulu poked her head out of the water, desperately calling out for her master over and over. Deep underwater, Xingyu was sinking fast. The backlash of the dragon spirit pill left him completely paralyzed and powerless. He felt freezing and exhausted. Suddenly, a massive shadow glided past him, transforming into the legendary beast Medusa. Scooping Xingyu into her massive palm, Medusa surfaced, staring down at him with sheer curiosity. A mere human holding his own against 2 9-star beast tamers. Truly impressive. Intrigued, she flicked out her long tongue to inspect him. Sensing danger, she cloaked her presence and slipped beneath the waves, her sharp eyes scanning the vast horizon. The kid was badly hurt and unconscious. Spotting a deserted island ahead, she decided they needed to land immediately. As the island loomed in the distance back at the fleet, Rong Jin frowned in absolute frustration. Their reputation was completely ruined. His fellow generals sighed, warning that they should start worrying about how to survive the Empress's upcoming wrath. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pierced the clouds as the 7-colored sacred Qilin descended from above. It stood proudly atop the clouds, dominating the very heavens. Recognizing the figure riding the beast, both generals panicked. Empress Guanlan demanded with a chilling gaze, "Where is Medusa?" With trembling voices, they knelt and confessed that they had failed her absolute trust. An intruder had stolen Medusa during a chaotic ambush, otherwise the thief would have never escaped alive. Her face darkened instantly. She snapped, demanding to know the exact identity of the thief who took Medusa. Bai Yu stammered in fear, describing a masked, cloaked figure, commanding the legendary 9-tailed fox Lulu, but nothing else. Guan Lan scoffed at their pathetic excuse. 2 top generals, yet they couldn't even defend their own naval headquarters. Terrified, both generals threw themselves to the ground, begging for her royal punishment. But they added a crucial detail: the intruders possessed dragon power, and their fox carried a dragon soul. Sensing the lingering purple energy, she froze. Dragon power, could it be him? No, that was completely impossible. Her voice turned cold as she demanded the thief's escape route, leaving them with a promise of severe punishment upon her return. He quickly pointed southeast. Without wasting a single second, the Empress flew off in hot pursuit. Watching her leave, Bai Yu grew deeply concerned. If the Empress was moving personally, a massive storm was coming to the Dragon Kingdom. Torrential rain poured outside, but inside a cozy cave, a small fire flickered, keeping them warm. Staring out into the storm, Medusa noted how much they had survived, gently letting him rest on her lap. Lulu nodded silently. She admitted that without her master, she would have died as just another wounded fox in the wild. Medusa teased about their unusually close bond just as Xingyu let out a soft, unconscious groan. He mumbled for water, making Lulu panic. Medusa flatly reminded her there was no fresh water here. Without hesitating, Lulu sliced her own finger, letting her sacred blood drip slowly into Xingyu's mouth. This completely shocked Medusa. She never expected a divine beast to sacrifice her own blood for a mere human. As the blood took effect, Xingyu's mind drifted. Looking down at his hands in a dream, he wondered what was happening. He recognized the terrifying figure of Empress Guanlan reaching out for him. With a jolt of panic, his mind shattered. Snapping back to reality, Xingyu bolted upright with a terrified scream. Relieved to see him awake, Lulu rushed over, crying out that he had slept all morning and worried her sick. Rubbing his throbbing head, he asked where they were. Lulu reassured him they were on a deserted island, far beyond the Navy's control. It was a safe haven. Still, Xingyu shook his head, trying to clear the strange dizziness clouding his mind. What was that dream about? Licking his lips, he looked at her with a sudden realization. Detecting the scent of dragon blood, he asked if she fed him. Lulu blushed, explaining he was dangerously dehydrated. Without fresh water, it was the only way. Xingyu smiled deeply, grateful for her ultimate sacrifice. A system notification pinged, showing her favorability had skyrocketed to 99. Medusa walked in, rolling her eyes at their sweet moment. A crown. Glancing at her purple crown, Medusa handed him the cup, but his gaze drifted somewhere it definitely shouldn't. Xingyu's cheeks flushed red, totally flustered, while she quickly covered her front with her hands, telling him he did not need to thank her. She insisted she was the one who should be thanking him for saving her life, while Lulu watched Medusa from behind, totally confused. It was the ultimate gratitude ritual of the Divine Python clan. Xingyu laughed awkwardly, telling Sister Sasha not to be so polite over a small matter. Hearing his words, she felt a bit annoyed. She declared that the Divine Python clan always repaid their debts, especially for saving a life, offering him anything. Startled, Mr. Xiao widened his eyes and questioned her. Anything at all. Xingyu wore a cheeky, playful grin while pointing straight at Medusa. He told her simply, "I want you," pointing right at her. She put her hands on her hips, frowning in annoyance. She knew exactly what he wanted, but she refused. Medusa's refusal left Xingyu completely stunned, his eyes wide. Huh. At that exact moment, the entire area fell into dead silence. Her snake tongue flicked out menacingly. She offered to do absolutely anything else for him, but signing a blood contract was out of the question, so she apologized. Xingyu demanded to know why. Medusa lifted her chin in absolute disdain, declaring that beastkin would never ever become slaves. Refusing to give up, he offered free food and shelter. Still, she shook her head, declining. Listening to them, Lulu recalled her own forced blood contract with Xingyu. She had signed it reluctantly, but honestly, looking at the results, it actually turned out quite well. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, shocking them both. Xingyu dramatically fell backward, and she quickly rushed over to catch him. He cried out that he was wrong to think risking his life for Sister Sasha could ever melt her frozen, icy heart. Calling her a heartless, cold-blooded python, he left Medusa stammering in confusion. Lulu watched in pure panic, asking why he was suddenly coughing up blood. Xingyu continued his dramatic act, claiming that if she refused to sign the blood contract, his life had absolutely no meaning left anyway. He swore never to save her in his next life, calling her a heartless snake. Lulu played along, desperately begging him to wake up. Unable to stand his endless guilt-tripping any longer, Medusa screamed that she would sign it. Instantly, Xingyu beamed and tightly grabbed her hand, completely thrilled. He thanked Sister Sasha, claiming he finally had a reason to keep living. Seeing him get his way, Lulu pinched his cheek, asking when he had learned to use such shameless fake death threats to force a contract. Wincing from the pinch, he argued that beast tamers had to use tricks. Besides, after saving her life was a blood contract, really too much to ask. She raised an eyebrow, asking what he would do if guilt-tripping had failed. His expression turned dark as his eyes narrowed, admitting he would have turned her in for the bounty. Compared to Guanlan, she definitely would have submitted to his absolute authority. Lulu was completely speechless. In this modern era, moral people were practically extinct, making Medusa look like an incredibly rare shining beacon of absolute righteousness. With that said, Xingyu stood up and spoke to her. Asking Sasha to initiate the blood contract, she agreed. He placed his finger on her forehead, letting a drop of his blood sink into her skin. A magic circle erupted beneath Medusa's feet. As she opened her eyes, a contract mark appeared on her forehead, earning a satisfied thumbs up from a beaming Xingyu. He declared that she was officially his beast companion now, leaving Medusa in total disbelief. She could barely believe she had signed with a human. Lulu patted her shoulder consolingly, understanding her pain just as the system's screen flashed open once more. It displayed her name, Calamity Demon Python Medusa, a level 2 divine beast. She possessed the mythical divine python bloodline, with her first talent being Calamity Descent. Her true form triggered apocalyptic disasters, like tsunamis, lightning storms, and volcanic eruptions. Her second talent was revealed as Nightmare Entanglement. Any enemy caught in Medusa's gaze who was weaker than her would face a terrifying fate. Their souls would be dragged into a nightmare of endless despair. Her attributes were Beast, Psychic, and Water, with a loyalty rating of 10. Her Nightmare Devour skill swallowed enemies whole, subjecting them to the torturous baptism of 9 layers of nightmares. It tore their souls from their bodies. Death Entanglement used her massive form to tightly constrict and bind targets, squeezing them until they suffocated and fainted. With Life Drain, she sank venomous fangs into enemies to steal their health points, converting them to heal herself. Her profile noted she loved sweets and dark cold habitats, and she was currently at her highest normal form as the Calamity Demon Python. Her first hidden path could evolve her into the sky-reaching Dragon Python. The second hidden path led to the World Serpent, a creature massive enough to wrap entirely around the Earth. Reading over these stats left Xingyu breaking into a nervous sweat. Sasha was incredibly strong, but without his dragon bone, he would have to find the Eye of Reincarnation and the Underworld Spider Core to help her evolve into the legendary World Serpent. Suddenly, blinding lightning flashed across the sky above. He clutched his chest as a sharp, agonizing pain surged through his entire body. Seeing him turn incredibly pale, Lulu asked in panic if he was all right and where it hurt. Xingyu gasped that he had a terrible feeling. They were clearly safe, yet his heart was racing uncontrollably. His face grew even paler as a realization hit him. He had saved Medusa, but the system had not issued his reward yet. Was the quest not actually finished? With that in mind, Xingyu turns around and shouts, "Lulu, we need to leave right now." As they prepare to escape the island, he quickly puts on his mask, urging her that time is running out. Nodding without asking any questions, she agrees that they must leave immediately and tells him to jump on her back to swim away. Fierce lightning bolts strike the water, causing the ground to erupt and send shattered rocks flying everywhere. Looking back in sheer panic, Lulu is horrified to see the entire island completely flattened. Xingyu scans the area when a sudden voice echoes from high above them. A majestic Qilin descends with Guanlan, who unleashes a terrifying aura, noting that the black robe and ghost mask prove she has found her target. Recognizing the legendary 7-colored Holy Qilin instantly, Lulu is filled with dread, knowing they cannot defeat her. Medusa looks up in absolute tension, warning that they cannot possibly escape her this time. Meanwhile, Xingyu stares silently at their formidable opponent, completely frozen in place. The absolute strongest beast tamer in the world. Why did the legendary Beast Emperor have to show up here? With his spiritual energy fully depleted and no dragon spirit elixirs left, his beasts cannot use any skills. He is completely out of options. Lulu quickly steps in front of Xingyu, forming a strong protective barrier, while telling her master not to worry and to leave everything to her. Guanlan breaks the heavy silence, wondering how a mere little fox managed to acquire pure dragon blood, questioning if it was because of the boy. She demands the black-robed boy reveal his true identity if he wants a swift and intact death. Desperate, Lulu raises her hand and begs her to stop, causing Guanlan to raise an eyebrow with an amused look. Knowing she stands no chance, Lulu offers her own life, begging the Beast Emperor to spare her master, even if it means lifetime imprisonment. Xingyu gasps in shock, but Guanlan coldly scoffs, stating that a mere beast has no right to negotiate with her. Realizing pleading is completely useless, Lulu prepares to fight to the death as Medusa bares her fangs and lunges forward wildly. With their minds made up, they prepare to fight. Guanlan's eyes flash with murderous intent as she summons a massive golden dragon to crush them. Lulu freezes in pure terror as the dragon's massive tail sweeps down instantly, shattering her protective barrier into pieces. Guanlan transforms, revealing black wings and sharp horns. Lulu's face pales in utter shock as she begins to stammer. A black dragon soul with pure evil energy. Lulu wonders what kind of monster they are facing, questioning if Guanlan is even human. Medusa warns that this terrifying form is Guanlan's true face, and she intends to silence them forever to protect her secret. Lulu clenches her trembling fists in frustration, only to let go as she realizes they stand absolutely no chance against their enemy's overwhelming and godlike power. Refusing to give up, Lulu's eyes flash with fierce determination as she instantly transforms back into her powerful fox form. Even knowing she stands no real chance, she charges recklessly into the battlefield. Lulu is brutally beaten until she spits blood, her body covered in wounds. In a flash, her paw is sliced off, followed by her ear, before she can even react. The brutal onslaught continues as her body is torn apart, sending blood spraying everywhere. Xingwu screams in absolute horror as Lulu reverts back to her human form. Medusa swiftly carries him flying straight toward the badly injured girl. Pulling her fragile body from the cold water, a panicked Xingwu desperately begs to know if she is going to be okay. With blood pooling in her mouth, Lulu weakly raises a trembling hand, whispering how she wishes they had met much sooner. She deeply regrets dragging him into her dangerous life, wishing they could have spent just a few more precious happy days together. Tears stream down Xingwu's face as he shakes his head, crying out that he has absolutely no regrets about choosing this path. Lulu gently caresses his cheek, pulling him close as their tears mingle in a heartbreaking moment of quiet sorrow. With a bittersweet smile, she kisses his cheek and softly apologizes for having to leave him behind on this journey. Her hand suddenly falls limp. Staring at her lifeless body, Xingwu's eyes widen as he screams in absolute agonizing despair. Holding her lifeless body, memories of their journey flash through his mind as tears pour endlessly. Standing above them, Guanlan merely scowls, completely annoyed by their tragic display. Declaring that it is time for them to die as well, Guanlan begins to charge up her devastating power. She waves her hand, summoning a swirling vortex of fire. Medusa shields him, promising to do everything she can to keep her master's body fully intact. She promises that she and Lulu will wait for him on the other side, but Xingwu desperately screams no. Medusa looks at him in utter disbelief. Clutching Lulu's cold body, the young tamer looks up to the sky and roars in fury. He refuses to accept this tragic ending, screaming at the top of his lungs that he only wants her alive. Suddenly, a mysterious glowing gem slowly rises into the air, leaving them all watching in complete shock. The gem shatters into multiple fragments, circling the trio as it unleashes a blinding mystical energy. The incredible sight leaves Guanlan wide-eyed in absolute shock, recognizing the legendary dragon tears. A giant clock appears in the sky and begins spinning backward, reversing time as their wounds heal, and Guanlan's lethal magic is forced to dissipate. Even the shattered ground reconstructs itself, returning to its original state. His eyes widened as he saw Dalu standing there. Seeing her completely safe, he let out a huge sigh of relief, realizing they had made it. Confused, Dalu asked Xingyu, "What is on your mind?" Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, bright red, totally lost. But before she could speak, he leaned in and kissed her, stopping her mid-sentence. Xingyu Medusa covered her mouth, utterly flustered and not knowing where to look, asking what they were doing. He quickly pulled back, looking incredibly rushed. "Lulu, there is no time to explain, we have to run." Shasha swim toward the beast strait, where the scents are messy, the more chaotic the better. Although she was totally confused, she nodded and agreed. Right then, the ground exploded with a massive roar, sending rocks flying everywhere. Standing atop her Kirin, she scanned the area. Their aura vanished right here, and just ahead lay the dangerous beast strait. Guanlan scoffed her sharp gaze, locking onto the deserted island ahead, muttering about how fast they had run off. "You man in black, the next time we meet, I will tear you to pieces." With that, the space fell deathly silent. The three of them hid in a corner, tense. Surely she would not chase them here, right? If she could find them in this chaotic beast strait, they were done for, and they might as well accept death. Dalu asked, highly confused, "How did you even know Guanlan would come hunt us down?" Xingyu turned to her with a worried expression, clenching his fists, saying he could not lose her and bear that agonizing heartbreak again. He refused to suffer through that twice. Medusa raised an eyebrow, asking if he was seriously confessing to a fox. Dalu blushed in confusion, asking what on earth he was blabbering about. Then Xingyu pulled out the mysterious jade from earlier. He explained that this was a dragon tear he accidentally activated. He told them to touch it to see what had happened, holding it out to them. After a brief silence, Xingyu spoke up teasingly, asking Lulu why she was crying and if she was touched. Dalu quickly rubbed her eyes, denying it. She claimed there was just sand in her eyes. Suddenly, the game system pinged with a notification. "Congratulations, host, on successfully rescuing Medusa, releasing quest rewards. 1 dragon egg plus 10,000 points have been sent. Please check and claim your rewards." Looking at the screen, he grinned with joy, realizing the reward meant they were finally out of danger for real. Pondering for a moment, Xingyu turned to her, saying, "Lulu mentioned she knew the secrets of the dragon-slaying war 200 years ago, and asked if Guanlan was actually human or something else." Medusa sighed, remarking how the legendary dragon slayer eventually became the evil dragon itself. 90% of the Dragon Kingdom's top experts joined that war 200 years ago, she recalled, starting to tell the story. Back then, the nation recognized two supreme powerhouses, one being Guanlan and the other being Lin Yuan. At that time, Guanlan was not yet the empress, and Lin Yuan was not the leader of the Yan Alliance rebellion. Medusa, who was just a child, then had watched secretly. She was only a tiny snake hiding in a rock crevice, and their battlefield was none other than her home, the Dragon Valley. Because of that, she witnessed the entire brutal clash with her own eyes. It was a horrifying sight she could never forget. After slaughtering countless dragons, Guanlan stood in the center of Dragon Valley drenched in blood, laughing like a maniac before transforming into a colossal black dragon that dwarfed all other breeds. Bloodthirsty and blind to ally or foe, she annihilated everyone in the valley. Snapping back to reality, Medusa shrugged and sighed. Once the war ended, the dragon race was wiped out, and almost all beast tamers lay dead. The only lucky survivor was Lin Yuan, who now leads the Yan Alliance, while Medusa only survived by staying far away. Even though she had nothing to do with it, Guanlan still wanted her dead. Xingyu pondered, realizing why Lin Yuan rebelled and formed the Yan Alliance. Rubbing his chin, he sank deep into thought, wondering why Guanlan would turn into an evil dragon. Was it her constitution or the numbers? And back then, how many dragons did Lin Yuan kill? Ultimately, Medusa was just an observer, so to learn more, he would have to ask Lin Yuan directly. Suddenly, Xingyu recalled something. That made no sense. He was just a two-star beast tamer from the Azure Dragon Academy, while Lin Yuan was a rebel leader with zero connection between them. If he really was connected to that man, what would happen to him and his sister? Seeing him space out, she spoke up, asking what his next move was now that he knew Guanlan's true identity. Xingyu gave a forced laugh, saying he had no plans. Did they expect him to play a hero of justice and expose her crimes from 2 centuries ago? That would be crazy, as there was no point in picking a fight with a monster. Dalu looked at him worriedly, pointing out that Guanlan would surely target him now. Xingyu grinned, asking what Guanlan hunting down the man in black had to do with him. Xingyu. She blinked in utter confusion, raising an eyebrow, pointing out that he was the man in black. He cut her off, telling his silly partner to stop thinking, suggesting they hide out here briefly before sneaking back to Four Spirits City. Suddenly, the dragon tear in Xingyu's hand glowed brightly, causing his body to stagger. Dalu screamed his name as his vision began to blur. Where was this place, and why was it so dark? Opening his eyes, he suddenly saw Guanlan. Quickly turning to flee, he panicked, as the black dragon had somehow hunted him down here too. But as he ran, he slammed into a mirror, wondering who left it there. Suddenly, Xingyu's eyes went wide in pure shock. Looking down, his body was covered in dragon scales. Dragon scales. Why him too? He grabbed his head, screaming out in utter despair. I do not want to turn into a man-eating monster. I do not want to. Xingyu screamed as wings erupted from his back and horns grew on his forehead. No. Watching this, Lulu asked with concern. How is he? Medusa replied. His body is incredibly weak and burning up with a fever, so he will be out for a few days. Human bodies really have terrible immunity. Hearing this, Lulu got extremely worried. What should we do then? That was when Medusa shared some vital news. Beast milk can boost his immunity and speed up his recovery. But as Medusa stared directly at a certain spot, Lulu flared up. What on earth are you looking at? How could I possibly have beast milk? Under Medusa's intense knowing gaze, she could only nod in sheer embarrassment. Fine, I get it. I will do it right now. Meanwhile, inside a dark, deep cave entrance, Xingyu woke up muttering, I am not a monster. He sighed in relief. A dream. Thank goodness that scared me to death. Then he asked, have I really been asleep for 3 days? Damn it, the supernova tournament. Medusa sitting nearby reminded him, we are still at the Beast Strait. You have been out for about 3 days. Xingyu got worried. From the start until I passed out, it has already been 4 or 5 days total. I need to get back to Four Spirits City for the finals immediately, or the Academy is going to get suspicious. If the Empress notices, I am completely finished. Just then, Lulu walked back in. Seeing him awake, she cheered happily. You are finally awake. This is great. Medusa tried to calm Xingyu down. Your body is trembling. I know you are stressed, but please do not rush. He dared not think about what would happen next. How can I not worry? What if I do not make it back in time? Spotting something in her hands, Xingyu blinked. Lulu, what is that? She hesitated. Beast milk. It is beast milk for you to drink. Xingyu quickly cut her off in terror. No way, I am a human. I only drink boba milk tea. Beast milk is way too gamey. I cannot drink that. Lulu snapped back firmly. No, absolutely not. You must finish every drop. Medusa chimed in from the side. Master, do you have any idea how you survived during these past 3 days of unconsciousness? This beast milk boosted your immunity to keep you alive. For this, that smelly fox actually sacrificed a whole lot. Xingyu seemed to realize something. What do you mean by that? He could not help but curse as he stared at the bottle. Medusa urged him, drink it quickly. That smelly fox squeezed this out specifically for you. If you do not drink it, you will break her heart. Lulu chimed in. Xingyu, I worked incredibly hard to squeeze this out drop by drop, so you must drink every single bit. Please, touched by her sincere plea, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, I will drink it. Xingyu told himself that Lulu had sacrificed far too much for him, and he absolutely could not let her down now. He squeezed his eyes shut and downed the entire bottle. Once it was empty, Xingyu felt the pure energy of the Silver Moon Fox Queen. Staring at his wide blank eyes, Lulu huffed. Well, what else did you think it was? Xingyu took a quick gulp of water before asking, at your speed, how long will it take to get back to the Dragon Nation coast? Medusa smiled. Half a day is plenty. Looking at the two of them, he suggested, since we still have time, why don't you guys hunt a beast? I will make the sauce and grill it. No problem at all. Just wait here for us to get back. As they left, Xingyu pulled out a mysterious egg. While they are gone, let's see what this system reward is all about. He opened up the interface to inspect it. Name Dragon Egg. Race Pureblood Dragon. Attributes currently unknown. Talent is unknown. Nurturing method regularly infused with dragon power to grow. Materials to accelerate hatching, Dragon Bone Snow, Lotus Heart of Dragon, and Earth Flame Nectar Fruit. Hatching taboos do not expose to evil energy, otherwise, it will cause a genetic mutation, turning a pureblood dragon into a demonic dragon. After reading this, Xingyu stared at the egg, totally speechless. Dragon Bone Snow, Lotus Heart of Dragon. I cannot even plant a single seed of those, and now I have to raise a whole dragon. Oh well, it is a noble dragon, so strict requirements make sense. Suddenly, he heard some noise coming from the cave entrance. Lulu walked in, carrying a massive pile of prey. Xingyu, we are back from the hunt. He burst out laughing. That was fast. They quickly built a fire and started grilling. The three of them dug in, as if they had been starving for days. Medusa took a bite of a drumstick, looking completely satisfied. Even in human form, she is adorable. Man, they sure can eat. Noticing the look on Xingyu's face, she asked, Master, is something on your mind? Xingyu looked up. How would you describe our relationship? Medusa replied, you saved my life, Master. Just speak your mind. He burst out laughing. In that case, can you give me some of your poop? Medusa froze in absolute shock. Excuse me, what did you say? Xingyu repeated, I asked if I could have some of your poop. Medusa's eyes flared with rage as claws erupted from her hands. Are you begging for death? Seeing them about to throw down, Lulu rushed in. Sister, calm down, Medusa roared. Move aside, smelly fox. Do not stop me, I am going to murder this brat. Xingyu said something that made the air freeze instantly. Lolo, it seems Sasa really does not want to. Why don't you do it instead? Lolo holds Medusa back, suppressing her rage. She does not want to, and neither do I. Xingyu, you are such a pervert. What kind of hobby is this? They both grit their teeth and yell, pervert, get lost. He happily holds up the pot. Asking is not it just asking for your poop as fertilizer. Do you really have to act like you would rather die? Lolo is left completely speechless by this. Master, Medusa and I are beast folk, not wild beasts, and we still have our dignity as females. She stares intently at the plant-type beast in his pot. Xingyu pulls his pot back and sighs. True, I was too abrupt and disrespectful, but I really need fertilizer, and only beast god-class magical beasts can provide it. She ponders for a moment. What about other magical beasts? Medusa confidently pats her chest and suggests, easy. This is the magical beast strait, where many beast god beasts sleep underwater. Without hesitation, they head to the beach and launch 3 fire bubbles down. The flames sink to the ocean floor, triggering a massive explosion that sends rocks and debris flying everywhere. An angry little figure emerges. Which brat dares to disturb my peaceful rest? From the water, the beast Shijing surfaces, his childish face twisted in anger. Who had the nerve to throw fire into the sea? Xingyu stands on a rock, hands on hips, realizing this is the mutated Emperor Flame Shijing. Truly a rare sight. The kid asks, confused, who are you calling rare? Is that an insult? Now, Shijing takes a closer look at the group. A human. This is pure suicide. You must be tired of living. Xingyu strikes a pose and nods. That is right. Come ashore and fight me. The kid roars angrily, watch me finish you in 3 seconds. With that, Jing leaps from the water like lightning, vowing to chew his bones. But once ashore, he freezes in terror and instantly falls to his knees. Medusa and Lolo stand before Jing, unleashing their terrifying power. If you want to kill our master, let's see if you have the strength. You offended him, so how do you want to die? The kid quickly kowtows for mercy. Great ones, spare me. I have a 200-year-old mother and 3 eggs waiting to hatch. Hearing this, Xingwu steps up to pat his head. Wait, do not whales give birth to live young? We are not heartless villains, we do not want your life. Really? Jing asks suspiciously. But as soon as Xingwu finishes speaking, the whale's face turns pale green. Now, poop a pile of fertilizer for me and I will let you go. The kid gasps, what? Realizing what he meant, Jing whips him with his tail, screaming pervert. Both girls cry out in worry, master. Soon they are drifting on the sea with a tail print still visible on Xingwu's face. Seriously, you did not even stop him. Is not it just a few pounds of poop? Did he really have to hit me that hard? Lolo bursts out laughing, serves you right. He pouts. Oh well, at least we got the fertilizer. Halfway through their journey, master, ahead is the Kanglei mountain range. Once we cross it, we will reach the Four Spirits City. Xingwu nods. Good, let's take a break. I need to wash up in the river, or this smell will draw too much attention. The sky brightens, illuminating a waterfall. He gives a sly smile, looking at them teasingly. Lolo Sasa, do you want to bathe with me? I can scrub your backs. Plus, I even know some traditional breast massage techniques. Lolo turns away, snapping no way, but secretly her eyes are glued to Xingwu's 6-pack abs. Ah, youth is amazing. This kid is clearly packed with energy and looks very wild. Medusa cannot take it anymore and covers his mouth, telling him to shut up. Lolo giggles, you two are really close. I heard the snake women and foxes of Silver City are also incredible. Medusa suddenly realizes what she meant and slaps Lolo's hand away. Get lost, I am not into girls. Xingwu shakes his head. Do you two know each other? Lolo replies, not really, we are natural enemies. He walks deep into the forest to search for resources when suddenly a small creature leaps out of the bushes. It lands right on top of Xingwu's head. What is this? Lolo walks up from behind and identifies it as an electric-eared rabbit, just as a pack of wind wolves emerges. They growl with dangerous eyes, glaring intensely at the group. Xingwu looks at the rabbit, then at the wolves, letting out a heavy sigh. It seems they view me as a rival trying to steal their electric-eared rabbit. Xingwu smirks and signals them. Lolo Sasa, I will leave these guys to you. Understanding the command, both girls immediately prepare to attack. Xingwu clicks his tongue at the charred wolves. Lolo is truly ruthless, leaving them absolutely zero chance to escape. She raises her eyebrow in response. What, I just saved you, and you are still complaining? Xingwu laughs nervously, not at all. Suddenly, the rabbit jumps out of his hands. Little rabbit, this is survival of the fittest. I cannot help you next time, so you better run along now. It jumps down to the ground, but then suddenly darts like lightning right inside his pants. Stop crawling inside my pants. Xingwu pulls his waistband, yelling, get out of there right now, or else. Under the law, my little brother has every right to sue you for breaking and entering. Lolo just stands nearby, holding her forehead in disbelief. Talking about the law with a rabbit is just plain weird. Finally, Xingwu grabs it by its ears. Listen, you little brat, stop clinging to me. Otherwise, I might just cook you for dinner, maybe braised or spicy rabbit head. He holds the struggling, electric-eared rabbit right up to his face. All right, I will give you one chance. If it is fate, I will keep you. Xingwu opens his system panel to check its details. Electric-eared rabbit. It displays hidden information. Electric-eared rabbit, mutant type, unevolvable base form, trash tier bloodline. No talent, weak electricity, basically just a phone charger. No standby skills, but possesses a hidden ultimate recovery, which completely resets teammate cooldowns. Can be used consecutively, resetting up to 3 times. Likes veggies like carrots, loves stormy weather. Reading this, a huge grin spreads across his face. Resetting skill cooldowns. You are literally a god-tier support, and I am the chosen one. Placing it on his palm, Xingwu looks at the others. Lulu, Shasha, I want this rabbit. I want to form a pact with it, make it my beast. Medusa strongly disagrees, her brows furrowed. Master, have you completely lost your mind? Electric-eared rabbits cannot evolve. Upgrading it is even more useless than a gale hound. She shrugged. Whatever, master has his reasons. No need to stop him. The scene shifts to Xiling City, a highly bustling metropolis. Inside the outdoor arena, a massive crowd has gathered. Welcome everyone to the grand finals of the Supernova competition. Up on the arena's massive screen, the announcer eagerly introduces the competitors for this battle featuring Qinglong versus Zhu Ke. The other team is Xie Lian's. In the waiting room, Yang Shuo paces back and forth, clutching his phone. Where on earth did this guy Xingyu run off to anyway? He is not answering, and there are only 15 minutes left. Don't tell me he skipped out. Xinshin walks in and says, "Let me try calling him again." Yang Shuo frowns. "I have called a dozen times. Every time it is the same message, the subscriber is out of service range." She replies, "Just try one last time." Yang Shuo tightly grips his phone. All right. As soon as he dials, the speaker blares, "Sorry, the subscriber has an unpaid balance." He grits his teeth in frustration, swiping across his screen. Fine, great, at least he has service now. Just an unpaid phone bill, this young master will pay it for you. While he is grumbling, Xingyu pushes the door open. "Lu Jin. Brother Yang Shuo. Long time no see, I missed you guys so much." Gritting his teeth, he snaps, "If I did not pay your bill, you would not have shown up right. Pay me back." A notification pings, 100,000 yuan added to account. Yang Shuo points straight at him. "I paid your phone bill this time. Do not pull another disappearing act." Xingyu laughs awkwardly. "It will not happen again." Standing behind them, Xingshin asks suspiciously, "Did you not go back to Longyan City to visit your sister? Why was your phone out of service whenever I called lately?" Xingyu stammers. "About that." He quickly grabs her hand to change the subject. "Oh, right, Lu Jin, you look exceptionally pretty today." Xingshin beams. Really, seeing Xingyu's smug grin, Yang Shuo's face darkens. "Little sister," he is clearly changing the subject. "Do not be blinded." An announcement blares, 10 minutes remaining until the match begins. Will the competitors on both sides please get ready and take the field immediately for the opening ceremony? Turning to leave, Yang Shuo calls out, "Xingyu, little sister, it is time to enter." Blushing, Xinshin quickly rushes outside. "Brother, I need to use the restroom." He waves her off, "Hurry back." Scene cuts to the restroom. As she washes her face, a voice sounds from behind. "Xinshin, looks like we meet again." She turns her head and spots a familiar face. "Xie Lian, why are you here?" Crossing her arms, she replies, "Xingshin, surprised to see me in the tournament." She looks confused. "In the tournament, are you replacing Lin or Xie?" Lian raises an eyebrow, smirking. "She is sick and injured. Is there a problem with me taking her place?" Hearing this, Xinshin ignores her, turning to walk away. She shouts, "After her, Xinshin, we might be childhood friends, but on the battlefield I will not hold back." Ignoring Xie Lian, she does not look back. "Is that so? Then let us meet in the arena." Watching Xinshin walk away, she flashes a wicked smile. "This time, I will make sure you lose all your dignity in front of everyone." Spotting her coming out, Wei and frowns. "Xie Lian, it is time to take the field." She nods, "Brother, I am ready." Saying that, the siblings high-five each other. Then the two proudly head straight toward the arena. Xiong Li stands in the center of the arena shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finals of the Supernova competition." Instantly, Wei An's team steps onto the field. Entering from the left is the delegation representing Zhuke Academy. She waves to greet the morning crowd. Deafening cheers erupt from the Tianhua crowd. "Oh my god, it is Xie Lian, it is really her. The rumors about Lin being sick are true, darling Xie Lian. If I could marry her, I would gladly raise 20 kids with her." Brother Wei An's physique is insane, like a deadly blade. Watching from a corner, Yang Shuo's team braces themselves. Xingyu, the Xie brothers from the Zhuke Academy, are definitely not to be trifled with. Their father is Shi Zhang, a legendary 10-star beast tamer, a highly trusted minister of the Empress herself, and the grand strategist of the Dragon Empire. Xinshin nods in agreement, mentioning that Wei An might even become the future husband of Princess Shangguan Chan. He shouts out with pure hype, "The princess's fiancé, I'll beat him to a pulp." Right after that, the announcer points directly toward them. The group marching out on the right is none other than the Qinglong Academy's team. He calls out, "It's our turn to step up." Xingyu nods, "Let's do this." Xiong Li gestures toward where Guanlan is sitting. The chief judge overseeing this grand tournament is none other than the Empress of the Dragon Empire. Xie Zhang chuckles, covering his mouth as he speaks. "Your Majesty, if I recall correctly, that young kid is named Xingyu, right?" She glances over at strategist C. "He'll be facing your prized son soon. Aren't you curious to see who comes out on top?" He smiles smoothly, claiming that victory depends entirely on the kid's own skills, but his tone carries a very heavy hidden implication. By the way, Your Majesty, have you still not uncovered the identity of the mysterious black-robed figure? Hearing this, Guanlan frowns, explaining that the Emperor Soul Society mobilized all silver priests to secretly investigate every single 9-star and 10-star beast tamer, but they still have absolutely no leads. Xie Zhong replies, Your Majesty, have you ever heard that the darkest spot is always right under the lamp? That black-clothed figure might not even be a high-level beast tamer. They could be a high-ranking general, or maybe. His eyes narrow into a cold, dangerous glare. Or perhaps just some insignificant low-profile, nobody hiding out in some random city. Sensing a sharp gaze locked onto him, he looks over. Instantly, Xingyu feels a wave of intense dizziness, making Xinchen ask him with deep concern. Xingyu, what's wrong? He snaps back to reality, shaking his head. No, it's nothing. Yet his eyes remain completely glued to her direction. Even though he narrowly escaped death at Guanlan's hands, just remembering it sends absolute chills down his spine. She surely wouldn't recognize him as the black-robed man, right? After all, he is currently just a weak 2-star beast tamer. The host raises his voice to announce the rules. This year's format is the rotation challenge, and he officially invites both sides onto the arena. Stepping into the preparation area to warm up before the battle, Yang Shuo is assigned to be their very first defensive fighter. You two just watch me work. Xingyu teases back brother Yang Shuo, just make sure you aren't the first one to get knocked out. Yang Shuo gnashes his teeth. Beat it. Right then, Shangli calls for both sides to send out their attacking and defending tamers. He cracks his knuckles with a smug grin. The crowd gasps in absolute shock. Wait, what? The first fighter sent out by the Zhuge Academy is none other than their ultimate ace Wei An. Yang Shuo feels a surge of anxiety. He expected Fang Jing or Xie Lian, not their top ace, right off the bat. But as the son of the Dragon Empire's Navy Admiral, he refuses to lose face in front of his teammates. Suddenly, his opponent's icy voice rings out across the arena. It's already over. Confused, he asks what's over. Wei An merely smirks, saying the fight ended the moment he stepped onto this stage. I'll take down your whole team by myself. This arrogant declaration instantly infuriates Yang Shuo. Wei An, you seriously underestimate us. Thunder, Tempest, Griffin, go. In a flash, the beast materializes right above his head. Without hesitation, Wei An summons his own beast, Arise Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast. Seeing it, Yang Shuo instantly freezes in shock. What kind of monster is that? From the sidelines, Xingyu frowns, quickly trying to analyze what he's looking at. Opening his system panel, he scans it. Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast, Adult Form, Tier 3 Celestial Demon Bloodline, Mythical Grade and Celestial Demon Gene Talent. Within its field, it slashes the enemy's attack power by 70% and slows their movement speed by 70%. It's a psychic type with 68 loyalty, and its tail is highly vulnerable to damage. Next, Xingyu shifts his analysis to Yang Shuo's beast, the Thunder Tempest Griffin. It's an adult Tier 3 with a legendary bloodline. Its spirit lightning can temporarily paralyze an enemy's soul. It possesses thunder and flying attributes with a high loyalty of 94. There's also a hidden evolution path to the dual lightning Tempest hammers, which lets the Griffin unleash both fire and lightning war hammers. But its weakness is poor stamina in prolonged flight. If it fails to end the fight quickly, it will face complete exhaustion. Standing at the front, Xinchen looks deeply worried. My brother is in danger. He quickly reassures her. Lu Jin, don't jump to conclusions just yet. Yang Shuo still has a solid chance if he can target the enemy's tail. But with cameras everywhere, there's no way to send him this crucial tip. Xingyu bites his lip tensely, watching the battle unfold. The Thunder Tempest Griffin's main strength lies in its explosive burst power. It deals massive damage, especially in the first 3 minutes. But if it fails to capitalize its poor flight endurance will be exposed. He resolves to help Yang Shuo evolve his beast later. Back in the arena, the assault begins. The Thunder Tempest Griffin unleashes its Heaven's Lightning Spear, but the opponent's beast easily blocks the heavy blow with its own massive body. Xiong Li commentates with absolute hype as a breathtaking, spectacular clash unfolds right before the crowd's eyes. The Blue Flame Heavenly Demon Beast shrugged off the Thunderstorm Griffin's signature ultimate completely unscathed, and Wei An did not even use spiritual energy. Watching his strike get blocked, Yang Shuo clenched his fists in frustration. Yang Shuo stood frozen, realizing the enemy had tanked his Griffin's proudest strike with its bare body. This guy was clearly mocking him. Seeing his silence, Wei An scoffed arrogantly. Brother Murong, your thunderstorm griffin only thrives on early momentum. Its peak power will fade away very soon. Yang Shuo frowned and barked, ordering another strike. Whether it fades or not, I know better than you. No reminders needed. The thunderstorm griffin boosted its power and charged forward. Smirking confidently, Wei An yelled out big words. The blue flame beast unleashed hungry tiger strike, shattering the ground beneath its feet. Instantly it lunged and pinned the griffin's wings. Terrified, Yang Shuo gritted his teeth. What is it not letting go? The beast repeatedly slammed its opponent into the hard ground. The crowd roared in wild excitement. Keep going. The blue flame beast is insane as expected of strategist Chi's son. Wei An pointed 2 fingers at Yang Shuo, ordering his beast to release the battered griffin. When the battle paused, blood completely stained its mouth. Looking at the fallen griffin, Wei An smirked mockingly, saying, "This is just a match. You can surrender now." Enraged, Yang Shuo roared, Wei An, I will never lose to your chef family in front of my sister. Keep fighting. Wei An sneered, foolish. Xinshin tried to yell for her brother, but Xingyu quickly covered her mouth. She glared at Xingyu in confusion, asking why he stopped her, as he gently patted her shoulder. Lu Jin, right now, Yang Shuo on that stage is not just a competitor, he is a protective brother. Back on stage, Yang Shuo calculated his options. His griffin's wings were heavily injured, requiring far more energy to cast skills. He could not lose to the Sea family in front of his sister. He had to gamble. Refusing to yield, he summoned another beast, yelling, "Come out, violent steel ape." The massive ape and griffin roared together. The moment it appeared, Yang Shuo commanded giant ape use giant steel club. Instantly, its giant arms slammed heavily onto the ground. Yang Shuo pressed the attack, shouting, "Griffin, use lightning force." Together both beasts charged forward with full force as the ape's massive fists smashed down. Sensing danger, Wei An frowned and shouted, "Blue flame beast, absorb it." The beast immediately opened its massive mouth, releasing energy. Fierce lightning struck, blocking the ape's strike. Yang Shuo fell to his knees, gritting his teeth. Was it absorbed? How is this possible? That was our most practiced skill. Across the field, Wei An laughed boastfully. This match is over. Blue flame beast. Blue demon explosive roar. A devastating blast of blue energy erupted toward both enemies. Xiang Li announced loudly, match over. The winner is Wei An of the Vermilion Bird Academy. The giant ape lay in a pool of blood, next to the motionless griffin. Wei An turned and left Yang Shuo behind. Too weak. Carry him out. Next, standing outside, Xingyu closely analyzed the whole battle. Such a terrifying beast. It must be Wei An's father's doing. Xinshin nodded. Is his father really a 10-star beast tamer? With his godlike power, capturing a heavenly demon beast from the Blood Ice Mountain would be an absolute breeze. Xingyu asked curiously. Lu Jin, does the chef family hold some sort of deep grudge against you guys? Recalling their childhood, she explained how she and Si Lian fought over a rare bone-winged bat beast. That beast had been brought back from the Blood Ice Mountain by the Empress during her military crusade. Back then, both girls screamed, "It is mine." No, it chose me first on its own. Suddenly, the beast's wing sliced her hand. Concerned, Xinshin let go, asking if she was okay. Furious, Xia Lian blamed her for the humiliation and theft. Since then, she deeply hated the Murong clan. The Shi family won't let this go. Confused, Xingyu asked, "Their eyes are red, but aren't they usually gray?" She explained it was heterochromia, a genetic trait of the Xia family. Other than looking intimidating, it had no real purpose. Suddenly, Xingyu's eyes turned crimson. A system screen detailing Wei An's stats popped up. Pupil of prediction. This unique eye tracks enemy movements, anticipates incoming attacks, and naturally exerts a threatening pressure on opponents. After reading, Xingyu calculated. Guanlan and the Xia family key forces of the Dragon Kingdom were both deeply connected to beasts. Clearly, the ancient dragon-slaying war held many secrets. Right then, Xiang Li announced the second match. Guided by his booming introduction, Xinshin stepped onto the stage looking absolutely determined. On defense, Wei An of the Vermilion Bird Academy. On offense, Xinshin of the Azure Dragon Academy. Below, Shi Lian grinned, urging him to show no mercy. Destroy her beast right in front of her. Wei An turns around, claiming he is a true gentleman, but when it comes to fighting, he will give it his all. With those words, he casts a deeply condescending glare directly at her. He mocks Xinshin, telling her to forfeit before it is too late or suffer a worse defeat than her brother. Furious, she fires back, promising that she will destroy him. The announcer Zheng Li hypes up the crowd, shouting that this match is guaranteed to be an absolutely earth-shaking clash between rivals. Will Wei An defend his throne for a consecutive victory, or will Xinshin successfully avenge her brother and conquer the arena? Let us find out. Xinshin immediately summons her bone-winged bat beast, which wastes no time spitting a stream of corrosive fluid directly at the blue flame beast. Wei An quickly orders his beast to dodge, and it instantly leaps away. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Li is completely taken aback by this move. What is this? The heavenly demon blue flame beast chose to dodge instead of fighting back. Is it actually terrified of the bat's dark fire? Up in the stands, She Zhong scratches his chin in deep thought. The Murong girl clearly received guidance to find the blue flame beast's immunity blind spot. That young man is truly deep. Sitting nearby, Guanlan asks with great interest who the advisor thinks will walk away with the ultimate victory today. He confidently replies that since his son inherited the legendary beast pupils, the Empress should already know the final outcome. He admits that the other youth is quite troublesome, but as a loving father, he will always stand by and support his own son. The bat keeps showering the blue flame beast, with venomous attacks keeping it at bay, until it starts feeling dizzy and completely disoriented. Watching from below, Xing Yu happily cheers her on. He roots for Xinshin silently, knowing that the blue flame beast's 70% damage immunity only works against physical and magical attacks that take actual physical form. The undead fire might look like normal fire magic, but it carries a mental attack aspect that the blue flame beast simply cannot immune. Xinshin commands her beast to unleash the Necro Arrow Rain, causing it to instantly rain down deadly poison orbs right at the enemy. Unable to evade, the beast takes the full blow. Infuriated, Wei An quickly commands his beast to execute the Crimson Vortex. The beast roars, summoning a massive ring of fire that blocks the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Wei An barks out another command. He orders it to reflect the damage, and with another fierce roar, the toxic orbs fly right back at the Bonewing Bat. Caught off guard, Xinshin's beast loses its entire lower body in the blast. She frowns deeply, quickly planning her next move. That beast is incredibly tricky, especially with its last remaining tiger head, which possesses unknown abilities. Meanwhile, Wei An rubs his hands together, speaking arrogantly. He tells her that this match is finally over. Behind him, the blue flame beast radiates an overwhelming killing intent. Sensing the danger, Xinshin commands her bat to quickly regenerate and unleash its ultimate move, Necro Rage. Both beasts instantly charge head first into each other, creating a massive swirling vortex that engulfs the entire arena stage. She pours all her remaining energy into her beast. On the arena, the blue flame beast is clearly losing its ground. Wei An panics, realizing that if things continue like this, they will be overwhelmed. The bat's dark tornado quickly closes in on the blue flame beast from behind. She knows that while Necro Rage looks incredibly powerful on the outside, it cannot deliver a fatal blow to her opponent. It is time for her to unleash a secret decisive strike. Seizing the opening, she orders the strike, launching a sharp bone dagger directly at her target. But Wei An only smirks, contemptuously calling it a cheap, useless trick. Just as he says that, his beast easily swats the bone dagger aside, leaving Xinshin absolutely stunned. Her exhausted bat hovers behind her, gasping for breath. Having drained all her spiritual energy on that ultimate attack, she realizes she can no longer summon her snow spirit slasher. Xie Lian sneers from the sidelines, mockingly declaring that Xinshin has finally lost the battle. She urges him to destroy the bat right now. Wei An sneers, telling the siblings to get off the stage with their pathetic weakness. The referee Hai Lin rushes forward to intervene, calling out his name. Ignoring him completely, Wei An orders his beast to fire a devastating blue demon blast, aiming a massive beam of energy straight at Xinshin and her bat. Watching her bat rush forward, Xinshin desperately screams for her bone-winged bat to get out of the way. Suddenly, another beast leaps out from behind her, firing a powerful energy counterblast that completely blocks the blue flame beast's lethal attack. As the dust clears, Xing Yu stands protective in front of her. Wei An is shocked that this guy's beast easily countered his attack. Furious, Xing Yu points directly at Wei An's face and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. According to the rules, a contestant loses once they run out of energy. Why did he ignore the referee's warnings and carry out a lethal attack? The crowd begins to whisper in disgust, calling Wei An a completely classless, underhanded fighter. That attack could have easily crippled her beast permanently. Yet Wei An shrugs innocently, asking how he was supposed to know whether she had run out of spiritual energy, since the referee never blew his whistle. High in the stands, Xiezhong casually waves his hand. He declares that a referee who cannot judge a match properly almost caused a major disaster, calling for his guards immediately. He orders them to drag the incompetent referee away and ban him for life. Watching guards drag Hai Lin out, Xing Yu scoffs in disgust at how they shifted the blame entirely. Xiezhong is completely shameless, but the Empress has no reaction. It seems she has absolutely no plan to step in and stop this. He desperately begged for mercy, but it did absolutely nothing. Lord Xie, I am so sorry, my mistake. Xiong Li frantically diffused the tension as the two competitors clearly shared some bad blood. But no matter, the second match has officially wrapped up. Our winner is the arena defender Wei, and who will now face the challenger Xing Yu. Xin immediately grabbed his arm, whining that she should have won, but Wei An was acting incredibly strange out there. He saw right through my moves, she sighed. Xing Yu replied seriously, I know, leave the rest to me. Down below, Xie Lian stared at him. If it wasn't for Xing Yu, her brother would have been crippled. The ultimate opponent. Faced with her brother, he would only crawl and beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stepped forward, handing a pill to Wei An. Under the tournament rules, any competitor who defeats two opponents back-to-back receives a highly valuable spirit recovery pill. He snatched it in pure frustration, snapped at him to shut up as Xiong Li addressed the roaring crowd once more. Over at the Green Dragon Academy, after losing the Mirong brothers in quick succession, only Xing Yu was left to fight. Meanwhile, the Vermilion Bird Academy still had 3 active fighters. Will Wei An keep his flawless streak going, or can Xing Yu somehow pull off a miracle? Wei An narrowed his eyes in pure provocation, warning Xing Yu that surrendering now would save his beast from a world of agonizing pain. But before he could even finish his threat, he froze in utter terror. Xing Yu glared back with a cold, murderous aura that completely paralyzed him with fear. What terrifying eyes! Clenching his fist, he declared that he would make Wei An's sister watch her own brother crawl pathetically on the stage before he personally destroyed her beast's powers. Furious, Wei An pointed his finger and screamed, "Cripple my sister's beast. Try beating me first. Blue Flame Fiend, tear him apart." Xing Yu did not stand idly by shouting at the top of his lungs, "Black Wind, strike now. Blue Flame Fiend, activate the Blood Vortex." Xing Yu countered immediately, with silent claws. Both beasts charged at each other in a brutal life-or-death clash. Xiong Li grew incredibly excited as the match reached a fever pitch. Oh my god, the Nether Hellhound just unleashed 23 consecutive silent claws. The Blue Flame Fiend literally cannot find an opening to use a single skill. Realizing the situation was turning disastrous, Wei An frantically screamed for the Blue Flame Fiend to stop resisting and fall back immediately. But the moment it tried to retreat, Xing Yu commanded his beast, "Do not let it escape. Black Wind, use Nether Howl." Instantly, heavy spectral chains bound the Blue Flame Fiend. Black Wind leaped high into the air, dragging the helpless beast up with him. He stomped violently onto the beast, forcing a painful scream from its throat before sending the creature crashing straight down into the dirt. The collision was so violent, it shook the entire arena. The Blue Flame Fiend lay completely paralyzed in the dust, unable to even twitch. He growled in pure, unadulterated rage. Xing Yu, even Xiezhong watching from afar, felt a sudden strange sense of shock. How could his power and presence have evolved so dramatically in just a few short days? Backed into a tight corner, Wei An decided to go all out, revealing his hidden trump card. Blue Flame Fiend, use Flame Tribulation. It instantly opened its massive maw. Xiong Li, standing on the sideline, roared into the mic. There it is. The Blue Flame Fiend is finally showing its true terrifying power. With Flame Tribulation, this massive attack leaves the Nether Hellhound with nowhere to run. One step out of the boundary, and it is an instant disqualification. The three-headed beast instantly unleashed a torrent of fire. Sensing the danger, Xing Yu reacted immediately. Black Wind used Shadow Sneak. Hearing the command, the beast instantly vanished forward. While the beast kept firing its breath attack, it failed to notice Black Wind slipping through the shadows, silently flanking it right from behind. Just as he went for the strike, the fiend's massive tail whipped around and blocked him. Wei An smirked in triumph, mocking, "You fell for it, Xing Yu, game over." Xing Yu showed absolutely no fear, leaving Wei An thoroughly confused. "Is that so?" he whispered, just as a massive explosion tore through the arena. Only then did he realize that he had attacked a mere shadow clone. Xing Yu did not give his rival a single second to recover, ordering an instant strike. Black Wind, Nether Howl. The beast unleashed a devastating blast of spiritual energy, blowing the Blue Flame Fiend completely backward. After taking that massive blow, the beast crashed hard onto the floor again, leaving Wei and completely paralyzed with confusion. How is this possible? He actually predicted my every move. Clenching his fists, he channeled his energy, transforming his gloves from black to glowing green. Xingyu, I admit that you are an opponent worthy of my full respect. But right now, it is time for me to get truly serious. Wei Yan thrust his hand forward, screaming. The blue flame fiend activated its secondary form, causing its entire body to warp and shift. Several monstrous arms sprouted from its back, sending Xiang Li into an absolute frenzy. With 3 heads and 6 arms, the blue flame fiend has officially evolved into a beastman type. Before the crowd's shocked eyes, it assumed a truly hideous form. Xingyu remained completely unfazed by the beastman's terrifying evolution, simply smirking. So what if you transformed? Right now, I'm going to use this to crush you. A glowing blue spark flickered in front of Xingyu once again, leaving him completely jaw-dropped. What kind of second beast is he planning to summon? Within seconds, a glowing sigil forms and out pops a bolt-eared rabbit. The entire arena instantly goes dead silent. Wei Yan's jaw hits the floor, and Yang Shuo is just as utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Even Xingxin is completely speechless, while Xie Lian is the only one quietly smirking in satisfaction. Guanlan stares in total disbelief, a bolt-eared rabbit Wei, and just can't hold it in and bursts out laughing. Xingyu, what a joke, and here I thought you were actually on my level. Turns out you're just an idiot. A bottom-tier, elementless creature, like a bolt-eared rabbit. And you're actually calling this joke of a pet your trump card. Pointing directly at Xingyu, he orders his blue flame beast forward. You're completely useless, Xingyu. You don't even deserve to call yourself a beast tamer. Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast use Hexa Hammer. Its 6 arms instantly charge up spiritual energy as it charges forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes on Heifeng. Clenching his fists, Xingyu commands his bolt-eared rabbit to back up Heifeng. Instantly, a massive surge of raw energy wraps around Heifeng. The wolf lets out a deafening howl as dark magic completely blankets his entire body. Wei Yan feels a sudden wave of panic, but he forces a cocky smirk. It's useless. My blue flame beast's second stage absorption is 3 times stronger now. Your Hellfire Lotus won't even scratch me. Xingyu just chuckles. If 1 isn't enough to take you down, how about 2? Or better yet, what about 3? 3. What absolute nonsense. The Hellfire Lotus is the ultimate high cooldown move of the Netherworld Wolf. It takes at least an hour to recharge. But before the words can fully leave his mouth, Wei Yan freezes in pure horror. At the insane sight, no way. Blue Flame Beast activate Crimson Vortex quick. Smirking, Xingyu casually reaches down to pat his little rabbit on the head. Too late. A blazing Hellfire Lotus streaks toward the Blue Flame Beast, sending Wei Yan into a total state of panic. I can't lose. Block it, Blue Flame Beast. But as a second fiery blossom comes roaring in right behind the first, he can only watch in absolute despair. No, the beast desperately conjures a barrier to hold them off, but the impact triggers a massive earth-shattering explosion. As the thick smoke finally begins to clear, Lin Yuan notices the beast shaking so violently it can barely stand and quickly makes the call. The match is over. The winner is Xingyu of the Qinglong Academy. Zhongli yells into his mic. We are witnessing the birth of a legend. The triple Hellfire Lotus strike. Meanwhile, the defeated Wei Yan is left completely shattered, collapsing straight onto his knees. Staring blankly at the ground, he mutters, 3 Hellfire Lotuses at once, how is that even possible? Was this the real reason he bonded with that useless rabbit? Smirking, Xingyu reveals his secret. It wasn't a power boost, but a complete skill cooldown reset. Holding up 1 finger, Xingyu smiles. Well, I still can only launch 1 at a time. Wei Yan's fists clench in absolute rage. 4 Hellfire Lotuses. I can't believe this was your real trump card. Xingyu, just you wait, this isn't over. On the sidelines, Yang Shuo is practically bouncing, laughing out loud. That was epic. Xingyu, did you see that? Did everyone see? That's my brother right there. Xingxin claps in delight while Principal Zhou calmly steps up to make a decision. Our Zuke Academy can lose a battle, but we will not lose our pride. Xie Lian, it's your turn to step onto the field. She instantly freezes. My turn, but Principal, even my brother got absolutely wrecked. If I go up there, isn't that just a suicide mission? He gets straight to the point. Xie Lian, your father is literally sitting right there in the judges panel. You know the consequences. With no choice left, she steps out. Xie Lian glares and snarls, Xingyu. I never expected a nobody like you to stand before me. Xingyu just grins. I've been waiting for you, and you're finally here. her eyes widen. Waiting for me. Instantly, Xingyu's friendly smile vanishes into a cold stare. I'm here to avenge Lu Jin by absolutely vaporizing your beast. Though she's secretly sweating, Xie Lian tries to play it cool. Xingyu, let me warn you, my father is on that judging panel. You better throw this match and let me win. Do that and I'll guarantee you a lifetime of luxury and wealth. Just lose and you get to be my friend. Think about it, the Murong family is nothing compared to the power of my Xie family. Xingyu delivers a flat response. And why should I care? Losing her temper, she decides to strike first. Wild Knight Peacock teach him a lesson, but in a flash her beast is blasted straight into the arena wall. Stunned Xie Lian whips her head around. Wild Knight Peacock. Xingyu points at her, deadly serious. I told you I was going to crush your beast. Lin Yuan quickly signals Shang Li, who grabs the microphone in utter disbelief. A one-hit knockout, just one single strike completely ignored the element advantage. He took down a full-health Wild Knight Peacock in one shot. Xie Lian stares in absolute disbelief. How my Wild Knight Peacock is a water-type beast. Against a fire-type Netherworld wolf, there's no way we should have lost in a single blow. She grits her teeth, fuming with rage. She knew she couldn't win, but lasting 3 rounds would at least save face for the Juka Academy and the Xie family. But Xingyu daring to humiliate her like that was simply too much. Zhongli stepped forward to remind her, saying that according to the rules Xie Lian could summon her second beast. She snarled back, telling him to shut up before she lost even more face but way, and quickly stepped in to defuse the tension, declaring that his sister conceded and urging them to arrange the next match. Though confused, he agreed and Zhongli quickly regained his composure to make the announcement. Match over. Xingyu of Qinglong Academy has successfully defended the ring. Who will be the next challenger? Fang Jing watched the approaching challenger with deep thought, realizing only the final opponent remained. Fang Jing had not fought yet, making everyone wonder if he was their secret trump card. Stepping up with excitement, he knew he had to give it his all since he was the final fighter. With a loud shout, he declared that he was charging in. Fang Jing summoned his 3 beasts, but only moments later he threw up his hands and conceded defeat, prompting Shang Li to immediately shout out the result. The winner was Xingyu of Qinglong Academy. Watching this, Principal Zhu got a massive headache from the absolute embarrassment. Xingyu gave an awkward smile, asking if his friend was perhaps a bit weak. Fang Jing shrugged helplessly, noting that since a boss like Wei Yan lost, there was no way a grunt like him could pull off a miracle. Yang Shuo had been waiting for the chance to rush over and congratulate Xingyu for making him proud, while Xingxin could barely contain her absolute joy. Xingyu excitedly turned to her, celebrating their victory together with immense enthusiasm. Asking Lu Jin why he remained so calm after they won the championship, Xingyu suddenly lifted Xingxin right up into the air. Telling Lu Jin to smile for Qinglong Academy's finest hour, he left Xingxin feeling flustered as she scrambled to be put back down. She protested, asking what he was doing, and demanding to be let down while nearby a frustrated Wei invented on a vending machine. Both he and Xie Lian still wore expressions of bitter defeat, while the top 3 victors stood proudly down on the main arena. The system suddenly flashed a notification for unlocking the championship achievement, rewarding him with an attribute fusion crystal along with a bloodline upgrade crystal. Xingyu smiled with deep satisfaction after reading the prompt, glad that the mission was finally completed. He opened his interface to closely examine the 2 precious gems. The attribute fusion crystal had the unique ability to merge different elemental attributes into his beast's body. He decided to use it on Freya later, while the bloodline upgrade crystal, which enhances bloodline quality, seemed perfect for Heifeng. During the medal ceremony, Guan Lan praised Xinxin warmly as a brave and good girl, making the young lady feel incredibly happy as she accepted her reward. Thanking the Empress for her kind praise, Xingyu tilted his head as she approached, knowing his turn was finally up next. Suddenly, Guanlan grabbed the back of his head, freezing him in place as she smiled and asked if they had met before. Her sudden question made him break into a cold sweat, wondering if she had somehow recognized his true identity. Xingyu could not help but tremble all over, until the girl holding the medals spoke up to call for the Empress. She gestured for the trophy and medals to be brought over teasingly, noting that he had seemed quite bold and fearless earlier. Wondering why he was so nervous now, Xingyu sweated profusely, admitting that meeting the Empress up close was incredibly intense. He stared at her departing figure with deep confusion, wondering what her cryptic words were supposed to mean. Was she choosing not to expose him, or did she not realize? She simply added that she highly valued the talented youth. Although Xingyu heard her kind words, he remained anxious about his safety, while deafening cheers suddenly erupted from the building above them. Young man Xiao, I am a scout, representing the Tu New Guild, which is currently ranked 30th in the nation. A crowd quickly surrounded Xingyu with one representative from the Bingpo Guild, eagerly asking if he had any interest in joining them. Another claimed their Jianwu Guild was two-thirds beautiful women, adding that even their formidable guild leader was a stunning mature beauty. However, he paid them little attention and simply walked away, stating he was not interested, as he was already another guild's specially recruited alchemist. Walking away, Xingyu muttered that fame certainly brought a lot of unwanted trouble. Standing nearby, Yang Shuo asked with curiosity why he would decline guilds that ranked in the top 50 nationwide. He honestly replied that Yanran and her aunt at the Kangqiang Guild treated him so well, making betrayal absolutely out of the question. He hesitated, repeating the mention of Yanran and her aunt, leaving Xingyu utterly confused by Yang Shuo's sudden change in expression. Xingyu asked what he was thinking, explaining that they were just like family to him. Suddenly, Ruoyan waved them over with a bottle of wine, inviting everyone to drink though. Kanyan quickly reminded the principal about the school rules she drafted. Students are strictly forbidden from drinking alcohol during the competition period. Hearing that, Ruoyan immediately spins around, pointing her finger in protest. What garbage rule is this? Get it changed and report to discipline to delete it. Left with no choice, he could only helplessly obey. Fine, you are the dean, so whatever you say goes. Ruoyan then quickly wraps her arm around Xingyu's shoulder. Xingyu, you are the champion, don't be so shy. You look like something is bothering you. Is the pressure too much? He could only give a forced smile. I can't believe you noticed. Ruoyan then smiles and says, spill it, let me help you get it off your chest. Without hesitating, Xingyu shamelessly demands, let me see your legs. Hearing this, Ruoyan grabs his collar and drags him off, telling him to get over here. Xingyu panics and screams for help, teacher Tran, save me. But Lu Jin, Yang Shuo and Kai Nian turn a blind eye, basically telling him to just accept his doom. Xin stands in the back, totally disgusted. What a pervert. Meanwhile, Xingyu gets dragged into a private room and the door slams shut behind them. Once inside, Ruoyan suddenly pins him against the wall, whispering that he has some serious nerve. Xingyu is left with no choice but to beg for mercy. Dean, I really am stressed out. Just let me get. She gently encourages him, calling this his sweet reward. She promises that passing the 4-star Beastmaster exam this semester lets him do more than just look. And what if he actually reaches 9-star rank within 10 years? Xingyu stammers in hesitation. But a sudden sharp cough cuts him off, reminding the two to stop their blatant flirting inside the room. Turning around, they find Xiao Ni standing right there with an incredibly awkward expression on her face. Bowing politely, she informs Mr. Xiao that the Empress has invited him to the Hot Spring Palace. Since the round trip takes 4 hours, she asks if he has time. A sudden chill runs down Xingyu's spine as he wonders if rejection is even an option. He agrees to go, crying on the inside. What must come will eventually come. At the heart of the Dragon Kingdom's imperial city, before the majestic golden St. Kilin Gate, Xiao Ni bows and invites Mr. Xiao inside to meet the waiting Empress. Xingyu is left utterly speechless. The legendary golden St. Kilin Gate is actually a living god-tier beast. If things go south, does he even stand a chance of escaping? Following her guidance, he walks deep inside. The moment he enters, he spots Guanlan waiting for him. Acknowledging his arrival, she asks if he has any idea why she summoned him here alone. Xingyu nervously claims ignorance, pleading for answers. But with a dismissive wave of her hand, she gets straight to the point. She reveals that a mysterious figure recently broke a death row inmate out in broad daylight. Coincidentally, he was absent from Xiling City during those exact days. Hearing this, Xingyu's smile completely freezes. A major incident like that actually happened. He wonders what that has to do with him, but panic sets in. She tracked his movements, knowing he never went home or even contacted his sister. Even the Lujin Association couldn't reach him. He realizes his alibi is completely full of holes. Leaning forward with her chin resting on her hand, Guanlan shares General Shi's theory. Anyone hiding can easily conceal their true power and identity. Xingyu scratches his head with a forced laugh, pointing out how incredibly arbitrary that conclusion sounds. By that logic, wouldn't every single worker, teacher, and student out there be a prime suspect? Suddenly, she stands up. Guanlan slowly approaches and glides right past him. This terrifying presence makes his expression grow increasingly pale as the tension builds up around them. She suddenly whirls around and drops the ultimate bomb, asking if he's the mysterious black-robed figure. The accusation leaves him utterly speechless. Terrified of being exposed, he frantically wonders if it's time to run for his life. But can he actually escape even dragon tears as powerful as they are? Cannot turn back the clock and restore yesterday. He keeps thinking, should he risk his life against her? But what about his older sister? What about the Lu Jin Guild, who fought so hard alongside him to win the championship, and the Qing Long Academy? Just then, Guanlan reaches out and gently pats his head. She tells him she is just teasing and not to be afraid. She adds that his sister wants him home for 2 days before catching a new beast. She must be talking about that electric-eared rabbit, right? Impressive sharp eyes and a performance that truly turns heads. A panicked Xing Yu asks if the Empress does not already suspect him of being the mysterious black-cloaked figure. She flashes a beautiful smile, admitting she only teased him because he looked cute and pleasing to her eyes. Xiezong suspects him, but he has bonded with his beast for less than a year. How could he match a 9-star master? A totally panicked Xing Yu silently screams that she scared him half to death. He almost thought she actually found out. Luckily, his sister helped him out, so he must treat her exceptionally well when he returns home. Guanlan continues saying she genuinely likes him and did not bring him here just to tease. She asks about his plans after graduating from the Qinglong Academy. Hearing this, he replies that he still has 3 years left and has not thought about life after graduation yet. She calmly explains that any student graduating from the Beast Mastering Academy has only 3 primary choices. She elaborates that they can either join the Beast Mastering Guild or enlist in the military to serve the Navy, Army, or Air Force. Option 3, join an international border mercenary group and live the dangerous life of a bounty hunter. Reaching out her hand, Shang Guanlan asks if he would be willing to accept a 4th option if she offered it now. Xing Yu mutters the words, secretly wondering if the Empress is trying to use some sort of unspoken private rules on him. Wait, why does he suddenly feel so ashamed? He honestly wants to slap himself for that wild thought, yet he maintains a perfectly calm expression before speaking up. He respectfully asks the Empress what exactly this 4th option of hers is. Shang Guanlan proudly demands he join the Emperor's soul to serve, her sending a wave of sheer panic through his heart. The Emperor's soul is actually Shang Guanlan's elite personal circle of trusted shadows. These members are basically shadow warriors, sent on near-impossible suicide missions. In fact, the entry-level silver priests have their entire roster replaced every single month, proving just how unbelievably deadly this job is. Once again, he falls deep into serious thought. The higher-ranking red priests do not have it any easier facing high mortality rates on espionage missions that usually end in fates far worse than those of the silver priests. Only the top-tier Black Shadow High Priests enjoy the highest survival rates and possess the greatest strength, but achieving this rank requires meeting 3 very specific strict conditions. He needs to become an 8-star beast tamer, earn top-tier merits for the Emperor's soul, and gain the Empress's absolute unwavering trust. Beside him, Shang Guanlan suddenly interrupts his deep thoughts, demanding to know how much longer he plans on hesitating before accepting her offer. Looking up, he politely thanks the Empress first for showing such deep trust and high regard towards someone like him. Suddenly, her crushing aura spikes as she coldly asks if he is trying to reject her offer with some polite excuse. Xing Yu quickly backpedals, stammering that he is eager to improve and practically begging to join the Emperor's soul this very second. Shang Guanlan smiles and pats his shoulder, praising him for being smart enough to make the right decision. Internally, Xing Yu groans, wondering if he even had a real choice. Still, he comforts himself knowing that despite the extreme danger, this could actually turn out to his advantage. It is clear the Empress does not trust Qizong, or she wouldn't have brought up his suspicions. Once he finally climbs the ranks to become a Black Shadow High Priest, he might just replace Xiezong. He calculates his future. As the ultimate second in command, he will wield absolute power. By using his secret black-robed identity to strike from both sides, he can eventually usurp the Empress. Shang Guanlan speaks up, telling Xing Yu she has something to show him and orders it to be brought inside immediately. The moment her command is given, heavy rhythmic tremors begin to shake the ground outside. A maid walks in leading a massive shadowy figure. Once the thick dust finally settles, an incredibly adorable bright blue baby Qilin stands right before him. Xing Yu's eyes instantly light up at the sight, and he wastes no time in activating his inspection system. Reading the holographic screen, he is completely blown away. As a legendary Qilin beast from a prime bloodline, its stats are insanely balanced with absolutely no weaknesses. Looking ahead, he recalls that Qilins are Shang Guanlan's specialty and are beasts reserved strictly for the royal family's elite tamers. Even though its current level is quite low, it is clearly just a baby. Shang Guanlan smiles and asks him if he likes it. Xingyu is caught completely off guard. Seeing his hesitation, she repeats her question, demanding to know if he genuinely likes the creature. He honestly replies that across the entire dragon nation, probably not a single beast tamer could ever resist the temptation of a Qilin-type beast. Satisfied with his honest answer, Shangguanlan casually offers to give the rare beast to him as a gift. Pointing a finger at himself in complete shock, he struggles to believe her. When she repeats it, he nervously rubs his head quickly, apologizing for his slip of the tongue. His mind races as he thinks. These Qilins are strictly for royalty and only Shangguanlan and her daughter Shangguanchan actually possess them. Bestowing a Thunder Jade Qilin upon him proves that she holds him in exceptionally high regard. Smiling warmly, she clarifies that this legendary beast is not a free handout, and he must first fulfill a specific condition to earn it. In next month's Supernova trials, he must accept a highly dangerous Grade S mission and successfully complete it to prove himself. Hearing this, Xingyu immediately realizes how incredibly brutal this task will be. It all makes sense now. He recalls that the elite Supernova trials are specially designed for active competitors, scheduled to take place exactly 1 month after the main Supernova tournament concludes. The difficulty is split into 4 tiers, C, B, A, and S. Most of the ordinary competitors usually settle for Grade B. Only highly confident contenders dare to choose Grade A. From what he gathered from the Dean earlier during the previous year's trials, only 8 elite competitors chose the brutal Grade S difficulty, and 6 of them failed miserably. Only 2 barely managed to survive the Grade S ordeal. It is obvious the Empress wants to thoroughly test his potential, seeing if he is truly worthy of joining her exclusive Emperor's Soul organization. Placing a hand over his chest, he speaks confidently. He solemnly swears to fulfill his duty and conquer the Grade S challenge, proving once and for all that he is worthy of standing among her elite forces. He is indeed incredibly sharp. Shangguanlan smirked. Xie Zhong wanted Xie Weian in the Imperial Soul, but she had not agreed yet. She dismissed him, saying it was late. Xingyu clasped his hands respectfully and excused himself from her presence. Sitting back, Shangguanlan rested her chin in her hand, wondering why she could not resist teasing such a promising young man. Her golden eyes narrowed in reminiscent thought as she spun a small toy drum, making it rattle playfully in the quiet room. Shangguanlan shared a bright, joyful smile with the child nearby. Meanwhile, brilliant lights illuminated a massive luxury hotel in the city. Back in his room, Xingyu collapsed straight onto his bed and immediately spoke to the empty air. Asking Lulu and Medusa to crack a smile. To ease the tension, he got immediately scolded by Lulu, who warned him that serving royalty was like sleeping with a tiger. Xingyu argued back, asking his dear Lulu if he would have even survived that tense situation had he rejected the offer. Medusa spoke up next, assuring her master that she fully understood his impossible situation. Agreeing to Shangguanlan's terms was merely a desperate temporary survival tactic, but she warned him that entry-level silver priests in the Imperial Soul faced a mortality rate higher than 90%. With a calm smile, he told them that dead ends often hide the perfect escape, asking if they recalled Shangguanlan's final words. Medusa wondered if he meant the Empress rejecting Zhejiang's attempt to put Xie Weian into the Imperial Soul. Shangguanlan is naturally paranoid and does not fully trust Zhejiang, prompting Lulu to chime in as well. The Xi family's massive influence was clearly slipping from her control. Xingyu snapped his fingers, calling that exact tension their way out. He pointed out that as a commoner, with no backing, his background was cleaner than a blank sheet of paper. Joining the Imperial Soul meant he would serve her loyally without forming factions, making him the perfect tool to balance the Qi family. He explained that by keeping up this act, he would slowly but surely earn Shangguanlan's complete trust. Once her guard was fully down and he became powerful enough, he could strike from behind and kick her off the throne. With eyes shining, he declared that the entire Dragon Kingdom might eventually bear the Shao family name. Lulu warned him that he was playing with fire. Xingyu countered that he was merely playing with human hearts. Blushing a soft red, she stared straight ahead before speaking up again. She asked if becoming the Dragon Emperor meant having a palace full of women around him. He instantly denied having any such scandalous thoughts. Meanwhile, Medusa solemnly warned him that there was no turning back, and failing this dangerous gamble meant absolute eternal ruin. Full of confidence, Xingyu assured them that as long as they trusted his moves on this chessboard, he would lead them to ultimate victory. Hearing his words, she immediately dropped to one knee. She declared her life belonged to him, swearing to follow him, even if it meant falling into an abyss and having her body torn to pieces. Lulu muttered under her breath, wondering when this snake had learned to become such a shameless flatterer. Turning to Lulu, he asked for her stance since Medusa had already sworn loyalty. Sighing in defeat, she could only offer a helpless reply. Relenting, she promised to always stand by him no matter what, causing all three of them to look at each other and burst into laughter. As their plane climbed high into the brilliant blue sky, Xingyu gripped his luggage with a grin, excited to finally head back home. Kainian asked if he packed everything while Xingyu looked around confused as to why they were the only passengers on board. He explained that the overjoyed principal had booked the entire flight for them first thing in the morning. Xingyu praised the principal's incredible generosity, while Yang Shuo stared at his bag, pointing out the famous beef jerky and sweet treats from Four Spirits City. Teasing him about opening a grocery store, Yang Shuo watched as Xingyu turned around with a bright laugh. He admitted he brought extra snacks for his sister, prompting a warm laugh about how much he absolutely adored his sibling. Smiling proudly, he declared his sister was the absolute best woman on earth, swearing to cherish her for the rest of his life. Yang Shuo chuckled, agreeing that his dedication was truly admirable. Sneaking a glance at Shinshin, he wondered how things were progressing between the boy and his little sister, debating whether he needed to help push them together. Meanwhile, their plane soared elegantly through the clouds. Suddenly, the peaceful flight was disrupted as a violent tremor shook the entire cabin. Terrified, Yang Shuo asked what was happening, but Kainian was equally clueless. Xingyu then sniffed the air, pointing out a sudden distinct smell of alcohol. Teacher Chen panicked at the mention of alcohol. Inside the cockpit, a completely wasted Ruyan had just knocked the pilot out cold. Mumbling about finding a random man and too many buttons in the restroom, she ignored the panicked shouting from the passenger cabin. They screamed that she was in the cockpit, not the restroom, desperately begging her to get out immediately. Wondering what the steering wheel did, she pulled it, sending the plane into a nosedive. Fortunately, they landed safely, stumbling out incredibly dizzy. Landing in Longyin City at last, he realized he had barely survived. Right then, a crowd rushed over cheering. "Xiao Xingyu, you are incredible. You are the absolute pride of our academy. God you, we have been waiting so long for you. Welcome the one and only genius of Longyin City, Xiao Xingyu." Meanwhile, two friends ran up to him. "Xiao Xingyu, being roommates with a god-tier legend like you is definitely the ultimate blessing from my past life. In this lifetime, I only look up to Papa Yu and will follow you anywhere you go." Xiao Xingyu playfully pretended not to know who they were. They snapped back. "How rude. We have only been apart for a short while and you already forgot us." Xingyu chuckled. "Wu Sheng Shu Songhu, you are my adopted sons. How could I ever forget you?" Infuriated, both of them snapped. "If you keep talking nonsense, we will smash your head in right now." "Damn it, who is your son anyway?" Meanwhile, Xingyu unzipped his backpack and pulled out a notebook. Xingyu explained, "I have actually drafted some training plans and tailored arrangements based on your beast's specific habits, which should really help both of you boost your combat power." Their attitude flipped instantly. "Papa Yu, seriously, I really cannot survive without my favorite foster dad." Turning around, he called out, "You two can stop hiding now. Everyone is incredibly eager to see you as well." Yang Shuo shook his head. "No, you are the school's star." Shinshin laughed. "We cannot steal your spotlight. Pushing us to the front would just feel completely wrong." Shyly, they grabbed Xiao Xingyu, urging, "Hey, wait a second." Seeing this, the crowd snapped countless photos, instantly projecting their faces onto the massive building screen as a huge crowd gathered to watch below. Right then, nearby, someone slammed their fist hard into a wall. Wang Yan stood sweating, his tense expression filled with pure rage. Staring up at the screen, he watched Shinshin and the others laughing happily. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and growled out. "Xiao Xingyu," he muttered. "If it were not for you, my beast companion would still be alive today. If not for you, why was I expelled? I refuse to accept this, and why did my father suddenly go missing because of you? Why must I roam these streets like a homeless dog, despised and spit on by everyone?" Unnoticed by Wang Yan, a dark figure suddenly materialized behind him as he continued to rant. "I was clearly the top genius of Qinglong Academy. This championship and all this glory should have been mine." Suddenly tapped on the shoulder, he gasped in panic, whipping his head around to yell, "Who is there?" The cloaked figure spoke. "Wang Yan, son of Wang Dongsheng." He demanded, "Who are you? Did you actually know my father?" Tossing a small slip of paper, the stranger replied, "You do not need to know that. If you want to defeat Xiao Xingyu, find me." Watching the mysterious figure slip away, Wang Yan muttered in confusion, "Just who on earth is that guy?" Reading the paper, he froze in sheer terror as he recognized the emblem. "The Abyss Beast Tamer Guild," he whispered. Meanwhile, back in class, a sudden shout of disbelief echoed. What? A midterm exam. Standing at the podium, teacher Kai Nian pushed up his glasses and spoke. Yes. This semester we have prepared a special midterm exam for you, which will consist of 2 parts. One is a written theory test, and the other is a practical combat assessment where you must slay magical beasts yourself. Kai Nian explained further. For this midterm, our class will be escorting military supply train number 13, safely transporting goods from Longyan City to Huangyan City. Your time limit is exactly 24 hours, Xingyu pondered. Huangyan City's Lord Zhou Shang had promised to help him obtain that rare Mohuan flower, which was the exact requirement needed for his heavenly soul vine beast to finally sprout. A student raised their hand from the crowd. Excuse me, teacher, what path will we actually be taking? And how powerful are the monsters there? Kai Nian replied, our route will take us through 5 poisons, Gorge Mount, Kundi, and White Bone Abyss. There is a solid chance of encountering Transcendent class beasts and perhaps even deadly Demon King class beasts. Terrified, a student cried, Teacher Chen, I value my life. I would rather drop out of school right now. This is not a midterm, this is a death sentence. Teacher Chen kept a straight face as he continued. Do not panic. The actual escort team for Train 13 is the Elite Firmament Guild. If we encounter high-level magical beasts, the Firmament Guild will naturally step in and handle them. You kids are essentially just going along to pad your resumes. Xingyu pulled out his phone wondering if Sister Yanran would be joining, since escorting military supplies was such a vital operation for the Firmament Guild. He sent a text and got an instant reply. Suddenly, Teacher Chen called his name, causing him to panic. I was just replying to a message. Turning around, the teacher instructed Xiao Xingyu follow me outside. Nearby students snickered, whispering that he was about to get scolded. Once outside, he asked, Teacher Chen, is everything all right? You are not going to punish me, are you? Teacher Chen laughed. Punish you? The dean would wring my neck. Here, take this. He then pulled an object out from his coat. This is a pristine beast core from a flame magic lizard. The dean sent it to help your hell nether wolf break through its limits. Accepting the glowing core, Xingyu smiled. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Please pass along my gratitude to the dean. Teacher Chen suddenly smirked. By the way, when you skipped class last week, I called your sister. You never went home. Xingyu laughed. So you figured it out. She warns him not to pull any more stunts and to head straight home with his sister after class. Xingyu nods in helpless agreement, promising he will. But suddenly, sensing something strange, his expression hardens. He flings the window open, silently, feeling a powerful dragon energy pulsing through the air. Standing nearby, Kanian asks what is wrong. Looking up at the sky, he realizes this dragon energy is incredibly pure and wholly definitely not belonging to Shangguanlan. Could a purebred dragon still exist in this world? High above the clouds, a massive silhouette cuts through the air, its powerful wings tearing across the sky as it glides majestically. Riding atop the beast, a mysterious figure notes that Xiao Yu has grown incredibly fast in under 6 months. Beside him, Yemai suggests they disguise themselves and go down to the city to visit the boy. Li Yan shakes his head, stating it is not yet time to meet him. Curious, she asks what kind of perfect moment the leader is actually waiting for before making contact. He answers that the boy is growing incredibly fast, so their reunion is drawing near. Prompting his grand spirit beast, he simply commands it to fly on. Down below, Xingyu finds it bizarre. He clearly felt that powerful dragon energy, yet now, every trace of its aura has completely vanished. He brushes it off, glad it is not Shangguanlan. Night quickly falls over the quiet apartment building. Xingyu pushes the door open, calling out to his sister and Meng Meng. The little girl instantly runs over, hugging his leg tightly. She complains that he has been gone for 2 weeks and she missed him terribly. Xingyu pats her head, smiling, as Xi Meng praises his legendary arena performance. Xi Meng proudly declares that once she grows up, she will marry a guy just like him. He chuckles, telling her she is too young and that he is into mature women, not little kids. She pouts, demanding to know what makes mature women so special, since she will have all of that too. Just then, Yu Shui steps out of the bathroom, telling Meng Meng to let go since Xingyu is still carrying heavy luggage. Xingyu happily greets his sister. Dropping his backpack without a second thought, he rushes forward to pull her into a tight hug, confessing how much he missed her. Yu Shui gently pats his shoulder, smiling as she admits she missed him too. Watching them, Xi Meng wonders why their sibling relationship feels so different compared to her bond with Ye Ningxuang. Their lit window shines brightly against the dark, quiet night. Xingyu eagerly asks Yu Shui if he can sleep in her room tonight, making her turn around. She refuses, pointing out that he is now a grown man standing over 1.8 meters tall. He quickly protests, arguing they always shared a bed growing up. She chuckles, explaining that they only did that in the past because they had no extra rooms. But now that they have a proper apartment and Meng Meng is living with them, it might set a bad example. She remains firm, but Xingyu begs, pointing out that Meng Meng is already sound asleep and asking for just this once. Yu Shui ultimately gives in, admitting she can never say no to him, but warns this is strictly a one-time exception. As night falls, Yu and I can see a beautiful crescent moon hanging quietly over the resting house. Inside, they lie side by side under the warm covers in complete comfort. Yu Shu gently caresses his cheek, noting that he lost quite a bit of weight while away. Xingyu reassures her he is fine, then mentions he has to travel again next week for his midterm exam. Concerned, she asks if he must leave again, and he explains his task is to escort Train 13 to Huangyan City. She warns him that it is a border city in the Western Dragon Kingdom surrounded by harsh lands and dangerous beasts. The young man confidently boasts that he is extremely strong now, making Yu Shui smile and tease him about his new power. She fondly recalls how she used to hold him easily, with just one arm, but now even both arms might not wrap around him. Xingyu reassures her, saying it is his turn to protect and hold her, now leaning closer into her gentle, warm embrace. Her face blushes slightly, her eyes filled with affectionate playfulness. Xingyu promises that once he earns enough money, he will buy her a beautiful beachside villa where she can happily collect seashells every single day. He envisions returning home from successful missions to enjoy her delicious home-cooked meals, declaring that his life would be completely fulfilled. Yu Shui smiles, admitting she is already looking forward to the beautiful future he is painting for them. Yet deep down, she sadly realizes she cannot stay by his side forever. Lifting her hand, she asks if he can make her one solemn promise, prompting him to ask what it is. Intertwining their pinky fingers, she begs him to promise he will live a good life no matter what happens to her. He reassures her she will be fine. He makes the promise as warm memories carry them back to their childhood, walking hand in hand under a blazing crimson sunset. The next morning, warm sunlight bathes the academy as class begins. Kainian grumbles that failing the midterm is nothing compared to actually losing their lives during the exam. Xingyu turns to his friend dryly, asking if they should write their wills now. "Don't raise death flags right now," he replied. Songhu then sat on his desk asking, "Hey Papa, you down to grab some food at the cafeteria?" "My treat today," Songhu said. But Xingyu chuckled, "Since my adopted son is offering, I appreciate it, but I already have plans today." Watching Xingyu leave, the two roommates gossiped. "Hey old Wu, who do you think Papa Yu is meeting today?" "Papa Yu is a big shot at Azure Dragon Academy now, so it must be some school beauty chasing after him." Songhu recalled the Academy's four ultimate beauties, Ye Changning, Murong, Xin Chen Karen, and that double-pupiled girl. What was her name? His friend chimed in. "Bai Wange." Songhu snapped his fingers. Right, that's her, Bai Wange." Old Wu analyzed honestly. Bai Wang is highly unlikely. We almost never see her around campus anyway. The most likely candidate is Murong Xin since they're teammates. High compatibility, his buddy nodded. "Yeah, makes sense." Meanwhile, Yang Shuo walked home with his sister saying, "Hey sis, Dad's finally back, feast tonight." She smiled. "Awesome, I really miss his cooking too." Just then, spotting a familiar face, Yang Shuo turned and yelled Xingyu. His sister Xin waved too. "What's with that huge grin, buddy? Want to have dinner at our place tonight? My dad is cooking and wants to meet you." Xingyu politely declined. "Sorry, I already have dinner plans with an older sister tonight." Yang Shuo gasped in pure shock. "An older sister? Since when did you have one?" Meanwhile, nearby Jiang Shui took a sip of water, whispering, "Wow, little Xingyu has grown up." Her face flushed red, as some rather wild thoughts crossed her mind. Back outside, Yang Shuo pressed on. "Way to God, sister." Xingyu nodded. "Yeah, we met before enrollment. She's Qin Yanran from the Beast Taming Guild." Just then his phone buzzed. Raising it to his ear, a sweet voice chimed. "Hey, little Xingyu, I'm waiting for you at the academy's back gate." Waiting outside, she heard his cheerful reply over the line. "Sister Yanran, I'm on my way right now." Xingyu waved goodbye, saying, "Catch you later, Yang Shuo Xin. Next time it is my treat." Watching him run off, Yang Shuo muttered, "A god sister. So they're not even related by blood. Wait, does that mean?" Beside him, Xin tugged his sleeve. "Brother," instantly getting her drift, Yang Shuo smirked. "Let's tail them." Meanwhile, down the peaceful sunlit street, Xingyu happily waved. "Sister Yanran." She immediately rushed over, hugging him tight. Little Xingyu, long time no see, I missed you so much. Watching from the shadows, Yang Shuo whispered, Whoa, that girl is absolutely stunning, sis. You seeing this? Popular guys like Xingyu are chick magnets, so don't slack off. He patted her head, advising, If you want him to join the family as our brother-in-law, you've got to start making some moves. Shinshin sighed, but I don't even know how, and besides making moves probably won't work anyway. Yang Shuo smirked thoughtfully. Looks like it's finally time to unleash my secret weapon. Shortly after, inside a fancy glass-walled restaurant, Yanran handed him the menu, saying, Xingyu, this place has the best food in town. Order whatever you want. My treat. Xingyu tried to stop her. Sister Yanran, this place is too expensive, but she just waved it off. Please, I've got plenty of cash. Waiter, just bring us one of everything on this menu. The waiter bowed. Right away, Miss Chen. Soon the entire table was stacked high with steaming hot, delicious dishes. The two clinked their glasses together, the crisp sound echoing softly through the restaurant. Yinran took a sip. Xingyu, even though my squad is escorting you to Huangyan City, you still shouldn't let your guard down. I know. The monster armies outside the border have been restless lately. The frontier is way more dangerous than the inner regions. She added, if the borders fall, those monsters will swarm the Dragon Kingdom. At that rate, we can kiss these peaceful, delicious dinners goodbye. Xingyu smiled. Don't worry so much, Sister Yanran. When the time comes, you'll still have me around, right? She chuckled warmly in agreement. All right, then I'm counting on you to protect me. Voices drifted from a nearby table. Hey, have another drink. No way, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's auction is starting soon. I need to grab materials to upgrade my tamed beast. Xingyu perked up. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the biggest auction house in Longyan City. Yanran raised an eyebrow. Hey kiddo, are you interested in their auction? Do you want to go check it out? He shook his head. Nah, an elite place like that definitely isn't meant for a broke student like me. She stood up and grabbed his hand. Come on, let's go, expand your horizons, he blushed. Sister Yanran, wait, we're not finished eating. Yanran laughed. We'll just get it to go. Soon under the starry night sky, they arrived at a dazzling massive skyscraper. The manager bowed. Miss Chen, this way to the VIP section. Xingyu thought, man, having a rich sister is absolutely amazing. Inside the massive high-domed lobby, the two stood in the ambient glow as Xingyu looked around, calling out the items. Are those feathers from the Wing Hunter Falcon King, a Naga Queen's tail, and the skull of a Black Kong? Yanran explained, these things on the first floor are just Pavilion Master Jiang Shueru's personal collection. They're not actually up for auction. Xingyu murmured Jiang Shueru's name, but was cut off by a harsh shout. What are you staring at? Out of my way before I gouge your eyes out. Hearing this, Xingyu turned around, his eyes flashing with wariness. An arrogant man stood right there, backed by a group of bodyguards. He realized these guys were from the Jufeng Guild. This must be Li Hang, their notoriously tyrannical young master. Li Hang stepped forward with a smirk, calling out to Yanran. What a coincidence to see her here. Yanran glared back, completely annoyed. She told him to back off because they weren't close. Li Hang sneered and glanced to her side. Li Hang mockingly asked who the scrawny kid beside her was. Yanran snapped back, telling him to watch his mouth, because Xingyu was the champion of the supernova competition. The young master scoffed, dismissing Xingyu as a mere two-star beast master from some tiny powerless town. He mocked her declining taste before turning his hostile gaze directly onto the kid to threaten him. He warned Xingyu that Yanran belonged to him and to leave Tianji Pavilion or else. But the young man calmly cut him off, asking what he would do. Suddenly, a voice echoed, reminding them this was Tianji Pavilion. If they had private beef, they should take it outside and avoid breaking her treasures. Someone gasped, saying the mistress of the Jiang family had arrived. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed down the stairs as a stunning, graceful woman appeared, her sheer charm lighting up the entire room instantly. Shueru raised her paper fan gracefully, asking if they would do her the honor of calming down. Li Hang immediately stuttered, apologizing to Mistress Jiang for accidentally causing trouble on her turf and begging her not to be angry. Though her gentle smile remained completely unchanged, a terrifyingly dangerous and suffocating aura radiated from her, sending chills down everyone's spines. Xingyu looked up in confusion. Shueru turned to the crowd, announcing that the auction was about to begin and inviting everyone to the top-floor exhibition hall. They silently watched her walk away, and then Yanran nudged the young man's side with her elbow. She teased him that men really can't function around beautiful women. He quickly apologized, admitting he got a bit distracted back there. But in his mind, he was analyzing her beast. a level 3 beast king, the snow-treading marten. She must be at least a 6-star beast master. The arrogant young master sneered, warning the kid to watch his back. But Xing Yu shot back ready for whatever he had. Yan Ran then sighed and asked if he knew how disgusting that Li Hang guy actually was. He nodded slightly. She explained that it all started when her Kangqiang guild began competing with the Jufeng guild for the title of the city's #1 guild. She continued explaining that Jufeng was extremely tyrannical. They held the top spot for years, while shamelessly exploiting their clients' interests. They charged 5 million gold coins just to slay a beast worth only 100,000. Even worse, they failed 2 S-rank missions in a single month but still demanded full payment regardless. Because of this, more and more clients started switching to her Kangqiang guild instead. Replacing Jufeng as the top guild was practically a done deal. As they walked up the stairs, Yanran kept venting her frustration. But Jufeng devised a scheme, letting that brainless pig constantly pester her, in hopes of forcing her to become his 8th wife. They even plotted time and time again to ruin her reputation and frame her just to destroy her purity. Disgusted by this, Xing Yu promised that if he ever got the chance, he would definitely teach that scumbag a lesson. Just then, a voice called out to Mr. Xiao from behind. He turned around recognizing her and said, "It's you." Xiao Ni smiled warmly and asked if they could step aside for a moment to speak privately. He wondered if this was about the Empress again. He turned to the girl beside him, asking Yan Ran to wait for him. He followed her into a private room. She pulled out an object explaining that he had left so quickly before, and Her Majesty wanted him to have it. Xing Yu asked what it was. Xiao Ni revealed it was the Emperor's Soul Token. He took the token and repeated the name. She explained that holding this token was like facing the Empress herself, granting him the ultimate backing. Although he didn't quite meet the official standards, Her Majesty still decided to bestow it upon him as a symbol of his status. She hoped this token would clear his path, protecting him, so he could enjoy a peaceful life at the academy. Xing Yu politely thanked her and expressed his gratitude to the Empress for making the effort. But Xiao Ni shrugged, saying she was just passing by. She glanced backward, adding that her main mission was to escort a certain important figure to the border. He pointed toward the bathroom, shocked that she brought him in while the lady was bathing. She giggled, pointing out the door was shut. She assured him the Grand Master wouldn't mind anyway. Xing Yu then walked to the door to bid her farewell. He excused himself and left. Outside, Yan Ran asked if he was okay. Xing Yu laughed, assuring her nothing could possibly happen to him. He urged her to head to the auction. She leaned in closer, teasingly asking if really nothing happened while he was alone with such a beauty. Sweating nervously, he protested that he was only inside for 5 minutes, so what could he possibly do? Yanran leans in teasing him. "So Xingwu, do you prefer girls like Jiang Xueru, that lady from before, or maybe someone like me?" Xingwu quickly reassures her, saying he obviously prefers a brave, heroic, and absolutely stunning woman like her. She turns around with a smirk, pleased with his high EQ. Meanwhile, Li Hang clenches his fists, slamming them onto his armrest in pure rage. Damn it, how does that worthless brat get to be so close to Yanran? His butler suddenly leans in close, whispering, "Young Master Li, after this auction ends, should I have my men drag him into an alley and teach him a lesson he will never forget?" Li Hang scoffs. "You think I have time to wait until this auction ends? That is definitely not my style." The butler pulls out a photo and hands it over. "Young Master Li, take a look at this one. This is Xiao Xingwu's older sister," the butler notes. A sickening evil smirk instantly spreads across Li Hong's face. What an absolute masterpiece of a woman. Down below, bids fly from 4.5 million to 8 million just to see Mistress Jiang smile. One guy even shouts 10 million just for a dinner date with her. Xingwu sighs. A heavenly eye beast skull is only worth 3 million. Bidding 10 million is just insane. Do they have too much cash to burn? Yanran chuckles. "Oh, my naive little brother, you are far too innocent. They are not buying the item, but Mistress Jiang's attention. They want to get close to her." He quickly replies, "No matter how great she is, she cannot match my gorgeous youthful sister Yanran." She beams. "Now that is what I like to hear." Xingwu looks up, his eyes locking onto Xueru, standing on the stage above. His eyes flash with a sharp light as if trying to see right through her. He notes that while he has no romantic interest, a mysterious aura surrounds her. If the chance arises, making her an ally is a smart move. Up on stage, Xueru announces, "And now let us bring out our 9th highly anticipated auction item." She lifts the silk cover, revealing a century-old treasure capable of bringing a dying beast back to life. The dragon horn ginseng, starting at 80 million. The crowd gasps. It really is the legendary dragon-horned ginseng. One wealthy bidder shouts, "Forget 80 million, I would buy this even for 800 million. Xing Wu watches the frenzy, his eyes gleaming. He smiles to himself, knowing his perfect chance has finally arrived. Amidst the chaotic bidding, a sudden crash echoes through the hall. A wine glass shatters, spilling its contents all over the floor. He groans, "Oops, my bad, spilled this expensive wine." Nearby, Li Heng sneers, "A peasant will always be a peasant. You are just a total embarrassment here." Xueru quickly orders guards, "Help this gentleman to the restroom to clean up." But Xingwu grins and asks, "Mistress Zhang, could you personally guide me there?" Zhang Hai snaps, "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask her to assist you?" The crowd erupts, a pathetic toad dreaming of swan meat. He is just trying to touch her. What an absolute delusion. Security, throw this shameless trash out right now. Li Heng mocks, "Are you not embarrassed? Using such a cheap pickup line in front of Yanran. Hey Yanran, look at the absolute piece of garbage you brought along." But Shuru just smiles warmly. "Right this way, sir. Let me guide you to the restroom." Xingwu nods. "Much appreciated, Mistress Zhang." Seeing this, the crowd loses their mind, shouting, "No way. Does our goddess actually prefer a pretty boy like him? Then what was the point of all the millions I spent over the years? What does he have? Just his face. This is totally unfair." Meanwhile, Yanran realizes something. Xingwu broke that glass on purpose, just to get closer to Jiang Xueru. Does he seriously have a thing for Cheongsams? Note to self, I need to buy one of those next time. And it better have a deep chest cutout. Soon the two walk down the hallway. Xueru asks Mr. Xiao, "You went through all that trouble to get me alone. What is on your mind?" Drying his hands, he drops a bombshell. "That dragon-horned ginseng you are auctioning off, it is a fake." Hearing this, she snaps. "A fake, Mr. Xiao? Our Tianji pavilion has an immaculate reputation. Mind your words carefully, or I will have to ask you to leave immediately." Xingwu shrugs, "Mistress Jiang, I am just a 2-star beast tamer. You are a powerhouse with a beast king class, snow-stepping dark eagle. What could I possibly gain by offending you?" Xueru is taken aback. "You actually recognized my snow-stepping dark eagle? Impressive vision indeed. Tell me, how did you know the dragon-horned ginseng was a fake?" He explains true dragon-horned ginseng grows in the Frozen Empire, absorbing natural essence to emit a faint, grassy scent. Yours lacks that aroma, meaning it is likely a dragon blood vine. Dragon blood vines look identical to the real ginseng. She gasps, "Could it really be a fake? I will have my people withdraw and inspect it." Moments later, she confirms the truth. It is indeed a counterfeit. "We were set up by Master Tai of Lingnan. Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Xingwu waves it off. "Do not sweat it." She hands him a reward. "This is an exclusive gold card for the supreme VIPs of our Tianji pavilion. Please accept it as my thanks." Xingyu quickly shook his head, wondering aloud if Madame Jiang was being a bit too generous. Yet, he took the card anyway, muttering that he would accept it for now and return it later when he had time. Xuero giggled behind her hand at his humor, telling Mr. Xiao to return to the auction hall first, while she wrapped things up and followed shortly after. Xingyu nodded and agreed to head back to his seat first. From behind, she quietly watched him walk away, whispering in sheer admiration that he was truly worthy of being the leader's son. Outside, the crowd gossiped about why Madame Jiang was spending so much time with that kid, wondering if they were actually together. Even the dragon-horned ginseng was suddenly pulled from the auction without any real explanation. Xingyu silently slipped back into his seat next to Yanran, who immediately demanded to know what he and Xuero had been talking about. He simply replied that it was nothing, claiming he was just building a perfectly healthy friendship with her. Yanran scoffed, questioning how a new acquaintance became a healthy friendship, while he quickly raised his hands to explain they were just normal friends. She muttered that friends and sisters were completely different, but felt somewhat satisfied and let it slide. Up on stage, Xuero apologized to the crowd, explaining that the dragon-horned ginseng had already been reserved by an old client. She then announced an even rarer item, pulling off the cover to reveal a special Holy Light attribute beast core. The starting bid was set at 10 million immediately, causing a massive stir among the crowd below. People grumbled that Holy Light beasts were incredibly rare, making the core practically useless for most of them. Most agreed it would just be for display, but Xingyu was shocked, realizing its divine power surpassed demonic energy, making it absolutely perfect for Freya. Noticing his expression, Yanran leaned in and offered to bid on the core for him since he liked it so much. Deeply moved, the boy started to decline, but before he could finish, she confidently raised her sign to bid 20 million. Nearby, Li Hang sneered and instantly shouted a counterbid of 30 million. Yanren's face darkened, realizing that jerk Li Hang was targeting her, but she didn't hesitate to raise the price again. 40 million. He immediately countered with 50 million, boasting that he would always top her bid by 10 million. Furious, she snapped at Li Hang for going too far, but he merely laughed, claiming he only wanted to make things hard for that sissy. He challenged her to empty her guild's entire treasury first, or else he wouldn't stop bidding. As she fumed, Xingyu gently advised her to let it go, deeply appreciating her kindness but suggesting they back down. He reassured her it was just a single beast core and he would find another opportunity later, leaving her hesitant. She murmured that a core of this high quality was incredibly rare. Meanwhile, on stage, Shuero suddenly picked up the item. Then, speaking in a sweet, clear voice, Shuero announced to the crowd that Mr. Xiao was a supreme gold card holder of their pavilion and a personal friend of hers. She declared that the core would be withdrawn from the auction and presented as a personal gift to Mr. Xiao. Instantly, the crowd erupted in absolute shock and disbelief. They angrily demanded to know how a mere kid could hold their supreme gold card, especially when wealthy guests spent half their fortunes there and only achieved diamond status. They called out to Madame Jiang, demanding a proper explanation for this. Li Hang stepped forward, shouting that her actions were completely unfair to everyone. He sneered, asking if raw cash mattered less than her friendship, with a sissy making Shuero flash a dangerous smile. She coldly replied it was her private business, and any financial loss was her own concern, not his. Xingyu was thoroughly confused by her extreme generosity. He had only exposed a fake dragon horn ginseng. While a gold card made sense, why was she going out of her way to protect him like this? Could she really value his appraisal abilities that highly? Li Hang seethed with rage, mocking Xiao Xingyu's luck with women and threatening to smash his face in to see if they would still run to help him. On his command, his burly bodyguards immediately began shoving the other guests aside. Watching them approach menacingly, Yanran stepped up and demanded to know what he was doing. Li Hang smirked, declaring he was going to teach his future brother-in-law a lesson so the kid would know who ran Longyin City, prompting Xingyu to step forward and shield Yanran. Brother-in-law Li Hang chuckled, raising his phone to display a photo of Ningxue on the screen. He told Xingyu to count his blessings for having such a gorgeous sister, otherwise he would have been dead already. The thug creepily boasted that just looking at her picture made him feel her scent, causing Xingyu's eyes to flash with a sudden bone-chilling intent to kill. Stepping even closer, the brute admitted he regretted wasting his time chasing after Qin Yanran. He sneered about making his sister his 8th wife and Yanran his 9th, vowing to make his sister cry so hard she couldn't get out of bed. Absolutely furious, Xingyu lands a brutal punch right to the face, sending teeth flying everywhere as Li Hang goes crashing into the dirt. Trembling all over, he struggles to his feet, gasping for breath as an agonizing wave of intense pain suddenly hits him. Li Hang screams out in pure fury. "You actually dare hit me? Do you even know who my father is?" Pointing a shaky finger, he yells, "My dad is Li Zhenghe, the leader of the Jufeng Guild. Touch me, and you mess with every guild in this entire city." Cutting him off mid-sentence, Xingyu delivers a brutal kick right to his gut. "So what if you have a powerful dad?" Once again, Li Hang is sent crashing down, rolling backward across the dirty floor. But the guy keeps threatening him, bringing up his sister. Instantly, Xingyu moves, and in a flash, his hand is hovering right in front of the bully's face. Then Xingyu slams him down with explosive force, his expression filled with absolute terrifying rage. "If you ever dare to mention my sister again, I swear I will make you wish you were dead." Cold sweat pours down his face as pure, unadulterated terror fills his eyes. Without saying another word, Xingyu slowly and silently raises his fist once more. The sound of the impact echoes, leaving the onlookers completely jaw-dropped in shock. Seeing this, a bodyguard whispers Butler Qin, "Shouldn't we go save young Master Li?" With a grim expression, he snaps, "How can we? The young master is still in his hands. Hurry and contact the guild leader instead." Finally, Xingyu stands up, sighing, "Man, his face is so thick, my hand actually hurts." Meanwhile, Li Hang lies bruised on the ground, swollen like a pig. Immediately after the beating, 2 henchmen scramble over and quickly drag their beaten boss away. Li Hang desperately screams, "Kill him! Go kill him right now!" The butler immediately barks orders. "Didn't you hear the young master? Get him!" But then a booming voice suddenly echoes through the area. "Who dares touch my son?" A lackey shouts in relief, "Guild leader, you're finally here." An old man in purple robes stands majestically, with suited men behind him. The beaten son whines, "Dad, you have to help me." Jianghe gasps. Is that really you? Hang, how did they beat you into a complete pig's head? He glares and asks, are you the one who beat my son? Yeah. Li Hang immediately points and whimpers. That's him, Dad. Xing Yu calmly shrugs. So, what if I did? Nearby, Shueruo silently watches the entire confrontation unfold. Jiang He immediately barks out an order. Men, cripple this brat's arms right now. Stepping in front of him, Yanran warns guild leader Li Xiao Xing Yu is not just my brother. He is a specially recruited member of our Kangchong Guild. If you dare to touch a pharmacist of our Kangchong Guild, you are officially declaring war on all of us. But he completely dismisses her threat. Your father isn't even in Longyan City. Why shouldn't I teach him a lesson? Would he really turn on me over this? Xing Yu gently nudges Yanran aside with a calm smile. Sister Yanran, please step back. Let's see if he actually dares to touch me. Shocked, she asks, wait, you actually have a backup plan? He smirks as a token suddenly appears in his hand, tossing it onto the floor. Oops, my bad. Looks like I dropped something. The token sits on the ground, radiating an imposing aura. Jiang He's face pales, the cigarette dropping from his mouth as he stammers the Imperial Soul token. Beside him, Li Hang completely misses the shift, still shouting, get him. Dad gave the order, break Xiao Xingyu's arms right now. The words barely leave his mouth before a brutal slap lands, accompanied by an angry roar. You absolute idiot. Confused, he mutters, Dad. But his father completely ignores him, respectfully picking up the token with both hands and gently blowing away the dust. Cold sweat pours down Jiang He's face as he pleads, my foolish son ruined your mood. Please forgive us. Just name any auction item you want tonight. It is on me. Military tactician Xie Zhang, the 4 imperial kings, the generals of the 3 armies. These legendary masters are all Guanlan's most capable right-hand aides. They might be core figures of the nation, but surprisingly, they are not the ones Empress Guanlan trusts the most. To cement her supreme power in the Dragon Kingdom, Guanlan established the secret Imperial Soul organization loyal solely to her. Since every member of the Imperial Soul is a devoted death warrior, the Empress grants them incredibly high privileges. Carrying this token comes with one unwritten rule. In the Dragon Kingdom, seeing it is like seeing the Empress herself. Frustrated, Li Hang screams out in protest. Dad, why did you hit me? I'm your son. Just order his execution already. Angered even further, Jiang He roars back in absolute fury. Shut up. I don't have an idiot son like you. Xing Yu steps up, coldly questioning. Guild leader Li, your son almost had me crippled today. You even wanted to kill me, so aren't you going to give me an explanation? Trembling, the guild leader quickly humbles himself. Priest Xiao, this is all just a huge misunderstanding. It is entirely our Jufeng Guild's fault. Jiang He desperately tries to placate him. To show our deepest sincerity, how about we pay for any other auction items tonight and gift them to you? But he calmly dismisses it. I have absolutely no interest in money. Xing Yu smirks, preparing to set a very difficult condition. Guild leader Li, since you admitted your mistake and want to apologize, shouldn't I be the one deciding how you do it? Priest Xiao, please tell me. What exactly do you want me to do to accept our apology? Xing Yu calmly lays down his terms. It is simple. The guy insulted his 2 sisters and tried to kill him, so he is going to break one of his arms. Not too unreasonable, right, Jiang? He stammers, completely lost for words, about this young high priest. Now you and I get to see him coldly pressure his opponent. Do you want to take his place? Or does your Gale Guild want to perish? Jiang He bitterly swallows his pride. I understand, young high priest. Which arm of my foolish son do you want? Xing Yu smiles, delivering his final verdict. The right one. If I ever see him use that arm again, face the consequences. Li Hong panics, screaming in terror. Xing Yu, what are you saying? I am warning you, do not do anything crazy. Without hesitation, the father strikes. Li Heng screams in agony. My arm, Jiang. He suppresses his rage and asks, are you satisfied, young high priest? Xing Yu dismisses them with a cold glare. Get out. The man bows in gratitude, promising, thank you, young high priest. Rest assured, I will personally discipline my foolish, ignorant son when we get home. Talk about harsh. Jiang He then snaps at his subordinates. What are you staring at? Get this idiot out of here. Turning around, Xing Yu gently calls out. Sister Yanran, let us go. Right then, Shueru makes a solemn announcement to the crowd. Everyone, let's end things here today. Please remember the rules and let's pretend nothing happened. The crowd quickly nods in agreement. Boss Jiang is right. We saw absolutely nothing. None of this ever happened. Yan Ran scolds him with deep concern. Brother Xingyu, why were you so reckless? Without that Imperial Soul token you would have been finished. You were not rational at all. He smiles, letting her in on the truth. I was just acting. I am always rational. She gasps in absolute shock. Just acting, but why? Xingyu calmly explains, because I wanted to show them a deliberate weakness. Meanwhile, you and I see Guanchan in another room asking her secretary quietly, did you record Xingyu's performance? The secretary respectfully confirms it is done. Then send it to my mother immediately. Guanchan orders, and her assistant quickly obeys. Yes. On the other end of the call, a curious voice asks, Shueru, have you met our young master yet? Shueru smiles happily. Looking down from above, she confesses, yes, I have. And honestly, he is far smarter than I expected. Meanwhile, Li Hang bitterly complains to his father, just for some token you helped an outsider like Xingyu break my arm. Jiang, he explodes in pure fury. You complete idiot, do you still not realize what you did wrong? Grabbing him by the collar, he warns, I will not explain this again. Just remember one thing. The Empress herself is backing him up. You are extremely lucky to be alive. Next time stay far away or just behave. Even if he forces you to eat dirt, you swallow it. The son protests bitterly, but father, I cannot swallow that. Jiang, he sighs in utter despair. If you keep targeting Xingyu, we are through. I will not let you destroy my Gale Guild. Li Hang feels abandoned, wondering if a mere guild is truly more important to his father than his own flesh and blood. Consumed by hatred, he makes a dark vow. Xingyu, this is all your fault. You turned me into a cripple and ruined my life. You forced my hand. Soon after, Li Hang is sobbing over the phone. Third, uncle, someone beat me up. My right arm is completely broken. The scene shifts to a skyscraper during a heavy snowstorm. While Xingyu is sound asleep, you and I hear his phone suddenly ring. He groggily answers, who is this? Yang Shuo replies warmly, it is me. I am downstairs. Xingyu is totally confused. Brother Yang Shuo, what is going on? Yang Shuo frowns. Come over for lunch. My father is home and really wants to meet you. Xingyu sits up in shock. General Murong wants to meet me. He awkwardly tries to get out of it. Can I skip this? Yang Shuo delivers a playful but stern threat. Do you want me to tie you up? Xingyu quickly surrenders. All right, I am on my way. Seeing him get ready, Shueru asks with concern. It is freezing and snowing out. Where are you going? Xingyu smiles back. Just having lunch at a friend's place. Cut to Yang Shuo's massive mansion, where Mrs. Li is waiting. Welcome home, young master. I see you brought a guest. He nods. Yes, this is my guest. Yang Shuo leads him inside. Welcome to my home, Xingyu. The young man gasps in awe. Wow, your house is absolutely incredible. Yang Shuo shrugs. A gift from the Empress. Honestly, there are only 6 of us here, including the staff. We do not need this much space. Stepping inside, Yang Shuo calls out, Dad, little sister, I am home. Spotting his son, Murong Qin smiles warmly. Go wash up. I am making one last dish, and lunch is served. Xingyu looks slightly puzzled. Brother Yang Shuo, your father is a literal admiral. Does he really cook his own meals? He replies with pride. We have been eating our father's cooking since my sister and I were 6 years old. He greets them warmly. You must be young Master Xiao. I have heard so much about you. Xingyu bows respectfully. General Murong. It is an honor to meet you. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. Murong Qin warmly suggests that he should not call him general, but just uncle. Hearing from Shuo'er that Xingyu is usually outgoing and enthusiastic, why is he so incredibly formal today? Xiao Xingyu chuckled, thinking to himself that after fighting to the death with him on Icefire Island, of course, he would be formal. Sitting down at the table, Murong Qin praised him with satisfaction, mentioning he watched young Xiao's amazing performance in the Supernova competition video. Seeing the new generation surpass the old, Xingyu humbly replied that Uncle Murong flattered him and he was just lucky. Murong Qin chuckled, teasing that Xingyu was too humble, completely unlike his own son, who could never get anything right. Murong Shuo indignantly countered, arguing his theory essay won first prize in the whole academy, while his father looked back with pure suspicion. Remembering his son was terrible at theory, the general accused him of plagiarizing the first prize essay and demanded to see it immediately. Without hesitation, Shuo presented the certificate, leaving his father completely stunned for a few moments as he read the congratulations. The award commended his essay titled My General Father, which won first prize in literature at the prestigious Qinglong Academy. Shuo proudly admitted he simply copied the ancestral family essay that his dad had also written, asking him if it qualified. Embarrassed Murong Qin argued back, asking if generations of Murong clan loyalty were meant to be used for a school cheat. He added that if his ancestors were still alive to see him copying their work, they would have scolded him severely. As Xinshin intimately served food directly onto Xingyu's plate, Murong Qin became incredibly shocked, complaining she had never once served her own father. Murong Shuo reacted faster, stuffing meat into his mouth to shut him up. He whispered that he taught her this for his sister's lifelong happiness, urging his father to just cooperate, making the old man utterly restless. The general silently recalled that ever since Xinshin witnessed her mother's death, she had suffered from severe psychological trauma, becoming extremely silent and heavily rejecting of any strangers. Even he and Shuo'er could barely get her to say more than a few words. He could hardly believe his eyes as his daughter, who just started school, chatted away nearly 20 sentences with this boy. 20 sentences was more than he would hear in 20 visits, yet Xinshin kept serving him food. She warmly offered him the sweet and sour pork, making Murong Qin wonder anxiously if his daughter actually had feelings for this guy. Suddenly, the protective father felt a major threat, his eyes sharpening as he launched into an intense interrogation. He asked how many family members he had, how much land they owned, and what his parents did for a living. He even asked about his grandparents and his great-grandmother's beast tamer rank, prompting Shuo to quickly intervene. Shuo begged him to stop before scaring the boy away, but the father refused to let Xinshin suffer any potential hardships. When his father suddenly bit his hand, Shuo screamed in pain, transitioning to an incredibly quiet atmosphere inside the meeting room. Shuo argued back in confusion, wondering why his father would oppose the match when his sister finally showed interest in a man. Murong Qin sternly pointed out that although Xingyu was a great kid, he was honestly dirt poor. He worried that if they married Xinshin off to him, she would end up suffering. Shuo casually argued they could both easily support her, brushing off his father's hesitant objections with a cheerful no buts. As a special agent pharmacist for the Kangchong Alchemist Association, Xingyu might easily surpass their family in the future. Murong Qin frowned as he pondered these words, but back in the present, his intense staring began to make Xingyu feel incredibly self-conscious. Xinshin caringly offered him more food, prompting him to whisper back to her quite nervously. He whispered to Lu Jin that her father's gaze looked dangerous, wondering if he might chop him up. Right then, Murong Qin curiously asked how a new student at Qinglong Academy could already become a special agent pharmacist for Kangchong. Xingyu smiled and humbly replied that he simply possessed a natural talent for medical sciences. He could formulate special remedies to restore injured beasts back to their absolute peak strength. The general laughed, praising his high ambitions before pointing out his young age with extreme curiosity. Special agent pharmacists are incredibly rare assets for any of the major associations. If his skills were only basic, he questioned how he could possibly earn the appreciation of the Kangqiang Association. Xingyu cleverly asked if he implied he used connections, which Murong Qin confidently confirmed. Noting the effort spent on that small blue bottle, Xingyu suggested letting the results speak. Xingyu explained that as a Navy Admiral, Murong Qin must know naval beasts are highly prone to shell-cracking syndrome. This specific disease severely weakens their blood clotting, making any injury extremely difficult to heal. He pointed out that even now the market completely lacks any effective cure for this condition. Intrigued, the general asked if he could cure it, prompting Xingyu to present his creation. Xingwu humbly explains that he is no genius, but this is a targeted cure he developed for turtle shell paralysis. It is a high-energy herbal skin shield packed with antioxidant blue bottle essence. Rong Qin takes the bottle in pure shock, questioning this high-energy shield in a little blue bottle. Realizing its value, he quickly issues an order. He commands Xiao Lu to summon his beast and test it in the fountain. The young officer immediately complies. Saluting, Xiao Liu heads out to the grand fountain, fully concentrating to call forth his beast partner. The Storm Rage Fang beast appears, and within seconds, a heavily wounded seal slowly emerges from the shimmering water. It waddles onto the ground with innocent eyes. Xingwu steps forward, directing them to apply it directly to the wounds and mix it into the water for a soak. Xiao Lu quickly reassures his anxious beast. He tells Yaya to relax as he carefully applies the medicine onto each painful crack. Instantly, the potent formula absorbs and the open wounds begin to close. Yaya happily realizes that all the pain has completely vanished. The cute seal wiggles happily, fully restored to its adorable healthy self, and joyfully splashes waves all around. Thrilled by the sight, Xiao Lu reports with shining eyes that Yaya's severe skin cracks have completely healed up. Rongqin clenches his fist in absolute shock, calling it unbelievable and far superior to the Royal Hospital's SK92 formula. Xingwu smiles and playfully asks if Uncle Qin finally believes in his incredible medical skills now. Excitedly patting his shoulder, the general eagerly asks Xingwu if this little blue bottle can be mass-produced on a large scale. With a confident smile, Xingwu replies that as long as he has a pharmaceutical factory, mass production is a breeze. Overjoyed that his wish is granted, Rongqin proudly showers him with praise, calling Xingwu a once-in-a-century genius who will surely make their navy stronger than ever. The general declares his fondness, but Xingwu smoothly shifts the topic, asking if they can now discuss the technology patent fees. Stunned, the general repeats the phrase in utter confusion, asking with a mixture of excitement and suspicion. He asks if the kid is actually trying to do business with him. Calling him a cheeky brat, the general argues that he is already basically a half-son-in-law, yet Xingwu firmly retorts that developing this little blue bottle took a massive amount of hard work. Only then does Xingwu finally process the shocking part of that statement. Confused, he asks what exactly the general meant by half. Rongshuo quickly snickers, warning his father to restrain himself before people think he is selling his own daughter, reminding him that his sister still needs her dignity. Clearing his throat, the general agrees that Xingwu has a point and calmly asks how much he wants for the licensing fee. Xingwu smiles, naming a staggering price of 100 million, sending Rongqin into a shocked and furious rage. Accusing him of demanding a sky-high price, the general threatens to beat him, but Xingwu calmly breaks down the numbers. He argues that the Royal Hospital's SK92 formula cost 500 million without even curing it, so 100 million for a working cure is totally reasonable. His little blue bottle is the only absolute cure for this disease. Hearing this logic, the general's face pales in dismay. Rongshuo deviously whispers that his father should just view this 100 million as Xinqin's future dowry to ease the pain of paying. He suggests playing some tricks in the contract later, which earns instant surprised praise from his father. Admiring his son's devious mind, the general whispers back. Meanwhile, seeing them conspire, Xingwu scratches his head in utter confusion. He wonders what they are plotting, feeling a heavy trap closing in. The duo exchange a knowing, incredibly smug glance. Xingxin sweetly asks if he really doesn't need her brother to drive him home, but Xingwu quickly politely declines. Telling her he has some errands, he politely declines. After she warmly warns him to travel safely, Xingwu immediately checks his massive bank balance to plan. With a 50 million deposit, he ponders what gifts to buy for his sister and his beasts, deciding on skincare for her. Meng Meng would love snacks and clothes, while Master Zhen definitely deserves premium tea. And then, there is Freya. Without hesitation, he makes a quick purchase and summons Freya, who appears in a flash to receive her special gift. Presenting the gift, he gently tells her that she has served him well, yet he has never given her anything truly valuable. Watching her excited reaction, Xingwu explains that this holy light beast core will help her achieve an epic breakthrough and level up. She nods eagerly. He then gently reminds her that he also prepared a vein protection herb and heart-strengthening pill. He warns that if the evolution gets painful, she must endure, but promises to stop releasing his energy if she cannot hold on. Before starting, he asks if she is ready, only to find the cute beast already sitting with her mouth wide open. He pops the core onto her tongue, and she eagerly swallows it down. Suddenly, Freya shivers as her heart begins pounding violently. Clutching her chest, she curls up to endure the raw power, before tilting her head back to release a massive blast of energy. Within seconds, the little one leaped into the sky with all her might. Freya screamed in agony, as if her body was tearing apart. Her body was suddenly slashed, blood pouring like rain. Exhausted and dazed, Freya looked up before losing her balance and plummeting down. Freya crashed heavily onto the ground in a daze. Xingyu panicked and rushed over to comfort her. Xingyu told Freya to stop if she could not hold on resolutely, deciding to withdraw his spiritual energy. Just then, her eyes suddenly lit up. Freya flashed back to her dark past of being sold as a defective product by a shady merchant. He urged the buyer not to hesitate, but the greedy merchant Fat Liu frowned and complained in disgust. Fat Liu complained that none of them had any talent, ordering his men to grab her friend, while kissing her repeatedly to claim his disgusting ownership. He declared she would only serve him, leaving Freya desperately crying for help from inside her cage. She prayed to the ancestral spirit for rescue. Opening her eyes, she saw a vision of Xingyu standing majestically right in front of her. Snapping back to reality, she struggled to turn her head. Gathering all her strength, Freya tremblingly reached her hand out to touch the snow. She slowly wrote 3 words of determination: "I can do it." The scene shifts to the barren, snowy mountains. Freya held herself close, struggling to control the wild energy within. Screaming in pain, she released her power and stomped her foot on the ground. Seeing her intense pain, Xingyu worriedly pleaded for her to give up. But at that exact moment, her wings suddenly erupted into flames. Watching her burning feathers fall, Xingyu anxiously stepped forward to call her name. But before he could speak again, Freya suddenly pushed him to the ground. Without saying a word, Freya leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on Xingyu's lips. Watching this, Dalu demanded answers in pure jealousy. While Medusa tried to calm the jealous fox down during Freya's critical moment, Dalu complained that the kiss was actually a trick she had taught her in the first place. Right at that moment, her brand new wings suddenly erupted from her back. They evolved into magnificent, pure white wings. Blushing as she pulled away, Freya closed her eyes and let her true power explode outward. Xingyu cheered in absolute excitement, celebrating her incredibly successful breakthrough. The system then displayed her detailed stats as a 4-winged holy angel in her mature stage, possessing both a holy angelic and a mythical bloodline. Her first talent granted her 3 holy light shields, while her second tapped into the 12 constellations with a rare chance to trigger a massive 10 times critical damage boost. Her third talent, Astral Mark, allowed her to brand enemies with a crescent shape whenever she dealt damage, which instantly reset the cooldown of her holy light astral slash. Her attributes were angelic, flight type, and holy light type with max loyalty. Her cross-slash skill allowed her to swing dual blades to unleash cross-shaped energy, dealing triple critical damage, while generating a protective holy shield for her entire team. Next, her flowing light array unleashed 188 feather-like swords of light, from her wings to rain down massive area of effect damage. And her astral slash, which let her teleport instantly at light speed directly to a marked target, slashing through every single enemy standing in her path. Finally, her astral burst flash absorbed starlight for a devastating single-target kick, guaranteed to trigger that insane 10 times critical damage multiplier. Her evolution path began with Angel Beast, leading up to the 6, 8, 10, and eventually 12-winged Seraphim forms. As for her daily habits and personal preferences, she loved absorbing moonlight right next to her master. Xingyu cheered happily, celebrating her incredible successful evolution. Looking closely at her, Xingyu innocently asked if she was hurt, noting that her chest seemed quite swollen and asking if he should help remove her chest armor to check. Freya blushed red, calling him a pervert, but he just laughed in denial. He protested his innocence as Dalu grumbled in jealousy. Then, she playfully teased that their relationship was far more intimate than she had ever expected. Confused, Xingyu asked Lulu why she had suddenly emerged from her beast summoning seal. Dalu snapped back, asking if they were forbidden from leaving, while Medusa playfully teased that the fox had witnessed their entire romantic moment. Feeling highly embarrassed, he quickly tried to compromise, asking if there was any way he could make it up to them. Medusa seized the chance, suggesting she was free tonight for some private compensation, causing a panicked Xingyu to immediately dodge the topic. He quickly declined, making Medusa pout and dramatically complain that her master must absolutely hate her. Xingyu scrambled to explain, reassuring them that they were actually his most cherished companions, and he could never hate them. To make it up to them, he offered to take them out shopping for new clothes. The scene cuts to a bustling city mall, where a generous Xingyu told Lulu she could pick out whatever she liked. Dalu shyly admitted her hesitation, confessing that they had never stepped foot inside a human shopping mall before. Stepping up to guide them, Xingyu eagerly volunteered to show them around and explain how everything worked. The first choice was formal office wear, but she blushed, complaining the skirt was too short. Xingyu just smiled and showed her the next option. Medusa checked out the second outfit, a cheongsam, and nodded in approval. Not bad. Xingyu excitedly revealed the final one. The third one, his personal favorite, was a maid outfit. But right then the wall behind them suddenly blew up. The two girls got angry and yelled together, demanding to know if he brought them there just to satisfy his dirty fantasies. Feeling totally misunderstood, the supposed pervert Xingyu quickly defended himself, arguing he was just getting them some normal clothes for daily wear. Lulu leaned in close and whispered that her master was making her so angry it only made her want to claim him more. She offered to help him change into a new outfit regardless of his protests, leaving Xingyu absolutely terrified. He begged her to stop since store employees were watching, but she ignored him completely, leaving him screaming for help. Meanwhile, Shui Ling anxiously asked if they should save him, but Sister Huo Ling just shrugged, saying they should not meddle in rich people's business. Inside the classroom, Qin Yan solemnly announced that today was the midterm exam, and train number 13 would depart at 2 p.m. He loudly announced they were scheduled to arrive at Huangyan City by tomorrow noon. Every single stop along the way and detailed route notes were in their map handbooks. The passing grade was C, while the highest rank was S. Meanwhile, Shengyu curiously turned around to look. He wondered what was wrong with Xingyu, who looked completely drained, while Songhu replied with deep suspicion. He had no idea, guessing Xingyu was just exhausted from midterm prep. Just then, Qinian announced an amazing prize, causing the class to erupt. If they faced extreme danger, turned it around and served their country, they could reach SS or even SS rank. Their famous senior Yi Qingfeng achieved a SS rank and was now serving as a deputy general guarding Huangyan City. Clearing his throat, he promised that if anyone scored an S rank, he would personally buy them an extraordinary lightning magic beast core. Suddenly, Qinian frowned and called out, telling a certain someone to wake up and stop dozing off. Xingyu startled awake, asking if the teacher meant him, while his friend quietly whispered what he had missed. His friend whispered that the teacher promised an extraordinary lightning beast core to anyone who could secure an S rank. Xingyu confidently declared that he would definitely secure that S rank, making his classmates sigh and pray they would just survive to make it back home. With the briefing over, the teacher dismissed them to the station, where a massive crowd gathered on the platform under heavy falling snow. A group of excited students began asking around, wondering which train car everyone was assigned to, revealing they were on number 13. Xingyu shivered in the freezing cold, complaining about the weather just as Xinshin happily called his name from across the platform. Surprised, he asked Lu Xin why she was there instead of her own station before she shyly handed him a special gift. Stunned, Xingyu pulled the item out, curiously asking her what it was. She shyly admitted it was a hand-knitted scarf, confessing she wanted to give it to him sooner, but kept putting it off. Without hesitation, Xingyu wrapped it around his neck, warmly thanking Lu Xin just as the loud train whistle echoed through the freezing air. As the train screeched to a halt, Xingyu regretfully said his ride had arrived, promising to take her to a movie once he returned. With a bright smile, she agreed to the date, and Xingyu waved goodbye as they sealed the deal. Watching the sweet interaction, Songhu teased them about the sickening scent of young love, while Xingyu just pouted. Xingyu joked that he finally understood why Xingyu looked so drained, prompting their confused friend to ask what they were whispering about. Soon the three friends boarded the carriage together. There, a woman named Yanran stepped forward professionally, welcoming the students to train number 13. She introduced herself as the leader in charge of supply transport. She was the vice leader of the Firmament Guild, which served as the primary force handling all critical supply logistics. She assured them they just needed to support her well, leaving the students completely awestruck to meet a high-ranking guild leader. Recognizing her as a powerful 5-star beast tamer, the students felt relieved while she calmly began laying out the serious situation. She explained that carriages 2 through 5 were highly vulnerable to ambushes, while carriages 6 through 10 remained relatively safe. However, carriages 11 to 15 were the most dangerous, facing extreme threats of enemy attacks and even high risks of derailment. Instructing them to choose their support carriages based on their exam goals, she was surprised when Xingyu immediately volunteered to guard the high-risk rear cars from 13 to 15. Knowing higher risks meant better exam grades, his two excited friends quickly declared they would follow Xingyu anywhere. Impressed by his bravery, she grinned and encouraged the model student to show off his real skills when things got rough. Decisively organizing the teams, Yanran told the three boys to follow her as she led them toward the dangerous rear carriages. She ordered her assistant Little Wang to arrange the other students, and after a polite nod, the group set off to their destination. Wrapping a friendly arm around his shoulder, she casually asked Xingyu if he had ever visited Huangyan City before, which he honestly denied. With a playful wink, Yanran promised she would personally show him around and broaden his horizons. The scorpion wine in Huangyan City is absolutely top tier, and we are not stopping until we are completely drunk. The moment they arrive, Shihao excitedly makes his pitch. Xingyu, once we reach the final stop, you definitely have to grab a drink with me. Chen Yuan eagerly chimed in, saying Huangyan City had endless delicious food and fun spots with the guild covering all expenses, so he should just relax and enjoy himself. Liu Yang quickly agreed, pointing out that since he was the Sky Guild's national treasure, they were absolutely going to treat him like royalty. Xingyu forced a smile, replying that he was not there on vacation. Just then, Sheng Yu chimed in, joking that Boss Sheng Yu was not even there for the exam but rather for some guild team building. Song Hu added with admiration that if Boss Sheng Yu were not wearing the Qinglong Academy badge, he would have assumed the guy was a founding elder of the Sky Guild. Yu Fu proudly explained that he truly deserved that elder status since he was after all the specially recruited alchemist of their elite Sky Guild. Right then, Lin Yuan scoffed with pure jealousy. A specially recruited alchemist at such a young age, what actual skills could he possibly have besides pulling strings to get in? Hearing this, Vice Captain Li sharply rebuked him, telling Lin Yuan that falling short of a specially recruited alchemist was his own problem and to stop using that toxic tone to mock Xing Yu. He sneered with contempt, asking if he was wrong. Would an outsider like Xing Yu ever become a specially recruited alchemist if he did not rely on Captain Qin to back him up? Yan Ran angrily shot back, telling Lin Yuan not to slander her younger brother when it came to the recruitment process, as she was always completely objective and fair. Frustrated, he began listing his own achievements. Captain Qin, I have served in the Sky Guild for 8 years, risking my life and securing countless achievements, even spending 6 months away on S-rank missions. On what grounds does an outsider like Xing Yu get to steal my position the moment he arrives? Xing Yu calmly fired back, telling Dr. Lin that evaluating a specially recruited alchemist is not based on hard labor or past service, but on actual medical skill. Lin Yuan skeptically challenged him, asking what he meant. Hearing this from Alchemist Xiao, you must be pretty confident in your skills. Do you dare to make a bet? Xing Yu shrugged arrogantly and asked what the wager was. He proudly issued his challenge, betting on their medical skills and declaring that if his abilities fell short, he would leave the Sky Guild forever. And if Xing Yu lost, then he would be the one to pack up and leave. He straight up accepted the wager. Meanwhile, the train was barreling through a raging blizzard. The moment it reached its destination, mysterious shadows were seen lurking on the cliffs above, watching closely. Suddenly, a swarm of aggressive giant rats surged forward. Inside the train, the emergency sirens instantly blared. An urgent battle cry echoed, warning of an ambush and telling everyone to stay alert. Instantly, sharp blades pierced right through the wooden ceiling. One of the rats clawed frantically through the wood, diving straight down like a wild, bloodthirsty beast. Immediately, Yanran fiercely ordered a counterattack as the students summoned their beasts, calling out Xia to join the fight. Bonehound. Right at that moment, 2 monstrous rats shattered the side windows and burst inside. Finding herself surrounded, she gasped in pure horror. Are there more on this side? Xing Yu stepped up, passionately telling Yanran to leave those pests to him. With a commanding voice, Xing Yu summoned his warrior, calling on Freya as the savage pack of rats rushed in like a hurricane. Freya calmly tracked their every move. Her eyes glowed intensely as she unleashed a blinding, powerful beam. Leaping high into the air, Freya channeled all her celestial energy into her spear, gracefully tearing through the advancing horde. Holy Light Stardust / Freya's swift sweeps shattered their formation, leaving Xing Yu thoroughly impressed with her performance. Great job, Freya. She turned with a proud smile, but suddenly, a panicked guild member yelled that something was terribly wrong. Captain Qin has been dragged up to the roof. Xing Yu spun around in absolute shock, demanding to know what happened. Meanwhile, up on the roof, the massive rat leader found himself suddenly grabbed by an unseen force, roaring in anger and ordering the sneak-attacking beast to release him. In the next second, Xing Yu scaled the roof and glared at his foe, shouting at the filthy rat to release Yanran immediately. Before he even finished, Freya lunged forward and drove her spear directly into the claw, holding Yanran captive. Howling in pain, the rat leader tossed Yanran aside, sending her screaming in terror as she plummeted toward the icy water below. Panic-stricken, Xing Yu called out to Old Wu and Song Hu, prompting Xing Yu to instantly deploy his beast with absolute resolve. Storm Butterfly. Just in time, a massive butterfly swooped in to catch Yanran, but the rat leader quickly prepared to throw a dagger at its wings. However, Song Hu acted faster, commanding his raging bull demon to intercept the attack with a taunt skill. Sensing the incoming threat, the rat leader spun around and threw his dagger backward, giving Xing Yu the perfect opening to command Freya to deliver a decisive fatal strike. Without a single word, she charged straight ahead. In desperation, the rat leader spat a stream of acid at Freya, but she expertly used her wings to dodge every single drop. Landing right behind him on the train's roof, Freya did not hesitate, delivering a brutal kick that launched the rat leader into the air. Freya raises her head with unyielding determination. Seizing a golden opportunity, she leaps high, locking onto her target. With extreme skill, Freya slices the rat leader to pieces. Xing Yu immediately rushes over, asking if she is okay. Sister Yanran, are you all right? Watching this unfold, she asks the question in utter shock and disbelief. I am fine, Xingyu. Is this the angel of light? He nods, confirming it has evolved into a four-winged holy angel. Right then, Xingyu runs over excitedly to report a mature poison-type beast core. Xingyu nods, asking him to hold on to it first. Suddenly, Yanran gasps in terror, pointing toward the locomotive. There stands an extraordinary rank, blood-eyed great ape king, blocking their path. Shocked, he turns around to analyze the massive blood-eyed great ape king. Suddenly, the train brakes hard, throwing all of them violently forward off their feet. At that moment, the giant ape reaches out with a massive hand grabbing the train. It aggressively halts the entire engine with its colossal body. Without warning, the giant ape rips the train apart. It gleefully scoops up a helpless passenger, treating him like a mere toy. The poor victim screams for help in absolute terror, but the giant beast ruthlessly tosses him straight into its gaping mouth. Witnessing this horrific sight, Xingyu feels a cold sweat. Were these hibernating beasts drawn by the scent of blood-hunting humans just to replenish their energy? Seeing things go south, Yanran rushes to the cabin and shouts out orders. Everyone defend the train and drive the beasts back. But a panicked student immediately objects, pointing out that their weak beasts stand absolutely no chance against that monster. Another student sadly agrees. Just then, Lin Yuan arrogantly pats a boy on the shoulder, acting as if he has everything under control. Are your beasts really that weak? Let me help you. Instantly, a glowing golden fox unleashes powerful lightning, blasting the giant ape. A student praises the sight, calling Yanran incredibly strong with her three-tailed thunder fox. She smiles proudly, accepting the compliment. Of course, if that disgusting rat leader had not ambushed me earlier, they would never have stood a single chance. The giant ape roars in fury, glaring directly at them. Hearing its call, a massive horde of savage monkeys immediately rushes to the scene. They surround the cliffs, while their leader smirks, acting like an undisputed king. Sensing the danger, Xingyu complains that they have to fight monkeys right after dealing with rats before calling out his beast Black Wind. Suddenly, he cheers with joy, glad to see everyone finally stepping up to back them. Together, they prepare to charge forward. Instantly, the giant ape lunges at a red fox, unleashing its spiritual energy and grinding its teeth in pure rage. The red fox lets out a ferocious roar. Watching the chaos, Xingyu grows deeply concerned, realizing that these tamed beasts seem highly unusual. Xingyu carefully points out the surrounding danger, warning Xingyu that something is moving beneath the water. He quickly turns around to look. The water ripples and bubbles rise to the surface, revealing a pitch-black serpent silently observing its prey from below. Suddenly, it conjures a massive whirlpool, directing the violent stream of water straight toward the stranded train. Xingyu quickly orders Black Wind to use Hell Howl. His beast opens its mouth, blasting glowing red energy directly into the vortex. Upon impact, a massive flash erupts as the water violently shakes, leaving a thick cloud of dust and smoke behind. Scanning the area, he watches as the serpent slowly rises from the water, flicking its venomous tongue in defiance. Wang Wen gasps in absolute horror, recognizing it as a fully matured crowned forest serpent. Yanran quickly takes command. Get back inside our firmament guild, we'll handle this. But the panic-stricken students yell back, claiming their beasts are completely refusing to obey. Lin Yu made my beast lose control. It won't return. She growls in anger, realizing this is yet another mess caused by Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Xingyu steps up to divide the tasks, telling Sister Yanran to focus all her power on the blood-eyed great ape king. Leave the crowned forest serpent and the blood-eyed spirit ape to me. She asks in shock if he will truly be all right. Just then, the serpent lunges forward with its jaws wide open, forcing him to order an instant counterattack. Freya used Shining Flash. Understanding her order, she kicks straight to the giant serpent's jaw. She agilely strikes the beast from multiple angles before teleporting high above. With full force, Freya blasts her energy directly into the serpent's belly. The battered beast crashes violently into a massive boulder. Giving the beast no chance to counter, Xingyu seizes the perfect moment, ordering Black Wind to unleash a hellfire blast at both the serpent and the nearby spirit ape. His beast fires a devastating blast of energy, forcing the crowned forest serpent to desperately block using its remaining strength. Overpowered, the serpent collapses backward. But before they can celebrate, the horde of monkeys suddenly lunges forward to attack. Noticing the serpent's weakened state, Freya immediately flies in close heroically, staring down her defeated opponent. With a single decisive strike, Freya decapitates the beast, sending the serpent's head rolling onto the cold ground. Xingyu quickly directs Freya to collect the serpent's core, while commanding Black Wind to go support Sister Yanran's battle. She suddenly steps in shouting, "No need Yanran," and her beast boldly stand right in front of the giant ape leader. Her beast fires a massive lightning strike from its three-tailed thunder burst. In an instant, the shocking energy ball slams directly into the leader's stomach. It screeches in agony as its belly suddenly begins to swell up. Without delay, the ape leader explodes into absolute dust. Seeing their boss destroyed, the remaining beasts lose their minds and scramble away in sheer panic. Yanran and the crew celebrate their victory, shouting, "In this battle to protect our train, we've officially won." Meanwhile, inside the train cabin, Deputy Captain Li slams his desk in fury, shouting, "Lin Yuan, you gave neurostimulants to all the beasts. That's completely out of line." But he just shrugs, casually defending himself. "Deputy Captain Li, I did this for everyone's own good. Think about it, without me, these midterm exam students would just cower inside the train and never face the real world. Without my help, they never would have pushed back those blood-eyed apes." Yanran fiercely snaps back at his excuse. "You're clearly playing with human lives." Lin Yuan just smirks. "Captain Tan, I don't appreciate that accusation. I just drugged some beasts. How does that translate to disrespecting human life?" He boastfully compares himself, "Plus, I'm a professional doctor 10 times better than some backdoor fraud." He smiles and replies, "Are you referring to me?" Lin Yuan smugly challenges him. "Remember our bet from earlier? If you've got real skills, go heal these beasts. I'll make it easy, cure just one and you win." Shi and Xingwu exchange a knowing look. He confidently keeps pushing, "Well, healer Xiao, better get moving, unless you're completely out of options. If you get on your knees and beg me, I might just cure all these beasts for you." He scoffs, exposing the truth. "You clown, you should check the other cars. My buddy Xingwu already cured them before we even boarded." Lin Yuan leaps up in total shock. "What? Impossible. That's a neurotoxin I spent 10 years researching. How did you cure it in a few hours?" He smiles calmly. "Nothing is impossible. Our medical skills were never on the same level to begin with." Xingwu steps forward, laying it all out. "Sister Yanran already told me. The real reason you never became a special appointee is because you've committed so many unspeakable crimes. You wasted your teammates' beasts, traded their parts and cores on the black market, and even made deals with illegal syndicates beyond the border." He glares with pure contempt. "Honestly, just betting with a piece of trash like you makes me sick." He sneers with jealousy. "So Captain Tan did her homework. No wonder." Suddenly Lin Yuan pulls a hidden dagger. He viciously lunges at Xingwu. "So what? If I can't be a specially appointed healer, then I'm making sure you won't either." Yanran reacts instantly, kicking him hard to the side. "Lin Yuan, you've really crossed the line this time." Xingwu mocks him coldly, instantly giving a command. "What were you thinking? You really thought you could kill me?" Little Frey obeys, taking him down for good. Now she sternly announces the traitor's punishment, putting all his crimes on the official network. "Next, we're about to cross the White Bone Abyss and Kunyi Mountain. Everyone prepare for battle." Deputy Captain Li responds with a firm nod. Meanwhile, the train pushes forward through the freezing peaks. As night falls, it comes to a halt right in the middle of a blizzard. Yanran peers out the window, puzzled. "Strange. Every time we pass the White Bone Abyss and Kunyi Mountain, monsters swarm us. Why is it so quiet today?" Xingwu stands nearby, agreeing. "You're right. It feels like those monsters are planning something big." Just then, he announces seriously, "Captain, we're approaching Heavenly Wolf Lake Station." She nods, acknowledging the news. "I got it, no need to remind me." Deputy Captain Li adds cautiously, "The princess sent word she wants to join us to Huangyan City." He asks, completely dazed, "The princess of the Dragon Kingdom Guanqian?" The train finally stops at the station. Song Hu asks excitedly, "Really, our princess actually passed the 6-star Beastmaster exam, and she's coming with us to Huangyan City?" Sheng Yu comments curiously, "Well, the empress only has one daughter. You think if I fix up my hair like this, I'll have a shot at marrying her?" He counters with a sigh. "Forget it with Brother Wu. Here, she wouldn't even look at you." Xingwu sighing, "Stop dragging me into everything." Right then, the crowd outside erupts in cheers. "Look, it's Her Highness. The princess is so beautiful, even more gorgeous than on TV." Hearing this, the three of them also turn their gaze. Guanqian waves gently to the crowd. "Hello everyone. You've all worked incredibly hard on this long journey." He stares, completely mesmerized. She really is stunning, though she doesn't resemble her mother much. Meanwhile, Yanran respectfully steps forward to greet her. Yanran of the Kangshang Guild welcomes the princess. "We've prepared a private VIP suite just for you." She smiles and tells Captain Qin there is no need to be formal, while Guanqian thoughtfully looks around. Seeing this, Xingyu curiously asks who she is looking for, and Song-hu playfully guesses she might be searching for her future husband. He helplessly teases Chu Ci for being completely hopeless. But then her sudden direct command catches everyone off guard and leaves them in shock. She orders Xingyu to come over and serve her, leaving him completely stunned and questioning his own ears. The next morning, the train keeps moving. Inside the VIP cabin, he stands meekly keeping guard right next to Guanqian. Xingyu cautiously asks if she already knows him. She proudly fires back, challenging his question with a simple, "What of it?" She asks if she cannot order him around without knowing him, or if he dislikes having a beautiful girl nearby. Xingyu awkwardly defends himself. He denies it, muttering that he would have hugged her already if she were not a princess. Guanqian then gives a serious command. She tells him the teasing is over and demands his treasure. Terrified, Xingyu instinctively covers his lower body in panic. Confused, he asks what he should take out, prompting her to impatiently clarify she means the Imperial Soul token. Xingyu reaches into his pants, realizing she is also with the Imperial Soul. He casually pulls out the token and asks about her plans. He mentions he thought she had known all along. Guanqian covers her face in embarrassment, questioning why he kept the token there. Clearing her throat, she urgently reveals that according to the latest intel from the Imperial Soul Organization, a humanoid demon beast infiltrated Huangyan City 1 month ago, causing their forces to suffer multiple defeats. Advisor She suspects the traitor is hiding within the leadership ranks. The Empress ordered them to cooperate and catch the spy without fail. Surprised, Xingyu asks for more details. He wonders if a humanoid demon beast means a grand scheme, especially since Whitebone Abyss and Kunyi Mountain lack such creatures. Right then, the system suddenly activates a special mission requiring him to score a SSS rating on his midterm exam. The reward is a random SSS beast upgrade crystal and 20,000 points. Stunned, he cautiously reflects on the difficult SSS requirement. With such high difficulty and the princess involved, things are clearly turning out to be incredibly complicated. Xingyu then curiously asks the princess why someone of her high and noble status would be in this situation. Specifically, why the Empress placed her in the dangerous Imperial Soul Organization. Guanqian calmly replies that it is none of his business. Xingyu secretly wonders why the princess lacks any dragon force energy. He questions if she is even Guanlan's biological child. Before he can process this, an announcement plays over the speakers warning passengers to prepare for their upcoming station stop. They finally arrive at Huangyan City under the night sky, gathering inside a cozy little local inn. The city lord raises his glass with a warm smile, thanking the princess for visiting Huangyan City despite her busy schedule. He offers her the toast, and she politely responds that Lord Zhou is being far too formal with her. She insists she should thank him for guarding the border for decades. Meanwhile, a jealous Vice Captain Li asks Captain Qin if Xingyu and the princess are truly that close. Surprised, they share the head table. Yan Ran grumbles about him abandoning his own sister for a pretty face. The city lord warmly shifts his attention to his old friend, presenting the demon flower Firefly requested during their last meeting. He smiles and offers his sincere thanks to Brother Zhou for the generous gift. Just then, Guanqian touches his hand and reminds Xingyu to focus on their mission rather than gifts. He quietly reassures her that he has not forgotten. The city lord warmly says, "Princess Brother Xiao, I almost forgot to introduce you two to everyone." He introduces them one by one. "This is my deputy Zhao Ming, who commands 3 elite beast tamer divisions. And here is our vanguard officer from the Shuiji battlefield. That guy with skin darker than coal is Sun Lang." Leading the assault unit, he friendly waves his hand. "Greetings, princess." "Hello, Brother Zhao." Guanqian grows deeply suspicious, though nothing seems off. Could it be another officer, or is Zhou Xiong actually the spy? Suddenly, Xingyu firmly grabs Zhao Ming's hand. Zhao Ming trembles, asking in utter confusion, "Brother Xiao, why are you holding my hand so tightly? What do you want?" Xingyu confidently declares, shocking everyone in the room, "A demi-human magic beast. Truly a flawless disguise." The city lord warns with deep disapproval, "Brother Xiao, why are you suddenly accusing my deputy?" Zhao Ming fearfully defends himself. "Exactly. Didn't our Huangyan City literally ask you guys to investigate those humanoid beasts?" The princess cautiously questions him. "Xingyu, how can you be so sure that he is a humanoid beast? Do you have any proof?" Xingyu honestly admits, "Proof? I just got here, so no." Zhao Ming immediately snaps back, feeling relieved. "Then is this not just baseless slander?" Xingyu simply smiles and calmly drops a massive bombshell. "Here is the catch. Humanoid beasts cannot summon taming beasts. If General Zhao wants to prove his innocence, he should summon his beast right now. Hearing this, Zhao Ming falls completely silent, unable to refute. He nervously looks around. Zhao Ming, you said your beast was recovering last time? Could it really be that? Right then, a flower suddenly sprouts from his ear. Outraged, Zhao Ming glares at him and snaps, "Brat, how did you see through my disguise?" He furiously lunges to attack Xingwu. Annoyed Guan Qian immediately barks out an order confirming he is indeed a mimic demon beast and demanding his capture. Right on cue, a pack of divine beasts charges in. Smiling smugly, Zhao Ming quickly summons thick vines to wrap around his entire body. He seals himself inside a protective cocoon. Instantly, all the divine beasts fire their energy beams together directly at the shield. Witnessing this, everyone gasps in utter shock. Xingwu stands there, completely stunned, absolutely speechless. A massive explosion erupts, sending smoke dust and shattered vines flying everywhere. As the thick cloud slowly clears, a mysterious creature gradually begins to emerge. It is the devouring demon poison vine. Leaping quickly onto the wall, she smugly begins to reveal her evil plot. "Brat, you are clever, but exposing me is pointless. I handed over the city defense map to them long ago. Once our army razes Huangyan City to the ground, humanity will face its ultimate destruction." Guan Qian immediately summons her majestic Ice Soul Qilin. With a roar, it fires sharp frozen blasts of Ice Soul energy directly at the beast. Hit hard, the demon vine screeches in pain and recoils, desperately backing away dozens of meters. Cheng Gong charges forward in a total rage. "You bastard, you killed Zhao Ming, I will shred you to pieces," he aggressively commands his beast. "Go stomp it to death." With a massive crash, the one-legged rhino stomps her flat. Deputy Captain Li scoffs, claiming this demon beast is way too weak. But Yanran calmly explains that it was not bred to fight other beasts, but rather to assassinate the human beast tamers themselves. Breathing her last, the dying demon vine gasps out her final words. "Father Eunice, you must lead our army and slaughter them all." Gritting her teeth, she desperately reaches out with her sharp, thorny hand. "I will wait for you in hell, Princess of the Dragon Kingdom." Without hesitation, the demon vine fires her sharp thorns straight at Guan Qian. Just as the spikes are about to strike, her Xingwu suddenly sweeps in to save her, adding a little playful tease. "Princess, you smell amazing. What perfume is that?" Seizing the golden opportunity, Cheng Gong roars out a direct order. "Kill it now." The rhino stomps down, crushing the beast completely. Blushing, Guan Qian quickly checks on Xingwu, asking if he was hurt by the spikes. Xingwu hesitates, calling her princess. Trying to calm her down, he innocently asks her the same question. "Seriously, princess, you smell so good. What brand is that?" Flustered, she cuts him off, telling him to shut up and get up. Just then, Yan Ran rushes over in a panic. Embarrassed, Xingwu quickly gets up, pleading that he definitely was not trying to hit on the princess. She urgently shakes her head, saying that is not the issue, and tells him he needs to leave Huangyan City immediately. A completely bewildered Xingwu asks why. Guan Qian solemnly breaks the news, explaining that it is because of Heavenly Father Eunice, a level 1 mutated beastman god-class demon. Yan Ran sincerely warns him that Huangyan City will soon become a brutal war zone, and he needs to leave before the fighting starts. "You must run now." But looking worried, he insists he has no intention of leaving. Patting his shoulder, she reassures him that since he caught the mimic beast, his rank will be upgraded to SS. He can safely head home. But Xingwu firmly pushes her hand away, declaring his absolute determination to stay and protect the city. Feeling completely helpless, Yan Ran asks if he has lost his mind wanting to stay when a literal god-level beast is coming. He stands tall, declaring that defending their homeland is his duty, promising her that he will survive no matter what. Hearing this, Cheng Gong laughs, proudly praising him for his incredible courage and patriotism. Addressing young Xingwu, he agrees that nothing is more vital than defending Huangyan City. Turning to his troops, he fiercely fires up their spirit, shouting that they are about to face a massive, brutal battle. "Get ready to fight to the very end." Hearing this, the crowd roars with excitement. As the crowd chants, Guan Qian quietly analyzes the grim situation, knowing a god beast is no joke, and they absolutely need a general to stand a chance. With a heavy sigh, she places a call with a glimmer of hope. Only one person might be able to save them in time. Suddenly, the sky above begins to rumble violently with a massive thunderstorm. Meanwhile, inside the main city hall of Huangyan, Cheng Gong solemnly reports that all the other students from Azure Dragon Academy have evacuated, leaving only Xiao Xingwu behind, who volunteered to stay. and serve as a medic. After a thorough search, they find no other mimic beasts in the city. Guan Qian analyzes the situation, noting that once their general arrives before noon, the demon army will find it hard to breach their defenses. Since the demon vine is dead, the enemy knows their plot is exposed and will surely launch a desperate frenzied assault. Their task is to hold the line until General Lu arrives. Cheng Gong firmly vows that he will protect the city to his very last breath. Meanwhile, back in his room, Xingwu happily stares at his potted plant. Having gathered the phoenix-tail dew demon firefly nectar and the god-beast core, he smiles and realizes it is finally time to begin nurturing his beast. Xingwu poured the 2 bottles of solution into the pot. He was instantly shocked when a strange sprout shot up. Just a second later, it grew into a massive vine, leaving Xingwu amazed at how incredibly fast it grew. Right then, it suddenly shattered the pot and leaped forward, wrapping itself tightly around his arm. Watching it play around, Xingwu smiled and gently told it to behave because it was too ticklish. He gently gave it a name, calling it Xiao Yin, his very first plant-type beast. The little vine obediently shook its body and nodded in agreement. Xingwu proudly praised it, saying that with its god-tier ancient bloodline, it would definitely be able to fully unleash its true power on the battlefield. Just then, the system screen popped up, revealing its name as the Heavenly Soul Vine, a level 1 complete form beast. It possessed a god-tier ancient bloodline. Its first talent was Disarm, which temporarily prevented enemies from using weapons once they were bound and imprisoned by the vines. Its second talent was Sun and Moon Essence, which released a fragrant mist to heal nearby allies within a certain range and could even repair ancient plant or psychic structures. Finally, its third talent was Soul Absorption. Whenever a demonic beast died, it would automatically absorb the fallen beast's soul, greatly boosting its growth speed. Its active skill, Death Thorns, unleashed massive vines from beneath the ground that instantly hardened, creating a hazardous thorny field that dealt continuous damage and slowed down all approaching enemies. Another skill, Death Entanglement, bound and constricted enemies like a giant python, with its loyalty score sitting at a perfect 100. The evolution path went from Heavenly Soulvine Blood, Heavenly Soulvine King, Soulvine Emperor to Heavenly Illusion God Vine. Its skill, Firefly, released silver light particles like fireflies to heal the entire team. Each heal could recover up to 60% of their total health points. Its hobbies included being clingy and soaking in bathwater, which specifically had to be nectar from mochiong flowers. There was also a hidden evolution path from Heavenly Soulvine to Underworld Heavenly Soulvine, and finally the immortal Underworld Flower. Outside, amidst a raging thunderstorm, a creature gasped in shock. It was hard to believe the demon-devouring poison vine was dead, as Romeo, a level 3 king-tier underworld Dark Knight butterfly, disappointedly confirmed. She was dead, and he had seen it with his own eyes, meaning their plan had failed. Hearing this, another figure slowly swirled his wine glass. The level 1 god-tier beast Heavenly Father Undis coldly delivered his judgment. There was no need to wait, as the Dragon Kingdom would likely send Baiyu or that kid from the Lu family as backup, so they had to stall them. Furthermore, Romeo was ordered to lead an army there to capture the city through a coordinated attack. She knelt down, swearing absolute loyalty to fulfill the Heavenly Father's mission. At the same time, on a watchtower, Cheng Gong looked at Xingwu with concern, noticing that his face looked incredibly pale. Xingwu honestly admitted to the princess that he felt like something was terribly wrong. Guanqian frowned curiously, asking where the anomaly was. He warily analyzed the situation, noting how quiet it was without any attack. If they actually feared the general's power, they should have struck the city much earlier. Could they possibly be afraid of this light rain? Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck Xingwu. Realizing the danger, he gasped, prompting her to ask what he had remembered as he urgently shared the bad news. He warned the princess that besides camouflage, the demon-devouring poison vine also possessed the ability to control shaman worms. Quan Qian skeptically repeated that shaman worms could bypass city defenses by burrowing underground. Right then, the ground suddenly shattered, sending several panicked people falling into a deep pit. Just then, a pack of gorillas riding giant worms burst from the ground, causing him to cry out in absolute horror. Peering down into the city, Cheng Gong suddenly flinched and quickly turned his attention to the area behind them. He saw thousands of beasts charging forward in a massive wave, making Cheng Gong curse his own careless mistake as she hesitated, deciding to risk everything. With only 5,000 troops defending Huangyan City, they had no choice but to fight to the very death. He shocked estimated that the enemy count was at least 20,000. Without hesitation, Guanqian summoned her beast and boldly pointed forward to start the battle. She ordered the Dragon Kingdom soldiers to follow her out and face the enemy. Down on the ground, students screamed in absolute panic as monsters ran rampant before their eyes, with a horned goblin skewering a member, while several foxes scavenged the dead bodies. At that terrifying moment, a little girl let out a blood-curdling scream for her mother. Just as she closed her eyes in fear, a spray of blood erupted as Yanran's little fox rushed in fiercely to rescue her. It tore the bizarre creature into pieces, before she rushed over to comfort the crying child, asking if Meow Meow was all right as the girl sobbed hysterically. Crying out for her mother, Yanran looked anxiously toward the tower, knowing the inner-city monsters were tough, but the army outside was far more elite. She silently prayed for Xingwu to be careful, while he was currently focusing all his energy to unleash the Hellfire Lotus. Hei Feng blasted fire straight into the goblin's stomach, knocking it down instantly, leaving Xingwu panting as he warily assessed the battlefield. There were so many monsters, including undead giants and beasts from both the Whitebone Abyss and Kunyi Mountain gathering in one place. Guan Qian stood nearby and curiously asked Xingyu if he could hold out. Xingyu smirked in response, shooting back that as a man, there was no way he would ever say no. The moment those words left his mouth, the Ice Soul Qilin blasted freezing frost. In the blink of an eye, the giant toad froze solid, and the Qilin lunged forward to shatter it. Witnessing that power, he was thoroughly impressed, praising the princess's pet beast for taking down a king-tier sand demon Toad King in just 2 quick strikes. She casually brushed it off, mentioning she didn't need cores, and giving the Toad King's core to him instead. Xingyu happily thanked her, but Guan Qian remained anxious, noting that the Sand Demon Toad King's ability was too dangerous with its 80% damage reflection rate. It almost dragged her Ice Soul Qilin down to the grave. With the Qilin severely injured and unable to fight, she worried about retreating. But Xingyu just gave her a confident smile and issued a command. He ordered Xiao Yin to cast Sun Moon Star Firefly, instantly sending waves of green healing energy over to the Qilin. Watching this unfold, she demanded in absolute shock, asking if that silver vine was a legendary Heaven Soul tier phantom beast. Xingyu frankly confirmed it, explaining that Xiao Yin could restore 60% of the entire team's maximum health in an instant. Add Freya's Holy Light Protection to cleanse negative statuses, and Heifeng's demonic power can boost overall attack and defense by 20%. He could support the entire area alone. It was a massive flex that left the princess utterly stunned. She declared him a complete monster, saying keeping him as a 2-star beast tamer was a waste of talent. Xingyu confidently agreed, stating he planned to bypass the ranks and directly take the 4-star beast tamer exam after the war ended. Guan Qian then proudly declared on behalf of the examiners that his midterm exam grade was officially being upgraded to SSS. Overjoyed, Xingyu bowed and expressed his deepest thanks to the princess for her generosity. Right then the system pinged with a notification that his special quest was complete, securing him that SSS rating and unlocking his massive rewards. He secured a random SSS rank beast energy crystal and 20,000 points, which had been successfully sent to his system mail. Staring at the loot, he smiled upon seeing a SSS Hell Path crystal. Since Hell was one of the 6 paths, Hei Feng was eating good tonight. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ground as a panicked student cried out, begging for immediate backup because the northern gate was breached. Amidst the rising smoke, Xingyu let out a tired sigh, knowing the battle wasn't over. The princess urgently gestured, calling for him to move out. Meanwhile, a group of panicked soldiers rushed over to report to the city lord. The Third Army had lost over half its men, and Captain Chen Nian of the 5th Squad was dead. They added that veteran General Wang Fan died fighting the Emperor-tier bone armor giant, and every single soul from the 3rd Squad had just been completely wiped out. The leader stood in grim silence. Facing a colossal level 2 Emperor-tier beast known as the Bone Armor Giant, City Lord Zhou gritted his teeth and refused to back down. A fused beast. So what if Whitebone Abyss and Mount Kundi merged into an Emperor-tier beast? He made a solemn vow, declaring that Huangyan City was no playground for these savage monsters to run wild. Even if it cost his old life, he swore he would defend the gates of the Dragon Country. City Lord Zhou boldly faced the giant, as it raised its massive axe, commanding his War Rhino Emperor to execute its thunderous wrath skill right away. Immediately, the majestic beast charged forward, cloaked in a deadly storm of lightning. Locking horns directly with the giant's axe, the determined Rhino Emperor managed to crack the heavy weapon's head. Seizing the opening, it stabbed straight through the bone armor giant, sending the massive beast crashing down backward. Observing the endless wave of monsters, Guan Qian worried that City Lord Zhou wouldn't be able to hold them off much longer. Rubbing his chin, Xingyu deduced they had to seal the monster tunnel, suddenly cheering that he had found a way. Princess. He explained that he needed specific herbs to brew a confusion potion for the Tunnel Imperial Mausoleum Grass Bamboo Lingji Yin Godflower and Fire Yang Jade Bone Ginseng. Hearing this, she immediately ordered her guards to step forward. She commanded them to gather the listed ingredients immediately, and the students quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, He Feng used its flames to brew the concoction. Smelling the horrible stench, Guan Qian pinched her nose and questioned him. Gagging at the awful smell, she doubted its effectiveness, but he smiled mysteriously, telling her to trust him. Just then, Xingyu excitedly showed off his creation, yelling that he succeeded. He firmly instructed everyone to dump the potion vials into the tunnel, promising it would disorient the beast army and cause total mental chaos. The students gladly agreed. Soon after, the students carefully checked the perimeter, confirming that no beasts were emerging on either side. She praised him in admiration, but Xingyu just modestly scratched his head, claiming he was just an ordinary 2-star beast tamer. Out of nowhere, a sharp hook suddenly pierced his shoulder, dragging Xingyu away before anyone could react. Dragged like easy prey by a massive lizard, Xingwu is in deep trouble. Meet the terrifying mutant transcendent beast, the demonic scythe lizard. Facing absolute disaster, Xingwu desperately summons Freya. In a flash, the little angel appears and slices the heavy chains apart. Saved but completely exhausted, our main character collapses to the ground. A panicked Guanqin rushes, over asking if he is okay. She gasps in horror, realizing Xingwu has been poisoned. Struggling to breathe, he tells her not to worry and commands Freya to purify him with her cleansing light. Turning back to face the demonic scythe lizard with sheer determination, Xingwu yells out his next command, He Feng, unleash hell saturation. Instantly, purple flames erupt toward the demonic scythe lizard, but this agile beast is quick, dodging every single strike with ease. As the monster closes the distance, Xingwu acts fast, ordering Freya to scoop him up and fly into the air. Medusa watches anxiously, asking their master if they should jump in to help. Dalu warns him that taking down a mutant transcendent beast alone is flat out impossible. But Xingwu just smiles confidently, replying that he has got this covered. He tosses a glowing gem forward, commanding He Feng to swallow this legendary triple S rank beast energy crystal. Catching the flying gem, the beast gulps it down in one bite. Instantly, He Feng's power surges to an entirely new level. Massive energy erupts, cracking the earth beneath. Xingwu eagerly hypes him up, telling He Feng to completely unleash his full power. Fueled up, the beast conjures a massive orb of destruction. With a deafening roar, He Feng unleashes the devastating Hellfire Lotus. Dalu and Medusa can only gasp in absolute shock. They stare in disbelief at the 5 massive Hellfire Lotuses hovering above. Floating at the center with Freya, a focused Xingwu raises his hand to issue the final strike. Instantly, the 5 lotuses rain down like meteors. The flames converge into a single colossal lotus, hovering directly above the terrified demonic scythe lizard. Boom! The massive lotus detonates, kicking up blinding smoke and dust. As the raging flames slowly die down, a shadow begins to emerge. Lying completely flattened at the bottom of the crater is the defeated demonic scythe lizard. Dissolving into dust, the monster's remains vanish, leaving behind a brilliant, sparkling crystal where it once stood. Guan Qian is stunned, muttering that Xingwu is more terrifying than an actual monster. Meanwhile, a violent storm brews over a distant mountain range. Losing his patience, Undis roars in fury. It has been 4 hours, so why hasn't the frontline army conquered Huangyan City yet? Kneeling in panic, Romeo reports that the enemy defense is being led by a highly unusual 2-star beast tamer. Undis grits his teeth in pure rage. A mere 2-star nobody is holding back an entire army. Ridiculous. Desperate to redeem herself, she begs for one more chance, promising to wipe out Huangyan City in under 10 minutes. Fed up with their excuses, Undis snaps. He decides to head out and deal with this mysterious 2-star beast tamer himself. Back in the city, Xingwu delivers some good news to the princess, letting her know the Ice Soul Qilin is fully healed. Grateful for his help, Guangqian can't help but ask out of curiosity why he always wears that specific scarf. Gently touching the fabric, Xingwu smiles, calling it a gift from a dear friend. Puzzled, she repeats, a friend. Before she can dig deeper, City Lord Zhou approaches, thanking little brother Xiao for saving them once again. Suddenly, a panicked guard rushes in, shouting that a god-beast-level monster has arrived. The Lord spins around in utter shock. An overwhelming horde of beasts soon marches toward them, led by an intimidating figure with a flaming aura. It's Undis, ranked 78th among all beasts. Smirking arrogantly, Undis mockingly greets the leader, noting they have met once again. Terrified, the Lord's face goes completely pale. He instantly turns to his people, screaming to evacuate Huangyan City immediately. But Undis isn't letting anyone escape. Slashing his massive axe straight down to the earth, he roars die. The single strike sends massive shockwaves tearing through the ground, blowing people back as the entire city is violently shattered to pieces. Thick smoke and raging flames consume the ruins. Bruised and battered, the survivors slowly struggle to get back on their feet. Xingwu stares in sheer disbelief, unable to process how a single blow completely wiped out Huangyan City. Guanqian trembles, noting that without the city's main defensive barrier, they would all be dead right now. Clutching his injured chest, the Lord urges the princess to run, admitting they have no other choice but to flee. Just as they turn to leave, Xingwu panics, searching for his lost scarf. He spots it snagged on a metal bar nearby. Just then, Undis spots them, instantly recognizing the familiar hellhound and four-winged angel. It is indeed that annoying brat. Without a word, Undis instantly teleports directly to their location. Shocked, Xingwu gasps at the sudden teleportation. Before he can react, the monster lifts him high up. Guanqian screams his name in terror. Xingwu Undis chuckles, highly amused. You seem rather unique, little human. I was going to kill you, but I changed my mind. Will your blood taste sweeter than those fragile girls? Xingyu is hanging on by a thread, clutching the scarf while fighting to stay awake. Damn it, his consciousness is slipping. The aura of a demonic beast with a divine body is simply terrifying. Taking advantage of his distraction, Xingyu boldly throws the scarf right in his face. He won't let this monster have its way. In one swift motion, Undis lifts Xingyu by the throat while slamming his weapon into the ground. His double-bladed axe strikes the earth, sending debris flying everywhere. Undis tightens his grip on the boy's neck, mockingly asking if a dying human still thinks he can resist. Without mercy, he hurls Xingyu down to the earth, creating a massive shockwave that erupts into blinding streaks of light. Out of nowhere, General Lu swoops in and catches him. Kid, you still alive? He asks, leaving Xingyu totally embarrassed. General Lu, could you please not hold me like this? The general chuckles, noting that if the kid can still joke, he will live. Guanqian runs over in a panic, desperately shouting his name. Xingyu General Lu bows, apologizing to the princess for his late arrival before telling her to take the boy and run. Suddenly, Undis charges out of the thick fog, rushing straight toward them like a bullet. Dirt and stones explode behind him as he roars in sheer fury. You there, Lu? Oozing sheer confidence, General Lu fires back. Are you calling for your father? Enraged, the beast points and commands his horde to charge. A swarm of savage beasts charges relentlessly at General Lu. Unfazed, his voice booms, Ju Kui, unleash the heaven-burning inferno. The legendary beast circles high in the blue sky, radiating waves of blistering heat everywhere. With a deafening screech, Ju Kui wraps itself in a sphere of blazing fire, before diving straight to the ground like a burning meteor. The raging inferno engulfs the beasts, sending them scattering in pure panic. What remains is a desolate wasteland with ash drifting through the sky. Any monster too slow to escape is instantly reduced to nothing but ash. Outside the hospital, an eerie silence falls under a sky clearer than it has ever been. The doctor reassures them that while Xingyu is heavily injured, his core meridians are safe, so they should head back and rest. Finally, breathing a sigh of relief, Guanqian agrees to leave. Yanran nods in comfort, while Guanqian gently touches the sleeping boy's face. She whispers that she misses his constant chatter, admitting this silence feels wrong, and begs him to wake up soon. The door clicks shut, leaving the hospital room in absolute peaceful silence. Xingyu slowly opens his eyes, joking about how cheesy the princess's whispers were. Beside him, Dai Lu puffs her cheeks, claiming she knew that girl was up to no good. He sits up, calling the black-robed figure that it's time to move. Surprised, she asks if her master shouldn't rest a bit longer. Medusa's voice echoes, pointing out that Undis is no match for the Air Force general who can easily handle him alone. Putting on his clothes, Xingyu worries about getting his scarf back, fearing Lu Jin will blame him. Plus, he felt the distinct presence of another divine beast near Undis. She gasps in shock at the news of another divine beast. Meanwhile, the battlefield remains locked in a fierce, chaotic clash of fire and smoke. Raising his hand, General Lu wraps his sword in brilliant crimson flames, the Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. Standing atop Ju Kui, he points his blade directly at Undis, ready to reduce the beast to ash. Despite the raging storm, Undis stands his ground against the fierce winds. He sneers, acknowledging that the youngest and strongest 9-star beast tamer is indeed a formidable opponent. Controlling the intense flames in his palm, General Lu coldly declares that he can easily crush the monster's core within 30 minutes. The demon laughs mockingly, asking the foolish human if he really thinks they came without reinforcements. Suddenly, the sky erupts into chaos, as massive torrents of water materialize, swirling into a giant vortex. Everyone watches in utter shock. In the middle of a vast desert, the air suddenly reeks of the ocean as the sky morphs into a sea. A massive waterspout descends with crackling lightning, and a towering figure radiating pure malice emerges from the depths. Naga sneers, calling Undis a useless weakling for letting himself get beaten like a punching bag by the Air Force general. "Shut up and help me already," he pleads, terrified that Lord Ni he will execute him if he fails. Spitting with venom, she reminds Lu of Sky Island, where he failed to protect that red-haired girl, vowing that this time he won't even save this city. Hearing those words, General Lu freezes as a painful memory flashes before his eyes. In his mind, he is back under that giant tree, cradling a little girl with silky red hair. He growls in pure rage as roaring flames erupt around him. Both sides charge into battle, instantly engulfing the entire landscape in a thick, blinding haze. Naga screams in fury, cursing the general for her past defeat and swearing she will reclaim her honor by taking his head today. Undis grins arrogantly, letting Naga claim his head while he claims the heart of the Dragon Kingdom's princess. General Lu lunges forward, roaring that they will have to go through him first before touching the princess. Overcome with raw fury, his eyes burn a demonic crimson. Inextinguishable blaze torrent. A colossal firestorm swirls violently around General Lu, forming a vast sea of crimson flames that ruthlessly incinerates everything in its path. Undis is scorched so badly by the intense heat that he actually spits out blood. The entire area turns boiling hot, and no creature alive can withstand General Lu's sheer fiery wrath. Undis angrily complains, "Naga, look at what you did. Why on earth did you have to go and provoke him?" An annoyed Naga fires back, saying he was the one who wanted to eat the princess and pissed him off. Undis raises his massive axe, yelling that even if he cannot kill the general, he can still demolish the entire city using his gravity control power. A massive meteor suddenly materializes and comes hurtling down from the sky, aiming straight for General Lu. The general calmly points his finger, ordering Zuke to block it. The divine bird instantly charges forward, creating a massive shield of energy as these two immense forces prepare to collide. Upon impact, the giant meteor completely shatters into countless tiny fragments that scatter in every direction. A deafening blast tears through the sky, sending rock and debris flying and sparking violently against one another. General Lu stands tall and proud, watching the massive explosion unfold when suddenly a strange purple light flashes from within the smoke. Naga suddenly teleports right behind him, mocking his carelessness. She begins chanting a wicked spell, with a smug, triumphant grin on her face. Using her mirror world spell, a massive magical net manifests and traps both General Lu and Juki inside. Undis laughs gleefully, shouting that no one can save the humans now. He slams his heavy axe into the earth, completely disrupting the local gravity with a single sweep. General Lu is left floating helplessly in midair, surrounded by massive levitating boulders that drift all around him. He cries out in sheer panic, but just then, a brilliant pink streak of light pierces the sky and charges straight for Undis. He looks up in absolute shock as the glowing energy beam locks onto him. The direct hit sends Undis flying backward, stripping away his control over the gravity axe as he crashes and slides across the dirt. Small stones kick up around him as he struggles to his feet, groaning in pain and demanding to know who unleashed that dragon flame. Looking up at the castle, Undis spots several figures. Meanwhile, Xingyu turns to Lulu, warning her that he can only hold this form for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, he will collapse into a deep coma, just like during the execution grounds raid. Xingyu tells her to protect the city while leaving the battle to him and Dalu. Naga stands stunned, sensing a genuine pure bloodline dragon aura. She gasps that dragon tamers vanished from the human realm 100 years ago. Suddenly, General Lu blindsides her, asking where she is looking. Calling her a smelly loach, he attacks. Meanwhile, a surprise fist flies right into Undis's face before the distracted beast can even react. Brutal fists rain down on him, striking his face and body in rapid succession. Dalu finishes him off with a heavy kick, sending him flying. Undis wonders how this fox can be so ridiculously strong. Retreat is not an option, as Lord Yuhuo would kill him. He decides he must eliminate the beast tamer first. Ignoring Dalu, he charges straight at Xingyu. He leaps high into the air, swinging his axe down at the boy's head, screaming for the tamer to die. But Dalu quickly intercepts, raising her hand to block the attack. She catches the sharp axe blade, barehanded, completely unfazed by the impact. Undis is utterly dumbfounded by her barehanded block. Dalu glares, asking how a weakling like him dares to harm her master. She exerts her raw strength, crushing the metal axe into tiny shards before immediately delivering a brutal steel-hard punch right to his face. The shockwave from her devastating punch ripples through his entire body, making every single bone in his frame feel like it is shattering. Undis winces in agonizing pain as blood wells up in his mouth, his chest completely collapsing under the force as he coughs up blood. Dalu senses something off, gasping that his body is hollow. Seeing her shock, Xingyu immediately asks what is wrong. Dalu's fist has completely pierced through Undis, revealing that his body is entirely hollow, devoid of any flesh or internal organs. Right before their eyes, the figure of Undis suddenly cracks, shatters into fragments, and completely vanishes into thin air. Xingyu gasps, realizing it was a mere illusion. An angry Naga screams, asking if he can actually get the job done. Naga warns she cannot hold General Lu for long. Nearby, Undi sighs in relief, knowing a third punch would have completely finished him. He thanks Naga as a devious idea strikes him. He tells her he will distract the fox while she goes and assassinates the black-robed beast tamer first. With that, he charges forward, baiting Dalu by screaming for that smelly fox to face him in a final life-and-death showdown. Dalu lunges forward to meet his challenge, warning him that she will show no mercy. The two clash, furiously trading equal blows. Even as blood sprays from Undis's mouth and nose, a cunning, sinister gleam flashes deep within his eyes as he smiles. Glancing back over his shoulder, Undis screams out a desperate command for Romeo to finally make her move. A butterfly suddenly appears and morphs into a humanoid figure. Xingyu spins around in pure shock, crying out as she lunges directly at him. Realizing he is in deep trouble, Xingyu can only watch as Romeo grabs him by the collar, lifting him helplessly off the ground into midair. An enraged Dalu screams, warning her not to touch her master, as she immediately activates her Eye of Misfortune. Romeo gasps as she watches her own body start to disintegrate. She lets Xingyu go, shouting for the others to finish the job. Dropped from the sky by her, he screams out helplessly. Meanwhile, Naga raises her hand, spinning a vortex. "Join my mirror world too," she sneers. Xingwu spins helplessly in midair, instantly dragged into an entirely new dimension. Da Lu panics and rushes to save him, screaming, "Master," but after just a few steps, Undis blocks him. "Your opponent is me." Losing all patience, she roars in pure rage. "Get lost." Da Lu throws a massive punch, utterly deforming Undis's face. Back inside the mirror world, Xingwu carefully observes his strange new surroundings. Countless mirror clones of Yu Shui surround him. "Xiao Wu, come with big sister, let me take you to the park." Xiao Wu, jump into my arms. Xiao Wu, I am right here, but Xingwu sees right through these fake illusions, prying into my memories. "Have you had enough fun yet?" Naga casually manifests right in front of him, exuding the majestic aura of a true queen. She sneers, "Incredible. I never expected you to be that two-star beast tamer." Xingwu coldly replies, "Since you already know my identity, I will just have to bury you along with my secret." Naga mocks arrogantly, "Kill me. You do not have a beast. Let us see if you have what it takes." A massive bow suddenly materializes right inside her hand. She draws the string back. Void mirror. Countless sharp shards of glass erupt from the arrow, flying straight toward him. Caught completely off guard by this insane speed, Xingwu panics, unable to dodge. Too fast. Suddenly, General Lu leaps in, shoving him out of the way. "Watch out." Countless shattered glass shards pierce straight through his body. He slowly begins to fade away, right before Xingwu's eyes, making him scream in terror. General Lu Xingwu stands there completely frozen, watching the shattered fragments of the general's body slowly disappear into the ground. Naga is absolutely thrilled. He is dead. The legendary Air Force General of the Dragon Kingdom has actually been killed by me. She bubbles with excitement. 10 years. For 10 long years, I have dreamed of killing him so many times. Who knew it would finally come true today? Now no one is left to shield you. Let us see who can save you now. But to her shock, Xingwu suddenly bursts out laughing. Stunned, she demands, "What are you laughing at?" Slowly clenching his fist, he replies, "I am laughing because your death has finally arrived. This time I am ripping out your beast core." Panic flashes across her face as she stares at his fist, frantically raising her bow once again. "Do you really think I would be scared of a beast tamer with no beast? You can go ahead and die too." But before she can release the arrow, a devastating force blasts the bow right out of her grip, shattering the stone wall right next to them. Naga snaps in fury. "That absolute trash. Undis could not even stop a simple fox." Da Lu charges into the space. "Medusa, hold her down for me." Medusa casually replies, "No problem." Undis struggles wildly. Damn it. A massive dragon phantom suddenly manifests right behind him. If General Lu had not bought me those few crucial seconds, I would be dead. Now you are going to pay for his blood in full. Infuriated, Naga snaps, "So what if you have dragon power? I have already killed the master of the legendary phoenix." She looks up in absolute horror as Chu Ci spreads its magnificent wings across the sky. Xingwu is just as stunned by this sudden appearance. She gasps in shock. Chu Ci, is that man still alive? How is that even possible? General Lu's voice echoes with mockery. Flame of immortality, Naga, you are so foolish. Did you not know a level 9 master can share skills with their beast? Naga thinks to herself, two god beasts, there is no way I can win. I must retreat. She quickly unleashes another attack. A massive mirror wall materializes. As the reflection glimmers, General Lu steps right in front of him to protect him. Leave this to me, step back. Fully trusting him, Xingwu nods. Got it. He takes his stance. Zhu Kui True Soul Fusion. A massive ring of raging fire ignites across the sky, swirling into a violent vortex. An earth-shattering explosion roars as rocks blast in all directions. Yet General Lu stands proud, cloaked in the fiery wings of the Zhu Kui. He calls out, "Black-robed brother, let us charge together." Xingwu replies, "Understood." He thinks to himself, "Now that is a flashy transformation. I need to learn that." Undis gloats. "You failed too." Naga urgently commands, "We need to go now. We stand absolutely no chance against these two." The three allies step forward, blocking their escape. General Lu's voice booms with authority, still trying to run. Medusa playfully teases, "We are not letting you leave." Undis completely loses his cool. "Damn it, if we cannot escape, we will take you down with us." Gravity Lightning Naga unleashes her power too, betting everything on this final clash. Illusionary Sea Mirror. Combining their powers, they unleash a massive vortex of energy toward the three heroes. General Lu calmly watches, completely relaxed and unfazed. "Black-robed brother, do you know how to play with fire?" Xing Wu grins as a pink flame suddenly ignites in Da Lu's hand. Of course, he immediately lunges forward, casting the blazing fire. Heaven-burning Nirvana Da Lu follows right behind, launching her own assault. Dragon Breath. Two gigantic streams of fire merge relentlessly, tearing through the air side by side. The massive attacks collide, creating an intense, gridlocked struggle of raw power. Heavenly Star Might See Calming Mirror Crash. General Lu channels even more raw power. Dragon Phoenix. Fusion Blazing Court Calamity. A massive explosion detonates, throwing everyone backward, as blinding flames and flying debris erupt violently in every direction. Naga panics as he feels the scorching heat of the flame spreading across his entire body. Ond is almost burned to ashes, screaming in absolute terror as the fire consumes him. General Lu bursts right out of the raging fire, landing firmly on the ground with his powerful arms. Thick smoke and dust fill the sky, carrying glowing sparks from the remnants of the blaze. The entire area is completely devastated, with the ground collapsing into a massive crater. Inside that deep crater, two glowing crystals shine brightly, making the soldiers on the fortress walls cheer with pure excitement. "We won. We actually won." The young soldiers scream in utter disbelief, celebrating the fact that they successfully defended their fortress. The general is absolutely incredible, and that mysterious fighter is just insane. General Lu, with glowing embers still on his body, turns and says, "Thank you for your help. I have nothing to give you." "Take these two beast cores," he says. Xingwu smiles and replies, "Well then I won't be polite." The general suddenly remembers and asks him, "Oh right, did you find the scarf?" Xingwu answers, "Yeah, found it." Xingwu is shocked that General Lu knows about his business, while the older man just shrugs like it is no big deal. "You are a high-profile target, secretly wanted by the Empress, so of course I have a little bit of intelligence on you." Xingwu is startled and asks if the general plans to expose him, but suddenly General Lu collapses, scaring the kid half to death. The old man groans, saying his spiritual energy is completely drained and he is too dizzy to catch any wanted criminals. Xingwu sighs at his dramatic acting. Just then Dalu and Medusa walk up with her, asking what is going on. He replies shortly that it is nothing and suggests they leave, noting that the effects of his dragon spirit pill have worn off. General Lu's phone keeps ringing in his pocket, so he quickly pulls it out and holds it up to check the notification. A message from his little monster says she is hungry but refuses delivery, and his eyes instantly soften as he reads it. He replies, gently telling her to hang on for 2 days, and somewhere else stacks of newspapers, are scattered across a messy table. Outside the hospital at dusk, as darkness slowly creeps in, a worried Yanran anxiously asks the doctor why Xingwu is suddenly looking so pale when he seemed totally fine earlier. Dr. Yuan hesitates, admitting he has no idea since their advanced medical equipment cannot find any specific cause for this. Guan Qian tells Miss Qin to stay calm, then turns and strictly orders Dr. Yuan to cure Xingwu, no matter what it takes. He sighs helplessly, saying it is too difficult, just as General Lu and Empress Guanlan suddenly arrive at the scene. Everyone bows as a shocked Guan Qian greets the Empress, who pulls out a mysterious vial, noting that ordinary medicine cannot possibly cure him. Luckily, I came prepared, she says. Guan Qian reaches out to take the vial, wondering what it is. She replies that it is the blood of the 7-colored Qilin, and that feeding it to the boy will wake him up soon. She is absolutely stunned, knowing this rare blood is only shed once every 10 years when the holy Qilin drops its horn. Rumor has it that no matter how severely injured someone is, this blood can drag them back from death's door. Guan Qian recalls the only time she used Qilin blood was when she was fatally ill. Why on earth would her mother care this much about a complete stranger like Xingwu? Feeling a bit jealous, she carefully pours the medicine into his mouth, telling him he better wake up and get well soon. Deep inside a creepy room, littered with bloody skulls, a cold and terrifying voice echoes through the darkness. Are you telling me that the invasion I prepared for 10 years was ruined by a mere 2-star beast tamer? The terrified demons dare not look up, stuttering in fear, while Erhu sits proudly on his throne, casually playing with a ball of fire in his hand. Slamming his hand down, he roars at them for being completely useless, as a wave of blazing energy bursts forth to crush the cowering demons. The small demons are painfully crushed by the pressure, screaming in pure agony. He waves his hand, ordering them to put this human on the hit list. While back in the hospital, Xingwu slowly opens his eyes to a strong smell of disinfectant. He squints around at his surroundings, realizing he is in a hospital and has not been taken away. Sitting by his bed, Guanlan excitedly asks if he is awake, causing Xingwu to scramble up and greet the Empress. She waves it off, telling him to just lie down, while Xingwu notices a strange taste on his lips and wipes it away. As Xingwu wonders what it is, General Lu tells him it is incredibly precious Qilin blood, and he should show his gratitude. He quickly bows, thanking the Empress for the precious medicine and promising to never forget her immense kindness. He secretly smiles, knowing that pulling off such a massive achievement would naturally guarantee that the Empress protects his life. If his guess had been wrong, well, he would have just reincarnated as another brave hero 18 years later. Guanlan then turns to General Lu, asking why he is still lingering around since he clearly has something to say. He laughs nervously, saying Xingwu has incredible talent, and that the new generation is truly outstanding, guaranteeing he will become a mighty pillar for the Dragon Nation in the future, prompting the annoyed Empress to frown and snap speak human language. General Lu puts on a fake smile, claiming his air force is short-staffed. Empress Guanlan snaps, asking if he actually dares to steal from her. He quickly waves his hands, claiming Xingyu is afraid of heights and clearly unfit for flight duty, begging her to assign him elsewhere. She gestures toward the door, telling him to get out if he is done. General Lu quickly backs away toward the exit. Understood, I am leaving, he says. Standing beside the boy's hospital bed, Guanlan asks, see that? Right now, everyone wants a piece of you. The path I offer is highly dangerous, but the rewards will easily surpass anyone else's. If you ever think of betraying me, just remember your sister. Xingyu quickly sits up straight, assuring her he completely understands. She turns to leave, telling him to rest up. Xingyu politely bids her farewell, but internally, he fumes, wondering how she dares to threaten him. He vows to take her throne one day. Outside, Guanlan exits the hospital room and finds General Lu leaning against the wall. What are you still doing here? She demands. He replies that he wants to talk about the mysterious man in black. Get to the point, she snaps. He whispers that the man in black feels strangely familiar, reminding him of a certain man from their past. Suspicious, Guanlan watches General Lu bolt away, calling out that some urgent business on Sky Island requires his immediate attention. Guanlan silently ponders, if this mysterious man in black could actually be the bastard child of Xiao Lion and some nameless vixen. Lion suddenly lets out a massive sneeze. Yimei quickly asks, Leader, did you catch a cold? Half a month later, in the bustling imperial capital, flashing lights surround him as a massive crowd of reporters presses in. Mr. Xingyu, can you tell us about your heroic deeds? Why do you always wear that tattered scarf? Does it hold a deep meaning? Is it true? You crushed 800 magical beasts on the battlefield? Is your relationship with the princess really that close? What is the reason behind it? Xing Yu dodges the question, telling them to ask her instead. The reporters immediately pivot to Guan Qian. Princess rumor has it that the empress highly values Xing Yu. Does this mean he will become your future husband? If you like Xing Yu, what about Wei, and did anything more than friendship happen between you two in Huangyan City? Guan Qian smiles, but her voice carries immense pressure as she asks if they dare spread rumors about the imperial family. Terrified, the reporters instantly back off 100 meters. Xing Yu watches in awe, realizing the immense power of her royal status. She sighs, warning him not to deflect questions to her next time. He agrees right as a familiar voice calls out, "Xiao Yu." He beams like a happy kid, waving his hand as he shouts, "Sister, I am back." Remembering Guan Qian is still there, he turns to her. "Princess, I will take my leave now." She smiles, "Go ahead. With our connection, we will definitely run into each other again in the imperial capital." Xing Yu dashes over to his group, waving and shouting to his sister and teacher Chen before pinching his nose in disgust. "Principal, why do you reek of alcohol?" Ru Yan laughs, explaining that she is just incredibly happy. "Thanks to you, enrollment at our Azure Dragon Academy will surely skyrocket next year." She then pulls out a key card and hands it to him. "By the way, take this room card." Xing Yu gasps. "Principal, are you trying to use hidden rules on me, right in front of my sister?" Ru Yan sighs in disbelief. "What are you saying? Your sister got one too." She pretends to be highly offended. "What kind of person do you take me for? This is a villa key card for Bihai Jinfu, and it belongs to you." His eyes widen in utter disbelief. Is Bihai Jinfu that ultra-luxurious villa area located in the eastern suburbs of Longyan City? Ning Shui chimes in with pure excitement. "That's right, Xiao Yu. From now on, we don't have to cram into that tiny apartment anymore." Xing Yu suddenly remembers something crucial. Since the Lu Jin Guild also lives in Bihai Jinfu, won't they be our next-door neighbors? In front of a magnificent luxurious villa with a dazzling golden gate, Xing Yu shows up looking smug, striking his absolute best pose to look handsome. As he confidently walks inside, he is immediately blocked by Yang Shuo and Xin Xin. Xin Xin stares at him in surprise, her eyes filled with emotion. Feeling a bit shy, Xing Yu grabs his scarf and tosses it over his shoulder. She quickly steps forward, gently touching his scarf. Unable to stand the cheesy display of affection, Yang Shuo speaks up in annoyance. "This is way too cringe, I can't watch this anymore." Inside the equally lavish Xiao mansion, a gleaming sword and a shining magical crystal are laid out neatly on the table. He picks up the sword excitedly, listing its details: the Red Flame Heavenly King magical core with hellfire power, and the Xuan Yao sword, an S-tier magic weapon crafted from the spine of the Beast King, the mysterious scaled light star. Beast. Combined with this luxury villa, the Academy is incredibly generous this time. Xing Yu picks up his phone. Since the Academy values him this much, it is finally time to schedule his 4-star Beastmaster exam. Speaking over the phone, he says, "Hello, Teacher Chen, please help me arrange the 4-star Beastmaster exam." Teacher Chen gasps in excitement. 4-star. You are incredibly bold. All right, I will arrange it for next Wednesday at the Sea Spirit Ruins. Shimeng walks over, calling out sweetly, "Brother." Turning back, he asks gently, Meng, what is wrong? The shy girl timidly speaks up. She wants to summon beasts, defeat her rivals, win the crown, conquer strong enemies, and defend the border just like her brother. Shimeng explains that she has tried to summon a beast countless times, but she always fails. Xingyu folds his arms, confidently understanding her situation, and tells Mingmeng to follow him outside while she thanks him. Inside a dark forest with moonlight filtering through the leaves, a terrified Shimeng tightly clutches his shirt. Complaining that it is too dark and filled with monsters, she begs to go home right before a shadow suddenly leaps out of the bushes. A fierce level 2 scarlet poison wolf growls aggressively. Terrified, the little girl backs away and screams, warning him about the beast. Xingyu holds her shoulders and gives her a reality check, saying he will not summon any of his beasts until she defeats the scarlet poison wolf herself, meaning his life now completely depends on her. Shimeng trembles in fear, crying that she cannot do it. She begs him to summon his beast instead, but the savage scarlet poison wolf growls and charges forward its claws, violently scraping the ground and sending dirt flying everywhere. Xingyu stands still and lets the wolf bite him, making the young girl cry out in absolute horror. As the wolf's razor-sharp teeth sink deeper into his shoulder, Xingyu winks at Meng, warning her that he will actually die if she does not act now. Shimeng continues to shake, with fear hesitating to move forward, while the wild scarlet poison wolf lets out a deafening howl and charges once again. Suddenly, an intense power erupts from Shimeng, fueled by her desire to save him, shocking Xingyu as she knocks out the giant wolf with a single strike. Rising behind her trembling, fearful face is a massive phoenix majestically spreading its wings across the dark sky. He admires her silently, noting that the Yi family truly possesses a natural genetic connection to purebred phoenixes. Even at Tier 3 of the novice stage, it is more than enough to overwhelm ordinary monsters. Suddenly, a status window pops up identifying the beast as the Level 3 golden-feathered phoenix. It boasts a purebred phoenix bloodline with god-tier illusionary quality. Its first talent is Phoenix Rebirth, allowing it to resurrect after death, though its level drops back down to the minimum. Its second talent is Golden Lotus Karmic Fire, dealing burn damage, while lowering enemy defense, featuring Phoenix Fire and Flying attributes with 93 loyalty. Its weakness is Sea Combat, as wet feathers weaken its power, and its main skill is the Golden Lotus Karmic Fireball, spitting golden fireballs that burn and knock back enemies. Its other skill, Golden Feather Storm Needle, activates by flapping its wings. It fires 360 golden wing feathers to pierce the target, which explodes simultaneously on impact. This deals double damage. Its evolution path includes the Mystic Gold Crimson Feather, Phoenix Gold Phoenix King, and Dark Gold Phoenix, along with a secret evolution path, Purgatory Blood Phoenix, Soul Guard Blood Phoenix King, and Black Flame Heavenly Phoenix. Since its favorite habit is sleeping in midair, Shimeng commands her beast to use the Golden Feather Storm Needle, and the bird pulls back its wings to unleash stiff quills from its tail. Flying like deadly arrows, the feathers pierce the wolf, leaving it howling and squirming on the ground. Shimeng furiously declares that the monster will pay the price for hurting her beloved brother. A blazing surge of power looking like a massive fireball streaks toward the wolf, triggering a colossal explosion that shocks everyone and forces them to step back. Xingyu applauds her achievement, congratulating Meng on making it happen, while the young girl stands there in shock, unable to believe she actually summoned a beast. She leaps up to hug his neck, crying and asking why he was so foolish, while Xingyu simply laughs, explaining that he had to force her to awaken her fighting spirit. He tells Meng she is 16 now and must grow up, while she quietly wipes her tears. She asks if he already knew she was not a child, leaving him helpless, as he explains that it is obvious, and both he and her older sister knew all along. Shimeng gets lost in her thoughts, realizing she is no longer a kid, recalling when she was attacked by a beast at 6 years old. Living in fear for 10 long years, her family always hoped she would overcome her trauma, but she never could. Disappointing them prevented them from holding their heads high in the outside world, but she remembers how Xingyu dragged her out of her shell of fear. Feeling Yu Shui's love, she used to trick herself into thinking she still had time, and would naturally stop being afraid once she grew up. But in reality, everything she did was just an excuse to run away from growing up. The more Shimeng thinks, the sadder she feels as tears stream down her face, until she suddenly remembers something crucial and gasps in shock. Supporting his weight, she offers to carry him to the hospital, but Xingyu waves his hand with a chuckle, admitting he was only teasing her. He jokes that he would never actually throw away his life, then extends his fist to summon, calling out for Xiao Yin and Freya. Behind him, Freya emerges alongside vines filled with life force, prompting an angry Shimeng to hit him for being so mean and lying to her. Xingyu teases her back, pointing out that it was not a total lie, since he actually got hurt just as the system congratulates the host. Unlocking the honorable title of Benevolent Healer, it rewards him with a god-tier alchemy cauldron, the Azure Dragon Purple Bronze Cauldron. Xingyu is utterly shocked, smiling inwardly at this completely unexpected jackpot. He suggests they head home because it is late and his sister is waiting, while Shimeng happily chirps that she has decided to join the Azure Dragon Academy too. I want to tell Sister Shuangning this good news myself. Jiang Chao smiled. Sure, as long as you are happy. The massive gates of Yelan Palace were beautifully carved with winding, majestic dragons. Guanlan spoke up first. Xingyu, do you know why I called you here today? He guessed eagerly. Is Her Majesty the Empress planning to give me the Thunder Jade Keelan? She snapped. In your dreams, your exam is not even finished yet. But I summoned you today for the Star Slayer plan. Xingyu looked up at her in utter confusion. The Star Slayer plan, Guanlan. Then pulled out a notebook, revealing a dark hit list of genius beast tamers. They usually target 5-star beast tamers and above, but it looks like you are a special exception. As for the reason behind it, you can probably guess. They might target you at a deserted place like the Sea Spirit Ruins, and I do not plan to send guards. She then pulled out a mysterious key. I hold the key to the sea spirit treasure. If you happen to fall into their forbidden grounds, that treasure will be yours. If you are too scared, I can fully protect you until you finally become a 5-star beast tamer. But what about the treasure? Xingyu got excited. The higher the risk, the bigger the reward. Empress, I want to make a bet. She tossed him the key, then put on a good show. You had better return alive. Smirk on his face, he replied, this humble citizen guarantees I will make it back. She stepped down from her throne and waved her hand. Dismissed. Understood, he replied. As Xingyu turned to leave, his gaze instantly grew incredibly sharp. Guanlan turned to stare at his departing back, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Over at the sea, Spirit Ruin's violent waves crashed hard against the giant boulders. Leader Chen was instructing his team, check everything one more time. The candidates arrive tomorrow for the trial, so do not let any mistakes happen. Lu Li spoke up, Leader, I need to use the restroom really quick. He nodded, go quickly. Right outside the restroom, a powerful, overwhelming sweet fragrance was spreading so intensely you could practically smell it through the screen. She relaxed her tense body with a sigh of relief. I thought I was gonna burst, but then a weird noise echoed. Lu Li flinched. Wait, is there a leak in here? A creepy lizard monster was clinging to the wall, slowly crawling right toward her. A blood-curdling scream echoed from inside the stall, only to cut off in dead silence. Behind those closed doors, a terrifying transformation was taking place. The door cracked open, revealing a pair of soulless eyes. Lu Li stepped out, looking cold and menacing, completely different from her usual cheerful self. Down at the pier, giant military machines were running at full blast. Xingyu was hyped. Uncle Murong, are you seriously using this thing to get me to the sea spirit ruins? Murong Jin sighed. Look, I am not rich enough for a fancy yacht. We only have public transport. It is not fast, so just bear with it. He gasped. Isn't this a bit too flashy? Is the whole country about to find out that I'm taking a warship to my exam? Puffing on his cigarette, he replied, just get on. There are no other boats around here to take you to the ruins. Fine, he agreed. Meanwhile, Murong Jin thought, this future son-in-law is super strong, famous, and a medical genius. If I don't show him off grandly, someone else might steal him away. I want the whole world to know that Xingyu belongs to the Murong family. Teacher Wang fumed. This kid Xingyu is way too arrogant just because of his talent. Every other candidate arrived hours ago and he's the only one missing. Teacher Huang suddenly pointed. Old Wang, look over there. Is that the actual sea god warship? He gasped in disbelief. Holy crap, why is a massive warship docking here? Murong Jin stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Apologies, teacher. I brought my daughter's friend a bit late. I hope we didn't delay the exam. Teacher Wang broke into a cold sweat. Not at all. He is perfectly on time. I love punctual candidates. Lu Yi then stepped up to announce the official rules for the first phase of the assessment. Your goal is to hunt 20 black star snakes, 10 shadow demons, and 1 giant venom-winged sulfur python. For the second phase, you must cross the thorny swamp in the center of the ruins to find the exit. Finally, do not step into the forbidden zone of the ruins or you will face the deadly consequences alone. There is no official time limit for this exam, but candidates can forfeit midway. He then yelled out, I officially declare that the test has begun. Murong Jin turned to ask, so how are you feeling? Confident Xingyu smirked arrogantly. Don't worry, I will easily pass. The older man warned, don't get cocky, kid, or you might embarrass yourself. Meanwhile, the entire exam was being watched live from the surveillance room. Lu Li glared sharply at the screen as soon as Xingyu appeared. Seeing her turn to leave, Chen Yang asked in confusion, Lu Li, where are you going? Yuan Xing gasped. Wait, why is my monitor malfunctioning? Chen Yang looked confused. Mine is down too. Surrounded by a beautiful landscape of lush green mountains, Xingyu raised his hand and ordered Heifeng use abyssal roar. Heifeng roared, unleashing a massive wave of energy from its jaws that instantly obliterated a black star snake. The black star snake dissolved into a glowing blue crystal at his feet. Xingyu happily gathered them all, 20 black star snakes, 10 shadow demons, and 1 venom-winged sulfur python. The first trial was officially complete. That was not hard at all. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from behind, making him whip around in alert. Liu Li steps out from behind a tree, smiling. Xingwu, you are brilliant. Your speed clearing this stage was way faster than I expected. He rubs his head awkwardly, thanking his teacher for the praise. But the moment his guard is down, she hurls a deadly dagger straight at him. Sensing the danger just in time, Xingwu agilely dodges the sudden lethal attack. Lu Li waves her hand with a sigh. To think you avoided that. You actually surprised me. He scoffs, noting that no teacher would enter during an active trial. As you and I can see, system info floods Xing Wu's mind, revealing her identity as the Dark Knight Bat Empress Ni, his trusted right hand. Medusa warns him that while she is a pseudo-human type with weak head-on stats, her sheer raw power is still far too much for He Feng to handle. She asks Xing Wu if his exhausted body can still handle the massive power of the Dragon Soul Pill. Lu Li unleashes her energy, sneering, "Clever boy, but you are not getting away from me." Like a wicked witch, she summons massive thorny flowers. These demonic roses gradually materialize right before their eyes, taking on horrifying humanoid shapes. Xing Wu stands his ground, dropping into a defensive stance as the humanoid flowers charge forward. Lu Li eggs them on, screaming that this human killed their hero. Xing Wu quickly points forward, ordering his beast. "He Feng, my life is in your hands now. Go." He Feng use Hellfire Lotus. A massive fireball streaks across the field, obliterating everything in its path and sending debris flying. Instantly, 3 devouring demon poison vines intercept the attack, ready for combat. He Feng charges forward with savage fury, instantly tearing one of the vine monsters into 100 pieces. The remaining 2 recoil in fear. Desperate, they leap high into the air to retaliate, thrusting out sharp hands that sprout thorny whipping vines. A barrage of thorny arrows shoots toward Xing Wu. He can only watch grimly as they close in on his face. Freya suddenly flashes forward, raising her sword to block the incoming arrows. The heavy impact creates a blinding shower of sparks. She springs into the air with incredible speed, unleashing a devastating strike that blows both vine monsters away. "Sword of Light," she shouts, as He Feng leaps high from below, backing up Freya's assault on the 2 monsters. With a savage bite, his razor-sharp teeth rip the upper body of one clean in half. Freya tightens her grip on her sword, radiating a cold aura. Watching this, Liu Li speaks up with a sinister, calculating gaze. "An S-rank magical weapon from Xuanji Technology. They certainly seem to value you highly." Xing Wu responds calmly, "Every single friend you brought with you is already dead." "Friends?" Liu Li spreads her arms, laughing mockingly. "Do not make me laugh. Since when do mere foot soldiers compare to me?" She smiles wickedly, slowly twirling her sharp dagger. "Now, I'm going to have some fun with you." Frowning, Liu Li suddenly lunges at Xing Wu before he can even react. Freya refuses to stand by, diving in to intercept the strike and shield Xing Wu from harm. Stepping right onto Freya's blade, Liu Li chuckles darkly. Decent reaction time, but still far too slow. With that, she delivers a brutal kick directly to Freya's stomach, sending her flying backward in agony, eyes rolling back. That devastating blow fractures her ribs. Unable to withstand the impact, Freya collapses into Xing Wu's arms, coughing up a violent spray of blood. Enraged, He Feng launches a surprise attack from behind, opening his massive jaws wide, as if to bite her head clean off. Remaining completely calm, Liu Li does not even bother to turn around as she aims and hurls her dagger backward. The sharp blade, carrying immense destructive force, pierces directly into He Feng's stomach. She swiftly leaps up and slams his heavy head into the dirt before ruthlessly tossing He Feng aside to crash hard among the shattered rocks. Freya clutches her broken chest, while Xing Wu stands over their wounded ally, crying out in panic. He Feng, meanwhile, Liu Li telekinetically recalls the bloodied dagger from his stomach. Gripping the blood-stained hilt, she licks the fresh blood off the blade and murmurs, "It is just a little bit of pain. Do not worry, I will be sending you and your beast to the afterlife soon." Xing Wu clenches his fists, sweating. Even in her human form, she easily suppressed his 2 strongest beasts. As we watch this, you have to wonder if this is the power of a beast emperor. No, she has not even unleashed her full power yet. Gritting his teeth, he roars. Xiao Yin launch a surprise attack. Holding her dagger in a ready stance, Liu Li remains unfazed. "Show me whatever tricks you have left. I am waiting." Suddenly, Xiao Yin shoots a silver thorny vine straight out from Xing Wu's chest. Witnessing this bizarre sight, Liu Li is left completely stunned and confused. Giving her no time to react, Xing Wu points forward, ordering Xiao Yin to strike with everything. Right then, Xiao Yin bounds forward and tightly binds Liu Li's arm. Shocked, her jaw drops as her deadly dagger slips from her grasp. The dagger flies through the air, piercing deep into the dirt nearby. Stunned, Liu Li screams in anger, "I dropped my weapon." Xing Wu points at her and shouts, "This is Xiao Yin's special skill, Realm Disarm. Since you are currently inhabiting a mortal body, you cannot break free from this restraint." Xiao Yin activates Sun and Moon Essence to heal the allies. Hey Feng Freya, attack the Dark Knight Bat Empress. Suddenly, the system status window pops up, displaying Xiao Yin's current level. Even with Xiao Yin binding her tightly, Lu Li calmly sneers. Escape is impossible. A mere 2-star beast tamer like you shouldn't dare underestimate me. With that, she unleashes her power, instantly shattering the vines Xiao Yin wrapped around her. The massive pressure forces Freya and Blackwind back. Lu Li tilts her head, winking playfully. This is round 2. Elsewhere in the lab, Chen Yang panics and reports Chief Examiner Beast Emperor demonic energy has been detected on the island. Stunned, Lu Yi replies, "A Beast Emperor? How is that possible?" Looking at his tablet, he gasps. Demonic energy is at 27%. The Navy Admiral might still be close by. Call for help immediately. Meanwhile, back on the mountaintop, the battle rages on. A massive explosion scatters debris everywhere. Xingyu, Freya, and Blackwind are badly hurt, their bloodied faces filled with sheer frustration. Spreading her massive bat wings, Lu Li slowly advances toward the injured trio. Get up, I am not done playing yet. Xingyu cannot help but curse internally. Play your head. Nearby, Blackwind glares at her with pure hatred, shivering in intense pain. Freya leans heavily on her sword, still weak and exhausted from the relentless, brutal attacks. Though Xingyu escaped severe injuries, unlike his companions, he is completely drained, gasping desperately for breath. His eyes drift toward a stone tablet near the Sea Spirit Forbidden Zone that reads, "No candidates allowed." Realizing something, Xingyu gathers energy into his hand, shouting a command to his partner, Blackwind, "Go back now." With those words, he releases the built-up energy in all directions. Intrigued, Lu Li smiles, still fearless in the face of death. "Xiao Xingyu, you are far braver than those pathetic 5-star beast tamers. If Lord Nihu had not ordered your death, I would have kept you around. Game over now, goodbye." Instantly, a chilling, murderous aura erupts from her body. With dark, menacing eyes, she raises her blade high into the air. Lu Li strikes, hurling her evil-infused dagger right at Xingyu. Shocked, he takes the brutal impact straight to his shoulder. Knocked backward by the force, the sharp blade still embedded in his flesh, he plummets off the cliff, screaming in absolute terror. Standing on the cliff's edge, Liu Li watches calmly, a sinister smile creeping onto her face in sadistic delight. Holding a slip of paper with his name on it, she giggles, "Xiao Xingyu is dead." As night falls, frantic search cries echo. Rong Jin leads a search party through the dark, with flashlights shouting, "Xiao Xingyu, Xiao Xingyu." Eventually, the team spots something, but instant panic washes over everyone's faces. It is the stone tablet of the Sea Spirit Forbidden Zone, now splattered with fresh, deep red blood. Elsewhere in the quiet Night Orchid Palace, Guan Qian frowns and questions Guan Lan. "Mother, why did you exclude him from the Star Protection Plan?" "You knew the Dark Wild was targeting him, right?" Guan Lan responds with a frown. "Because he is not a 5-star beast tamer," Guan Qian asks in frustration. "But why? You clearly valued him so much. You went as far as giving him 7-colored Kirin blood and the Emperor's Soul Order, Mother. Did you actually want Xiao Xingyu to die?" Guan Lan snaps back, her eyes sharp as knives. "Shang Guan Qian, do not forget your identity and your true mission." The Emperor family feels no emotion. Qian stammers, "I understand." Guan Lan closes her eyes, turning away to end the talk. "I am tired, leave me." Elsewhere, Yang Shuo looks at Xin Xin staring at her phone and frowns deeply. "Xin Xin, he is gone. No matter how many messages you send, he is not going to reply." Xin Xin stubbornly replies, "He is not dead." She curls up, hugging her pillow with a voice full of grief. "He survived the cliff fall before, and he promised to take me to the movies." Suddenly, her phone screen lights up with a new message. Xin Xin gasps in absolute shock. Tears still staining her cheeks, she screams out in pure joy. "Look," Xingyu replied. Outside, a full moon peeks through the rocky cliffs, and the beautiful galaxy stretches endlessly across the night sky. Down in the canyon, Xingyu sits clutching his phone silently, staring at the bright screen as if lost deep in thought. He quickly types out a reassuring update and hits send. "Lu Jin, once my exams are over, we are going to the movies and the arcade." Leaning back, he sighs relieved. They will stop worrying. Pushing himself off the stone wall, he drags his heavy, battered body forward, groaning softly in intense pain. Revenge is a dish best served cold. "You miserable bat. Sooner or later, I will ensure you die by my hands. My priority now is entering the Sea Spirit Forbidden Zone." Finally, he stops before a massive structure hidden deep inside the abyss. Grabbing onto stone pillars to move, Xingyu looks incredibly tiny and vulnerable next to this massive ancient monument. He stops right before a gigantic pillar, its surface completely covered in thick green moss and seashells. Concentric circles decorated with shells lay at its base. He stares deeply at the column, lost in quiet contemplation. The Sea Spirit Clan. Legend says 200 years ago, human and sea beast blood merged to create this hybrid race. Back then, they built an incredibly prosperous civilization. But for some unknown reason, they couldn't escape their tragic destruction, completely vanishing into the dusty pages of history. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a golden key. Xingwu is shocked to see it suddenly starting to glow. The key floats above his hand, emitting a brilliant light, before suddenly shattering into 100 tiny glowing shards. Those tiny shards gradually merge into a shining golden cube. Xingwu stares at the glowing object in his hand, gasping in shock as realization suddenly hits him. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shoots out from the cube, pointing straight at the lake ahead. Shangguan Lan once told him that only this key could reveal the Sea Spirit Clan's true treasure. It turns out she meant it literally. This is the place. With that, Xingwu plunges into the water, diving deep to the bottom like a fish. Before his eyes is a magnificent structure hidden deep beneath the blue water. Suddenly, an intense suction pulls him downward, throwing him off balance, so he can't swim forward. Xingwu crashes down his back, slamming hard against the moss-covered ground below. He curses in pain. Damn, that hurt. Xingwu stares up with wide eyes at the magnificent palace above him, sitting there completely helpless. Examining the cube in his hand, he frowns and wonders what to do next. How does he get up there? Is there another way in? Suddenly, a jellyfish slowly swims right over Xingwu's head. He gasps. A jellyfish. Rumor says after the Sea Spirit Clan fell, the souls in these ruins turned into extremely dangerous, vengeful spirits. It's definitely better not to touch anything here. The jellyfish suddenly speaks, ordering him to stop. Xingwu drops his jaw in pure shock. In the distance, dark energy begins gathering at the palace center. A blood-red whirlpool swirls menacingly, terrifying enough to scare anyone away. Xingwu gasps in utter confusion, asking what that is. Dark energy coils, like massive tentacles gathering right above the palace. That evil power begins creeping into the dormant cocoons, resting along the palace steps. It slowly enters the cocoons to awaken the sleepers. From within each pod, a bony pale gray hand, with razor-sharp claws, thrusts upward like a corpse rising from the grave. The slumbering, vengeful spirits completely shatter the cocoons that trapped them for centuries. Together, all the spirits raise their hands high, as if performing some dark ancient ritual. Beneath the blood-red water, this scene looks absolutely terrifying. Xingwu grins, immediately starting to channel raw energy directly into his hands. The sigil on the back of his hand glows. It seems a fight is unavoidable. Xingwu charges at the specters as both sides prepare for war. He reaches out and summons Freya. Spreading her wings, she shoots forward like an arrow, attacking the ferocious crowd of spirits. Freya swings her sword, unleashing a brilliant, blinding trail of fire. The strike slices clean through the enemies before they can even react, turning them into shredded meat beneath her fierce blade. Strangely, even after being sliced completely in half, the spirits' bodies regenerate instantly back to normal. Once fully restored, they glare at Freya and Xingwu with absolute malice, looking like they want to tear them both to shreds. Xingwu is completely stunned watching this play out. Even a beast with holy light attributes cannot deal any lasting damage to these guys. Behind each specter, a pale green tentacle is attached as if someone is pulling their strings. The source of these tentacles connecting hundreds of spirits points directly to the center of the palace. Xingwu swims around, searching everywhere. So this is the spot. He suddenly spots Vinternum casually swimming right toward him in utter surprise. The creature just silently glides closer. Neither says a word, just staring intently at each other. Xingwu looks up to signal Freya, telling her to hold them off while he finds an exit. The vengeful spirits charge like phantoms from afar, reaching their long skeletal arms toward them both. Freya swings her sword, slicing a nearby spirit in half, before continuously unleashing attacks to blow away the surrounding crowd. Xingwu points at Vinternum and asks if you do not want to hurt those spirits. Can you at least help me survive this? Hearing this, Vinternum simply blows out a stream of glowing blue bubbles. Staring at the floating bubbles, Xingwu asks what they are for. Suddenly, a spirit attacking Freya shifts its target, lunging straight for Xingwu instead. It opens its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and rushes at him. Unafraid, Xingwu raises his hand, ready to fight back. Vinternum suddenly begins expanding her body. Her massive tentacles sway gracefully with the underwater currents. Using her giant form as a shield, she blocks the oncoming attack from the hostile spirit. The fanged monster halts right before her massive body. Instantly, it gets trapped inside one of her glowing blue bubbles, completely unable to break free, no matter how it struggles. She controls the bubble, sending the trapped specter drifting far away from Xingwu. Witnessing this, he gasps in utter surprise, realizing how those bubbles are supposed to be used. He immediately yells out, signaling to Freya up above. Using extreme speed, Freya spins rapidly to churn the water beneath them, drawing in air to generate massive waves of bubbles. Receiving the order, Freya instantly swings her sword, just as Xingwu commanded. You and I can see a giant vortex of light wrapping around her, ready to destroy any obstacle. Vinternum joins the fight rapidly, unleashing hundreds of glowing air bubbles. These bubbles trap the furious, vengeful spirits inside. Then they rain down like a meteor shower, a breathtakingly beautiful yet bizarre sight. Xingwu pumps his fist in celebration. It is finally all over. He turns to Vinternum with a warm smile, thanking her for helping clear out the Sea Spirit clan's restless souls. Xingwu gently touches Vinternum's fading body, his brow furrowed in worry. She is turning translucent. Did she push herself way too hard? As Xingwu holds onto her, his eyes suddenly widen in pure terror, as if witnessing an absolute nightmare. Before his completely terrified eyes, a massive body, a mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs, and the blood-red eyes of a colossal black dragon slowly emerge. Beneath the giant fangs of the black dragon, the spirits look absolutely microscopic. They can only shriek in sheer terror. This is the legendary Dragon of Despair. Run for your lives. The panicked crowd starts pushing and screaming, desperate to escape. Help me, I do not want to die. Find the Sea Spirit King. Despair opens its jagged maw, drooling heavily like a beast that has been starving for centuries. It lets out an earth-shattering roar, its massive mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an entire ship whole. Riding the raging waves, the Sea Spirit King raises his scepter in absolute fury at Despair's arrogance. Leaning forward, he hurls his powerful trident straight at the beast. Xingwu snaps his hand back from Vinternum, his face pale with panic as if waking from a horrific nightmare. He stands lost in thought. This black dragon is terrifying. Could it be an ancient entity? But wait, historical records state the Sea Spirit clan vanished over 200 years ago, and besides, the Dragon of Despair is actually Nidhogg's alias. Xingwu asks Vinternum with a serious face, do you know where the Sea Spirit King is? Did he defeat the black dragon back then? Or is he already dead? Vinternum remains dead silent, leaving the two of them just staring at each other. Xingwu crosses his arms, mocking himself. Am I stupid? Nidhogg is still alive, while the Sea Spirit clan is gone. What is there even to ask? Forget it, he still needs to find the treasure on his own. An hour later, Xingwu and Freya are both staring straight up. There are absolutely no exits around. Could the only way in be from above? Freya, fly me up to that pillar of light. Freya grabs Xingwu, spreads her 4 wings and leaps upward. The two soar away, leaving Vinternum standing all alone in the quiet darkness. Carrying Xingwu high into the air, they draw closer to the intense beam of light shooting from the palace's center. Xingwu looks down in utter shock, spotting 2 vengeful spirits locked in a brutal duel inside a cavern below. Watching the green spirit tear the blue one apart, he mutters. Another wave of spirits. Could this be a demonic beast army? Now let us look deep within the majestic palace where the skeleton of the Sea Spirit King breaks through the tomb where he slept for centuries. Dark flames wrap around his skeletal frame. Clutching his trident, the Sea Spirit King roars in fury, leaving Xingwu absolutely stunned by this eerie, terrifying sight. The Sea Spirit King, the ancient ruler, lunges straight at them, radiating a chilling, overwhelming desire to kill. Suddenly, Vinternum appears right beside Xingwu, giving him a massive fright. Without hesitation, she unleashes her defensive bubble. The giant bubble flies toward the Sea Spirit King as everyone watches in disbelief. The ancient king stares wide-eyed at the incoming attack. He throws his trident to counter Vinternum's incoming strike. The trident slices through the water, flying directly toward the floating bubble. The violent collision triggers a massive explosion, blasting Vinternum backward. She crashes right into Xingwu's arms. The sudden impact makes him grit his teeth as he catches her. Meanwhile, dark energy slowly gathers at the center of the Sea Spirit King's chest. His body glows with an eerie green light. The sheer pressure radiating from it causes the surrounding rocks to shatter. The Sea Spirit King quietly looks up at Xingwu's group. Clutching his trident with gritted teeth, he charges to strike. Holding Xingwu tight, Freya desperately tries to dodge the king's deadly claws. Suddenly, they get caught in a whirlpool, and Freya accidentally loses her grip, dropping him into the vortex. Holding Vinternum close, Xingwu spins uncontrollably inside the raging vortex. The intense dizziness makes it impossible for him to even open his eyes. Yet the Sea Spirit King relentlessly pursues them, refusing to let them escape. Vinternum, who was lying quietly in his arms, suddenly bursts with brilliant light. A massive protective barrier expands around Xingwu's body, shielding him from the Sea Spirit King's deadly attack. The Sea Spirit King then points his deadly trident toward the water's surface. He stares blankly for a long moment. In this critical split second, Xingwu, still holding Vinternum, urgently yells, "Now is our chance, Freya." Hearing the command, she holds her breath and dives down. But just as she prepares to strike the Sea Spirit King, he suddenly grabs her. The Sea Spirit King spins around and flings Freya aside, sending her crashing headfirst into a massive rock. Seeing her knocked unconscious, the king pauses in silence. He then channels his inner energy to summon a powerful whirlpool. Terrified, he desperately yells, "Freya, get back here!" But it is too late. Both the summoned beast and the king's attack hit her dead on. Luckily, Freya managed to retreat just in time. But as the Sea Spirit King swam upward, Xingwu realized a massive catastrophe was coming. In a panic, he asked Vinternum if there was any backup plan. Otherwise, they were both going to end up dead right here. Right at that moment, a sudden beam of light pierced the dark water. Seeing the control center boot up, Xingwu made a desperate move and swam toward the ancient city. There was no time to hesitate. If he did not take this gamble right now, he would surely drown out there. Gritting his teeth, he forced his way inside. Finally, Xingwu entered the city limits and broke through the surface of the water. He greedily took a deep breath, overjoyed to find actual air. He was saved. But right ahead stood a massive, crumbling ruin of a palace. There, sitting right in the center, was a mysterious figure frozen on a throne. Xingwu gently set Vinternum on the ground and cautiously stepped forward to inspect the petrified body. Confused, Xingwu asked who it was. The creature stumbled over its words, calling out to its father, leaving him completely stunned. A talking jellyfish, Vinternum hesitated before replying that she was sorry since her vocal cords had deteriorated after years of absolute silence. She introduced herself as Princess Vini of the Sea Spirit Tribe, sadly pointing her finger toward the frozen figure. That woman was Griffin, a vanguard in the War of Nihei, and the monster who cursed the souls of the sea spirits to never find eternal peace. Vinternum pleaded desperately, explaining she had guarded this spot for years, waiting for a true hero. She begged him to defeat her and bring peace. Xingwu listened and asked curiously what would happen to them once they finally found peace. Playing the victim, she claimed they were merely wandering spirits trapped in this world and that she only wished to be set free. After thinking it over for a moment, Xingwu agreed to her desperate plea and summoned his beast, calling out for Dark Wind to emerge. He ordered Dark Wind to unleash Hell Howl, but right then, the Sea Spirit King suddenly burst from the water. He launched a furious counterattack, standing firmly in front of the stone statue and using his trident to shatter their assault. The Sea Spirit King growled as he held his ground. Seeing his sheer persistence, Xingwu muttered in frustration about how clingy he was. In the middle of this intense showdown, the chaotic battlefield suddenly fell dead silent. As he shouted out to Freya, Vinternum slyly added fuel to the fire, mocking how the noble Sea Spirit King had ultimately become Griffin's puppet. Hearing her call him Father, Xingwu resolved to take him down. Sensing his determination, the jellyfish put on a fake display of kindness. She begged the hero, claiming that while she hated to see him get hurt, he had to be stopped. Xingwu gave a cold command for Dark Wind to prepare the blade of the underworld, taking a deep breath and glaring at the king. As Dark Wind growled, the king lunged forward with absolute resolve, but the beast agilely dodged the incoming strike. Dark Wind slashed the Sea Spirit King with its lightning claws. Howling in agony, the king grabbed the beast by the leg. With a single hand, he slammed Dark Wind onto the floor and advanced aggressively to deliver a finishing blow. Right then, Xingwu ordered a shadow clone, giving Freya the perfect opening to launch a surprise attack from behind. However, the Sea Spirit King saw it coming and summoned wild spirits to counter their ambush. Caught off guard by their sudden appearance, Freya barely managed to block the strike, still taking some damage in the process. Seeing Freya drop to her knees, Xingwu quickly ordered her to cast Holy Light Protection on herself. As the king slowly closed in, she luckily activated her ultimate defensive skill, successfully holding back his overwhelming pressure. Losing all patience, Vinternum slyly suggested that while they held her father down, the brave warrior had to destroy that glowing red gem. Hearing this, Xingwu dashed recklessly toward the stone statue. Sensing his daughter was in grave danger, the king hurled his trident at her. As the trident struck, Vinternum let out an agonizing shriek of pain, leaving Xingwu completely horrified by the sight. He cried out her name, but she weakly urged him to ignore her and move fast before everything fell apart. Heeding her words, he slowly pried the red orb from Griffin's hand. But as he touched it, the Sea Spirit King yelled in panic, warning him not to believe her. Confused, Xingwu turned his head to ask what he meant, but it was already too late. The orb was completely free. Startled, he accidentally fumbled the orb, dropping it. In an instant, it shattered into a million tiny pieces on the floor. He turned back in confusion, wondering what the warning meant, when Vinternum suddenly turned deep red and burst into maniacal laughter. She gleefully declared that it meant exactly what he said. Xingwu stared in absolute shock as her appearance shifted, with thick fluid dripping from the jellyfish-like syrup. With a sinister grin, she reintroduced herself as Vinternum, freezing both Xingwu and the Sea Spirit King in absolute shock. It turned out she was none other than the treacherous former vanguard of the deep-sea beast army. Stunned, he clenched his fists tightly. He accused her of lying, but she shamelessly argued that deception was in a jellyfish's nature. She claimed using him was only natural, and besides, she had saved his life earlier, so they were even. Enraged, Xingwu demanded to know why she would do this to her own sea spirit tribe, but Vinternum only sneered back. She believed joining Nihawk was the ultimate power move. After all, why should she care if her own sea spirit clan got sacrificed in the process? She bitterly ranted about how unfairly she had been treated. Her father simply refused to understand the situation, choosing to let their tribe face extinction rather than hand over their sacred power to his own daughter. Then, without warning, the Sea Spirit King lunged, but she merely brushed him aside with absolute contempt. Did he honestly think he could still control her? The weakened Sea Spirit King crashed violently into the wall. Right then, a sharp purple spear suddenly shot out from the rising cloud of dust. The weapon pierced Vinternum right in her gut as her father desperately tore at her. But she quickly overpowered him with her deadly tentacles. She screamed in absolute fury, telling her father that since he was already dead, he should stay down and stop wasting her precious time. Then the scheming Vinternum offered the young man a deal, promising to spare his life if he joined forces with her to take down the dying king. She even promised to give him a golden opportunity to serve the great Lord Nihawk. Xingyu skeptically questioned her offer, but immediately flipped her the middle finger. After all, he was already on Nihawk's high-priority assassination list anyway. Why bother cooperating? He immediately ordered Black Wind Freyha to attack. She scoffed in disgust, mocking a 5-star beast tamer for thinking he stood a chance. Vinternum simply sneered, asserting that fighting him was nothing but a minor waste of her precious time. Besides, she had absolutely no intention of keeping her word. Killing the king or killing him made no difference, they were both going to die. With a sinister grin, she threw her head back and unleashed a torrent of corrosive fluid from her body. The highly corrosive acid splashed across the pillars and walls, melting away everything it touched in an instant. Within moments, the room flooded with a deadly acidic tide, forcing a shocked Xingyu to quickly step backward. Stranded on the throne as their final refuge, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the center of the hall. Both Vinternum and the Sea Spirit King stared in utter disbelief. Xingyu spun around in surprise, only to spot the key, his sharp mind immediately piecing the clues together. He realized the key to the Sea Spirit clan's treasure must be on her, driving Vinternum into a hysterical rage. Screaming about the sacred tide power, she realized that hated woman was somehow still alive. Without wasting a single breath, Vinternum lunged forward to violently reclaim her stolen strength. Instantly, the ancient key flared with blinding light, sending the furious villain charging forward like a crazed wild beast. But the Sea Spirit King suddenly grabbed Vinternum, catching her completely off guard as he used his last ounce of strength to pin her down. Enraged, she violently threw him aside, screaming at him to get out of her way, which caused his fragile body to shatter into pieces. As the royal crown clattered to the floor, Griffin suddenly began to glow with a brilliant mystical light. Vinternum shrieked in absolute despair as they were pulled into the past, furiously demanding to know why her father had given the tide power to an outsider. She argued that she was his only true heir, but the Sea Spirit King coldly shut her down. He calmly stated he had never given that power away, and warned her that she was not yet ready for it, fueling her bitter hatred. She stormed off, swearing that she would eventually make her father pay dearly for his stubborn decision. Watching her leave in a violent huff, Griffin worriedly asked the king why he chose not to explain things to her. The weary king let out a heavy sigh, explaining that the tide power possessed the terrifying strength to manipulate the oceans. It originated from a divine sea dragon clan, but with only this lifeless egg remaining, Any explanation would have easily triggered a far more devastating catastrophe. He then placed a sacred mission upon her shoulders, stating she was the only one who could revive the egg and save their tribe. As a loyal dragon traveler, she solemnly swore to do whatever it took to bring the dragon egg back to life. Right then, the memory shifted, and Griffin caught a glimpse of Xingyu arriving at a secret base deep beneath the ocean. There, the ambitious Nihawk schemed, realizing that if he could absorb the power of a purebred sea dragon, he could easily control all marine life. With their fortress so heavily fortified, he wondered which pawn to send for the attack. Just then a guard knelt and reported that a girl claiming to be from the Sea Spirit clan was waiting outside, prompting a sinister, highly amused smile from Nihawk. Back in the present, Xingyu curiously approached Griffin, who remorsefully explained that the Sea Spirit clan owed their very existence to the dragons. Despite being blessed by them, until her very last moments, she had sadly failed to make the dragon egg hatch. She lamented that this was their tragic fate, but Xingyu skeptically questioned how she could possess the power of the tides if the egg remained unhatched. When asked where the egg was, Griffin calmly revealed that she had merged with it, effectively becoming the new Sea Spirit King. Xingyu was stunned to learn she was also a king, a fact she quietly confirmed with a deeply sorrowful look. She was indeed, but she was already dead. Confused by her sudden strange behavior, Xingyu asked why she was sniffing him. Griffin smiled gently, explaining that it had simply been a very long time since she last smelled the scent of home and dragons. He wondered, in absolute shock, if she could actually detect the dragon scent on Delu right before she offered him a mysterious gift. The dying spirit looks at Xingyu, calling him kin, and admitting she trusts he is a good guy. She decides to entrust the ultimate power of the tide to him. She begs him to accept the gift, and Xingyu gratefully takes it, offering a heartfelt thank you. Before fading away, Griffin makes one final desperate request, begging her fellow kin to promise her one thing. She asks him to watch over the changes of their hometown once he finally leaves this planet. Looking at the floating debris, Xingyu is totally confused by her words, before suddenly snapping back to reality and opening his eyes. Xingyu stares at the priceless artifact resting in his palm, realizing it is the Sea Elves' sacred Eye of the Tide. Wait until you and I see this gorgeous relic. Xingyu is stunned, and the system instantly identifies it as the Eye of the Tide. This ancient sacred relic is actually the legendary inheritance of the Sea Elf King, granting absolute control over the oceans, though its true power can only be unleashed at sea or during heavy rainstorms. To make things even better, this relic can shift into 3 different forms depending on what the host needs. In Form 1, the Eye of the Tide, it provides infinite spiritual energy to the host, boosting ocean combat stats and unlocking hidden marine routes. Form 2 transforms the relic into the Green Wave Dragon Trident, a golden weapon beautifully engraved with dragon patterns, allowing the user to control raging waves and fire highly destructive water attacks, while triggering absolutely massive undersea earthquakes. Form 3 summons the legendary Kraken Drake, materializing the pure soul power of the Sea Elves into reality as an unstoppable Beast Emperor-level creature that carries the terrifying ocean curse. Plus, a quick system note, this Kraken Drake will actually level up alongside its master. Xingyu stares in utter shock, realizing his new growth-type beast is actually a Beast Emperor. Suddenly, a massive pressure wave erupts, forcing both Vinternum and the Sea Elf King backward. The villain growls in anger that an outsider stole the tide's power, but Xingyu just casually mocks her. Vinternum lunges forward, screaming for him to give it back, but Xingyu immediately triggers the 3rd form. And just like that, we see a giant dragon materialize, leaving her completely speechless. The system details pop up again, identifying the creature as the Level 1 Beast Emperor Kraken Drake. Boasting a legendary mutated bloodline of the ancient Azure Dragon, its first talent triples all of its combat stats whenever it is in water. It rules the tides, utilizing its 2nd talent, Mutant Dragon Power. This talent suppresses any non-dragon bloodline, allowing it to self-destruct for massive area damage while healing its allies. Its attributes are Dragon Water Ghost and Dark with 100% loyalty. Skills include Ocean Wall, Raging Waves, and Sonic Wave. Its ultimate attacks are Poseidon's Wrath and Ocean Shattering Dragon. The king gasps at the dragon, while a desperate Vinternum fires toxic liquid, screaming that she will kill it anyway. Xingyu instantly commands his beast to use Water Dragon Breath, unleashing a massive roaring torrent of water. Seeing her attack neutralized, she snaps and spits a stream of lethal poison. Vinternum is furious, wondering how a former beast god like her could possibly be suppressed by a mere beast emperor. But the dragon keeps firing pure water, forcing her to counter with her vicious penetrating poison technique. She then dives into her toxic pool to heal before suddenly leaping out to launch a surprise sneak attack. But the beast saw it coming, glancing backward and blasting her with another powerful jet of water. He aims right at her pool, but Vinternum summons massive tentacles to coil around the beast. Xingyu quickly orders a sonic wave attack, firing high-frequency shockwaves that instantly daze the enemy jellyfish. Still, some jellyfish manage to latch onto the dragon, launching a brutal swarm attack in the blink of an eye. Vinternum laughs mockingly, claiming she will end its life now, but she suddenly freezes in her tracks. The proud beast stands its ground, staring right back at her with fierce determination. But a second later, its scales crack open, and blood starts pouring out like rain. The dragon shrieks in absolute agony, collapsing as blood drips heavily from its deep wounds. Vinternum laughs mockingly, sneering that the beast is not so tough after all, since her poison broke it. She boasts that it will die soon, but Xingyu just folds his arms and raises an eyebrow. Oh really? Xingyu immediately orders the beast to strike, and we see it bite down on Vinternum without a second thought. Terrified and deeply annoyed, she snaps, "Are you insane? I am toxic, and this will only kill your beast faster." Ignoring her warnings, Xingyu commands his sub-dragon to unleash its mutated dragon power in a massive explosion. Shocked by his pure stubbornness, she screams out in absolute disbelief. What? Klein wraps his wings tight, preparing a move that makes Vinternum panic, screaming, "No, let me go." Right then, a massive explosion erupts with insane force. Debris flies everywhere as raw power surges. Xingyu shields his face, closing his eyes against the onslaught of flying rocks. As the dust finally settles in the ruined room, we see her defeated, barely breathing on the cold stone floor. Xingyu triumphantly recalls Klein back into his bracelet, while a trembling Vinternum struggles to sit up and speak. "I will never accept this. Why is the tide power always held by outsiders?" she cries. Xingyu just laughs at her. "You destroyed your own people just for this power," Xingyu sneers. "A monster like you never deserved to hold it." Vinternum lets out a manic laugh, glaring up in complete denial. "Why do I not deserve it?" Collapsing weakly back to the ground, she tries to justify her actions, crying that she just could not accept her fate. With those final bitter words, Vinternum closes her eyes for good, leaving only a heavy silence in the cold, ruined room. Meanwhile, outside the tower, ominous dark shadows suddenly begin to swirl around the bright beacon of light. Inside the castle, the lingering spirits slowly dissolve, turning into nothing but fading sea foam. Noticing that the Sea Spirit King still holds his trident despite being headless, Xingyu asks, "Do you seriously still want to fight?" The giant remains silent, marching straight toward him. Standing right before him, the Sea Spirit King bows his head in deep, sincere gratitude. Slamming his massive trident into the ground, cracking the stone, the king begins to dissolve as he speaks his final words. "Thank you." He begs with his final breath, "Please take my place and lead our people." Instantly, countless glowing spirits erupt from below, swirling everywhere. They drift casually, circling right above Griffin's head. But these lost spirits are broken, weeping, and crying out in deep sorrow. Annoyed by the noise, Xingyu sighs, "Stop crying, you fools. Your king is finally free from his torment. He is not coming back." Then looking up, he firmly declares, "Instead of wasting your time guarding an empty throne, you should follow me." Raising his bracelet high, he swears with absolute conviction. "I, Xingyu of the human race, solemnly vow to avenge the Sea Spirit clan. I will hunt down and destroy Nihawk." Surprised by his vow, the mermaid spirits turn toward his voice and instantly surge forward, rushing straight into him without a single doubt. They willingly dive into the bracelet. As it absorbs the incredible power of the merfolk, the band erupts in a blinding radiant light. Right then, a detailed system notification pops up. Name: Tide Dragon Eye. Classification: the sacred relic of the ancient Sea Spirit clan. A holy relic of the Sea Spirit clan, granting total control over the ocean. There is a catch. It can only unleash its true destructive power in the ocean or during rainy days on land. It has 3 transformation modes, allowing the weapon to change forms instantly to match whatever its master needs in battle. Form 1 is the original Tide Dragon Eye. When equipped, it grants massive spiritual power, boosts sea combat stats, and can even part the ocean waves. Form 2 is the Golden Dragon Trident, transforming the relic into a heavy golden spear etched with majestic dragon patterns. It allows him to command violent waves, unleash incredibly destructive water attacks, and even trigger massive earthquakes deep beneath the sea. Form 3, the Sea Soulbeast Klein, which concentrates the entire Spirit Clan's power into a mighty subdragon. It summons Klein with power, matching a legendary beast emperor, wielding the terrifying curse of the sea god himself. As a helpful system tip, Klein's strength scales up automatically as his master grows stronger and levels up. If Klein dies, there is a 72-hour cooldown before he can be summoned again. Another alert pops up, revealing a brand new unlocked feature called Divine Resonance. Looking at his current situation, Xingyu frowns and thinks it over carefully. Xingyu chooses the golden trident. As it materializes, he firmly promises, "I will carry your legacy forward." Meanwhile, on Spirit Snake Island, a heavy downpour begins as a rescue team searches the dark woods with flashlights. Murong Jin mutters, "My daughter insisted that kid was still alive, and even sent her a text message. Don't tell me he fell straight into the sea spirit ruins." Standing high on a mountain ridge, Xingyu calls out Uncle Murong. Overjoyed Murong Jin gasps, "You brat, I finally found you. If I had gone back empty-handed, my daughter would have hated me forever." Xingyu laughs, claiming he is too tough to die easily. But Murong Jin spots something rising behind him and instantly panics. "Get behind me, kid," he yells, jumping forward to shield Xingyu as the ominous sea spirits begin to gather in the air. "Those sea beasts are highly vicious spirits. Stand back and let me handle them." Xingyu just smiles reassuringly. "Don't worry, Uncle Murong." Pulling out his horn, he calls to the wandering spirits, telling them that in the name of the Sea Spirit King, they must return to the sacred relic. The wandering spirits freeze before being pulled toward the horn. Soon they transform into glowing white trails, sealing themselves back inside the relic. Murong Jin curiously questions the young kid. After hearing how Xingyu survived the Dark Knight Bat Emperor's ambush, fell into the Sea Spirit ruins, and casually pocketed their ultimate treasure, Murong has to admit this kid has insane luck. He quickly urges him, saying they must head back immediately to report the Dark Knight Bat Emperor's sudden attack to the Empress. Xingyu calmly tells him there is no rush, asking Uncle Murong to wait. After all, his 4-star Beast Tamer exam is not over yet. Murong is left speechless. Meanwhile, heavy rain pours over the Exia mansion where Xie Zhang smugly gloats, thinking Xingyu is dead anyway, saving him the trouble of lifting a finger. Wei An speaks up, admitting that even though Xingyu is dead, he still cannot accept it. His father chuckles, telling Wei An that his vision is far too narrow, advising him to drop that foolish, envious attitude. Xingyu only succeeded because of raw talent and was ultimately just a passing phase in Wei An's life, since the final survivor is the true winner. Wei An grumbles to himself, thinking his father believes he is completely inferior to Xingyu, blaming everything on raw talent. Meanwhile, Xingyu is happily wrapping his arms around the majestic Thunder Jade Qilin. He cheers, glad that it finally belongs to him. But Shangguan Lan dryly points out that the beast seems totally unimpressed by him. When she offers to swap it for another beast, Xingyu instantly declines, insisting this one is great and they will get along just fine. She questions him again, noting that a rare blood Qilin beast is incredibly difficult to tame, asking if he actually has that kind of patience. Xingyu confidently promises that instead of 3 days, he only needs 1 single day to make it submit and sign a blood contract. Back at the mansion, Xie Zhang asks his son if he still remembers the grand ambition of their Xie family. He confidently replies that he remembers to bring this entire kingdom under the absolute control of the Shi family. Eavesdropping from outside, Lian is stunned by their words, wondering if her family really plans to seize the throne for themselves. Suddenly, Xie Zhang's phone rings. He freezes in shock upon hearing the news that Xingyu is not only alive, but being escorted to the palace. Wei An rushes over in disbelief, shocked that he survived. Xie Zhang immediately commands him to head to the imperial palace under the guise of visiting the princess. Seeing him rush off, Lian quickly calls out, telling her brother to wait up for her. Meanwhile, inside Yelan Palace, Shangguan Lan praises Xingyu for not letting her down, noting he acts just like her younger self, while a humble Xingyu quickly plays it down. He claims she overpraises him, admitting he would never have obtained the Eye of the Tide without her. She asks if he remembers their agreement, but seeing his blank face, she realizes he has forgotten about it. Shangguan Lan clarifies that she promised him a rare Qilin beast as a reward as long as he passed his 4-star exam this semester. She orders the giant beast to be brought out. The massive Thunder Jade Qilin steps forward, its towering frame dominating the center of the hall. Shangguan Lan smiles and questions his bold confidence. She grants him exactly 1 day warning that if the beast refuses to sign a blood contract by then, she will take the reward back. Instantly backing down, he jokingly asks if he can stretch that to 2 days, but the Empress quickly reminds him. She prefers his confident attitude, telling him not to wimp out now. He finally agrees, muttering that a single day is fine since defying the odds is kind of his thing anyway. Shangguan Lan waves her hand to dismiss him, telling him to leave, and that she expects him back tomorrow. Xingyu approaches the beast, calling out to his new partner to follow him home. Shangguan Qian walks in, warning him that purebred Qilins only bond with their family line, so he shouldn't get his hopes up catching Xingyu off guard. He greets the princess, who gently instructs the Thunder Jade Qilin to behave, adding that if it still refuses to bond after a day, she won't force it. Xingyu can only marvel at how incredibly influential the royal Shangguan bloodline truly is. He activates his demon god eye to check. The interface displays the Thunder Jade Qilin, a Stage 1 complete form with a pure bloodline and divine beast status. Its first talent, Lightning Sensation, triples all of its basic stats like attack, defense, and speed during rainy and stormy weather conditions. Second talent, Flying Lightning Mark. After marking an enemy with lightning, the beast can instantly teleport directly behind them. The third talent is Locked, requiring an evolution to the super form to unleash blood-bathed divine thunder. It turns its own blood into red lightning, throwing the enemy's mind into chaos. Meanwhile, its locked fourth talent, Thunder Purification, requires a breakthrough to the super form, using divine lightning to cleanse itself and its allies, clearing negative status effects like burns, poison, and slows. It has lightning and healing elements with a loyalty rating of 44. Its active skill, Wrath of Thunder, summons 18 bolts of lightning to rain down explosive area damage upon roaring at the sky. As its power grows, the lightning chain whips its tail to bind an enemy target. Awakened skill not yet unlocked. The evolution path goes from Thunder Jade Qilin to Purple Dawn Thunder Qilin Emperor. Its weirdest habits include standing in the rain. This Thunder Jade Qilin literally loves grinding its teeth under downpours. Since it is raining today, taking it out for a walk is perfect, though finding a good lightning attribute, Whetstone, is tough. You and I might remember when this beast's favorability toward Xingwu was barely at 30. Xingwu then asks the princess where to find some lightning attribute ore. Surprised, Shangguan Qian mentions the ore bureau, wondering what he needs it for. Xingwu replies that it is obviously to win over the Thunder Jade Qilin. She playfully teases him for treating beasts better than humans, leaving him blushing as he shyly tries to deny it. His sudden flowery compliments about her elegance and beauty instantly make the young princess blush in deep embarrassment. She agrees to help, but just then Xie Wan rushes over and fiercely demands that Xingwu stay away from her. The princess quickly steps in front of Xingwu, snapping at Xie Wan that he has no right to boss her friends around. Xingwu frowns at the annoying newcomer, playfully greeting the defeated loser after what feels like a very long time. Stunned by the insult, Weian falls silent, while Xingwu casually waves to Xie Lian, complimenting her on looking prettier. Xie Lian offers a cold thank you, while Weian desperately tries to confess his lifelong feelings to the princess. Shangguan Qian cuts him off immediately, repeating that she does not like him before turning to leave the area. She invites Xingwu to head to the ore bureau, prompting him to call his Thunder Jade Qilin over to join them. They walk right past Weian's group, leaving him seething at this supernova champion, whom Nihon considers a major threat. Not only did he survive, but he even got rewarded with a rare beast and a close royal friendship. Why on earth does this guy always get blessed with such incredible luck? Xie Lian tries to reason with him, suggesting they simply avoid Xingwu, since they cannot afford to fight him anymore. In a rage, Weian grabs her throat, yelling at her to shut up and questioning her lack of family pride. He declares Xingwu their enemy and an obstacle to the Xie family, warning her never to defend him again. Choking for air, Xie Lian begs him, admitting her mistake. Xingwu curiously asks if Weian is her suitor, and she jokingly boasts that her admirer line stretches across the entire kingdom, meaning he is nowhere near his turn. She laments that despite her royal status bringing many suitors, almost none of them actually care for her sincerely. She knows Weian only wants to become the prince consort, making them far worse than Xingwu himself. This makes Xingwu warily ask if she is planning to make a move on him. Blushing furiously, she snaps back, calling him a greedy opportunist who only cares about clear, immediate benefits. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafts through the air, causing Xingwu to freeze and look around. He recognizes the aroma as the Devil Glow Flower, which he explains is drifting from the nearby Royal Science Institute. Xingwu is completely stunned. What? He begs the princess, calling her the universe's greatest beauty, to take him to the institute immediately. Sighing at his shameless flattery, she grabs his hand to drag him along, promising to show him around the nation's most advanced scientific research academy. As we enter the Royal Science Institute with them, the grand architecture completely blows his mind. The sheer scale of the place proves it is indeed the grandest center of scientific research in the land. His compliments make her smile, warmly telling him to stop flattery and focus on finding that special flower. After thanking her, Xingwu steps inside and is instantly mesmerized by all the advanced machinery on display. He spots a mechanical angel hunter and a massive mechanical azure dragon beast equipped with advanced belly missile launchers. He even spots a giant model of mechanical leviathan. The princess explains that advanced technology keeps the nation strong, especially since many citizens cannot become traditional beast tamers to defend their borders. Mechanical beasts can be easily mass-produced without any fear of permanent casualties. This unique mechanization process secures national defenses while creating countless jobs for their citizens. Xingwu wonders about their combat power, but the princess remains quite uncertain. Suddenly, a rogue machine charges toward them amid panicked screams that the strike system is out of control. Xingwu immediately shields the princess as the rogue machine locks its eyes on them. Poison gas starts leaking from its arm as its glowing eyes lock onto the newcomer. An academic runs over in a panic, shouting for the princess to escape because this fully armed mechanical beast Kaishi is extremely dangerous. Shangguan Chan objects, saying she has things covered, especially since mechanical beasts need to record real combat data anyway, so they should go all out. Xingwu realizes the danger, warning the princess that it is about to attack. He asks if it is really okay if he accidentally breaks it. With permission granted, he summons his beast. Time to get serious. Come on out, Heifeng. The beast growls, glaring at the massive machine. Xingwu gives the command, ordering Heifeng to unleash its hellish howl. A blast of purple energy erupts from its mouth, striking the machine directly in the chest. But Xingwu is shocked to see the mechanical beast completely unscathed after taking the hit. Heifeng's hellish howl is supposed to ignore defenses entirely, yet it did not leave a single scratch on this thing. Looks like this opponent is a massive tank. The machine opens its mouth, revealing a cannon that unleashes absolute chaos. He orders Heifeng to use Shadow Sneak, leading to a massive explosion upon impact. The machine gets pushed back as the ground cracks beneath it, while Heifeng is thrown high into the air. Xingwu marvels at its ability to automatically predict and counter threats. It is definitely a masterpiece developed by the Royal Academy of Sciences. He orders Heifeng to unleash the Blade of Judgment, whipping its tail to send a slash of energy forward. The machine immediately deploys an energy shield to block it. Seizing the moment, Xingwu tells Heifeng to flank it from behind. Heifeng successfully gets behind the opponent, but the machine has hidden weapons ready on its back. Heifeng flinches in caution. Two cannons on the machine's back lock on and fire a massive surge of energy. The beast ducked to dodge the blast, which blew the wall behind them to pieces. Xingwu watched in awe, completely hyped. This machine is so cool. Heifeng grumbled in annoyance, reminding his master to worry about him instead. Crack spiderweb across the ground as Heifeng desperately dodges the incoming barrage of gunfire. Sprinting past the deadly energy beams, Heifeng hears Xingwu's order to get close and unleash his Silence Claw. Understanding the plan, Heifeng spots a weak point in the neck, just as the machine's guns run dry. Xingwu shouts, "Now is our chance." As the machine merges its arms into a giant cannon, Heifeng appears right behind it and strikes with Silence Claw. With his claws slammed onto the machine's head, the opponent's skill is instantly neutralized. Xingwu orders the finishing move, Hellfire Lotus. Heifeng lands behind the machine and channels all his energy. The fiery lotus engulfs the machine in thick smoke, causing electrical sparks to surge violently across its metal body. It freezes, sparks flying everywhere as its glowing eyes flicker wildly, like it is about to explode before finally going dark. Xingwu breathes a sigh of relief. That mechanical beast is incredibly durable, taking a direct hit from Hellfire Lotus and only taking 43% damage. If it had not run out of power, this fight would have dragged on forever. Shangguan Chan adds that it uses Xuanji Technology, a company known for its unique concepts regarding defensive armor. Xingwu is surprised, realizing Xuanji is founded by senior Lin Beiquan. Shangguan Chan asks if he actually did his homework on them. Xingwu definitely knows. 80% of the nation's magic gear and mechanical beasts come from Xuanji Technology. Even Freya's profound sword was made by them, making him realize Lin Beiquan is a massive deal in this world. He is not just a tech giant, but also a 9-star beast tamer, and one of the 4 cardinal beast kings. If he wants to overthrow Shangguanlan in the future, networking with someone of this caliber is absolutely essential. Another man walks up, expressing his gratitude to the young man for stepping in to help. Xingwu is taken aback, asking who the old man is. Shangguan Chan introduces him as Director Meng Zhongguang of the Royal Academy. She introduces Qing Wu as her friend. Elder Meng observes him praising how heroes truly emerge from the younger generation. He mentions hearing all about the legendary Battle of Huangyan City. He asks what brings the boy to the academy. Xing Wu decides to cut straight to the chase, raising his hand to show him. He explains his heavenly soul vine needs as much demon firefly flower nectar as possible, leaving Zhong Guang absolutely shocked. This plant-type beast actually possesses the ancient lineage of the legendary heavenly soul vine. Stealing a quick glance at Shangguan Chan, Zhongguang makes a quick decision. Since the boy is the princess's friend, he will gladly gift him 10 demon firefly flowers on behalf of the academy. Xing Wu bargains, asking for more. The elder immediately hesitates and offers 15 plants instead. That is his hard limit since they are difficult to grow. Xing Wu glances at the greenhouse in the distance. There are at least 300 flowers there, and 15 is nowhere near enough to feed Xiao Yin. But if he demands too much, will it put Shangguan Qian in a tough spot? Just then Hong Xuan rushed in to report, gasping, "Director, the 8th trial for the Disaster 379 blast bomb has officially ended in complete failure." Zhong Guang tried to calm himself down. Another failure, it was fine, he was already used to it. Yet this project was highly prioritized by the Empress, holding massive significance for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Xing Yu thought highly valued by the Empress. He raised his hand to speak. "Elder Meng, what exactly is this Disaster 379 blast bomb? Tell me, and maybe I can actually help you out." Hong Xuan snapped. "You help? How old are you anyway? How could you possibly help us? Besides, this is a top-secret state project." Zhang Guang decided to take a gamble. Show him the files, he ordered. She had no choice but to comply, sighing, "Yes, I will go grab them right away." Xing Yu took the folder, thanking Elder Meng for his trust. "But let me warn you first," the elder reminded him. "If you fail at most, I will only give you 10 Mahan flowers." He replied, "Not a problem." Reading the file, Xing Yu learned that flying insect magical beasts were the weakest but possessed the largest numbers. They regularly form massive swarms to attack cities, stripping everything clean once they make their move. And this Disaster 379 blast bomb was developed specifically to deal with millions of these flying insects. Sadly, over the past 3 years, our top research team has tried 8 times only to fail every single run. Read that newly received document carefully, Zhang Guang instructed him. "Honestly, I do not expect you to solve the issue. But if you can offer even a few suggestions, we are fully willing to listen and learn." Xing Yu quickly noticed that the ratio was wrong. Startled, the elder asked, "What did you say is wrong?" He pointed to a specific section. "Right here, the ratio of earth core, spiritual nectar, and ice marrow fluid is completely off. If you adjust it to a ratio of 1 to 2.35, the experiment will succeed." Zhang Guang pulled the file back to examine it. "On what basis do you say that? Are you a medical expert?" He humbly replied, "I am nothing special, just currently serving as a chief alchemist for the prestigious Shuqiang Guild." The elder countered, "We are the absolute top scientific research team in the country. If you are only a special alchemist." Shangguan Qian then suggests, "Elder Meng, you have already failed 8 times anyway. One more shot won't hurt, and it is definitely better than starting entirely from scratch." He orders Hong Xuan to follow Xing Yu's advice and check out the small-scale testing site. She quickly agrees, "Understood, I am on it." 2 hours later, she reports back, "Director, we followed Xing Yu's advice, and the experiment was a massive success. All 3,000 blood-refined emperor worms in the test are completely destroyed." Zhang Guang gasps in shock. "What? Show me right now." Watching the video on his phone, he sees a massive surge of red energy envelop the swarm before a violent fire erupts, completely incinerating every single insect. Zhang Guang literally shakes with intense excitement. "It worked. We finally did it." He tightly grabs Xing Yu's hand with joy. "Young Xiao, no, Mr. Xiao was utterly blind before. Thank you for saving our people and rescuing the entire nation." Xing Yu replies, "Please, Elder Meng. Doing this for the people is just my way of earning good karma." Zhang Guang then points behind him. "Mr. Xiao, this entire phantom glow flower field is yours. Take as much as you like, and if it is not enough, we will grow more. Please join our Royal Academy of Science as our new Black Deacon to fully display your incredible medical knowledge." Confused, Xing Yu turns to ask, "What on earth is a Black Deacon?" Shangguan Qian explains. "It is the chief advisor of the Royal Academy. The previous Black Deacon was Lin Beishuan 15 years ago. But now he is one of the 4 cardinal beast kings guarding the Eastern Dragon Vein on Spirit Snow Mountain, meaning he no longer has time for this advisory role." Xingyu asks curiously, "Can I truly stand on equal footing with a legendary figure like him?" He responds, "Mr. Xiao, do not underestimate yourself. With your sheer talent, you easily match Lin Yuan in his prime. You definitely have the potential to reach the peak of a 9-star beast tamer." Xingyu glances at the person next to him, asking Princess, "What do you think? Especially with our identity as the Emperor Soul Clan." She quietly advises him, "Just accept Elder Meng's offer. Having extra identities will make things much easier for us in the future." So Xingyu accepts. "Elder Meng, I will gladly accept then. I agree to join the Royal Academy of Science and take on the role of Black Deacon." Zhang Guang beams with joy. "Thank you so much for joining our Royal Academy of Science. As the director, I warmly welcome you aboard." Shangguan Qian smiles and offers her congratulations. Xingyu, a huge congratulations to you. Now you have got yourself a solid royal backing. Xingyu suddenly remembers. "Oh, by the way, Princess, we still need to visit the Mineral Treasure Bureau." She suggests, "Maybe we can go some other day." He shakes his head. "No, my precious Thunder Jade Keelan only has 1 day left to be tamed." She gives in to his wishes. "Fine, let us go then." Zhang Guang waves goodbye to the pair. "Mr. Xiao, next time is my treat. I will have someone deliver the Phantom Glowflower Nectar straight to your residence." Xingyu replies, "Got it." Back at the research lab, the staff is gathered around a mechanical beast on a gurney whispering, "So weird. The mechanical beast was working perfectly fine, so why did it suddenly go berserk? Honestly beats me. The Genesis mecha can usually fight all day, so why is its power already drained?" Someone nearby nervously asks about the machine's current damage level. A technician reports that the armor is 48% damaged, the chip is 7% ruined, and the power cell is completely dry. Du Ya swipes a keycard directly into the core of the mecha. After a quick beep, its eyes glow a faint yellow, and it instantly sits right up. The panicked staff members cry out in fear, wondering if the giant machine is about to attack them again. Du Ya studies the wreckage, shocked it got trashed this badly. She asks if Xingwu went all out, but Zhongguang replies that he probably did not. It looked like he still had plenty of strength left. She quickly orders her team to record the combat data to send to the Empress. Meanwhile, inside the Mineral Protection Bureau, Tianum greets a visitor with a fake smile, asking what brings young Master Xie to his office. The young noble replies that he heard the mining division recently uncovered a rare 9 Thunderstone deep within the Phoenix King Valley. Tianum quickly counters, explaining that the stone is incredibly rare and essential for magic gear research, which is why it was already sent to Xuanji headquarters. But the guest smirks, testing him by saying a sly director like him would definitely keep a piece for himself instead of handing over everything. With a nervous chuckle, the director confesses that he did indeed secretly keep a single stone for himself. Wei Yin gets straight to the point, saying he will not beat around the bush because his new Thunder Emperor beast desperately needs that exact stone. He demands the treasure, claiming his father is waiting at home to help evolve his beast. Tianum forces a nervous laugh, telling the young master to wait right there while he goes to fetch the rare stone. Returning soon after, he presents the treasure, boasting that this special stone was mined over 1,382 meters deep, easily outclassing 3,000 industrial minerals in absolute hardness. It is completely immune to fire, water, and rust, even harder than a beast god's bones. Just look at this gorgeous color and pattern, a true masterwork of nature. Wei Yin gets incredibly hyped, shouting that this is the exact stone he needs to finally crush his rival into the dirt. Reaching greedily for the box, he tells the director that he will gladly take the rare gem off his hands. He promises that the Xie family will back the director in the future, but Tianum suddenly slams the treasure box tightly shut. The director warns him that this is his last stone, implying he cannot just hand it over for free. Wei Yin instantly frowns. Demanding an explanation, Wei Yin warns the director not to forget that the Xie family saved him from getting fired from his high position. Stammering in panic, the director quickly agrees, expressing his deep gratitude for how the Xie family has shielded him over the years. He snaps at the old man to hand over the stone, but a panicked guard suddenly bursts in to report that the princess and Lord Xiao have just arrived. Stunned, the director asks which princess and Lord Xiao they could possibly mean. He immediately rushes out to greet her, bowing deeply, as he welcomes Her Royal Highness into the Mineral Protection Bureau. Shang Wanqian walks in and gets straight to business, asking if he has any highly durable lightning attribute minerals in his vault. The curious director admits he has one, asking what the princess plans to use it for. Xingwu chimes in to explain that the Empress recently gifted him a legendary Qi Lin, so he needs a top-tier lightning mineral to feed it. The director is completely blown away. A Qi Lin, personally gifted by the Empress herself. The Qilin is exclusive to the royal family. For an outsider like Xingwu to have one, could he actually be the future prince consort? TNM casually asks about his official title, and the young man proudly introduces himself as a Black Deacon of the Royal Academy. The director gasps at the rank, but Wyan scoffs from behind, laughing that Xingwu is making a ridiculous joke. He points out that Xingwu was a nobody hours ago, but the princess confirms he was just appointed by Elder Meng himself. She adds that the news will break tomorrow, leaving Wyan speechless, while the director eagerly pulls out the box. He praises him as a brilliant rising star, with an incredible aura, gushing about how perfect this little coincidence turned out to be. He asks if the gem meets his standards, and Xingwu gasps in shock upon realizing it is a legendary 9 Thunderstone. Opening the box, the director flatters him, praising his sharp eye for recognizing the legendary treasure so quickly. He offers the last priceless stone as a gift, which makes Wyan lose his mind and start screaming in anger. He yells that he got there first, but the director coldly fires back, reminding him that the real world does not work on first come, first served. He points out that no official promise was made, prompting the furious noble to threaten that crossing him means crossing his entire clan. The princess steps in, demanding to know what he means by that. She snaps that even she does not use her royal status to bully hard-working officials. If he loves playing the bully, she can easily pull royal rank to crush him. He demands to know if she is really going to back Xingwu, but she immediately fires back, asking him why she should not protect him. Powerless to stop them, he backs down and vows to leave immediately, though he silently marks them on his hit list. He glares at Xingwu, muttering that his arrogance will not last long, before he personally puts him in the ground. Xingwu asks guiltily, "Lord Luo, you offended the powerful Xie clan just for me. Was it really worth it?" Luo replies, "You are a rising star. As for choosing sides, I am no fool. I jumped ship from the Xie clan a long time ago." Shangguan-chan praises director Luo's sharp foresight. Meanwhile, Yuan I see Wei, and kneeling down at the Shi family villa, begging for forgiveness. "Father, I failed to get the 9 Thunder Jade. Now my Thunder Soul Beast cannot evolve. I hate this. I hate him so much." He desperately begs his father, "I have to kill Xingwu. Please, father, you must help me do this." Xie Zhang sneers. "To end a life, you do not need to dirty your own hands. Besides that, Beast does not absolutely need the 9 Thunder Jade." Wei An is still clueless, asking, "Father, please tell me what to do." Showing a glowing gem, Xie Zhang explains, "This purple star crystal holds thunder energy even purer than the 9 Thunder Jade." He silences him. "Ask no questions, just do as you are told." The son is left wondering, "Father, where did you get this? Could it be from the Rakshasa?" The next day, deep inside the serene forest, Xingwu holds up the 9 Thunder Jade, teasingly asking, "Hey there, Qilin buddy, do you want this shiny jade?" He dangles it right in front of the beast before tossing it straight into its mouth. "Here, this magic stone is all yours." The Qilin munches on it, looking absolutely thrilled. Xingwu chuckles and asks, "So Qilin buddy, do you like the tasty magic stone I just gave you?" Raising his glowing hand seal, he mutters, "This is just step 1. I already know your second choice. Now come on out." Medusa summons forth, asking, "Master, why did you call me?" In response, Xingwu pulls out a glowing beast core. "This is the triple S rank monster core from that Naga we defeated. It holds mirror power. Eat it up and then help me out." She accepts the purple core and pops it into her mouth. Immediately, a massive surge of energy rushes through her entire body. Her eyes flash bright as her brow furrows in discomfort. Suddenly, a blue energy barrier erupts around her as she commands mirror force. A massive sphere covers the area. Xingwu looks around, and honestly, you and I can see they have officially entered the surreal mirror world. He instructs her, "Inside this mirror space, you control the rules. Change the weather, let's trigger a massive thunderstorm." Medusa complies, channeling blue energy in the sky above as cold raindrops begin falling directly onto the Qilin. As the cool rain bathes its scales, a wild, violent energy suddenly starts exploding all around the Qilin. Xingwu watches with a grin, asking, "Well, buddy, do you like this stormy weather?" The Qilin understands and nods happily. He sighs, "What a shame. If you do not sign a contract with me, I cannot keep bringing you here to play in the rain." Medusa closed the mirror space for now. On his command, the surreal environment slowly begins to fade away. The Qilin tugs on Xingwu's coat to get his attention, making the boy chuckle. "You want to sign a contract now? Fine, you win." Medusa sighs deeply, muttering, "My master sounds exactly like a shady swindler right now. He is truly beyond saving." Xingwu gently bites his finger, drawing blood, and then presses his bleeding fingertip directly onto the Keelan's forehead. His blood drops onto the glowing crystal on its head, instantly igniting a blazing magic circle on the beast's forehead. Xingwu snaps a quick photo, saying, "Contract complete, I will send this to Shangguan Lan, so she cannot try taking my buddy back." Then, he hops onto its back. "Let's go, buddy, time to head back to Longyin City. I have a big date with Lu Jin tomorrow." Receiving the order, the Keelan bolts forward. Xingwu wobbles slightly as he clings onto its back, while the mighty beast blurs like lightning through the dense trees. He screams, "Whoa, slow down, buddy, I'm going to throw up." Soon after you and I find a very dizzy Xingwu waiting on the busy streets of Longyin City. It is 10 o'clock, meaning Lu Jin should arrive any second. Suddenly, a clock tower chimed, sending a flock of pigeons scattering into the sky. Xin finally runs up apologizing. "Sorry, am I super late?" He smiles warmly, replying, "Don't sweat it, I just got here too." Xingwu cannot help but admire her, saying, "Lu Jin, honestly, you look absolutely stunning today. I dressed way too casually to match you." Xin takes the drink he offers and softly replies that is not true at all. As their fingers brush, Xingwu's heart skips a beat, thinking about how incredibly soft her hand is. Xin then links arms with him, whispering, "I only care about you." Xingwu blushes hard and stammers, "Lu Jin, the movie starts in 5 minutes. Should we go get some popcorn first?" She smiles sweetly, "Whatever you want." Together they head inside the theater, just as the lights dim and the movie starts. Xingwu sneaks a glance at her. His cheeks turn a deep red as his eyes drift down to her soft, rosy lips, making Xin blush in embarrassment. She asks shyly, "Is there something on my face?" Xingwu quickly shakes his head. "No, it's nothing." He drapes his arm over her seat before pulling her close to his chest. Suddenly Xin looks up and asks Xingwu, "What do you think Rose felt when Jack was in danger?" He replies, "She probably just wanted him to survive." But she shakes her head, "I don't think it was just that. When I heard about your accident on Spirit Snake Island, all I wanted was for you to be safe. I wanted to run to you even if it meant being swept away by the ocean together." Xingwu blushes furiously and whispers her name, "Lu Jin." He pulls Xin into his embrace, gently planting a kiss on her. Whispering an apology, her hand slowly slides off Xingyu's arm, all her resistance completely gone. Yang Shuo sits in the back row, feeling incredibly anxious. He wishes his sister would watch her image since they are still in public. He debates whether to give them a quiet warning. Looking over at the person next to him, Yang Shuo notices Yan Ran looking absolutely furious. A freezing aura radiates from her. Shivering, Yang Shuo glances back toward the rear seats, spotting 2 very familiar faces sitting there. Looking in another direction, he notices Shang Guanqian sitting right over there. Yang Shuo decides it is best to stay still. Meanwhile, during their passionate kiss, the phone in Xingyu's pocket starts vibrating, forcing an annoyed Xingyu to check it. Who on earth could this be? Xingyu is shocked to see the caller ID reads, "Empress." The moment he answers, she delivers the news. "Xingyu, here is your chance to shine. A magical beast capable of triggering massive tsunamis is heading straight for Yuguan Island. Go stop it immediately." Xingyu accepts the order, promising to complete the mission, while Xin asks worriedly about the location the Empress mentioned. Yuguan Island. They leave the theater and are soon traveling aboard a ship floating out at sea. Xin explains that Yuguan Island was where she and her brother grew up, serving as their cherished second hometown. Chief Li cared for them like a grandfather, always making the most delicious grilled fish for the siblings. She is highly anxious. The beast itself is not strong, but its tsunami is deadly. With so many elders refusing to leave the island, she is terrified. Xingyu reassures her, telling Lu Xin not to worry, because he will absolutely ensure everyone's safety. Murong Jin approaches, praising the kid as they near Yuguan Island. He asks if Xingyu is truly confident in facing the Tunming Emperor beast. "If you cannot do it, let me handle it while you provide support." Xingyu confidently summons Gren, who holds the Eye of the Tides. He wonders how human territory could ever be swallowed by a mere sea beast, plotting to show off in front of Lu Xin. He agrees, heading off to convince the islanders to evacuate, warning the young man not to embarrass him. Xingyu reassures him to relax. Suddenly, movement stirs deep beneath the sea as a colossal octopus rises above the surface. Countless fireballs are launched directly at the giant octopus, whose glowing red eyes glare menacingly forward. Flames erupt, causing the ocean to violently churn. Standing on the ship, Xingyu shouts out, telling the filthy octopus to halt. He declares that he will chop off its tentacles to grill for the Navy, sparing its life. Hearing this, the furious octopus thrashes the water violently. Xingyu smugly reflects that provoking his enemy works flawlessly against any creature, no matter how monstrous. He immediately orders the fleet to change course, and the three ships begin keeping their distance from the monster. Xingyu calculates that this distance should be perfect since losing the beast entirely would cause it to target Yuguan Island instead. He commands everyone to prepare for battle as the ship's massive cannons pivot toward the target. A barrage of brilliant cannon fire strikes the octopus, blasting it from all sides. Its eyes fill with pure rage, eager to destroy everything in sight. Giant tentacles rise as the ocean surges. Xingyu finally draws Gren for a direct confrontation, summoning the powerful beast into the fray. It is the sub-dragon Gren facing this majestic creature. The colossal octopus trembles in pure terror. Xingyu commands the sub-dragon Gren to unleash its torrential wave. Devastating energy rapidly gathers beneath Gren's sharp claws, cascading down like a mighty waterfall that completely traps the massive octopus in its explosive power. Following his orders, Gren opens its massive jaws to unleash a shattering dragon roar. The octopus glares grimly at its opponent, before suddenly diving straight back down into the ocean, fleeing into the deep abyss to escape. As Gren soars through the sky, a torrential downpour begins, and the ocean starts churning up massive tsunami waves. The octopus returns to unleash its ocean tsunami dance. Xingyu commands his beast to return, preparing to resolve this crisis himself. Gren's massive body instantly dissolves into glowing particles as the creature is successfully recalled. Holding Gren, he shouts to activate the second form Jade Wave Dragon Abyss, turning it into a golden trident. Meanwhile, morning light breaks over Yuguan Island. A warning blares from the boat near the shore, urging villagers to hurry up as the tsunami is coming, reminding everyone to maintain order. Prioritize the elderly children, the disabled and pregnant women. Do not push past that pregnant lady. Murong Jin calls out to Elder Li, pleading with him to board, warning that staying behind as the tsunami approaches will be catastrophic. The elder replies, thanking him but refusing to leave. He declares this island is his home, and even if it sinks, he wants to die right here. A subordinate frantically reports that the tsunami has arrived. Enraged, General Murong snaps back, asking why on earth he is panicking. Seeing the towering wave rise, Murong Jin grows worried, wondering if that young kid failed to stop it. Shinshin urges her father to focus on the bigger picture and summon his beast. He agrees, but suddenly, a brilliant light flashes in the distance, catching his attention. What on earth is that up in the air? Xingyu floats with his body glowing, leaving both father and daughter completely stunned. It is Xingyu did that kid dye his hair. He is holding a spear spinning a fiery ring. Xingwu raises his spear high, shouting a fierce command to back down. A terrifying surge of power descends as the giant octopus readies itself for battle. The sharp tip of his spear tears through the air, closing in on the octopus. Xingwu unleashes another strike, yelling, trying to run. Second form change Sea Soul Beast Demi-Dragon Lord. The spear tip morphs into the fierce image of a sub-dragon. Locking eyes with the prey, Xingwu commands his Dragon Lord to unleash its ultimate skill, Sea God's Wrath, Raging Dragon Ocean Shatter. The sub-dragon flaps its wings in the sky, radiating blinding energy as the ocean waves vortex violently into a single point. Clasping its sharp claws together, the sub-dragon erupts with endless streams of blazing fire. Every single blast converges instantly, targeting the crown of the giant octopus's head. In an instant, its entire body shatters into tiny pieces. Up above, the thick black clouds gradually disperse to reveal the brilliant sun shining down. Xingwu lands back on the ground, his hair returning to its original look. Xingxin rushes over to call Xingwu. He immediately asks Lu Jin, "Do you think I am strong?" Hugging Xingwu tightly, she praises him, saying, "Xingwu, you are so strong, you are truly amazing." Murong Jin remarks, "As expected of my good son-in-law." Meanwhile, the system screen flashes a notification congratulating the host for saving Fish Crown Island, repelling the tsunami, and earning the admiration of the Navy achievement, and star-up rewards are granted. The Dragon Egg Incubator reward has been sent. Please check and claim it from the system inventory. He thinks to himself, a Dragon Egg Incubator. Now, I can finally hatch that legendary dragon egg. This massive event hits the papers with booming headlines. Last night, Xingwu single-handedly pushed back the tsunami and saved Fish Crown Island. The villagers of Fish Crown Island decide to build a massive statue to honor Xingwu. The official website of the Imperial Academy of Sciences announces the appointment of Xiao Xingwu as their new black executor. Inside Yalan Palace, the residence of Shangguanlan Xingwu stands in the center of the Grand Hall. Bowing to the ruler he speaks, Xingwu of the Azure Dragon Academy greets Your Majesty, the Empress. She replies, Lord Xiao, you are too polite. Attendants bring him a chair. This move shocks the entire court. A chair. Even Xingwu is stunned. Seeing the seat being brought out, he gasps. It is the legendary golden chair of loyalty and remonstrance. Your Majesty Xingwu is merely a young hot-blooded student. Allowing him to receive such high honors so early in his life is simply not appropriate. Shangguanlan turns to Wanlai and demands, not appropriate. What exactly about this is inappropriate? Lord Xiao may be a student, but he has helped me resolve 3 major crises: Huangyan City Fish, Crown Island, and the airburst bomb. Can any of your children here achieve even a single one of these feats? Confronted with those undeniable achievements, the minister is left completely speechless. The Empress is absolutely right. Behind Shi Zhong, the court whispers that the veteran advisor has served for 20 years, yet has never been granted a chair even once. It seems the Empress is intentionally trying to humble a certain top-ranking minister of the Dragon Kingdom. Clenching his fists in silent fury, he thinks, that brat must be eliminated at all costs. Shangguanlan turns to Xingwu, getting straight to business. Do you know what is happening in 2 weeks? He replies respectfully, the 4-Nation Martial Arts Tournament. This tournament is a legendary competition for geniuses of the Northern Hemisphere, hosted by the Dragon Nation Shama, the Ying Kingdom, and the Li Kingdom. All participating competitors must meet 3 strict conditions. They must be a 4-star beast tamer, possess no transcendent beast forms, and be under 21 years old. She confirms indeed. Azure Dragon Academy will have 1 slot for this, so make sure you do not lose in the Academy's internal selection trials. Xingwu cups his hands in obedience, replying, Your humble servant will definitely not fail this mission. Curious, he asks Your Majesty, which factions are you planning to give the other slots to? Shangguanlan answers, Xuanwu Academy lacks any outstanding beast tamers, so the other 2 slots will go to Baihu and Juque. Everything is decided. I am tired, you may all leave. We take our leave, echo the officials. Outside the hall, a crowd quickly gathers around Xingwu to flatter him. Lord Xiao is truly a young hero. They begin to compete for his attention, saying, You are so young and talented, surely many girls chase you, my daughter. My apologies, I am quite busy today and must return to Longyin City. No rush, come to my place first. Tianum steps forward and asks, Lord Xiao, did we not agree that you would come to my place to purchase lightning attribute ores? Xingwu smiles and replies, That is right, I have a prior appointment with Lord Luo. My apologies, everyone. Escaping from the center of all the gossip, Xingwu sighs with relief. Finally got away from them. Thank you, Lord Luo. The man says, Lord Xiao, you are far too polite. Actually, I also have something to discuss with you. What is it? Lord Xiao, a master fortune teller, once said, My daughter Luo Wanqing has a constitution that brings immense prosperity to her husband. He quickly rejects. No way. If I become your son-in-law, General Murong will choke me to death on the spot. Meanwhile, over at the Shay family villa, the 2 siblings are sitting down to eat, though Shay Lian appears deeply troubled. Wei An speaks up, Xie Lian. I heard from our family doctor that your menstrual cycle is having some issues. What is going on? Panicking, she stammers. Is that so? His tone immediately turns cold as he warns her. Our Xie family is finally about to make a major move. If you do not take proper care of your health, it could easily affect our plans. He then thoughtfully serves her some food, offering her the delicious beef. Xie Lian lifts her bowl to accept it with a polite thank you. She secretly wonders if doing big things means starting a rebellion. As a chef family member, she worries about becoming a heavy burden to them. Xi Lian has only one wish right now. She desperately wants to run away. At the Imperial Palace, Shangguan Qian curiously asks Xingyu how on earth he charmed the Thunder Jade Qi Lin into signing a blood contract with him. He replies that signing a blood contract is so easy anyone could do it. She rolls her eyes and teases him for being a total show-off. Then she curiously asks if her mother invited him to the 4-Nation Martial Arts Tournament, which Xingyu quickly confirms. That is true, but he wonders why the Dragon Kingdom only won 2nd place for 3 consecutive years. Aren't there plenty of genius beast tamers around? Shangguan Qian explains that the Sama Empire has just as many absolute monsters as him, but the key difference is that they are willing to risk everything. He asks if that is all, claiming he can take risks too, but she completely shuts him down. She asks if he could actually abandon a beast he raised himself, or order his companion to blow themselves up just to take down an enemy? Could he sacrifice his beast's future, or even its life for a win? Xingyu cannot even bring himself to imagine doing something so cruel. Losing his beast would drive him completely insane. Sheng Guanqian points out that this exact mindset is what separates them from the ruthless Sama Empire. To their enemies, beasts are merely disposable weapons, not cherished companions like they are to us. Everything they can do, their opponents can do too, but their enemies will take things to a much darker extreme. She believes he has the talent to win, but that does not guarantee they can secure the championship while also keeping their own beasts perfectly safe. Even if they lose, she won't blame him. But Xingyu vows to protect his companions while refusing to accept anything less than a victory. He must bring the championship home to the Dragon Kingdom. His fierce determination puts her mind at ease. She looks forward to him making her and her mother proud. Meanwhile, over in the bustling streets of Longyan City, Yang Shuo is waiting anxiously as 3 o'clock draws near. Can his friend make it back from the Imperial City to Longyan in time? Xinqian asks her brother if they can register for the 3-star exam next month, and he agrees. Just then Xingyu storms in riding a qilin at a terrifying heart-stopping speed. He tells the qilin to slow down. The beast screeches to a halt, nearly throwing him off. He steps down, apologizing for being late. Yang Shuo tells him to hurry, they are only waiting on him. He asks Xingyu if he is entering the upcoming 4-nation tournament. Xingyu curiously wonders why absolutely everyone keeps asking him that exact question. Xinqian explains that no student their age is any match for him. Yang Shuo then raises his phone to show him something. He tells him to check the trending page immediately. Luo Wanqing, a second year at White Tiger Academy, just secured a slot in the tournament. Xingyu tries to recall the name, finding it incredibly familiar. Meanwhile, Yang Shuo blushes intensely and asks if he believes in love at first sight. He claims he has fallen completely in love with Miss Luo. Hearing this, Xinqian sighs. She points out that this is his 183rd time falling in love. He objects, claiming he is actually a deeply loyal guy who never gets bored. She teases that if he ever becomes a monk, it won't be for spiritual peace, but because he fell for a nun at the temple. Xingyu suddenly realizes that this beautiful girl is actually Luo Tianan's daughter. He wonders how a man who looks like a sleazy movie villain could have managed to raise such an incredibly beautiful daughter. He feels a slight pang of regret for rejecting the offer. By now, they have arrived at the food court. He overhears some people whispering behind him about Shay Weian passing the exam to become a 4-star beast tamer. They are shocked that his fast breakthrough speed rivaled that of the legendary dark horse Xingyu. Xingyu wonders if Weian truly passed that 4-star exam. In reality, his current strength should only be at the 3-star level at best. Did he use banned substances to rush his 4-star rank just to enter the tournament? Later that night, Weian raises a toast at a house. Yun Yue congratulates him on passing the exam. Weian humbly replies that Brother Yun is too kind and that he just got lucky. After taking a drink, Weian asks Brother Yun if he plans to join the Azure Dragon Academy's internal trials, happening the day after tomorrow. He asks if he will compete, and Yun Yue immediately confirms that he absolutely will. He wants to bring glory to his country. A subtle cunning smirk plays on Weian's lips as he mentions he heard Xingyu was also participating. He notes the first year is incredibly powerful, asking what would happen if Brother Yun actually lost to him. Yun Yue casually shrugs, admitting a loss just means he needs more practice. Weian carefully baits him, asking if he really doesn't want to impress his crush. Yun Yue turns serious, asking what he means by that. Weian reveals he knows about his secret crush on Murong Xinqian, asking what she would think if he lost to a mere first-year student like Xingyu. Yun Yue falls completely silent upon hearing those heavy words. Weian smoothly offers to lend him a hand. Meanwhile, Shi Menying is led directly into her new classroom. Meet Ye Shimeng, introducing herself to the class. Instantly, the guys go wild over this top-tier cuteness, begging to be her desk mate. One guy even jokes about going to jail for 3 years just to date a girl this adorable. Others would risk the death penalty, but Shimeng just smiles, announcing she is only there to sit next to Xingyu. The entire class glares at Xingyu with pure jealousy. He quickly defends himself, explaining they already knew each other. But they still complain. Why does Xingyu get all the luck? Everyone is seriously burning with envy. Sitting down, Shimeng immediately whispers, asking him if they can sneak out of class to grab food. Xingyu quickly reminds her it is only 8 a.m. and to stay focused. When she mentions his previous claims about skipping, he tells her to shut up. Then Xingyu suddenly remembers to ask if her family is easygoing and if she has any other siblings besides Yi Shuangning. She reveals she has tons of cousins. Her eldest Yi Feng is a rich playboy who recently chased after a beautiful teacher. Her second cousin Ye Fan cannot tame beasts but possesses supreme sword skills to hunt down demonic monsters. Her third cousin Ye Shu is just a hardcore gamer who allegedly won some major championships. And her fourth cousin Ye Wanwan is a business elite. Xingyu has to cut her off. Okay, he stops her there and asks about Shuangning. Ximeng promises her sister is super friendly. Cut to a forest where the Ziyu Phoenix King unleashes a deadly blast of purple fire. Xingyu barely ducks to dodge the attack. Is this what you call friendly? Xingyu yells. She is attacking me instantly, hiding behind a tree. Ximeng insists she really is nice. Shuangning steps forward, accusing him of kidnapping her little sister. Xingyu snaps back, asking who on earth he kidnapped. He threatens to sue her for slander, but she simply orders her Phoenix King to stop holding back and teach him a lesson. With a cry of phoenix fire, Ziyu takes flight in a blaze of heat. Seeing this, Xingyu summons his own beast, a Tier 1 Beast King and a pure-blooded phoenix. Xingyu realizes he has no choice but to fight. He summons Heifang, who immediately launches a Hellfire Lotus. The two powerful forces collide, violently knocking Heifang back and leaving Xingyu completely drained from the intense clash. She truly is a once-in-a-century genius, with power rapidly approaching a 6-star Beastmaster. Ximeng rushes right between them, pleading for them to stop fighting. Shuangning scolds her, but Ximeng defends him, explaining she ran away from home and Xingyu saved her, even curing her phobia of beasts. Shuangning steps closer, asking in disbelief if her phobia of beasts is actually cured. Ximeng proudly confirms it. Of course, it is true, otherwise, the Azure Dragon Academy would have never accepted her. Feeling guilty, Shuangning apologizes for the misunderstanding. Xingyu brushed it off, calling her senior and saying they cleared it up. He assures her he is fine. Noticing his wounds, she offers to compensate him. Xingyu is completely taken aback, wondering how she plans to pay him back. Shuangning vows to pay back an arm for an arm, stepping toward a tree to injure her own hand. Xingyu is terrified, shouting that there is absolutely no need for that. He grabs her injured arm, gently transferring his energy to heal her. Suddenly, a massive jolt of power shoots straight up to Xingyu's head, causing Shuangning to clutch her forehead in pain. As Xingyu realizes something shocking, they both stare at each other and gasp. A platinum dragon and a crimson-feathered phoenix. Simultaneously, they both ask, "Who on earth are you?" Back in reality, Xingyu and Shuangning point right at each other, demanding to know the other's true identity. Ximeng has to step in, explaining to Xingyu that she is her sister and to Shuangning that he is her savior. Ximeng wonders aloud if they both just lost their memory upon meeting. Xingyu quickly waves it off as nothing. Shuangning wonders if that vision was an illusion and who that mysterious man was to Xingyu. Meanwhile, Xingyu is equally shocked that this woman is indeed Ye Shuangning. Those glowing feathers felt like sharp needles, filling him with unexplained dread and an aching heart. Deciding to put it aside for now, Shuangning warmly thanks Xingyu for curing her sister, declaring him a true benefactor of the Ye family. Xingyu looks at her, offering to heal her wounds since she is also injured. He calls forth Xiao Yin, who wraps gently around his wrist. Shuangning instantly recognizes this ancient plant beast possessing the blood of an illusion god. It is the heavenly soul vine. Impressed, Xingyu praises her keen eye. To express her gratitude, she hands Junior Xiao a special card. She tells him to take this Phoenix Gold card, allowing him to shop completely for free at any store under the Ye Corporation. Xingyu is shocked by the Ye Group's Phoenix Gold card, protesting that it is far too valuable to accept. She insists that Junior Xiao should not refuse this small token from her family, promising she will always be there to help whenever he needs it in the future. Accepting it, Xingyu thanks his senior, while making a silent comparison in his mind. If she were in a martial arts novel, she would definitely be the beloved elder martial sister who steals the protagonist's heart. Noticing Su Ning's heavy coughing, Xingyu sensed something was wrong with her health. Instantly, he activated his divine eye to investigate. Xingyu discovered the Violet Nether Phoenix King possessed the triple S rank Ziwei Heavenly Fire. Though aflame, it carried a cosmic chill from the deep universe, which seeped into the beast tamer's body through their blood contract. This was likely the true source of her cold affliction and extreme yin constitution. He decided to develop a cure first, before telling her about his findings. At the Azure Dragon Academy library, Yun Yue stared at the bookshelf. Strange. He remembered the water attribute battle techniques being on shelf 14, yet they were nowhere to be found. From behind, Xingyu chimed in, pointing out that the librarian had reorganized everything yesterday. The water combat techniques are on the third row of shelf 19. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Yunue asked who he was, and Xingyu politely introduced himself. Greeting him as Senior, Xingyu introduced himself. Yunue thanked Junior Xiao while silently realizing this was the guy everyone talked about. By defeating him, he could finally catch Xingxin's attention. If he won, he would stand proudly at the center of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, basking in everyone's admiration. Suddenly, a voice called out to Xingyu from behind Yunyu, prompting Xingyu to hold up a book. He told Lu Jin he found the Nether Attribute combat manual she needed, and she eagerly suggested they head back home. She chattered about making spicy steamed fish for dinner before presenting him with a hand-mended scarf, shyly admitting it looked a bit messy. Taking the scarf, Xingyu reassured her that her warmth was all that mattered and that the scarf was not ugly at all. She beamed with joy, asking if he was serious, and he warmly confirmed it. Yunue silently watched them walk away. Their bond was incredibly strong, leaving no room for him. He realized he should not interfere in their relationship. In his hand, he clutched a tiny vial. Yunue knew using it would be a cheap trick. He instantly crushed the vial, telling himself he did not need to stoop that low. Night had fallen over the bustling streets. Inside a restaurant, Wei An was still trying to persuade his companion, urging Brother Yun to reconsider his choice. However, Yunyo remained completely unwavering in his stance. He had accepted that Xinxin never loved him from the start. Xingyu was highly capable, and their deep mutual love was more than enough. When Wei An tried to protest, Yunyo cut him off, declaring he would face Xingyu in a fair fight, win or lose. He refused to resort to dirty tricks. Bidding his friend farewell, he left to attend to other business. Frowning as Yunue departed Wei, and immediately contacted his subordinate. He ordered the Ghost Parasol Maiden to initiate Plan B, and she promptly glided in with a respectful bow. Greeting Master She, she stood beside a stranger. Wei An warily asked who he was. The maiden explained he was her new highly ambitious partner, despite being somewhat weak. The stranger quickly offered his respectful greetings to Master She. Wei An dismissed it, saying he did not care about his drive. He had only one strict demand: take out Yunue during the tournament. The Ghost Parasol Maiden bowed, promising to complete the mission flawlessly. Harboring deep resentment, Wang Yan vowed that this time he would utterly ruin Xingyu's life and reputation. The next day at a downtown restaurant, Xingyu was lovingly feeding Xinxin. He joked, telling Lu Jin to eat up so their future baby would not go hungry. She pouted playfully, warning him that she would ignore him if he kept teasing her. He quickly raised his hands in defeat, promising not to do it again. Suddenly, Xingyu whipped his head around, his senses on high alert, as he detected the unmistakable aura of a dark beast tamer. Ever since he eliminated Wang Dongsheng, the Dark Beast Tamer Guild had been quiet. Their sudden reappearance meant trouble, prompting Xingyu to make his excuses and slip away. Telling Lu Jin to keep eating, he stepped outside to make an urgent call, dialing a very specific contact. Answering the call, Duya was surprised to see it was Xingyu. Had the Empress really given him her personal number? Clearing her throat, she adopted a deep, masculine voice and answered. Xingyu immediately spoke up with intense urgency. He reported having urgent news. After she told him to go on, he explained that he had just felt the unmistakable presence of a dark beast tamer. Duya was startled, asking if he was absolutely certain, as this was no joke. Xingyu firmly confirmed he was. She told him to stay alert and promised to arrive shortly. Hanging up, she grabbed her coat from the back of the chair. Throwing it on, she assumed her powerful persona as the Black Underworld High Priest, sighing in annoyance about having to work overtime yet again. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Academy remained peaceful, but Yunue suddenly began feeling extremely lightheaded, wondering why he was getting so dizzy. He wondered if the wine he shared with Si Weian had been too strong. Suddenly, the Ghost Parasol Maiden materialized behind him, addressing him. Turning around, he confirmed his identity and asked who she was. Sneering coldly, she unleashed a hidden weapon that slashed right past his face. Clutching his bleeding ear, he demanded to know who she was and what she wanted. In her palm, a demonic rat was busy devouring his severed ear. Still do not get it. Obviously, I am here to kill you. He raised his hand to summon his Mad Wolf Battle Lion, but absolutely nothing happened. Shocked, he realized his beast could not respond to his call. Recalling his meeting with Wei An and the wine he drank, Yunue suddenly realized this was a massive conspiracy. That wine was poisoned. The maiden yelled, telling Xingyu to strike. Confused by his rival's name, Yun Yue froze as a needle-sharp object plunged into his back. Wang Yan spoke up with a fake apology to his senior. Feeling betrayed, Yun Yue turned back to question him. "Xingyu, did you set this all up?" "Why?" Yun Yue demanded. The actual culprit pulled his hand away with a hollow apology. After all, there was only one spot in the internal selection. They wanted to win badly and would not risk any unexpected variables. Panicked, Yun Yue rushed off, vowing to expose this entire setup to the school council immediately. While the two schemers celebrated their successful plot, Xingyu was waiting outside, utterly confused as to why his senior had called him there. Seeing Yun Yue stumble over looking completely exhausted, a surprised Xingyu rushed forward to ask what was wrong. Yun Yue glared, questioning if Xingyu had actually chased him all the way there. Xingyu was utterly bewildered. An enraged Yun Yue lashed out furiously, demanding to know what he had done to deserve being pushed to his death. Xingyu tried to explain his innocence, but Yun Yue's body suddenly began to swell up, making him realize in terror that the man was about to explode. Using his divine eye to scan the swelling body, Xingyu quickly discovered that Yun Yue had been lethally poisoned. He desperately urged his senior to calm down and control his emotions, warning him that he would die otherwise. Before he could finish, Yun Yue exploded into a bloody mist, leaving a stunned Xingyu completely drenched in his senior's blood. Wiping the blood away, Xingyu looked up only to find a surveillance camera pointing directly at him. Several nearby students immediately panicked, and a terrified girl shrieked that Xingyu was a cold-blooded killer, leaving him pointing at himself in complete disbelief. Dragged away to the grim Huangjin court, Xingyu was greeted by the loud, furious slam of the judge's gavel. Xiaoqing demanded to know what Xingyu had to say for himself regarding the murder of his senior back at Azure Dragon Academy. Xingyu quickly defended himself, stating that he was innocent and that this was clearly a deliberate setup. The judge coolly reminded Lord Xiao that while the court was always fair, they could only judge the case based on solid evidence. A flash drive was plugged in, projecting a damning video that showed someone preparing to stab Liang Yunyue with a needle. Stunned by the footage, Xingyu quickly argued that the person in the video wasn't him and that he had an alibi. Xiaoqing chuckled, admitting there were doubts, but since Xingyu remained the prime suspect, they had to make a formal decision. He slammed his gavel to order the arrest, but a young woman in the gallery suddenly raised her hand to object. She asserted that, as an esteemed member of Azure Dragon Academy, everyone knew Xingyu's flawless character and stellar abilities. Arguing that he had absolutely no motive, she refused to let them imprison him without a thorough investigation. Xingyu was genuinely touched, wondering if Principal Su really trusted him this much. Just then, Princess Shangguanqian strode in, surprising Xiaoqing, who wondered if she was there to deliver an imperial decree. She warned him that Xingyu's case was far above his station, and that her royal mother had requested his transfer to Yilan Palace. Knowing better than to cross the Empress, Xiaoqing immediately bowed and agreed to comply with her imperial orders. Ruyan quickly opened her phone, determined to alert the leader of Lian, refusing to let Xingyu and Sifeng take the fall. Meanwhile, Duya investigated the scene, testing the spilled blood with her tools until a blue fluorescent glow confirmed the use of Luoxia sex poison. Over at Yilan Palace, a grieving Yun Jin arrived, clutching his late son's portrait, desperate to demand ultimate justice. "Your Imperial Majesty, as you know, he was my only beloved son. Even if it costs me this old life of mine, I will make Xingyu pay with his blood." An attendant beside Shangguan Lan snapped, reminding Elder Yun that he could not wail so disrespectfully in front of the Empress. The Empress gently dismissed her guard, fooling, noting that she could never comprehend the agonizing grief of a grieving father. As soon as guards announced that Xingyu had been brought inside, Shangguan Lan permitted Elder Yun to confront the young suspect face to face. Vowing to make the boy pay for his son, Yunjin turned his furious gaze directly on Xingyu to demand answers. He demanded to know what grudge Xingyu held against his son and how his family had ever offended him. Yelling out the painful question, he watched as Xingyu stood firm, insisting to Steward Yun that he was completely innocent. Elder Yun roared, asking how Xingyu dared to make excuses when there was clear video footage proving his guilt. Xingyu urged the grieving father to calm down and accept the tragedy, but these words only ended up driving Steward Yun into an even deeper rage. "Calm down. My son was blown to pieces, and you expect me to just calm down?" Spitting that Xingyu had no right to speak, he was interrupted by Xie Zhang, who stepped up to handle the interrogation. Brushing past Xingyu toward the Empress, Xie Zhang carried a cold, dark expression that made it impossible to guess his next move. Xingyu frowned, a dark sense of impending doom washing over him. Xie Zhang bows, reporting to the Empress that the death of Yun Yue has shocked the country. You and I can see that everyone in the Dragon Nation is watching this case. He warns that shielding Xing Yu without giving citizens a proper explanation will destroy the royal family's authority. Xing Yu finally sees the trap they are laying out for him. Xing Yu mutters under his breath, realizing Xie Zong is framing him. Meanwhile, an annoyed Shang Guanlan demands Advisor Xie, "What exactly are you implying here?" Xie Zong replies that they must trace this back to the absolute root of the issue, and claims Xing Yu is the root of everything. Pointing directly at Xing Yu, Xie Zong demands a life for a life. Overwhelmed, Yun Jin falls to his knees thanking the advisor for speaking up for the Yun family and his late son Yuer. Xie Zong puts on a show of helping the old man up, claiming it is only his duty to ensure justice is served. Xing Yu is disgusted by this fake display. It seems Xie Zong is absolutely determined to have his head on a platter today, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, Murong Jin steps up to defend him, roaring, "Who dares try to execute my son-in-law? Step forward, and I will end you." Confronting old Yunjin, he barks that Xing Yu is innocent and tells him to go hunt down the actual killer instead. "Keep your hands off my son-in-law," he warns. But Yunjin fires right back, asking General Murong if he is just blindly covering for his family. The general does not back down one bit. He threatens to unleash 3,000 naval warships if anyone dares lay a single finger on Xing Yu. Yunjin demands a real answer, shouting, "Then tell me who actually murdered my son." Right then, another heavyweight enters the room. Meng Zhongguang, director of the Royal Academy of Sciences, boldly steps forward to guarantee Xing Yu is completely innocent. Xie Zong scoffs mockingly, asking if Elder Meng has finally gone senile. Xie Zong asks if he is throwing away his pride for a student. Enraged Elder Meng points a finger and barks back at the advisor. "You brat, I was working with your father before you were even born." Beiquan and Zhenan join in demanding justice for the framed kid. They confront Xie Zong's arrogant attitude, demanding to know if the Royal Academy of Sciences has lost all of its influence since they retired. "Xing Yu is under our protection," they declare. Their sudden appearance leaves Xie Zong completely speechless. Xi Zhong is in disbelief. Why would the Spirit King Lin Beiquan and the Flame King Ye Zhenan show up here together? Even Shang Guanlan is curious, wondering why the powerful Flame King wants to shield Xing Yu. The old king replies that it is simple. The kid cured his beloved granddaughter's crippling fear of magical beasts. He is the Ye family's savior. Xing Yu realizes this old man is Ye Shimeng's grandfather, while Yun Jin continues to scowl. Yun Jin sneers, accusing Xing Yu of acting so arrogant only because he has two kings and a general backing him up. Xing Yu sighs, replying that they all chose to help him on their own accord. Right then, a bird flies into the hall. A messenger bird lands right on Shang Guanlan's hand with a secret letter. As we watch her read the hidden message, a sudden smile spreads across her face. She speaks up, noting that since 3 legendary figures are here to vouch for Xing Yu, they must truly believe in his innocence. Because of this, she agrees to temporarily release him under their joint guardianship. Yunjin instantly objects, screaming that this is completely unacceptable. "What about my son's life? Is his death completely meaningless now? Is there no justice left in this land?" Xi Zong chimed in, urging the Empress not to release Xing Yu until a thorough investigation is complete. Murong Jin fires back with a threat, warning Xie Zhong that if he keeps pushing, a naval fleet will soon be patrolling his family's private waters. Beiquan points directly at him, warning that if Xi Zong keeps making a scene, he will turn the Xi Mansion's entire backyard into a combat training zone for his mechanical beast-taming legion. Stuttering in shock, he gasps, "You, how dare you?" Yunjin desperately clings to his arm, pleading for Lord Xie to stand strong as his only hope to avenge his fallen son. Defeated for now, Xie Zhong mutters that they have no choice but to leave. Glaring at Xing Yu with pure hatred, he sneers that having powerful backers won't save him, it will only make his inevitable death arrive much faster. A heartbroken Yunjin blames his own weakness, swearing to his deceased son that he will personally take matters into his own hands to get revenge. Night falls, painting the forest in silver moonlight as a viral wave of news begins spreading rapidly online. Rumors erupt that Xing Yu was cleared of all charges, released, and still allowed to compete. Citizens cannot believe it. People demand to know if Yun Yue's death will just be brushed aside without anyone paying the price. With such powerful figures backing him, angry netizens complain he could get away with anything. The intense outrage quickly sparks over 122,000 furious comments online. An anonymous post with 290,000 followers goes viral, and Xing Yu quietly reads the toxic comments directed at him. Duya watches his calm reaction, asking if he is angry. But Xing Yu smiles, calling them regular citizens who are just being easily manipulated. There is no point getting mad at the public. The real villain is still out there. He swears that for his own sake and his tragically murdered senior Yun Yue, he must eradicate the toxic CA family. We know he won't stop until they pay. Arriving at the Mount Shenong training camp, Yan Ran drives him to the gate, comforting him by saying she knows he is innocent and urging him to stay focused on the upcoming match. Tin Vu steps off the bus, and trust me, he is determined to prove he is not weak. She lets out a heavy sigh, still deeply worried about him. He stares up at the looming peak ahead, fully aware that Shenong Mountain hides countless deadly beasts where tragedy can strike any competitor in an instant. If an ambush is coming, this is the perfect spot. As he enters, several enemies hide behind the rocks ahead, prompting Tin Vu to summon and mount his Thunder Kirin. Suddenly, a voice calls his name, drawing his attention. Right on cue, a massive claw swoops down from above, aiming straight for him. With a swift dodge, the claw strikes empty air. The Thunder Kirin lands gracefully, leaving Tin Vu staring right at a towering skeleton. Riding high on its back is Van Tan, screaming that Tin Vu must pay for killing his beloved son. Tin Vu calmly reiterates that he had absolutely nothing to do with the death of Van Viet. Consumed by rage, the old man barks that lies won't save him, commanding his ferocious Bone Flame Wolf King to tear Tin Vu apart and avenge his son. In response, Tin Vu summons his own beast Draconic Kren, who emerges with an overwhelming aura that shakes the surroundings. The mighty dragon flaps its massive wings, charging forward as the skeletal beast swings a giant claw to intercept the attack. Realizing Tin Vu commands a legendary Ocean Emperor, Van Tan finally understands his confidence, but Tin Vu only feels pity for the old man and offers a solemn warning. He warns him to stop, but the old man just sneers. Stop. Not a chance, Van Tan mocks him, knowing a sea beast is weakened deep in the forest, especially since he brought backup. Van Tan calls out for the ghost lady Tan Nuong, who eagerly appears promising to handle the situation. She releases a bizarre mouse to unlock Van Tan's latent potential, and the rodent immediately lands squarely on his shoulder. Biting his neck, the mouse draws blood, causing dark energy to violently erupt from Van Tan. As the old man screams, Tin Vu watches in utter disbelief. A dark beast tamer, Tin Vu, realizes Van Tan has allied with pure evil. Desperate for revenge, Van Tan yells that he would align with the devil himself just to see Tin Vu dead. Glaring greedily at the boy, Tan Nuong boasts that killing him will secure her a lifetime of wealth, while her small rodent suddenly mutates, growing into a colossal monster standing on two legs. Tin Vu narrows his eyes, knowing two king-class beasts are trouble, when suddenly a massive flock of birds darkens the sky. Floating high above, Du Na calls out the sinister name of Tan Nuong, mocking her for finally showing her face. Van Tan is stunned by the ominous crows, while a panicked Tan Nuong instantly recognizes the powerful high priest of the dark underworld. Relieved, Tin Vu greets the legendary Du Na, while the desperate Van Tan begins to beg for a chance at revenge. He begs the priest to let him have his vengeance first, promising to surrender and face execution in the capital afterward. Du Na coldly advises him to surrender peacefully, stating she has no desire to humiliate a former colleague if she can avoid it. This only fuels Van Tan's rage, as he demands to know why everyone protects Tin Vu and stands in his way. He laments that no one cares about his family's tragedy, questioning why taking revenge for his slain son has to be this difficult. Du Na scolds the foolish old man, revealing that the true culprit is standing right beside him, and a terrified Van Tan slowly turns around to look behind him. Shocked, Van Tan realizes he was manipulated, while Tan Nuong decides to double down, refusing to let her hard work go to waste before killing Tin Vu. She orders her colossal rodent to forcefully seize control of Van Tan's mind. Instantly, the bite on Van Tan's neck glows with sinister light, causing him immense pain and forcing Tin Vu to realize things have gone horribly wrong. Van Tan's eyes flare a menacing crimson, as he completely loses all remaining sanity. Mirroring its master, the Bone Flame's eyes burn with the same madness. Du Na immediately lunges forward, meeting the skeletal beast head-on, as it viciously slams its massive body against her side. She blocks it barehanded. Honestly, you and I are just as stunned as Tin Vu is. Ripping a massive bone straight out of the beast, she adopts a fierce expression and savagely swings the heavy weapon back down onto the creature. Tin Vu stands frozen, wondering how a human could possess such raw physical power, speculating it must be a shared skill of 9-star tamers. While his system displays nothing but errors, she glances back at the staring boy and playfully asks him what is on his mind. Offering an awkward laugh, Tin Vu nervously asks her why she hasn't summoned any of her own beasts. She explains that keeping her abilities a secret keeps her safe, making summoned beasts highly unnecessary for daily situations. Panicking Tan Nuong commands her giant mutant rodent to target the high priest, sending the massive beast charging with full force toward Duan Ya. Raising the massive bone high, she hurls it with catastrophic force, completely impaling the giant rodent and pinning it to the ground. Left completely speechless by the sheer display of force, Tan Nuong stares at her back, stammering about her unbelievable 9-star ranking. Denying the reality, she shrieks that she cannot possibly be human before scoffing mockingly when pinned down and asked about an antidote. As a ruthless assassin, she spits that they never carry cures, sneering that they will never get the truth out of her. Seeing her completely uncooperative attitude, Duya immediately finishes her off, sending fresh blood splattering all over her face. Xingwu is extremely grateful and thanks Duya, while she casts a cold glance at the other survivor. With the ghost umbrella lady dead, the only remaining lead is Yun Jin, their sole chance at a breakthrough. Step by step, Xingwu approaches Yun Jin. The old man stammers an apology to Lord Xiao, but Xingwu coldly replies that this is far from over. Yun Jin accepts his fate, offering his old life to the young man, but Xingwu clarifies that that is not what he meant. He asks manager Yun why the Rakshasa sect would frame him and murder Yun Yue when they had no grudges against the Yun family. He questions who Yun Yue met the night before his death, and who suddenly stood up to speak on the manager's behalf afterward. Did they have a close bond, and more importantly, who actually introduced him to the ghost umbrella lady, his son's true killer? Yun Jin connects the dots and realizes the truth, gasping out that he finally remembers who did it. But just as he utters the name CA, a sharp horn brutally pierces his chest, leaving Xingwu frozen in absolute shock. Duya whips around as Yun Jin trembles in agonizing pain before dying. Standing right behind him is Xie Zhong, forcing Duya to frown and demand to know his true intentions. The man calmly approaches them, while a sinister, massive eye hovers above, radiating an oppressive and gloomy aura. Xie Zhong looks completely calm, as if every single detail was planned beforehand. Extremely wary of this sudden appearance, Xingwu recognizes the beast as a first-stage god-slaying abyss lord with the bloodline of the phantom god. Xie Zhong smoothly explains to Duya that because Lord Xiao is highly valued by the Empress, he merely stepped in to rescue him from a dangerous situation. He asks if there is a problem, but Duya instantly questions which eye saw Xingwu in mortal danger, prompting him to point at Bone Flame. He claims that this Beast King-level beast was secretly raised by Yun Jin, specifically to assassinate Lord Xiao. Duya immediately fires back, questioning how he knew about Yun Jin's secret assassination plot. With a smug smile, he replies that with his high status and brilliant mind, uncovering such secrets is incredibly easy. Xie Zhong warns Lord Xiao that since both Yuns are dead, pushing this investigation forward will only lead to more casualties, instantly fueling Xingwu's silent anger. As Xie Zhong stares back with cold eyes, Xingwu fiercely declares that he will expose the mastermind, ruin his reputation, and destroy his entire family. He calmly asks if Lord Xiao is implying that he is the prime suspect. Xingwu firmly replies that the guilty will always expose themselves if they just wait, while Xie Zhong glances behind them and murmurs in understanding. Fu Ling suddenly approaches, delivering a direct order from the Empress for the three lords to gather at Yalan Palace immediately. Xie Zhong agrees to head over immediately, sealing the giant eye back into his palm, while Xingwu and Duya exchange a silent, knowing look. Xingwu requests that Duya kindly arrange a proper burial for the deceased manager Yun. She notes that assassinating a royal official is a grave crime, deciding to leave the final judgment to the Empress herself. When she asks about Xie Zhong's secret connection to the Rakshasa sect, Xingwu firmly asserts that the man is their leader, prompting her to call it a highly daring theory. Returning to the imperial city, the three enter the grand hall of Yalan Palace to pay their respects to the Empress. Shang Guanlan acknowledges the deaths of both key targets, asking if Yun Jin managed to reveal any crucial clues before he was permanently silenced. Duya reports that no new leads have been uncovered, leading the Empress to declare that the Yun family case is officially closed. She commends Xingwu for exposing one of the Rakshasa sect's chief ringleaders, the Ghost Umbrella Lady, earning him immense merit. To bestow her imperial reward, the Empress has Fu Ling present a tray containing two incredibly rare and valuable treasures. Xie Zhong instantly recognizes the Thunderburst Bomb and the Dark Thunder Ganoderma, both capable of dramatically boosting any lightning-type beast. A fine saddle for a legendary steed. Begrudgingly, he must admit that Xingwu's monstrous talent is truly undeniable. The Empress dismisses them to rest and they promptly withdraw. Meanwhile, inside the Xie family estate, a phone rings loudly. Xie Zhang answers, asking the dean of the Vermilion Bird Academy the reason for his call. As the caller checks in, the dean asks if his son is ill after missing several days of school, but Xie Zhang explains his son is simply undergoing intense closed-door training to prepare for the tournament. Relieved, the dean replies that having a legendary master personally guiding the boy guarantees incredible results. Ending the call, Xie Zhang opens his son's bedroom door, only to find Wei An lying listlessly in bed, surrounded by piles of rotting trash. Filled with irritation, Xie Zhang forcefully rips the blanket off his son. Shivering uncontrollably on the mattress, Wei An cries out in sheer terror, desperately asking his father if Xingwu will eventually uncover the dark truth of what they did. Terrified of what to do next, the boy is pulled into a tight embrace as his father reassures him that he will never let harm reach him. Yet secretly, he feels nothing but disgust, questioning if such a pathetic coward is even worthy of being his son. He secretly wishes that a genius like Xingwu was his actual son instead.